Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 63:12 to Chapter 63:53. Regardless of what the Dragon King's goal was, one thing was certain: this person was extremely certain about the little dragon. Since that was the case, there was no need to beat around the bush. Lin Feng said, "That's right. I do have a little dragon here." Lin Feng had once thought that the little dragon was a descendant of the ancestral dragon. However, he later discovered that the little dragon wasn't a descendant of the ancestral dragon at all. The little dragon's origins were extremely mysterious, but he didn't know what exactly it was. Lin Feng wasn't particularly clear about it either, but he knew that the little dragon's race was definitely extraordinary. Perhaps the Dragon King knew about the little dragon's origins. He could ask this person later. The Dragon King seemed very happy after Lin Feng acknowledged the little dragon's existence. He said, "Actually, it's like this. A few years ago, I obtained the ancestral dragon pills recipe left behind by the third ancestral dragon. This recipe is extremely powerful, and the ancestral dragon pill refined from it has a huge effect on the dragon clan. However, refining the ancestral dragon pill requires an extremely important main ingredient, and that ingredient is the ancestral dragon's blood. However, the ancestral dragon's blood can no longer be found. I once tried using other dragon bloodlines to replace the ancestral dragon's blood. I even found the blood of a true dragon to try refining the pill, but I didn't succeed. That's why I speculated that in order to refine the pill, you'll need a dragon bloodline that transcends epochs to replace the ancestral dragon's blood. This kind of dragon is extremely rare, and from what I know, Lin Gongzi's little dragon has the bloodline of a dragon that transcends epochs." Lin Feng said, "In that case, does the Dragon King know about the little dragon's origins?" The Dragon King said, "I once saw an introduction to this race in an ancient book, but unfortunately, that book was missing a lot of information. That's why I only know that the little dragon beside you is extremely ancient, but I don't know how ancient it is." Lin Feng frowned slightly. The little dragon's origins were still a mystery, but Lin Feng didn't come out empty-handed. After all, he had learned some of the little dragon's secrets from the Dragon King. Lin Feng asked, "You want Xiaolong's blood?" The Dragon King said, "That's right. Losing some dragon blood won't affect Xiaolong's body much. If it can be refined into a medicinal pill, I can give Xiaolong a medicinal pill. If Xiaolong takes that medicinal pill, his cultivation will be greatly improved. For him, it's a win-win situation." Lin Feng sneered, "A furnace of pills should have produced at least a dozen, right? Yet, you only gave me one pill? Aren't you being too stingy?" The Dragon King said, "There are only 7 pills in a cauldron. Moreover, other than the dragon's blood that transcends eras and is hard to find, there are many other things that are extremely difficult to find. I have searched for a very long time and only managed to gather a few sets of ingredients. In addition, the formula itself is extremely precious. You have only provided a portion of the dragon's blood, so it is not a loss for you to obtain one pill." Lin Feng said, "If I don't provide the dragon blood, you won't even get a single pill." The Dragon King's face darkened. It was obvious that Lin Feng wanted to extort him. However, the initiative was in Lin Feng's hands. Could he not agree? Of course not, the Dragon King said gloomily, 2 pills. At most 2 pills. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Compared to my expectations, it's still a little too little." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the Dragon King suddenly felt like vomiting blood. "A total of 7 pills. What were your expectations? 3 pills? 4 pills? Or even more? You can't be so shameless." The Dragon King said coldly, "How many do you want?" Lin Feng said, "Actually, I'm quite an easy person to talk to. How about this, I'll give the Dragon King some face today." Since the Dragon King wants 2 pills, then 2 pills it is. Hearing this, the Dragon King was delighted. The Dragon King couldn't help but feel happy. He thought to himself, "It seems that my reputation is still very useful." However, at this moment, Lin Feng continued. When he said the word, however, he deliberately paused for a moment. Lin Feng's pause actually made the Dragon King a little nervous. He was almost nervous because of Lin Feng. "However, what?" the Dragon King asked with a dark face. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's like this. I heard that there are many treasures in the Dragon Palace. I want to take some treasures, such as night pearls and coral pearls. I wonder if the Dragon King will agree. The Dragon King said, if you don't enter my Dragon Palace's treasury, you can take whatever you want from outside. The dragon race had always liked to collect all kinds of treasures. And the dragon race was famous for being stingy and miserly. Therefore, the Dragon King's request to not let Lin Feng enter the treasury and only take the things outside was already within Lin Feng's expectations. Lin Feng smiled and said, of course, I'll only take some small things from outside. The Dragon King could not help but smile. He said, all right, take whatever you like, thank you, Dragon King. Lin Feng's face revealed a meaningful smile. Then, Lin Feng told the little dragon about what happened today. The little dragon happily agreed and took out a small porcelain bottle of dragon blood. This kind of loss was negligible to the little dragon. It would be able to recover in a few days. Lin Feng handed the dragon blood to the Dragon King. After checking it, the Dragon King was overjoyed and said, Lin Gongzi, please wait patiently for 3 days. No problem. Lin Feng replied. The Dragon King immediately called his son to entertain Lin Feng and arrange a place for Lin Feng and the others to rest. The Dragon King went into seclusion to refine medicine. The Dragon King's son was called Longxing. He was very kind and did not have the domineering and arrogant attitude of the second generation of immortals. After arranging a place for Lin Feng and the others, he chatted with Lin Feng and the others for a while before leaving. Come, follow me to move things. Lin Feng said. Move things? What do you mean? Fatso and the others were a little confused. Very soon. They now understood what Lin Feng meant when he said they had to move things. In the underwater world, ancient corals that had lived for hundreds of millions of years were all taken into the time-space by Lin Feng. Then, they were raised in the time-space by Lin Feng. There were many immortal mountains around the Dragon Palace. These mountains were not very tall. They were all moved by the Dragon King from other places to decorate the surrounding environment. These immortal mountains were not simple. For example, one of them contained purple moon immortal iron. This was a precious material used to make sacred armor. It had long been sold for a sky-high price outside. Now, there was actually an ore vein that had yet to be exploited. The reason why the Dragon King moved this immortal mountain here was because this immortal mountain would emit purple moonlight. It was magnificent and very beautiful. Lin Feng did not hesitate to move this immortal mountain into the time-space. In this way, Lin Feng did not let go of any treasure in the Dragon Palace. He did not even let go of the luminous pearls on the floor. When Longxing heard about this, he hurried to find Lin Feng. When he saw a large number of treasures being taken by Lin Feng, he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. The Dragon Palace used these things as decorations, not to say that they were worthless. In fact, these things were priceless. The Dragon Palace used these things as decorations to highlight the Dragon Palace's luxury. Lin Gongzi. What are you doing? Longxing's face was very ugly. No matter how good his temper was, seeing so many treasures being taken away by Lin Feng made him extremely angry. In particular, he found that 32 Stone Tribe Holy Spirits were also taken away by Lin Feng. These 32 Stone Tribe Holy Spirits were still alive and had not been born. However, it was only a matter of time before these Stone Tribe Holy Spirits were born. When these Stone Tribe Holy Spirits were born, it was equivalent to having 32 more top experts. Moreover, they were Stone Tribe Holy Spirits. Their talents were strong. In the future, their achievements would be incomparably shocking. Perhaps, one of these Stone Tribe Holy Spirits would be able to surpass the level of an expert. Lin Feng looked at the angry Longxing and said with a smile, it's like this. Before your father went into seclusion, he told me that I can take any treasure I want. Longxing was present at that time and indeed heard this sentence. However, Longxing felt that whether it was him or his father, the meaning was that he could take some of the rare treasures, but he did not say that he could take all the treasures in the Dragon Palace. For example, these Stone Tribe Holy Spirits were originally sealed in a courtyard, but Longxing entered uninvited and took away the 32 Stone Tribe Holy Spirits that were placed in the courtyard. This was an act of robbery. Longxing wanted to refute Lin Feng. However, at this time, Lin Feng continued, "Nephew, you won't disobey your father's words, right? Father and son are monarchs and ministers. A son who disobeys his father is disgraceful and will be punished by the heavens." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Longxing quickly swallowed the words he wanted to say. He was really sullen now. However, he did not know how to refute Lin Feng. Moreover, he called Lin Feng nephew. It was really disgusting. After all, he was a figure from the Archean era and was many years older than Lin Feng. Lin Feng actually called him nephew. Wasn't this obviously taking advantage of him? However, Lin Feng and his father were of the same generation, so it did not seem inappropriate to call him nephew. Longxing's face was gloomy and he did not speak. Lin Feng did not pay any more attention to this guy and hurriedly ordered everyone to collect the treasures here. In the end, in addition to the treasure house of the Dragon Palace, everything that could be taken away was basically taken away by Lin Feng. The Dragon Palace fell into a strange atmosphere. Many people were suppressing their anger. However, these people also knew how powerful Lin Feng was. Therefore, they did not dare to do anything excessive to Lin Feng. If it was someone else who dared to leave the Dragon Palace in the air, they would have been chopped into pieces by these people of the Dragon Palace. Longxing and others were waiting for the Dragon King to come out of seclusion. After the Dragon King came out, they would report this matter. They would let the Dragon King make the decision. 3 days later, the Dragon King successfully came out of seclusion. After the Dragon King came out of seclusion, the Dragon King was stunned. This was because he realized that many of his precious treasures had disappeared. The immortal mountains that decorated the scenery in the distance were also gone. When Longxing and others arrived, they told the Dragon King about how Lin Feng had emptied the Dragon Palace, including how Lin Feng had taken away the 32 holy spirits of the Stone Tribe. The Dragon King was furious. How could a person be so shameless? He angrily led a group of people to Lin Feng's residence. When he saw the Dragon King, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Dragon King, did the pill refinement go smoothly?" "It went smoothly," the Dragon King said with a gloomy face. Then, he said coldly, "Lin Gongzi, shouldn't you explain to me what you've done in the past few days?" Lin Feng said, "Dragon King, a few days ago, you said that I could take anything I wanted. Now that I think about it, I feel that you're a generous person." The Dragon King, Longxing, the Dragon King's subordinates, Lin Feng continued, "I've always remembered your instructions, so I moved all the things I wanted into my space-time dimension. Don't worry, I have no intentions of taking the Dragon Palace's treasury." The Dragon King and others wanted to cry. "You've taken away so many treasures, and you want to take away the treasures in the Dragon Palace's treasury as well. How did I cooperate with you? I lifted a rock and smashed it on my own foot." The Dragon King's face was as black as charcoal. Lin Feng said, "Dragon King, you won't go back on your words, right? If you regret it, I can return these things to you." The Dragon King had the urge to vomit blood. "You've already said all the good things. Can I say that I regret it now? If I say that I regret it, then the news will spread. How am I going to live?" The more important a person was, the more they cared about their reputation. After all, life was a matter of reputation. If he went back on his words, the Dragon King was sure. Soon, today's matter would be spread by Lin Feng. At that time, the entire heaven realm would know that he was a person who didn't keep his words. At that time, where would he put his face? How would he continue living? The Dragon King said with a fake smile, "I've always kept my words. Since Lin Gongzi likes those little things, then take them away. Consider it my gift to Lin Gongzi." Lin Feng realized that when the Dragon King said this, he was gritting his teeth. Obviously, the Dragon King was trying his best to suppress his anger. But even so, he still had the urge to go berserk. Zhuge Xiaoxiao, Feng Si, Fatso, Xiaodong Huang, and Little Donkey who were at the side were secretly happy. Lin Feng's words were enough to make the Dragon King hesitate. Looking at the Dragon King's sullen look, it was too funny. Perhaps in all these years, there weren't many people who could make the Dragon King so sullen. Lin Feng always dared to do things that others didn't dare to do. Lin Feng looked at the Dragon King and said, "The Dragon King is really generous. I'm impressed. By the way, where are my 2 pills?" The Dragon King snorted and then took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the bottle and saw that there were 2 purple pills inside. He then sniffed the 2 pills. There was no problem. He kept the pills and then cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Dragon King, we worked well together this time. I hope there will be more opportunities to work together in the future." The Dragon King cursed in his heart. "Work together your ass. The next time I work with you, I'll take your surname." The furious Dragon King didn't care about Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng used his magic to wrap everyone up and then activated the Gate of Mind. Lin Feng and the rest instantly disappeared from the Dragon Palace. They came to the sea outside. Lin Feng took out the ancient ship, Xianxia, and everyone boarded. This time, other than Lin Feng, Zhuge Xiaoxiao and the rest also took away a lot of good things from the Dragon Palace. Everyone was in a good mood because of the bountiful harvest. Lin Feng returned to his room. Then, he entered the space-time dimension. He took out a pill and gave it to Xiaolong for him to refine and raise his cultivation. Then, he summoned the 32 Stone Tribe Holy Spirits. No matter how good the other treasures were, they couldn't compare to the 32 Stone Tribe Holy Spirits. These Stone Tribe Holy Spirits were absorbing the energy of heaven and earth and were in a critical period of transformation. Lin Feng began to preach the Tao to these Stone Tribe Holy Spirits. He was talking about the Stone Man 9 Transformations Immortal Scripture. Lin Feng's 9 Orifices Stone Man clone had undergone a transformation after cultivating the Stone Man 9 Transformations Immortal Scripture. From then on, he was like a carp leaping over the Dragon's Gate. Although he hadn't broken through to the Transcendence Realm, he already had the strength to surpass the Transcendence Realm. Lin Feng knew that these Stone Tribe Holy Spirits all had their own consciousness. They could hear him preaching. 7 of them were stone men, while the rest were other creatures. But that didn't stop them from cultivating the Stone Man 9 Transformations Immortal Scripture. The Stone Man 9 Transformations Immortal Scripture wasn't just useful for stone men, but also other Stone Tribe Holy Spirits. In addition to teaching them the Stone Man 9 Transformations Immortal Scripture, Lin Feng also burned large amounts of high-grade immortal stones. Millions of high-grade immortal stones burned, but he didn't feel the pinch at all. The energy released after the high-grade immortal stones were all absorbed by the 32 Stone Tribe Holy Spirits. Even a faction like the Dragon Palace couldn't be as rich as Lin Feng. After all, the Dragon Palace was a huge faction with countless cultivators. Its daily expenses were astronomical. Lin Feng wasn't the same. Lin Feng didn't need high-grade immortal stones that much. Plus, he had a lot of high-grade immortal stones, enough to count in the trillions. Naturally, he could provide an endless supply for the 32 Stone Tribe Holy Spirits. What Lin Feng needed to do now was wait for the Stone Tribe Holy Spirits to complete their final transformation. He probably wouldn't have to wait for too long. Once the Stone Tribe Holy Spirits completed their transformation, they would be a huge help to Lin Feng. Half a month later, Lin Feng and the others finally arrived at the Fallen Immortal Sea region where the 3 Immortals' cave abode was located. This was an extremely dangerous region. After arriving, they didn't see any cultivators. Lin Feng and the others ventured deeper and finally arrived at the outer region of the 3 Immortals' cave abode. Lin Feng used the 1,000-mile telepathy technique and said, "Master Jie, I'm Lin Feng. I'm here with the Feng family patriarch's letter of introduction. I'd like to see you, Master Jie. Please show yourself." "Lin Feng? Are you Lin Baitian's son, Lin Feng?" At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the depths of the cave. It seemed that even though Master Jie lived in seclusion in the 3 Immortals' cave abode, he still knew a lot about the outside world. After all, there were very few people who were truly cut off from the outside world. Even Master Jie couldn't do that. "That's right. I'm Lin Baitian's son," Lin Feng said. "Come in," Master Jie said. As soon as he finished speaking, a white jade staircase extended from the depths of the cave. Lin Feng and the others climbed up the white jade staircase. They walked inside. After walking for more than an hour, just then, they saw an island appear in front of them. Lin Feng and the others stepped onto the island. When they stepped onto the island, a powerful force suddenly enveloped Lin Feng and the others. Then, Lin Feng and the others were teleported into a valley. This valley was filled with chains of order. These chains of order contained extremely terrifying power. These chains of order had completely sealed off this place. In addition to the chains of order, a large number of poisonous insects, snakes, scorpions, centipedes, and other poisonous creatures crawled out. It was unknown how many poisonous creatures there were, but they were densely packed and innumerable. Those poisonous creatures were all moving towards Lin Feng and the others to surround them. Seeing this, Lin Feng and the others' expressions became extremely ugly. They didn't expect to fall into Master Jie's trap as soon as they arrived at the Three Immortals Island. Master Jie, what's the meaning of this? Is this how you treat your guests? Lin Feng's voice became extremely cold. It even contained traces of cold-killing intent. Lin Feng brat, you probably don't know about the grudge between you and me, right? Great Master Jie shouted. This guy used some special means, so when he spoke, his voice came from all directions. The advantage of this was that it was difficult for others to determine where he was hiding. It had to be said that this guy was very cautious, which was why he used this method. He wanted to cross the sea by deceiving everyone so that no one could grasp his specific location. What grudge do I have with you? Lin Feng was speechless. He didn't know Master Jie at all, and he didn't have any grudges with him. What kind of bullshit was that? 300 years ago, your father, Lin Beidian, humiliated me. Do you understand the principle of the son paying the father's debt? Lin Feng finally understood what was going on. So Master Disaster Solver had a conflict with his father. Lin Feng thought to himself, Father, look at the trouble you've caused me. Lin Feng asked, how did my father humiliate you? Heh. Grandmaster Jiaga couldn't help but sneer. That year, the peak of Immortal Platform Mountain was shrouded in clouds and mist. Master Jie racked his brains to reach Immortal Platform Mountain. It was to find the rumored Immortal Sun Ancient Tree. It was rumored that this was the Immortal Sun Tree and the fruits it bore were the immortal fruits. The effect was naturally heaven-defying. Master Jie saw someone standing at the peak and looking at the sea of clouds in the distance. He was slightly taken aback, thinking that this person must be very powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to reach this place. Master Jie cupped his fists and introduced himself. Then, he asked about the other party's identity. The man only said that his name was Lin Beidian. He didn't say anything else. Lin Beidian asked why Master Jie came to Immortal Platform Mountain. Great Master Jie said. He wanted to enter the bottom of Immortal Platform Mountain's abyss to search for the legendary Immortal Sun Ancient Tree. Lin Beidian said, you should just leave. With your cultivation, you'll just be throwing your life away. Lin Beidian looked down on him. Grandmaster Jie was furious. He said he wanted to spar with Lin Beidian. Let's see if Lin Beidian dares to spout such arrogant words. Lin Beidian did not answer Master Jie. It was as if he did not want to fight with Master Jie. This made Master Jie even angrier and he took the initiative to attack. However, the result was hard for Master Jie to accept. One punch. Master Jie was defeated. Grandmaster Jie was able to fight his way out of the encirclement even when he was surrounded by many experts. He was a formidable figure, yet he could not even withstand a single attack from Lin Beidian. This was an unimaginable blow to him. You're too weak. Back off. Lin Beidian said to Grandmaster Jie. Master Jie was a proud man. He felt extremely humiliated when he heard Lin Beidian's words. He left angrily. After Master Jie left, demonic chi rumbled in the depths of the Immortal Platform Mountain. An endless amount of demonic chi flew out and enveloped Lin Beidian. There seemed to be an extremely ancient and terrifying creature lurking in the demonic chi. However, no one knew what kind of creature it was. Lin Feng said, if you can't say it, then you must be lying. Grandmaster Jie said coldly. Why would I lie to you? Then what do you want? Do you want to fight me to the death? Lin Feng said mockingly. Killing you will relieve the hatred in my heart. Grandmaster Jie said coldly. Lin Feng sneered. If that's the case, then there's nothing left to talk about. Let's see what you're capable of today. Once I break this formation, I'll tear you to pieces. Junior, how dare you speak such arrogant words? Grandmaster Jie shouted coldly. Feng Si shuddered when she saw that Lin Feng was truly angered. She knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. She also knew that Lin Feng was a decisive person. If he insisted on killing Grandmaster Jie would not have a good ending. Grandmaster Jie was a good friend of her old ancestor. Because of this relationship, Feng Si naturally did not want to see the two of them fight to the death. Feng Si hurriedly said, Great Master Jie, I am a member of the Feng clan. The patriarch often mentions you and misses you very much. So it's a girl from the Feng clan. Let's talk after I deal with this brat. Grandmaster Jie said. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. I'll chop your head off. That will appease my anger. Lin Feng sneered. He was searching for Grandmaster Jie's traces. Grandmaster Jie's methods were extraordinary, but Lin Feng's methods were just as powerful. He felt that he was about to find Grandmaster Jie's hiding place. As long as he could find Grandmaster Jie's hiding place, he would be able to lock on to the old man with his aura. At that time, no matter how Grandmaster Jie hid, he would not be able to hide from Lin Feng. As for the chains of order here, Lin Feng did not care about them at all. He admitted it. The chains of order here were indeed very terrifying. Coupled with the poisonous creatures here, it was also very scary. However, Lin Feng was not without a way to deal with them. First of all, Lin Feng had an ancient weapon-grade defensive treasure. He could use it to block the attacks of the chains of order here, and then use the opportunity to break the law of order here. If that did not work, he could use the gate of mind to break the chains of order here. As for the poisonous creatures, Lin Feng could use the white jade toad to deal with them. With the toad's deterrence, the poisonous creatures would not attack for a while. As long as Lin Feng could buy some time, he would be able to escape from this place. At that time, the poisonous creatures would no longer be a threat to him. Feng Si was very anxious when she saw the tense situation. She quickly said, Lin Gongzi, Grandmaster Jie, both of you are friends of the patriarch. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Why don't we each take a step back? Lin Feng fell silent. Grandmaster Jie also fell silent. After a long time, Grandmaster Jie snorted. Fine, I'll give the Feng clan's patriarch some face and not bicker with this brat. Lin Feng said. If that's the case, then show yourself. A powerful force enveloped Lin Feng and the others. In the next moment, Lin Feng and the others disappeared from the place. When they reappeared, they were in a palace. In this palace, there was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He was dressed in a Taoist robe. He was very handsome. This man should be Grandmaster Jie. Seeing Grandmaster Jie like this, Lin Feng was a little surprised. This was not what he had imagined. Lin Feng thought that Grandmaster Jie would be a cultivator who looked like a little old man. Lin Feng looked at Grandmaster Jie and said, You said that my father humiliated you. Did he beat you up? Then, did he mock you? Grandmaster Jie's face darkened. What the hell, why did he have to touch a sore spot? Lin Feng acted as if he did not see Grandmaster Jie's darkened face. He continued, however, I feel that you're too narrow-minded. You don't look like a good person. If it were me, if I had a conflict with you, I wouldn't have just beaten you up. I would have killed you. Do you believe me? Grandmaster Jie said angrily, Your character is far worse than your father's. TSK, didn't you just slander my father? Lin Feng mocked. Actually, when Grandmaster Jie left the Immortal Time Mountain, he saw the demonic aura churning in the Immortal Time Mountain. The demonic aura instantly swallowed Lin Baidian. Grandmaster Jie understood Lin Baitian's intentions. That place was extremely dangerous. If he continued to stay there, he would probably die. Therefore, Lin Baidian should be his savior. However, Grandmaster Jie was extremely unconvinced after being taught a lesson by Lin Feng. He was still holding a grudge in his heart. He did not intend to kill Lin Feng, but he wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson to vent the hatred in his heart. However, who would have thought, Lin Feng was not a kind person either. Moreover, Lin Feng's mouth was too sarcastic. With just a few words, Grandmaster Jie was so angry that his face turned ashen. He wanted to slap Lin Feng to death. "Kid, you're here to ask me for a favor, right?" Grandmaster Jie narrowed his eyes and said. Lin Feng nodded. Grandmaster Jie was immediately pleased. "You have a favor to ask of me, yet you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. You're really bold." Grandmaster Jie thought about how to use this to deal with Lin Feng. Only then could he teach Lin Feng a painful lesson. He asked, "Tell me what your specific purpose is." Lin Feng said, "It's like this. I have a painting here that I obtained from Buzhou Mountain not long ago. Originally, the soul-devouring clan asked me to retrieve it. It's a treasure passed down from their clan. I gave the painting to the soul-devouring clan, but when I left, the painting mysteriously appeared in my storage space." "Oh? There's such a strange thing?" asked Master Jie curiously. Even though he wanted to cause trouble for Lin Feng, when he heard about such evil things, he was excited. He didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Feng anymore. Master Jie looked at Lin Feng curiously. It was like a person who had not drunk water for a long time seeing a cup of water. It was like a person who had not eaten for a long time seeing a delicious meal. He was eager to know the whole story. Lin Feng said, "Yes, this matter is indeed strange. The strangest thing is that the painting seems to contain a world. At first, I saw a man walk out from the depths of the painting. When the man returned to the depths of the painting, he turned to look at me and gave me a meaningful smile. After a while, I had a dream. In the dream, I entered this mysterious world. In the world inside the painting, I saw this man again. This man looked at me with a sinister gaze. His gaze was very frightening, as if he wanted to eat me. Where's the painting? Let me see it." After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Grandmaster Jie's voice became much more serious. Lin Feng took out the painting, and Grandmaster Jie quickly opened it. "Do you recognize this painting?" Lin Feng asked. Grandmaster Jie shook his head. At that moment, Lin Feng and the others saw a man walk out from the depths of the painting step by step. It was the man that Lin Feng had seen before. The painting was too clear and lifelike, as if a real person had appeared on the painting. "This painting is indeed strange," Grandmaster Jie said. He squinted his eyes and looked at the painting. The man stopped above a mountain forest and looked up at Lin Feng and the others. Then, he let out a few sinister laughs. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He could still feel that the gaze of the man in the painting was somewhat profound. The look in his eyes made people's hair stand on end. Interesting. Looking at the painting, Grandmaster Jia couldn't help but smile. Lin Feng was speechless. The situation was already so dangerous, yet Grandmaster Jia was still smiling. Lin Feng asked, "Can you see anything?" Grandmaster Jia said, "If my guess is correct, someone has cast a wind speech incantation on this painting." "Wind speech incantation? What's that?" Lin Feng was puzzled. The others also looked at Grandmaster Jia in confusion. Although they were all knowledgeable people, they had never heard of the wind speech incantation that Grandmaster Jia spoke of. After all, the world was vast. Some things. Indeed, they had never heard of it before. Grandmaster Jia said, "It can be considered a type of curse." Lin Feng frowned when he heard that. It was actually a curse. This put him in a bad mood. Lin Feng was somewhat sensitive to curses. After all, there were quite a few curses in his body that had yet to be dealt with. Because of the many curses in his body, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of adding another curse to his body. However, wouldn't it be better if he didn't add a new curse? After all, Lin Feng was very clear about that. Maybe if he added more curses to his body, he would be able to kill himself. However, Lin Feng didn't know if he was currently being pestered by the curse. He would have to ask Grandmaster Jia to find out. Lin Feng asked, "Am I being pestered by the curse you mentioned?" Grandmaster Jia said, "Not yet, but soon." "Is there any way to deal with it?" Lin Feng asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Ever since that time, I've been dreaming every once in a while. I've been dreaming about 7 or 8 times. Master Jia said, "Tell me the details." Lin Feng thought about it and said, "The scene is actually the same every time. First, I enter that mysterious world, then I see many people in that world. Then, I see that cultivator. Every time he looks at me, I feel very oppressed, and then I wake up. You said that you would feel pressured every time, and you would wake up at that time. In that case, is the pressurizing feeling the same every time you wake up? Lin Feng said, of course it's different. The first time I entered the dream, the pressure was the weakest. After that, every time I entered the dream, the pressure would gradually increase. Master Jia said, looks like the rumors are true. What do you mean? Lin Feng asked. Master Jia said, rumor has it that the wind speech incantation is very strange. Anyone who is targeted by the wind speech incantation will often enter a dream, and strange things will happen. Then, they will feel a suffocating pressure until they can no longer resist it. At that time, the curse will invade their body, and the cultivator will become the wind speech incantation slave. If my guess is correct, when you can no longer resist it, and the curse invades your body, you will enter the scroll and become one of its members. There's such a thing? Lin Feng was shocked, and his expression kept changing. This was something he hadn't expected. Zhuge Xiaoxiao said, is the wind speech incantation that strange? Master Jia nodded and said, yes, the wind speech incantation is that strange. Is the man in the scroll the caster of the incantation? Lin Feng thought of a possibility and asked. Everyone fell into deep thought. Master Jia said, it's possible, but it's also possible that he's not the caster of the incantation. If he's not the caster of the incantation, I have a feeling that he's a spirit born from the scroll. A spirit of the incantation? Xia Donghuang asked. Yes, a spirit of the incantation. Master Jia said confidently. If he's a spirit of the incantation, then he should be the one who cast the incantation, right? Lin Feng said after some thought. Master Jia said, in theory, what you're saying is highly probable, but it's not absolute. Because some spirits of the incantation are only spirits born from the incantation. They may control the life and death of the incantation, but they don't have the ability to curse others. For example, I'm more inclined to believe that the scroll brings bad luck and curses to cultivators, not that the curses are cursing cultivators. Lin Feng asked, who created the wind speech incantation? I'm not sure. Master Jia said. Feng Si said, curses have always been one of the most terrifying and bizarre powers. They're also the most difficult to control, and there are many curses in the world that can't be resisted or explained. Where is the origin of the incantation? Master Jia said, it's said that the origin of the incantation is very mysterious, but the one who created the incantation is most likely in existence at the same level as the Lord of Mount Tai. Lin Feng was shocked. The Lord of Mount Tai was suspected to be a creator. Could the creator of the incantation be at the same level? That was too terrifying. No wonder the incantation could control so many top-notch experts. Some of the truths hidden in the incantation made one's soul tremble. Do you know where this existence is? Why did he create the incantation? Was it purely to poison others? What good would it do him? Lin Feng asked a few questions in succession. Master Jia hurriedly shook his head and said, I don't know anything. He probably knew that he had misspoken. He couldn't help but feel regretful. Some things couldn't be said carelessly. Once he said something carelessly, it was very easy to get into trouble. Therefore, he didn't dare to speak carelessly anymore. Lin Feng also knew that Master Jia, who had regained his senses, was probably still in fear. Therefore, no matter what he was asked now, he would definitely not say another word. Therefore, Lin Feng did not continue to ask him about the mysterious existence. Instead, he changed the topic to the scroll painting. Lin Feng looked at Grandmaster Jia and asked, since Grandmaster already knows that this scroll painting is related to the wind speech incantation, I wonder if Grandmaster can help me resolve my current predicament? Of course there is a way, but it depends on whether you can afford it. Master Jia looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile. He was now a little proud because he had decided to make Lin Feng unhappy. How could he make Lin Feng unhappy? Wasn't that simple? He made Lin Feng bleed. Make him a pauper. Naturally, he was unhappy. When the time comes. Grandmaster Xianxia would probably gnash his teeth in hatred, but he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. When he thought of this, Grandmaster Xianxia's bad mood immediately became very happy. "Grandmaster, please state your conditions," Lin Feng said. "I need immortal stones, high-grade immortal stones. I need a lot of them. If you can't take them out, then forgive me for not being able to help you," Grandmaster Xianxia said. "A lot of high-grade immortal stones," Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. How many high-grade immortal stones did this guy want? 100 billion, a trillion, or even more? Zhuge Xiaoxiao and the others couldn't help but frown. They knew Grandmaster Xianxia wanted to extort a huge sum from Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Give me a specific amount." 100 million high-grade immortal stones. I need 100 million high-grade immortal stones, Grandmaster Xianxia said. Lin Feng and the others had strange expressions on their faces when they heard the amount reported by Master Xianxia. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Seems like this Master Xianxia is a good person. Previously, he had misunderstood Master Yi's shame. Seeing Lin Feng's strange expression, Master Xianxia was secretly pleased. He felt that Lin Feng must be in pain right now. He must be so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. That was 100 million high-grade immortal stones. If they were piled up, they would be able to pile up several mountains. What kind of astronomical figure was that? Now, do you know how stupid it is to offend me, Master Xianxia? It was then that Grandmaster Xianxia saw Lin Feng wave his hand and a river of immortal stones flew out. It was exactly 100 million high-grade immortal stones, forming a river of immortal stones. So many immortal stones formed a long river of immortal stones. Immortal energy curled up, immortal light rushed into the sky. It was too much for the eyes to take in. Master Jiagu was extremely shocked. He didn't think that Lin Feng would actually take out so many high-grade immortal stones. This kid was pretty rich. But then again, Lin Feng must be feeling a heartache right now. Master Xianxia was overjoyed. "Ha ha ha ha, I'll accept these high-level immortal stones then." Master Jie laughed excitedly when he received 100 million high-grade immortal stones. "Of course." Lin Feng nodded. Seeing Lin Feng's indifferent expression, Master Jie sneered in his heart, "Brat. How pretentious, you must be going crazy right now, right?" He actually pretended to be so calm. "The more you act like this, the more it shows how much pain and depression you are in right now. You've accepted the immortal stones. Now, let's talk about how to resolve the crisis I'm facing," Lin Feng said. Taking someone's money to help others avert disaster, Master Jie still abided by this rule. "If you want to deal with this problem, you'll have to enter the world within the painting." "Face the cursed spirit directly?" Lin Feng asked. Master Jie nodded and said, "That's right. You'll have to face the cursed spirit directly. Apart from this method, no other method will have much effect," said Lin Feng. "In the past, I tried to see if I could enter the world inside the scroll, but after trying many times, I always failed." Master Jie said, "That's because the wind speech incantation has sealed the world within the painting, so there's no way to enter it." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Does that mean you have a way to let us enter the world within the painting, Master?" A proud expression appeared on Master Jie's face, and he said, "Of course. Don't you know who this master is?" As soon as he finished speaking, Master Jie took out a yellow talisman paper. This yellow talisman paper was covered in dense runes, which were written with a special cinnabar. It looked like scribbles. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This talisman technique was very particular. Taoists were especially proficient in this technique. This Master Jie was wearing a Taoist robe, so he might really be a Taoist cultivator. Master Jie held the talisman paper, and then he continuously chanted an incantation. It was unclear what he was chanting, but when he finished speaking, Master Jie took out the talisman paper. The talisman paper quickly flew toward the painting. Then, something shocking happened. The talisman paper actually flew into the painting. "It's done," Master Jie said. Then, he waved his sleeve, and a powerful magic power surged out, enveloping Lin Feng and the others. The group instantly disappeared. When they reappeared, Lin Feng and the others were already inside the painting. The world inside the scroll was so real. After arriving here, Lin Feng actually did not feel any curse power. Perhaps it was hidden well. Or perhaps it was because of some other reason. Lin Feng and the rest flew deeper. As Lin Feng had been to this place many times in his dreams, everything here was not unfamiliar to Lin Feng. After arriving at this place, Lin Feng and the rest were still very cautious. After all, this was the world of the scroll and not the world they controlled. Who knew what would happen here? Soon, Lin Feng and the rest saw it. Many palaces, pavilions, mansions, rockeries, strange rocks, small bridges, and many other sceneries were lingering in the immortal Qi. Cranes flew across the sky, beautiful fairies were chatting in some of the pavilions, and some ancient immortals were talking about the past and the present, etc. Then, immortal music came from afar. It sounded like the heavenly music of the great Tao. After listening to it, immediately, they felt refreshed and enlightened. It was as if they could comprehend the Tao at any time. A man flew over. He was very handsome and had a very special temperament. That man was the man Lin Feng had seen many times before. Many people went up to greet him. Then, that man looked at Lin Feng. What a familiar scene. It was exactly the same as in the dream. But this time, it was not a dream. Of course, the difference was that Lin Feng did not come alone this time. There were so many helpers around him. You can actually enter the world of the scroll. Are all of you so impatient to become slaves here? The man said with a cold smile. Lin Feng now knew why this guy looked at him with such a meaningful gaze. It was because the scroll had locked onto him. He would be the next target of the curse. As the spirit of the curse, he obviously knew everything. He knew that he would soon become the new slave of the scroll. That was why he showed such a sinister and meaningful expression. A mere spirit of the curse dares to speak arrogantly here? Lin Feng said sarcastically. Being looked down upon by Lin Feng like this, the man's face instantly became extremely ugly. He sneered and said, "Boy, in all these years, no one has ever dared to look down on me like this. Originally, it would have taken me some time to completely control you and make you a slave to the scroll. But now that you've walked right into my trap, there's no need to waste so much effort." As soon as he said that, an extremely strange energy suddenly filled the air. That extremely strange energy quickly drilled into Lin Feng's body. After feeling the extremely strange energy, Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Lin Feng suddenly felt that the situation was not quite right. He felt very oppressed, and this oppressive feeling continued to increase. Later, Lin Feng felt that he was almost unable to breathe. This feeling was very bad. Lin Feng knew that the scroll must have cursed him and wanted to make him its slave. Lin Feng hurriedly used the Great Curse technique to deal with the scroll's curse. The Great Curse technique was very powerful. After Lin Feng used the Great Curse technique, the oppressive feeling quickly weakened. Although it did not completely disappear, it had weakened by 40 to 50% compared to before. Lin Feng felt much better. The spirit of the curse also noticed this scene. Suddenly, his expression became extremely gloomy. Perhaps he had not thought that Lin Feng would have such an ability. He muttered something, but Lin Feng and the others did not hear clearly what he was saying. However, after he finished speaking, many cultivators flew over from all directions. These cultivators were obviously the slaves of this place. Many of them were extremely powerful. There were men and women, and they were all obedient. There were about 400 to 500 people in total. These people were originally surrounded by immortal Qi. Each of them was like an ancient immortal. But now, these people had undergone a huge change. The immortal Qi on these people disappeared and was replaced by a grayish-brown gas. This was a special gas emitted by the power of the curse. These people had become cursed creatures. They were evil, gloomy, and terrifying. They looked at Lin Feng and the others with murderous eyes. Anyone who can be cursed by this scroll is a peerless expert. You see, I have so many experts here. Do you think that you can deal with so many experts with just a few of you? Lin Feng frowned slightly. If he used the Book of the Dead, the number of people would not be less than these cultivators. However, could the book solve the problem of the curse? Obviously not. Lin Feng looked at Grandmaster Jie and asked, Grandmaster, how do we deal with this situation? Grandmaster Jie had an unfathomable look on his face as he said, don't worry. I naturally have a way to deal with this situation. Seeing how confident Grandmaster Jie was, Lin Feng could not help but relax a little. Grandmaster Jie said, the wind speech incantation is indeed a powerful curse. It can control so many cultivators, but I'm very curious. What is the goal of controlling so many cultivators? That's not something you can know. The curse spirit sneered. Then, he waved his hand. A large number of cursed creatures appeared. They quickly pounced at Lin Feng. At this time, Grandmaster Jie took out an item. It was a porcelain bottle. He gently shook the bottle and began to chant an incantation, Dustless immortal water, destroy all evil. Dustless immortal water, destroy all demons. Dustless immortal water, destroy all ghosts and gods. Dustless immortal water, he chanted about 10 sentences. Suddenly, a drop of water flew out of the bottle. This was most likely the dustless immortal water that Grandmaster Jie had mentioned. The drop of dustless immortal water emitted a violent fluctuation before it quickly turned into a cloud of water vapor. The cloud of water vapor flew toward the group of cursed creatures, and all of them were enveloped by the dustless immortal water. When the cursed creatures were enveloped by the cloud of water vapor, something shocking happened. One by one, the cursed creatures' bodies shattered. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of cursed creatures disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Fatso and the others were dumbfounded. Lin Feng said. Those cursed creatures are not real creatures. They're just evolved from the laws of order. Grandmaster Jie said. That's right. They're indeed evolved from the laws of order. However, even though they're evolved from the laws of order, they can still display the peak strength of their original bodies before they died. That's especially terrifying. But so what if they're terrifying? They'll still disappear when they come into contact with me. Grandmaster Jie had his own way of breaking some evil techniques. That was truly admirable. Everyone had their own specialties. Grandmaster Jie's ability to break evil techniques was something that many top experts could not compare to. Who are you? The cursed spirit looked at Grandmaster Jie with a gloomy expression. He did not expect that so many cursed creatures would be killed by Grandmaster Jie just like that. He was caught off guard. Grandmaster Jie said, You don't have the right to know who I am. It seemed that Grandmaster Jie was also good at pretending. If he did not pretend now, when would he have the chance to do so? Grandmaster Jie's timing was perfect. How arrogant! The cursed spirit shouted angrily. Grandmaster Jie did not seem to notice the anger on the cursed spirit's face. He said, If I'm not wrong, there must be an extremely powerful existence hibernating in the scroll world. The flesh, blood, and essence of those cursed creatures should have been eaten by that extremely powerful existence. Hearing Grandmaster Jie's words, Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. Those cursed creatures had been eaten? If he had been cursed, wouldn't he have been eaten as well? Fortunately, he had come in time. If he had come too late, he might have been in trouble. Now that he thought about it, Lin Feng could not help but feel scared. That's right. There is indeed an ancient and powerful existence hibernating here. This scroll painting was created by that ancient expert. The cursed spirit said coldly. To be able to use curses to turn others into cursed creatures. Even I have not mastered such a technique. Then, does this person here have something to do with the existence that created the curse? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the cursed spirit. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhuge Xiaoxiao and the others could not help but gasp. Lin Feng's speculation was very bold. Especially according to Grandmaster Jie's words. The existence that created the curse was very likely an existence at the same level as the Lord of Mount Tai. An existence at that level was an unimaginable powerhouse. If the creature in the scroll painting was related to that existence, it would be very troublesome. However, the two sides were on opposite sides. There was no other way. Since they were on opposite sides, it was either you die or I die. The cursed spirit said eerily, That's right. This lord is indeed related to the existence that created the curse. To be precise, this lord should be the descendant of that existence. Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. Turning others into cursed creatures was something that happened all the time in the world of cultivators. There were even terrifying unknown existences that wanted to turn Lin Feng into a cursed creature. However, these unknown existences were too mysterious. There was no way to find out their identity. Now, there was a chance to face such an existence directly. Lin Feng was actually a little excited. He is recovering here. It seems that his injuries are not light. Moreover, he has not recovered yet. Where is he hiding? Lin Feng looked at the cursed spirit and asked. Hee, I have no comment. The cursed spirit sneered. Then, his body began to slowly fade. This fellow had said so much to Lin Feng and the others. In fact, it was to attract the attention of Lin Feng and the others. Then, find a way to escape. Now, he had successfully used a secret technique. His body was fading and would disappear soon. The cursed spirit did not plan to attack Lin Feng and the others now. Because the world in the scroll painting was very strange, the consumption was also very intense. Moreover, in this place, the foreign cultivators had no way to replenish the dermic powers consumed. It would not be long before Lin Feng and the others felt weak. At this time, it would be much easier to deal with them. Can you escape? Lin Feng sneered. He used the void imprisonment technique to seal the surroundings. Now that Lin Feng's Tao of space was extremely powerful, the cursed spirit's body solidified again and could not escape. This made his expression change abruptly. Lin Feng stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of the cursed spirit. He used the human king fist to attack the cursed spirit. The cursed spirit could not avoid Lin Feng's attack and could only choose to meet Lin Feng head-on. The two sides fiercely collided. Lin Feng did not move at all, but the cursed spirit was sent flying. In fact, the cursed spirit's combat strength was not particularly heaven-defying. He could control those cultivators because he was the spirit of the scroll painting, the spokesperson of the mysterious existence. After sending the cursed spirit flying, Lin Feng did not give the cursed spirit time to react. He quickly chased after the cursed spirit and threw another punch at it. The cursed spirit did not have time to dodge Lin Feng's punch. He did not even have time to block Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng's punch landed on the cursed spirit's body. The cursed spirit's body directly exploded. However, he was not made of flesh and blood, but of energy. After his body exploded, he quickly reassembled. Lin Feng used the 8 divine seals to seal the cursed spirit's body so that he could not struggle. Let me go, or the Lord will make you die a horrible death. The cursed spirit roared angrily. Is that so? I'll refine you to death now. Let's see if the Lord will come out to save you. Lin Feng sneered. He took out the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire enveloped the cursed spirit and burned fiercely. As the heavenly fire burned, the cursed spirit roared in pain. His body was not immortal. For example, the heavenly fire could completely destroy his body. Lord, save me, he began to cry for help. Suddenly, black gas surged out from the depths of this world. A large amount of black gas covered the sky and the sun, rolling violently. The Lord is here to save me. The cursed spirit shouted excitedly. Lin Feng sneered. He increased the burning power of the heavenly fire. The cursed spirit was quickly burned to ashes. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a ghastly and terrifying aura shrouding his body. He looked into the distance and saw a pair of blood-red eyes staring coldly at him in the black fog. It was the owner of the blood-red eyes that gave him an unprecedented sense of danger. The Lord has finally come out, Lin Feng said coldly. Despicable ant, become my slave and contribute your flesh and blood. That is your fate. Don't try to change your fate. That is an extremely foolish action. Do you know that? The living being said coldly. I've never believed in fate. Moreover, who do you think you are? How dare you say that you can decide the fate of others? Don't you think you're ridiculous? Lin Feng sneered. The 9 heavenly fires formed a heavenly fire formation in his dantian. They provided Lin Feng with great power. Apart from that, the strength of Pangu's imprint, the ruler's armor, the the dragon talisman, the holy bone, the demon lotus, the golden dwarf, the stone man's clone, the celestial lotus, and other treasures also penetrated into Lin Feng's body. As for the 9 ancient weapons, Lin Feng summoned them. They hovered around Lin Feng, forming a great ancient weapon formation. The power of the 9 ancient weapons fused with Lin Feng's power. Lin Feng's battle prowess had reached the pinnacle. Kill! Lin Feng shouted coldly. Lin Feng's ancient weapons unleashed terrifying attacks at the creature. Curse dust! The creature suddenly shouted. As soon as his voice faded, something terrifying happened. The attacks from Lin Feng's ancient weapons turned into specks of dust. These specks of dust were the cursed dust. After these abilities turned into dust, their power was no longer apparent. They could no longer cause any harm to others. At the sight of this, everyone's faces changed. This living being was so powerful. Kill! Lin Feng said coldly. The ancient weapons attacked the creature one after another. Just now, it was only an attack released by the ancient weapon. Naturally, it was not as serious as the damage caused by the ancient weapon itself. Cursed entanglement. The creature continued to use a new unique skill. This cursed entanglement was very powerful. When this ability was used, the cursed laws wrapped around Lin Feng's ancient weapons. The ancient weapons' power was greatly reduced, and their luster dimmed. After sensing the situation of the ancient weapons, Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. He quickly summoned the ancient weapons back. Cursed collapse! Suddenly, the creature used another powerful unique skill. This time, he attacked Lin Feng and the others. Bang bang bang, the invisible power of the curse instantly blasted Lin Feng and the others away. Fortunately, Lin Feng's glazed sky goblet released a powerful defensive light shield to protect Lin Feng and the others. Otherwise, they would be in danger. However, even if the glazed sky goblet protected them, after taking the attack just now, everyone felt their blood boil and their faces turn pale. The art of curses was one of the strangest techniques in the world. For example, the Great Curse art was only the foundation of the Great Tao. Compared to many top-tier curse god arts, its power was indeed lacking. For example, the various curse arts used by the creature in front of them were indeed powerful. I am the god of curses. Quickly come and worship me. At this moment, the living being unleashed yet another powerful ultimate skill. Lin Feng felt an ancient god appear in his mind. That ancient god was a god of curses, and he was an ant. He needed to worship this god of curses. The others also encountered the same situation as Lin Feng. Naturally, they would not worship this god of curses. However, when everyone refused to worship this god of curses, something terrifying happened. Lin Feng suddenly felt, it was as if countless swords were slashing at his soul one after another. This feeling, it was worse than death. Ever since he had entered the heaven realm, Lin Feng had come into contact with more and more experts. Lin Feng had come into contact with cultivators who had battle prowess beyond their level, and even cultivators who had surpassed their level. However, none of the experts he had met had methods that were as strange as the one in front of him. The art of curses that he used was truly terrifying. Now, Lin Feng and the others were in big trouble. However, Lin Feng and the others didn't just sit there and wait for death. Facing the opponent's attack, they were all thinking of ways to neutralize it. Lin Feng activated the great art of destiny. I am the master of destiny. How dare a puny cursed true god act so fiercely? A deep voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. An existence bathed in endless holy light appeared. This existence looked exactly like Lin Feng. It was the master of destiny that Lin Feng had evolved into. The master of destiny controlled the Tao of destiny. This was a technique that Lin Feng had only mastered after reaching the great circle of destiny. This technique was naturally incomparably powerful and terrifying. Destiny against curses. It was indeed a battle where neither side was willing to give an inch. Lin Feng's power of destiny released an endless amount of power of destiny. It clashed with the power of curse released by the cursed true god. Neither side gave way to the other. The power of both sides. One moment, I was suppressing the other, and the other moment, the other was suppressing me. No one could truly suppress the other. However, although he wasn't able to completely defeat his opponent, the intense pain in Lin Feng's head had already disappeared. Under Lin Feng's control, the 9 heavenly flames quickly flew into his mind. The 9 heavenly flames joined forces with the Master of Destiny to attack the cursed true god. The cursed true god was held back by the Master of Destiny. It couldn't deal with the 9 heavenly flames. Therefore, the cursed true god was directly destroyed by Lin Feng's 9 heavenly flames. Lin Feng's eyes regained their clarity. He quickly flew towards the creature that was hiding in the black fog. The creature was clearly shocked to see Lin Feng neutralize his attack. But when he saw Lin Feng come to kill him personally, he immediately revealed a hideous smile. This living being. He was extremely confident in his own combat strength. Lin Feng was strong. But he still didn't take it seriously. This was the confidence that came from the bones of a peerless expert. Cursed fist. The endless power of the curse surged out and circled around his fist. The power of the cursed fist made one's soul tremble involuntarily. What a powerful cursed fist. Lin Feng, on the other hand, used the human king fist and fiercely collided with his opponent's cursed fist. That tyrannical power surged out, instantly tearing the void apart and shattering the firmament. Lin Feng was sent flying. On the other hand, this living being. He was completely fine. It's much weaker than I expected. The living being looked at Lin Feng with contempt. He was extremely fast. In a breath's time, he had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. Then, he threw another punch at Lin Feng. This punch was still the cursed fist. It was rumored that the cursed fist had a total of 5 moves. Each move was stronger than the previous one. The power of the second punch was naturally much stronger than the first. This living being had absolute confidence in his second punch. He believed that Lin Feng would definitely not be able to withstand this punch. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured in the next moment. This tyrannical punch landed on Lin Feng's body. However, something strange happened. When this punch landed on Lin Feng's body actually became extremely illusory. At the critical moment, Lin Feng performed the illusory curse. This divine ability was indeed powerful. In the hands of Lin Feng, it displayed extraordinary power. Moreover, he could always rely on this divine ability to perform miraculous effects at critical moments. For example, now. After Lin Feng performed the illusory curse, the opponent's attack couldn't cause any damage to Lin Feng. On the other hand, Lin Feng performed the power of the arm of the Dracophant 7 times. The power of the arm of the Dracophant was too violent. When he threw out a punch, the opponent couldn't dodge at all. Bang! Lin Feng's fist crashed into the spirit's body, and it exploded. Lin Feng's fist crashed into the spirit's body, and the spirit's body exploded. This living being didn't seem to be made of flesh and blood. Instead, it was condensed from energy. When this living being suffered such serious damage, Master Jie, Zhuge Xiaoxiao, Fatso, and the others all woke up. You actually caused such serious damage to me. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. This living being roared furiously. As the descendant of that ancient existence, he was incomparably proud. In his eyes, many experts in the world were his chess pieces, ants in his game world. Therefore, so many experts had become cursed living beings. But now, he suffered a great loss in the hands of Lin Feng. This was something he couldn't tolerate. A large amount of curse origin rolled violently. He wanted to reconstruct his body. His means were extremely powerful and he indeed had the ability to reconstruct his body. His body was reconstructing at a visible speed. Lin Feng sneered. He didn't intend to give him a chance to reconstruct his body. The 9 heavenly flames merged together and turned into a distorted ball of flame. Lin Feng took out the 9-colored fireball and it quickly flew in front of this living being. Then, there was a rumbling sound. It exploded instantly. The destructive energy swept across the world. This living being's body, which was about to reconstruct successfully, exploded again after suffering the attack just now. His body exploded twice. The damage to his origin was unimaginable. His combat strength plummeted tremendously. The 9 heavenly fires formed a heavenly fire array and enveloped the living being's origin. The 9 heavenly fires burned fiercely, trying to refine the consciousness in the living being's origin. It was best to leave only his memories and origin. The origin could improve Lin Feng's cultivation. As for the memories, they might be able to solve many of Lin Feng's doubts. For example, Lin Feng was very curious. What kind of existence was the one who created the curse? Since this living being was his descendant, perhaps he knew something about his ancestor. As the 9 heavenly fires burned, the living being's origin could no longer be reconstructed. Lowly ant, you want to kill me? It won't be that easy. The living being roared furiously. Lin Feng sneered. You're already a prisoner, and you're still acting tough here? The 9 heavenly fires became more and more powerful under Lin Feng's control. Brother Feng is getting more and more awesome. Even this living being is about to be killed by Brother Feng. Little Donkey couldn't help but sigh. Fatso said. The Heaven Realm is indeed the place where Lin Feng rose to prominence. Before entering the Heaven Realm, Lin Feng's combat strength was also very strong, but that was relative to the cultivators of the mortal world. In fact, at the very beginning, Lin Feng found it difficult to move forward in the Heaven Realm. The reason was that the cultivators of the Heaven Realm were too strong. Compared to many of the cultivators of the Heaven Realm, Lin Feng's combat strength was indeed a little lacking. However, in the Heaven Realm, Lin Feng had grasped great opportunities time and time again. Now, he had truly soared into the sky. So what if he didn't break through and surpass the realm? Lin Feng's accumulation was too strong. Even if he didn't break through and surpass the realm, he still had heaven-defying combat strength. That was why Fatso said that the Heaven Realm was the place where Lin Feng rose to prominence. It was quite reasonable. Curse rune. At this moment, the living being roared. He used his trump card, which was the curse rune that he was using now. This curse rune was one of the top techniques passed down by their clan. Incarnation rune. It forcefully attached itself to someone else's body. The runes that they transformed into would surge with extremely terrifying curse power, and this curse power would all surge into the cultivator's body. This curse power would not try to control the other party's body, nor would it try to turn the other party into a cursed living being. This curse power would clash with the magic power in the cultivator's body. Think about it. 2 different powers clashing with each other, what kind of terrifying thing would happen? The curse rune that this living being had transformed into completely enveloped Lin Feng. A powerful curse power surged out from the curse rune. Lin Feng immediately realized. When the power of the curse entered his body, his magic power became berserk. Then, his magic power clashed with the power of the curse. Something terrifying happened. Lin Feng's body. It actually swelled up. His body. It seemed like it was about to self-destruct. Lin Feng tried his best to suppress the berserk magic power in his body. The living being said sinisterly, "It's useless. The trump card of my clan is definitely not something that you can break. You're dead meat today." Just as this guy finished speaking, suddenly, more than 10 talismans flew over. Those talismans all stuck to Lin Feng's body. A dark yellow energy surged out from each talisman. It was unknown what kind of energy that dark yellow energy was. When the curse rune that this living being had transformed into came into contact with this special energy, these curse runes quickly disintegrated. They once again turned into the curse origin. Lin Feng was surprised. Master Jie's talismans were so powerful. Master, awesome. Fatso clapped his hands and praised. Master Jie had a smug look on his face as he said, "Of course. This master's trump card is the talisman technique. This master's talisman technique is invincible. Damn it, why is it like this?" This living being roared in anger. He could not accept what was happening in front of him. This was because he felt that he was in danger. Lin Feng's body quickly returned to normal. Then, he used the 8 God-forbidding seals, wanting to seal this living being's origin. An extremely tyrannical power surged out from this living being's origin, fiercely bombarding Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying. Then, this living being's origin quickly fled into the depths. Lin Feng sneered, "You still want to escape at this time? Simply wishful thinking." He quickly chased and soon caught up to this ball of origin. Lin Feng used a thought flower blooms, sovereign's descent. This was a divine ability that covered an extremely wide area. This divine ability was extremely terrifying. It instantly blasted down. It fiercely bombarded this living being's origin. The origin that this living being had gathered with great difficulty once again exploded. Lin Feng used the 8 God-forbidding seals to seal this living being's origin. Let me see how many secrets are hidden in your memories. Lin Feng sneered. Then, he began to search this living being's origin. His memories were scattered among this origin. This way, it would be easier to search through his memories. However, Lin Feng could not determine if there were any restrictions in this living being's soul. He could only find out the specific situation after testing it. Don't even think about searching my soul's memories. This living being roared in anger. His soul actually began to burn. This fellow wanted to destroy his own soul. This meant that there were many secrets hidden in his soul, and there were no restrictions. If there were restrictions, when Lin Feng searched his soul's memories, the restrictions would destroy his soul. There was no need to destroy his own soul at all. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the Requiem Bell. The Requiem Bell shook, and this living being's soul willpower was instantly destroyed by the Requiem Bell. His soul was controlled by Lin Feng. Under Lin Feng's command, his soul stopped burning. And Lin Feng. He began to search through the memories in his soul. There were many memories in his soul, and there were all kinds of secrets. There were indeed many. For example, the ancestor of his clan seemed to be enemies with the Lord of Mount Tai. The experts of the 2 clans had even fought more than once. This living being had participated in a battle once. However, although they were enemies, it was not the kind of relationship that would only end when one of them was dead. His clan was also a powerful clan in the Kunlun universe. As for this fellow, he appeared in the 9 States universe because he accepted the clan's trial and came to the 9 States universe. After he came to the 9 States universe, he found that the cultivators of the 9 States universe were far weaker than those of the Kunlun universe. Therefore, he stirred up trouble in the 9 States universe and established an extremely powerful force. When the trial ended, this fellow did not return to the clan according to the agreed time. The reason was that he was ranked 8th or 9th among his peers in the clan. In the future, he would definitely not be able to become the leader of the clan. But in the 9 States universe, he ruled a large starfield. In the starfield he ruled, there were tens of thousands of planets with life. The feeling of having power in his hands was simply too good. He did not want to go back and listen to other people's orders. Until one day, this fellow had his eyes on a group of passing cultivators. Those cultivators had precious treasures on them. They had inadvertently leaked the information, and he had found out. Therefore, he had intercepted and killed those cultivators. Although he had obtained the treasures, there was no such thing as an absolute secret. The news of him killing and robbing had spread. And those who had been killed were not simple people. They were cultivators of the Immortal Emperor tribe. Lin Feng had come into contact with the Immortal Emperor tribe before. They were originally from the Time universe and had an extremely ancient heritage. They were one of the most powerful forces in the Time universe. Although they had declined now, they were really powerful in the past. In the 4 universes, they were one of the top forces. Among those cultivators who had been killed, one of them was the son of the leader of the Immortal Emperor tribe. The leader of the Immortal Emperor tribe had personally come to the 9 States universe. He had a great battle with this living being. He had personally killed him. However, this fellow was a living being of the cursed family. His methods were very powerful. After his death, a remnant of his soul had not been extinguished. It had attached itself to the portrait and was looking forward to the day when he would return. Before meeting Lin Feng, he was only one step away from returning. However, in the end, he had fallen into the hands of Lin Feng and the others. In this guy's memory, he knew a lot of mystic realms and dangerous places. These places often had many opportunities, but unfortunately, most of them were in the Kunlun universe. Lin Feng wanted to explore now, but he didn't have the chance. Lin Feng continued to search his memory. Lin Feng found that there was a memory in his soul memory. It was very special. That memory was in the depths of his soul memory. Lin Feng tried to look at that memory, but after many attempts, he didn't succeed. This made Lin Feng a little confused. He didn't know what that memory had to do with. Why couldn't he see that memory? Lin Feng didn't give up. He tried again and again. In the end, after hundreds of attempts, Lin Feng finally succeeded in seeing that memory. That memory was very long. It started when this creature was 7 or 8 years old. He accidentally found a mysterious clay figurine in the back mountain of his family. That mysterious clay figurine entered his purple mansion between his eyebrows, and his fate changed from then on. Because of that clay figurine, he began to show amazing talent and strength, and became stronger and stronger. Although he wasn't a direct descendant, because of the great talent he showed, his status in the family became higher and higher. Many direct descendants' status was not as high as his. However, at his age, there was a peerless genius who was a direct descendant. He was even more dazzling than him. These big families obviously didn't get along well with each other. He became the leader of the collateral descendants. And the other person became the leader of the direct descendants. They were not convinced of each other. Since young, they had won and lost in the family competition. It had always been difficult to determine who was better. About when he was about 800 years old, an extremely important competition was going to be held in the family. This competition, the winner, he would become the direct disciple of their family's ancestor. That was an existence that could compete with the Lord of Mount Tai. If he could become the direct disciple of this ancestor, then he would immediately become a carp that leaped over the dragon's gate. A great battle. It was extremely intense. In order to be able to win, he used all that he had learned in his life. Although his Dharma treasures, divine powers, immortal sutras, and so on were inferior to the other person. However, he had the courage to press forward. This was something that the other person did not possess. The main reason was because of their birth. The other person was a direct descendant, and had been born with everything. For a branch family disciple like him, if he wanted to rise to the top, he needed to work hard. The battle between the two of them grew more and more intense. Seeing that Xianxia was about to emerge victorious, Xianxia used his clan's top-notch secret technique to stop the battle. They managed to hold on to a draw with great difficulty. At this moment, time was up. If he was given more time, he believed that he could definitely win. However, anyone could tell that he had already gained the upper hand. He originally thought that he would be able to become the ancestor's direct disciple. However, he had failed the selection. Because he was a disciple of the side family. The reason was that simple. This matter dealt a huge blow to him, causing him to be disheartened and his Tao heart to be injured, causing him to stagnate for a very long time. He was originally one of the top figures in his age group, but because of this incident, he quickly fell to 7th or 8th place in the clan. This memory. They were all memories related to his family. He didn't want to recall these memories. Therefore, that was why these memories were so difficult to search for. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. No wonder this guy didn't go back after the trial ended. It seemed that it wasn't just because he could monopolize the 9 provinces universe. There was also an extremely important reason. That was, he was extremely disappointed in his family. This kind of disappointment had been deeply rooted in his heart ever since that extremely unfair treatment. Although the clan was unfair, he would never betray his family. Firstly, it was because of his loyalty to his family. Secondly, it was because he knew how terrifying his family was. If he betrayed his family, when the time came, he would definitely die a horrible death. Lin Feng had always wanted to search for information about that ancient existence, but in his memory, he didn't know much about the ancestor of his clan. In fact, he had never even met the ancestor of his clan. In his impression, that ancestor, he had never appeared in the clan. This made Lin Feng feel a little regretful. Lin Feng stopped searching the soul, frowned slightly, and looked at the origin of this creature. Destroy his soul, or not destroy his soul, Lin Feng originally wanted to kill this guy and use his origin to increase his strength. However, after looking at this guy's memories, Lin Feng was a little hesitant. He felt that leaving this creature alive might be more useful. Of course, the prerequisite was that this guy chose to submit. Kid, kill me. I'm not afraid of death. I'll wait for you in hell. This creature was still cursing Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored his curses and said, I can give you a chance to live. Hearing Lin Feng say this, the creature immediately shut up. Little Donkey cursed, I really thought this guy was someone who wasn't afraid of death. Now that he heard that he could live, he immediately shut up. What a coward. The creature said. What do you know? Not being afraid of death and wanting to live are two different things. Little Donkey pursed his lips, but he didn't continue to refute this guy. The creature asked, let's talk about your conditions. Lin Feng smiled. He liked dealing with smart people and didn't like dealing with one-track-minded people. Those one-track-minded people. They were stubborn. They would rather die than surrender. It was a headache. The creature in front of him was different. He knew that his own life was the most precious thing. Especially, he could be considered as someone who had died once. He didn't want to die a second time. Lin Feng said, it's very simple. Recognize me as your master and listen to my orders. I'll spare your life. When the creature heard Lin Feng's words, he immediately fell silent. Actually, he had already guessed that this was a possibility. Thus, he wasn't too surprised. However, even if he wasn't surprised, after hearing this condition, he still felt a little dazed. Should he agree or not agree? He felt that this was a form of humiliation and trampling on his dignity. If he didn't agree, only death awaited him. The creature pondered for a moment before coming to a decision. He wanted to live. What was dignity in the face of life? Perhaps some people would choose to die for their dignity. But he wouldn't choose that. Actually, a long time had passed and he had been holding in his breath. He wanted to prove to his family that their choice back then was wrong. This was also one of the reasons why he didn't want to die. He hadn't proven himself yet. All right, I'm willing to recognize you as my master. The creature said. Let's make an oath then, said Lin Feng. I, Yuan Mo Kuan, make an oath here today. From now on, I'm willing to recognize Lin Feng as my master. If I dare to violate this oath, let my soul be shattered and I die a horrible death. Yuan Mo Kuan made an oath. When his voice fell, Lin Feng immediately felt a special connection between himself and Yuan Mo Kuan. This was a soul contract. From now on, Yuan Mo Kuan became Lin Feng's subordinate. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't betray Lin Feng. Because, Lin Feng could kill him with a thought. Ha 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 ha, great. Lin Feng laughed. Hee hee, congratulations, brother Feng, for subduing such an awesome subordinate. Little Donkey said happily. Zhuge Xiaoxiao, Feng Si, Fatso, Xiaodong Huang, and the others also congratulated Lin Feng. Even Master Jie looked at Lin Feng and congratulated him. Lin Feng was in a good mood after subduing such a powerful being. Besides, if he really had the chance to go to the Kunlun universe in the future, with an expert like Yuan Mo Kuan by his side, it would save him a lot of trouble. After Yuan Mo Kuan made the oath, Lin Feng removed the restrictions on Yuan Mo Kuan. After Lin Feng removed the restrictions on Yuan Mo Kuan's body, Yuan Mo Kuan reassembled his body. Soon, it was done. Yuan Mo Kuan, show me the treasure you took from the immortal emperor tribe. Lin Feng said. Yes. Young master. Yuan Mo Kuan replied and then took out the treasure. This treasure was an ancient book. On this point, Lin Feng already knew when he was searching for Yuan Mo Kuan. This ancient book. It was very strange. Although Yuan Mo Kuan had this treasure for many years, he could neither blood bond nor open this ancient book. This made Yuan Mo Kuan extremely angry. After all, he was killed before. His physical body was destroyed. It was because of this ancient book. However, he had paid such a great price. But he couldn't get any benefits from the ancient book. If it was anyone else, they would probably be extremely depressed, right? Yuan Mo Kuan was naturally the same. Lin Feng looked at the book carefully and realized he couldn't open it. He tried to use his strength to open it, but nothing happened. Lin Feng tried to use his blood to open it, but nothing happened. Lin Feng tried to use his blood to open it, but nothing happened. Let me see, Fatso said. Lin Feng handed the ancient book to Fatso. After studying it, Fatso didn't find anything special, so he handed it to Little Donkey and then turned it around. Finally, it returned to Lin Feng's hands. Without exception, no one found anything special about this book. This made Lin Feng frown. But at this time, Lin Feng suddenly found that the Khanate 8 trigrams that he cultivated was automatically activated. This is... Lin Feng was surprised. He hurriedly activated the Khanate 8 trigrams mystique. And then infused the power of the Khanate 8 trigrams into the ancient book. Lin Feng tried to flip through the ancient book. This ancient book was actually opened by Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the 4 ancient words on the first page of the ancient book. He Tu and Luo Shu. After seeing these 4 words, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. There were many legends about the He Tu and the Luo Shu. Besides the legends, many ancient books also had records of the He Tu and the Luo Shu. For example, the Book of Changes said, the river comes out of the picture, the Luo Shu comes out of the book, and the sage follows. This sage was the ancestor of human culture, Fuxi. Legend had it that during Fuxi's time, a dragon horse appeared from the Yellow River, carrying the river map. A mystical turtle appeared from the Luo River, carrying the Book of Luo. Fuxi drew the 8 trigrams based on the map and the book. Later, Qingwen of Zhou studied the Fuxi 8 trigrams and the 64 hexagrams, and wrote their respective hexagrams. The Book of Xianxia Gumming said, Great Jade, Barren Jade, Heavenly Sphere, and the river map in the east. The Analects of Confucius said, if the phoenix does not come, the river does not come out of the picture, I am already a man. The Guanzi Shaochen said, the people of the past were ordered by the dragon turtle, the river came out of the picture, the Luo Shu came out of the book, and the earth came out of the yellow. Therefore, the He Tu and the Luo Shu had a long history in the world of cultivators. The He Tu and the Luo Shu were too mysterious, and many secrets were recorded in it. For example, the ancient maps recorded in it. Fuxi's 8 trigrams were comprehended from it, and it was said that he had only comprehended a small part. There were still many contents that had not been comprehended. A small part of it had created the 8 trigrams. What would happen if he comprehended all of it? If anyone could comprehend all of the He Tu and the Luo Shu, that would be heaven-defying. Lin Feng looked at the ancient book in surprise. It was a treasure, although it might not be the original work. It was said that the original work was imprinted on the stone tablet. But this rubbing gave Lin Feng a feeling that it was full of great Tao. As long as he comprehended it, he would benefit immensely. Fatso and the others saw Lin Feng's shocked expression. They also stretched their necks to look at the He Tu and the Luo Shu in Lin Feng's hands. When they saw the words He Tu and the Luo Shu, they were all moved. As cultivators who had not heard of the He Tu and the Luo Shu, even children of a few years old had heard of the famous He Tu and the Luo Shu. He Tu and Luo Shu. Over the long years, they had been filled with many mythical stories. It was no wonder that the primordial demon Kuan had not hesitated to offend the immortal emperors and kill them for their treasures. It was mainly because the He Tu and the Luo Shu had great implications. Nobody could remain calm in front of the He Tu and the Book of Luo. Even Lin Feng couldn't control his emotions when he saw the He Tu and the Book of Luo. Not to mention the others. We're rich. This book definitely hides countless secrets. Little Donkey exclaimed. Lin Feng nodded and opened He Tu and Luo Shu. Then, he saw that there were all kinds of pictures on He Tu and Luo Shu. But there were no words. This is because it was rumored that the He Tu and the Luo Shu were naturally evolved from the great Tao of the order of heaven and earth. There were only pictures and no words. Lin Feng saw a few pictures. Those pictures looked a bit like the 8 trigrams. He took a closer look. It wasn't the 8 trigrams. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Fuxi had seen these pictures and comprehended the innate 8 trigrams? He thought about it carefully. There was really such a possibility. The He Tu and the inscription of the Luo was too mysterious. It required a lot of time and energy to study it. It wasn't suitable for Lin Feng to study it now. It wouldn't be too late to study it when he had time. Lin Gongzi, can I imprint the contents of the He Tu and the inscription of the Luo? Master Jiawu looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded and said. Of course. Master Jiawu didn't expect Lin Feng to agree so readily. He quickly thanked him and took out a jade tube. He wanted to imprint the contents of the He Tu and the inscription of the Luo into the jade tube. However, just as he imprinted the first picture, the jade tube shattered. After seeing this, Master Jiawu's expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng said, the He Tu and the inscription of the Luo is too extraordinary. It's very difficult to imprint the contents of the He Tu and the inscription of the Luo. Master Jiawu nodded with a gloomy face. Lin Feng said, how about this? Look through it and memorize the contents in your mind. Lin Feng handed the He Tu and the inscription of the Luo to Master Jiawu. Master Jiawu tried to memorize the various pictures in the He Tu and the inscription of the Luo. Soon, he flipped through it. Then, he memorized all the contents in his mind. He returned the He Tu and the inscription of the Luo to Lin Feng. Wait. Suddenly, Master Jiawu spoke. His expression became extremely ugly. Lin Feng and the others were puzzled. They didn't know what was going on. What the hell are you up to now? Fatso said angrily. Master Jiawu said with a gloomy face, I've forgotten all the contents I just memorized. What? You've forgotten all the contents you just memorized? Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? If the contents of the He Tu and the inscription of the Luo couldn't be imprinted in the jade tube, it would be easier to accept. After all, similar things happened all the time. It wasn't just treasures like the He Tu and the inscription of the Luo. The contents of many ancient books with extraordinary origins might involve some order, law, Tao, and so on. There was no way to imprint them. However, the contents in one's mind already belonged to one's own. Why would he forget it in the blink of an eye? It was really strange, Lin Feng said. It seems that we've underestimated the He Tu and the inscription of the Luo. Indeed, the only explanation now was that the He Tu and the inscription of the Luo didn't allow others to remember the contents. Therefore, that was why Master Jia had forgotten the content after remembering it. It was no wonder that after so many years, the He Tu and the inscription of the Luo had always been a legend. However, no pictures had been passed down. It turned out that it was because one would forget it after seeing it. It seems that this fake Taoist priest is not fated with the He Tu and the inscription of the Luo. Little Donkey gloated. Master Jiawu glanced at Little Donkey from the corner of his eyes. He wished he could slap Little Donkey. His mouth was too mean. Wasn't he sprinkling salt on the wound? Master Jiawu was very depressed now, but he could only sigh. He couldn't possibly snatch the He Tu and the inscription of the Luo. Master Jiawu actually knew his own limits. Although his methods were extremely extraordinary, Master Jiawu knew that no matter how extraordinary his methods were, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage from Lin Feng. Therefore, forget it. Lin Feng looked at Yuan Mo Kuan and said, you can recover in this scroll painting for the time being. When you're almost recovered, I'll help you condense a flesh and blood body. Thank you, young master. Yuan Mo Kuan hurriedly thanked Lin Feng. Lin Feng and the others then left the scroll painting. Now, the matter of the scroll painting was finally resolved smoothly. Next, it was the matter of going to the Yellow Heaven's secret realm. He didn't know where Shui Yingru and the others were now. He had to find Shui Yingru and the others first before he could search for the Yellow Heaven's secret realm. After all, the other half of the map was in Shui Yingru's hands. Lin Feng and the others planned to rest in the Three Immortal Cave abode for a few days before leaving. Recently, they had been quite tired, so it was a good time to recuperate. Lin Feng carefully understood the origin of the Three Immortal Cave abode. The Three Immortal Cave abode was not simple. It was said that it was the place where the Supreme Primordial Heavenly Lord of the Jade Pure Sacred Realm, the Heavenly Lord of Jade Chen Dao Lord of the Shangqing True Realm, and the Primordial Chaos Sex Grand Supreme Elderly Lord of the Myriad Sex, the Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Dao Lord once cultivated. The place where the three pure ones cultivated was naturally extraordinary. After hearing the origin of the Three Immortal Cave abode, Lin Feng's mind became active. He felt that perhaps he could comprehend it here. He wanted to see if he could comprehend some useful divine powers, immortal sutras, or Tao. Lin Feng's divine powers that were most related to the three pure ones was the one spirit into three pure ones. This was a heaven-defying divine powers. In countless battles, Lin Feng had used this divine powers. This divine powers had too many applications. Although this was not Lin Feng's most powerful divine powers, it was even more important than some top-notch offensive divine powers. The other orthodoxies of the three pure ones were also very powerful, enough to make countless cultivators go crazy. Lin Feng was also very interested. After knowing how extraordinary the three immortal cave abode was, he naturally had to comprehend it. Lin Feng told Master Jie that they wanted to cultivate here for a while. Master Jie naturally had no objections. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others entered the deepest part of the three immortal cave abode. The deepest part of the three immortal cave abode was extremely huge. The three cave abodes were connected. After arriving here, one could feel the powerful Tao runes emitted from here. Lin Feng and the others were scattered everywhere to cultivate. Even little donkey sat cross-legged and carefully comprehended the Tao here. Time passed quickly. After about a month, Lin Feng finally had an epiphany. He had comprehended an immortal sutra called the Shang Pure True Realm Immortal Sutra. It was an immortal sutra created by the Shang Pure True Realm Tao Lord Numinous Treasure. As one of the three pure ones, Numinous Treasure's deeds had always been relatively rare in the cultivation world. Everyone was more familiar with the primordial Heavenly Lord and Grand Supreme Elder. However, one should not underestimate Numinous Treasure just because they were not familiar with him. Numinous Treasure was also known as the Shang Pure Great Emperor, Grand Supreme Tao Lord, 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 Grand Supreme Tao Lord Yuchen, Grand Supreme Tao Lord Yuchen, and so on. His full name was One Chi into Three Pure One Shang Pure True Realm Tao Lord Numinous Treasure. He was born from the great Tao Crimson Chaos Taiwu origin Xianhuang Qi. Numinous Treasure resided in the Xuandu Seven Treasures Emperor Star Palace and Yuyu Heavenly Palace. He was the second great heavenly lord of the three pure ones. In the Taoist temple of the Three Pure Palace, his statue was located to the left of the primordial heavenly lord. Most of them were holding a Rui scepter or Taiji. The title of Heavenly Lord Numinous Treasure was the most widespread. Then why was this title so widespread? In fact, it was because this person had too many Dharma treasures. Look at the primordial Heavenly Lord and Grand Supreme Elder. They might only have a few powerful Dharma treasures, but Numinous Treasure was different. He might be able to take out more than 10 or even dozens of powerful Dharma treasures. Among them, the famous Dharma treasures included the Golden Jade Rui, Heaven-Reaching Pagoda, Immortal Slaying Sword, and other Dharma treasures. These Dharma treasures were all very famous. Of course, the most famous Dharma treasures should be the Immortal Vanquishing Sword, Immortal Culling Sword, Immortal Trapping Sword, and Immortal Ending Sword. This was a set of combined Dharma treasures. When combined, their power would increase by dozens or hundreds of times. However, even if they were used separately, they could still be considered heaven-defying. In addition, there was also the Immortal Vanquishing Array that could be used together with the four great swords. In terms of prestige, among the three pure ones, this Numinous Treasure might not be ranked at the top, but in terms of combat power, the other two might not be a match for the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure. The Dharma treasures, mystical abilities, immortal sutras, and other things that the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure had mastered were all top-notch. Therefore, it was definitely a great opportunity for Lin Feng to obtain the Immortal Sutra inheritance of the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure. Lin Feng was also extremely happy. After obtaining the Shangqing True Realm Immortal Sutra, Lin Feng continued to comprehend the Great Tao to see if he could obtain the mystical abilities or immortal sutras left behind by the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and Grand Supreme Elder. Unfortunately, during the subsequent cultivation process, Lin Feng found it difficult to enter a meditative state. It seemed that he was not fated with this place. This made Lin Feng feel a little regretful. He had no choice but to leave seclusion. After waiting for more than a month, the rest of the people came out of seclusion one after another. Everyone had a satisfied expression on their faces. It seemed that everyone had gained a lot. Seeing that everyone had an epiphany, Lin Feng was also happy for everyone. Lin Feng and the others did not continue to stay here. The few of them bid farewell to Master Jia. They casually left the Three Immortal Island. More than a month later, they arrived at a cultivator gathering area overseas. After arriving here, they received a shocking piece of news. It was said that the Heavenly Court's Crown Prince, Limitless Heaven, personally led 500,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. He joined forces with a powerhouse from the family that surpassed the realm. They surrounded Xianxia Immortal Venerable. An extremely tragic battle broke out between the two sides. Out of the 500,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, more than 200,000 people were lost. But they still did not manage to kill Xianxia Immortal Venerable. Xianxia Immortal Venerable was injured and left. After hearing this news, Lin Feng was very surprised. This Xianxia Immortal Venerable was really powerful. She alone fought against a huge army of cultivators, and there were even powerhouses that surpassed the realm in the army, but they still failed to take her down. Her mystical abilities had probably reached an unfathomable level. Right now, the people of the Heavenly Court were searching for the members of the Dong family. They probably wanted to use the members of the Dong family to threaten Xianxia Immortal Venerable. However, the Dong family had long been emptied. No one knew where Xianxia Immortal Venerable had moved them to. A force like the Dong family was just a small force in the boundless heaven realm. If it weren't for Xianxia Immortal Venerable, no one would pay attention to such a small force. The outside world didn't know much about the Dong family. This family was too low-key. Such a family didn't have a special bloodline. They wanted to live in anonymity. It was too easy. It was difficult to find them. Therefore, the plan of the Heavenly Court to find the members of the Dong family and use them to threaten Xianxia Immortal Venerable failed. However, the other party was still looking for the whereabouts of Xianxia Immortal Venerable. After all, Xianxia Immortal Venerable was injured, and this was the time when she was at her weakest. It was also a great opportunity to kill Xianxia Immortal Venerable. If they missed this opportunity, it wouldn't be so easy to find another opportunity to kill Xianxia Immortal Venerable. Lin Feng and the others temporarily stayed in this cultivator gathering area and didn't leave. They were waiting for Shui Yingru and the others to arrive. Presumably, this woman had a way to find them. As for Lin Feng, he was conflicted about something. Didn't he obtain 2 ancestor dragon pills from the Dragon King? Xiaolong had consumed one, and now there was still 1 ancestor dragon pill. Lin Feng pondered. Should he consume this ancestor dragon pill, because this pill was for the dragon race? Lin Feng wasn't a dragon race cultivator, and he was worried that there would be some problems if he consumed the ancestor dragon pill. But Lin Feng cultivated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Therefore, Lin Feng was more or less related to the dragon race. In the end, Lin Feng still decided to consume this ancestor dragon pill to see how effective it was. Lin Feng swallowed this ancestor dragon pill and then began to cultivate the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. The powerful medicinal power was quickly broken down, and Lin Feng began to try to absorb the medicinal power of the ancestor dragon pill. But at this moment, something terrifying happened. The energy that was broken down by the ancestor dragon pill became extremely violent. It seemed like it wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's situation was very bad. At the critical moment, Lin Feng's immemorial dragonesque elephant art played a huge role. The immemorial dragonesque elephant art was circulating at an unprecedented speed. With the rapid circulation of the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, the violent medicinal power of the ancestor dragon pill was suppressed by the power of the immemorial dragonesque elephant and gradually calmed down. The medicinal power of the ancestor dragon pill was finally completely absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's realm broke through from the 4th level of the Immortal Sage realm to the 6th level of the Immortal Sage realm. Breaking through 2 levels in a row made Lin Feng's mood extremely wonderful. However, Lin Feng did not come out of seclusion. Because he discovered that after the immemorial dragonesque elephant art suppressed the violent medicinal power of the ancestor dragon pill in his body, he actually had an epiphany. Lin Feng's immemorial dragonesque elephant art had been cultivated to the 5th level very early on. Later on, Lin Feng obtained the last 4 levels of the cultivation method. However, Lin Feng had not successfully cultivated the sixth level of the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. This epiphany. It was related to the sixth level of the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. The dragonesque elephant race. It was a race that was born with the luck of heaven and earth. The supreme dragonesque elephant was an existence that shocked the ages. The immemorial dragonesque elephant art that he created was indeed extraordinary. For example, Lin Feng's dragonesque elephant arm was a powerful ability that he obtained when cultivating the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Every time the immemorial dragonesque elephant art was cultivated to a higher level, he would always obtain some more powerful abilities. Other than the dragonesque elephant arm, there was also the dragonesque elephant body and other abilities. These abilities were all abnormally terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng was also looking forward to cultivating the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to the sixth level. Let's see what kind of abilities he could obtain at that time. Once a cultivator had an epiphany, it would have a huge effect on their cultivation. For example, Lin Feng's epiphany this time. This made it very easy for him to successfully cultivate the sixth layer of the archaic dragonesque elephant art. After Lin Feng's archaic dragonesque elephant art was cultivated to the sixth layer, he had indeed obtained an extremely terrifying ability. Dragon Elephant Critical Strike, a type of passive sacred art. Explain what a passive sacred art is. An active sacred art is a sacred art that a cultivator takes the initiative to cast. For example, the power of the six paths of reincarnation, the human king fist, and so on needs to be released. This is an active sacred art. A passive sacred art does not need to be actively cast. When casting other sacred arts, the passive sacred art has a certain probability of being activated. This probability may be 10%, 20%, or 30%. The Dragon Elephant Critical Strike was such a sacred art. As a passive sacred art, the Dragon Elephant Critical Strike could not be actively cast. When casting other sacred arts, the Dragon Elephant Critical Strike had a 10% chance of being released. Then, what was the use of the Dragon Elephant Critical Strike, from a literal point of view? Critical, it meant erupting, exploding. Critical, it meant hitting. Critical strike meant that when you release a sacred art to cause damage to the enemy, the degree of damage received by the enemy would increase greatly. The entry level of the Dragon Elephant Critical Strike had a 10% chance of causing twice the damage to the injured cultivator. After seeing the effect of the Dragon Elephant Critical Strike, Lin Feng felt that his breathing had become rapid. *CK, this sacred art was awesome. In other words, when Lin Feng used the 7 times Dragon Elephant arm on the enemy, he had a 10% chance of causing twice the damage to the enemy. Twice the damage, that was equivalent to 14 times the power of the Dragon Elephant arm. When using the human king fist, there was also a chance of causing twice the damage to others. It was the same when casting other sacred arts. And this was a passive skill. In other words, every time Lin Feng used a sacred art, there was a chance of causing critical damage to others. This divine ability was simply too awesome. It was even more awesome than Lin Feng's 8-9 mysterious art. Lin Feng's 8-9 mysterious art could increase his combat power. In theory, it could even increase his combat power by 33 times. However, the side effects of the 8-9 mysterious art were too serious. Lin Feng couldn't bear it, so he didn't dare to use it. If he couldn't solve the side effects of the 8-9 mysterious art, perhaps Lin Feng would try to use this magical power when he fought with the imperial ruler of the mastermind world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any ideas about the 8-9 mysterious art. However, the Dragon Elephant Critical Strike was different. Every time he made a move, Lin Feng's attacks were already very powerful, so if he could deal critical damage to the enemy, he would be able to deal critical damage. In that case, how terrifying would Lin Feng's damage be to the enemy? Think about it, everyone was extremely excited. Furthermore, don't forget one extremely important thing. And that was, the current Dragon Elephant Critical Strike. He was at the entry stage. After that, there should be 4 more stages: small success stage, large success stage, perfection stage, and great perfection stage. Of course, after the great perfection stage, in theory, it was still possible to continue to level up. However, it was too difficult to level up. Lin Feng's other abilities were also unable to level up. Perhaps it was because his realm was not high enough. Perhaps after he broke through and surpassed the realm, he would be able to further level up these abilities and immortal scriptures on the basis of the Great Perfection stage. If he followed the theory of evolution. As the Dragon Elephant Critical Strike continued to evolve, its power would also continue to increase. Furthermore, every time Lin Feng attacked, the probability of activating the passive ability, Dragon Elephant Critical Strike, should also continue to increase. So, 10% success rate. Double damage. These should only be the basics. As the Dragon Elephant Critical Strike continued to increase, for example, the Dragon Elephant Critical Strike had reached the small success stage. Would the success rate of the Dragon Elephant Critical Strike increase again? Would the damage of the Dragon Elephant Critical Strike increase again? The answer was yes. Some of the hidden abilities of the Dragon Elephant Critical Strike were what made Lin Feng the most excited. The initial ability was already so extraordinary. If he completed the advancement, then the power would definitely be even more astonishing. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect the 6th stage of the archaic dragonesque elephant art to be so awesome. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Obtaining the sacred art, Dragon Elephant Critical Strike, was too important to him. The value of this sacred art even far exceeded the value of many immortal scriptures. Lin Feng immediately sighed with emotion. Supreme Dragon Elephant is indeed an outstanding person. Previously, he had followed the descendants of Supreme Dragon Elephant to explore the place where Supreme Dragon Elephant passed away, but they didn't find his corpse, so it was hard to say whether Supreme Dragon Elephant was really dead or not. Even his clansmen didn't know whether Supreme Dragon Elephant was dead or not. After all, if he was alive, they had to see him. If he was dead, they had to see his corpse. If Supreme Dragon Elephant was still alive, that would be even better. After all, Supreme Dragon Elephant was his ancestor Ji Zishu's in-name disciple. If Supreme Dragon Elephant was really alive, then it would definitely be a huge help to him in the future. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he inquired about some recent news. It was a few days ago. Xianxia Immortal Sr. was found by those people from the Heavenly Court. Xianxia Immortal Sr. was once again besieged by the cultivators of the Heavenly Court. This time, Xianxia Immortal Sr.'s injuries were even more serious. She even destroyed one of her avatars. It said that an expert with a strong foundation came from the Golden-Eyed Ancient God clan. He's an expert that's infinitely close to surpassing the realm. He's probably capable of surpassing the realm. Together with the cultivators from the Celestial Court, including the Celestial Court's Transcendence Realm expert and the Everlasting Heaven, they had 3 Transcendence Realm experts on their side. In addition, the Everlasting Heaven had more than 200,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals. The battle was extremely fierce. If it wasn't for the powerful avatar, Xianxia Immortal Venerable would have been captured by these people. Zhuge Xiaoxiao said. Her tone wasn't very good. As a woman, she naturally sympathized with Xianxia Immortal Sr. Moreover, this time, the Heavenly Court had sent out a huge army. It was indeed a little shameless to deal with Xianxia Immortal Sr. alone. Zhuge Xiaoxiao naturally didn't have a good impression of the Heavenly Court. With Xianxia Immortal Sr.'s strength, it wouldn't be easy for them to find her if she left the overseas world earlier. However, she still hasn't left the overseas world. I wonder why. Fatso voiced his doubts. Little Donkey said, perhaps there's something important that's preventing her from leaving. That was indeed a possibility. 3 days later, Shui Yingru and the others arrived. When she saw Lin Feng's group, her expression turned ugly. Her temper wasn't very good, and she was the same type as Zhuge Xiaoxiao. Shui Yingru said angrily, you guys sure know how to run. You actually ran to the overseas world. Couldn't you have waited in the inland world? Lin Feng said, we went out to sea to do some things. Sorry for the delay. I'm really sorry. Seeing Lin Feng's sincere attitude, Shui Yingru didn't say anything else. After all, one wouldn't slap a smiling face. She had a grudge with Zhuge Xiaoxiao, but she didn't have any grudges with Lin Feng. Although she didn't know how strong Lin Feng was, she knew that even she wouldn't be a match for him. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to. Therefore, she didn't want to offend Lin Feng. Shui Yingru said, "Let's rest for a few days, then we'll think about searching for the Yellow Sky secret realm." "No problem," Lin Feng and the others said. At night, Lin Feng and the others held a welcoming dinner for Shui Yingru and the others. When they returned to their residence after dinner, a large number of cultivator armies flew over from afar. Because the cultivator gathering area was very lively at night, many people were alarmed. These cultivator armies were the Heavenly Quartz cultivator armies. The cultivator armies had sealed off the island. Lin Feng saw the everlasting heaven from afar. The Heavenly Quartz cultivator armies have sealed off the island. Could the Baixia Immortal Venerable have come to this cultivator gathering area? Feng Si said in shock. Lin Feng nodded. That's indeed possible. Xia Donghuang said, no matter how powerful the Heavenly Court is, it doesn't extend its reach to the overseas cultivators. The overseas cultivator gathering area isn't under the Heavenly Court's jurisdiction. Now that he's sealed off the island, he's really looking down on the overseas cultivators. Lin Feng said, the everlasting heaven calls himself the Crown Prince. He's the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Court, not the Heavenly Court. Isn't the overseas cultivator the Heavenly Court's Crown Prince? Little Donkey curled his lips and said, you're lying to yourself. Lin Feng and the others went back to rest. The Heavenly Court's people didn't search the island with great fanfare. First, the island was too big. The cultivator gathering area only occupied a portion of the island. There were also many places on the island that were deep in the mountains and forests. It was just a simple search of the island. There wasn't much point to it. However, the Heavenly Court's cultivators weren't completely unprepared. They had brought some specially made universal mirrors. These were universal mirrors forged by the Heavenly Court. They could see through the heavens and were extremely extraordinary. The Heavenly Court's people took out more than 20 universal mirrors. These universal mirrors floated above the island and began searching for the whereabouts of the Blue Cloud Immortal Venerate. However, they didn't expect to find Lin Feng and the others before finding the Blue Cloud Immortal Venerate. The Everlasting Heavens people were slightly stunned when they saw Lin Feng and the others appear in the universal mirrors. Lin Feng's enmity with the Heavenly Court went without saying. As for his enmity with the Golden-Eyed Ancient God clan, Little Donkey had already tortured the Golden-Eyed Ancient God clan's cultivators. The Golden-Eyed Ancient God clan had not forgotten about this grudge. How interesting. We didn't find the cat, but the dog? The Everlasting Heaven's lips curled into a sinister smile. Clearly, the cat he was referring to was the Blue Cloud Immortal Venerate. As for the dog, he was referring to Lin Feng and the others. There were two great experts by the Everlasting Heaven's side. The expert from his clan was a figure from the Absolute Beginning era. Later on, when his clan submitted to the imperial family of the world behind the scenes, this person and Emperor Huang Xingtian used the opportunities they obtained from the imperial family of the world behind the scenes to break through to the Transcendence realm. Therefore, the clan behind the Everlasting Heaven. Actually, there were two Transcendence realm experts. This was something the other Heavenly Human clan and Immortal clan clans couldn't compare to. This Transcendence realm expert was called Silent Magic. His cultivation base was exceedingly high. He was definitely extremely powerful. The other expert was called Jin Xinglu. This person was a hidden expert of the Golden-Eyed Ancient God clan. Three great experts. Leading a large army of cultivators, they quickly charged toward the place where Lin Feng and the others were. F***CK. Did they discover us? Little Donkey couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly, then nodded and said, they should have discovered us. Being discovered by the other party was an extremely troublesome matter. After all, the other party was equivalent to 3 Transcendence Realm experts. There were also more than 200,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. If they were surrounded and attacked, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. However, Lin Feng didn't intend to fight to the death with these people. He took out the Gate of Heart. Lin Feng planned to use the Gate of Heart to leave this place. Just as Lin Feng took out the Gate of Heart, a woman flew out from their courtyard. She was wearing a fiery red dress. She was tall. Her face was beautiful. However, her face was somewhat pale. It's the Emerald Dawn Immortal Sovereign. Little Donkey exclaimed in shock. Fatso said, "The Emerald Dawn Immortal Sovereign is so beautiful." Zhuge Xiaoxiao slapped Fatso on the head. Fatso grimaced in pain. "Can you be a little more mature?" Zhuge Xiaoxiao glared at Fatso. Fatso didn't dare to say anything. In front of his sister, he had always been more honest. However, Fatso muttered in his heart, "But, she's really beautiful." In Lin Feng's eyes, the Emerald Dawn Immortal Sovereign was indeed very beautiful. However, her current situation wasn't very good. After all, she was injured. After seeing the Emerald Dawn Immortal Sovereign, Wu Jitian and the others couldn't help but be slightly stunned. They were here to deal with Lin Feng and the others, but the Emerald Dawn Immortal Sovereign ran out at this time. It seemed that these people were hiding next to each other. So, the Emerald Dawn Immortal Sovereign misunderstood, no matter what. It was good that they found the Emerald Dawn Immortal Sovereign. As for Lin Feng, ignore him for the time being. After dealing with the Emerald Dawn Immortal Sovereign, it wouldn't be too late to deal with Lin Feng. Hopefully, this guy wouldn't run away at this time. "Attack," Wu Jitian shouted coldly. 3 experts. More than 200,000 cultivators. They once again surrounded and attacked the Emerald Dawn Immortal Sovereign. This time, the Emerald Dawn Immortal Sovereign is probably dead for sure. In the outer region, countless people were watching the battle and sighing. So what if the Emerald Dawn Immortal Sovereign's individual combat strength was strong? The other party had too many people. They fought several times in a row. Her injuries were so serious. This time, it was indeed very dangerous. What should we do? Little Donkey looked at Lin Feng. "I am the embodiment of justice. I want to save the Emerald Dawn Immortal Sovereign." Fatso shouted. Seeing how beautiful the Emerald Dawn Immortal Sovereign was, this guy's sense of justice was overflowing. "If you go, I guarantee that you will die without leaving a trace," Zhuge Xiaoxiao said without hesitation. Fatso was a little depressed, but Zhuge Xiaoxiao was right. The power of the Heavenly Court was too strong. Lin Feng said, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You want to make a move?" Everyone looked at Lin Feng. "Didn't we get a lot of immortal-eating mosquitoes before? We can use them to deal with the Heavenly Court's cultivator army. Once the Heavenly Court's cultivator army suffers heavy casualties, it won't be easy for Wu Jitian and the others to keep the Emerald Dawn Immortal Sovereign," Lin Feng said with a smile. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, then, they revealed a gloating expression. Lin Feng and the others took out the spatial porcelain bottles containing the immortal devouring mosquitoes. These porcelain bottles were all gathered in Lin Feng's hands. Then, Lin Feng used the Tao of Space to send these porcelain bottles to the army. This was naturally not a difficult task for Lin Feng. Under the control of Lin Feng's will, the porcelain bottles directly cracked open one by one. Then, within the porcelain bottles, a dense swarm of immortal devouring mosquitoes suddenly flew out. Previously, when Lin Feng used the 9 heavenly flames to burn the immortal devouring mosquitoes, many immortal devouring mosquitoes could even resist for a long time under the burning of the 9 heavenly flames. From this, it could be seen how powerful these immortal devouring mosquitoes were. It was very difficult to kill the immortal devouring mosquitoes. Wherever the immortal devouring mosquitoes passed, it would definitely cause a storm of blood. For example, when the dense swarm of immortal devouring mosquitoes flew out, these mosquitoes quickly flew towards the Heavenly Court cultivators. Previously, Fatso was bitten by the immortal devouring mosquitoes, and then Fatso fell to the ground poisoned. From this, it could be seen how fierce the immortal devouring mosquitoes' toxicity was. Although the Heavenly Court cultivator army was very strong, there was still a certain gap between them and Fatso. Even Fatso could not withstand the attack of the immortal devouring mosquitoes, let alone the Heavenly Court cultivator army. The sudden appearance of the immortal devouring mosquitoes naturally attracted the attention of the Heavenly Court cultivator army. It was just that there were too few people who recognized the immortal devouring mosquitoes. No one recognized the immortal devouring mosquitoes. Many of the Heavenly Court cultivator army began to drive away the immortal devouring mosquitoes. But there was no effect. Then, many of the Heavenly Court cultivator army used other methods to deal with the immortal devouring mosquitoes. For example, they used divine abilities, flames, and other methods to deal with the immortal devouring mosquitoes. It was not that there was no effect. But the effect was not particularly great. Many immortal devouring mosquitoes flew in front of the Heavenly Court Cultivator army, and then their poisonous stingers pierced into the skin of the Heavenly Court Cultivator army. The poison immediately entered the Heavenly Court Cultivator army's body. One by one, the Heavenly Court Cultivator army was poisoned. Their bodies quickly fell down. After they were poisoned, they basically had no strength to resist. Some people took antidote pills, but it was still useless. A large number of the Heavenly Court Cultivator army were poisoned to death. What's going on? The spectators were startled. They thought that Blue Sky Venerable would die today. But now, such an unforeseen event had occurred. That kind of mosquito. Wasn't this too terrifying? It's the legendary immortal-eating mosquito. At this moment, an old man said. What? This mosquito is the immortal devouring mosquito? Many people cried out in alarm. Perhaps there were very few cultivators who had seen the immortal devouring mosquito. However, he had heard of the immortal devouring mosquitoes. However, there were many of them. Everyone knew how terrifying the immortal devouring mosquito was. It should be one of the most terrifying mosquito swarms in the myriad worlds. It had always only existed in legends. But now, however, it appeared in reality. And the strength of this immortal devouring mosquito was indeed shocking. An immortal eating mosquito is flying out. Many cultivators said in a panic. Because they saw some immortal devouring mosquitoes flying out. Although there weren't many of them, it was enough to make many people fearful. These immortal devouring mosquitoes were truly too terrifying. It was too difficult to remain calm in the face of these mosquitoes. However, even more immortal devouring mosquitoes continued to wantonly devour the blood of the Heavenly Court's cultivator army. To the immortal devouring mosquitoes, the blood of these powerful cultivators was the most delicious food. A large number of cultivators died tragically. Limitless Heaven and the others naturally saw the situation as well. Their expressions immediately turned gloomy. Limitless Heaven and the others weren't fools. They knew that someone must be secretly helping Blue Sky Venerable. Whoever dares to help Blue Sky Venerable is an enemy of the Heavenly Court. Limitless Heaven roared in exasperation. This time, he was very confident in capturing Blue Sky Venerable. But now, there was an unforeseen event. The situation might be out of his control. This was something he couldn't accept. Hee, who are you trying to scare? Little Donkey shouted disdainfully. Limitless Heaven and the others looked in the direction of the voice. They saw Lin Feng and the others. Everyone's grudge. It was already out in the open. So there was no need to hide it at all. You all ruined my plans. You deserve to die. Limitless Heaven roared in anger. Just as his voice fell, the Heavenly Court's cultivators' Dharma treasures flew towards them uncontrollably. Many Heavenly Court's cultivators couldn't dodge in time and were directly killed by their Dharma treasures. Many Heavenly Court's cultivators were injured by their Dharma treasures. Limitless Heaven and a few other top experts were also attacked by their Dharma treasures. But they were strong. It was easy for them to control their Dharma treasures and not be injured. Army Mantra. Limitless Heaven gritted his teeth and quickly put away his Dharma treasures, afraid of being attacked by the Army Mantra. The other cultivators also put away their Dharma treasures. At this moment, the Heavenly Court's encirclement of Blue Sky Venerable was full of flaws. An expert like Blue Sky Venerable was best at seizing all kinds of opportunities. This was a great opportunity to escape. How could Blue Sky Venerable not know? So Blue Sky Venerable didn't stop and quickly flew outside. In the blink of an eye, Blue Sky Venerable rushed out of the encirclement. Blue Sky Venerable took a deep look at Lin Feng. Then, he shuttled through the void and left. Lin Feng, even if I kill you thousands of times, it won't be enough to vent the hatred in my heart. Limitless Heaven roared angrily. Limitless Heaven led a large number of experts and charged towards Lin Feng and the others. Limitless Heaven, if you don't have the Heavenly Court's support, to be honest, who do you think you are? You don't even have the qualifications to carry Master Feng's shoes. Lin Feng looked at Limitless Heaven with a mocking gaze. Didn't you call yourself the Crown Prince? Weren't you high and mighty? Didn't you look down on others? I don't think anyone dares to humiliate you like this, right, today? Master Feng humiliated you like this, sure enough. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Limitless Heaven's entire face twisted slightly, and his eyes burst out with dense killing intent. Lin Feng, I will kill you. Limitless Heaven's voice was cold. Although the immortal devouring mosquitoes destroyed a large number of the Heavenly Quartz Cultivator army. But the Heavenly Quartz Cultivator army still had 170,000 to 90,000 people. Plus, there were 3 transcending realm experts. Even if Lin Feng summoned all the undead spirits in the Book of the Dead, he was still at a disadvantage. Under such circumstances, there was no need to continue fighting with the other party. Cultivators needed to know how to judge the situation and avoid disaster. Otherwise, they would definitely die miserably. Lin Feng activated the Gate of Mind. *Schwa, light flashed. Lin Feng and the others disappeared without a trace. When Lin Feng and the others reappeared, they were already 1,000,000 kilometers away. Lin Feng took out the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship, and the group boarded it. Zhuge Xiaoxiao said, let's study the map and see where the Yellow Heaven secret realm is. Shui Yingru nodded and took out a part of her map, while Zhuge Xiaoxiao took out a part of her map. The two's maps were put together. They formed a complete map. Everyone gathered around the map and carefully studied it. They immediately discovered that the location marked on the map was a place called Mount Yunwu. Is there such a place in the 5th layer of the Heavenly Realm? Lin Feng was puzzled. Previously, he had studied the map of the 5th layer of the Heavenly Realm. Many important places were marked. However, this Yunwu Mountain felt very unfamiliar to Lin Feng. He had heard of a place called Yunwu Mountain in the mortal domain, but the location marked on the map was not in the mortal domain. It was the geographical coordinates of the 5th layer of the Heavenly Realm. I've never heard of it, the others shook their heads. Even Feng Si was puzzled. Feng Si had grown up in the 5th layer of the Heavenly Realm. She was very familiar with the 5th layer of the Heavenly Realm, but even she did not know about Yunwu Mountain. This was too strange. At that moment, the Demon Lord transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. Yunwu Mountain has indeed disappeared. That area seems to have become a desert called Bright Moon Horizon. Bright Moon Horizon? It's actually that place? Lin Feng was flabbergasted. Bright Moon Horizon's name was a bit special, so it was easy to remember. When Lin Feng was studying the map of the 5th layer of the Heavenly Realm, he saw Bright Moon Horizon's desert and remembered it. The reason why the Bright Moon Horizon was so famous was because the Bright Moon Horizon was a very special place. It was said that at night, if you looked into the lake, you would be able to see a huge cliff, and a moon would slowly rise from the bottom of that cliff. Of course, these were all illusory images. However, because it was too strange, it attracted the attention of countless people. Many cultivators felt that there might be some shocking secret hidden behind the cliff and the moon. Thus, many cultivators went to Bright Moon Horizon every year to search. However, no one could find anything. This situation had been going on for countless years. Lin Feng said, this place is where Bright Moon Horizon is located. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Feng Si said, the phenomenon at the Bright Moon Horizon is very unique. So many people have gone there to search for the secret behind the phenomenon, yet they were unable to find anything. From the looks of it now, perhaps the phenomenon at the Bright Moon Horizon is related to the Yellow Heaven secret realm? Lin Feng nodded and said, that's indeed a possibility. Since they had confirmed the location of the Yellow Sky secret realm, the next step was simple. The Xianxia ancient city flew in the direction of Bright Moon Horizon. Bright Moon Horizon was an inland desert. Lin Feng and the others were still in the sea world. Thus, it would take some time for them to reach Bright Moon Horizon's location. Thus, Lin Feng and the others used this time to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Feng entered the space-time continuum. He studied the He-Tu and the Luo Shu for a while. This ancient book was too mysterious. Lin Feng was still in the process of coming into contact with it. Thus, he couldn't find anything useful from it. Next, Lin Feng spent some time cultivating the explosive dragon elephant attack. Just like that. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. The Xianxia ancient city ship finally arrived at Bright Moon Horizon. This desert was very huge. It stretched as far as the eye could see. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, it happened to be evening. They looked toward the desert. Just in time to see the phenomenon in the desert. A huge cliff appeared above the desert. It was about 100 miles long. A full moon slowly rose from behind the cliff. Silver moonlight sprinkled down on the 9 heavens. The moonlight and the afterglow of the setting sun intersected beautifully. It's like a place that only appears in dreams. Xianxia said. Such beauty doesn't seem to belong in the mortal world. Zhuge Xiaoxiao sighed. Feng Si also sighed and said, although this isn't the first time I've seen the beauty of bright moon horizon, I still feel shocked every time I see it. Women. They were interested in beautiful things. They would always have a special feeling. A beautiful place like bright moon horizon would naturally resonate with their inner world. Could the phenomenon of bright moon horizon be some hidden images from other places? Xia Donghuang said. Lin Feng nodded and said, that's also possible. Not long after, the sun had completely set, and the sky became dark. The moonlight fell, almost forming a Milky Way waterfall. What's that? Lin Feng pointed at the falling moonlight. Within the moonlight, there was a black shadow. Upon closer inspection, the black shadow resembled a human figure. Could it be a person? Fatso said. Zhuge Xiaoxiao frowned slightly and said, it really looks like a person. Everyone looked at Feng Si. Since Feng Si had been here before, she might have some understanding of the black shadow. Lin Feng asked, Si, when you came here before, did you see that figure? Feng Si shook her head and said, I didn't see it. Could it be that something happened recently? Little Donkey said. Lin Feng thought for a moment and moved his position. When he walked 5 or 6 meters away, he could no longer see the black shadow. However, when he returned, he could see the black shadow again. Lin Feng walked in several other directions. Every time he moved 5 or 6 meters away from everyone's position, he could no longer see the black shadow. Lin Feng followed this pattern and drew a circle on the ground. When they were standing in the middle of the circle, they could see the black shadow in the moonlight. Leaving the circle, they could no longer see it. The mountain forest was so huge, to discover such a strange thing at night, one had to walk into the circle Lin Feng drew. The circle had a radius of 5 or 6 meters. It wasn't big. He wanted to land right in the middle of the circle in the vast mountain forest. Naturally, it was a very difficult task. The probability of this happening was pitifully low. Lin Feng and the others had also accidentally stopped at this place. Only then did they see the black shadow in the moonlight. Lin Feng told everyone what he had discovered. Everyone's spirits couldn't help but tremble. Then, he followed Lin Feng's instructions. He observed the black shadow from different places. The expressions on everyone's faces were very interesting. Doesn't it feel magical? Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to use the word strange to describe it. What is the meaning behind this? Zhuge Xiaoxiao asked doubtfully. Could it be related to the yellow sky mystery realm? Take out the map and have a look. Perhaps it will give us a pleasant surprise. Lin Feng said. Hearing this, Zhuge Xiaoxiao and Xianxia quickly took out their maps and merged them together. Something shocking happened. When the maps were merged together, some of the landforms on the map changed. The place that originally indicated Mount Yunwu turned into a lake. That lake wasn't an ordinary lake, it was the moon of the horizon lake in front of Lin Feng and the others. A cliff appeared above the lake. A bright moon also appeared on the map. The cliff, the bright moon, and the lake formed a scene in reality. Then, Lin Feng and the others discovered that the map was emitting waves of fluctuations. These fluctuations weren't strong. However, these fluctuations had a special connection with the cliff, the moon, and the lake in the distance. Lin Feng and the others immediately showed joy on their faces. It seemed that the cliff and the moon that appeared in the lake were really related to the yellow sky mystery realm. Let's go and have a look. Lin Feng said and took the lead to fly toward the cliff and the moon in the distance. The others also soared into the sky and followed closely behind. Seeing Lin Feng and the others fly toward the cliff and the moon in the middle of the lake, many people looked as if they were used to it. Because Lin Feng and the others weren't the first group of cultivators to do so. At this moment, there were already several groups of cultivators flying toward the cliff and the moon in the middle of the lake, but they didn't find anything, so many people turned back. Soon, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the cliff where the moon was. Whether it was the cliff, the moon, or the moonlight, they were all illusory. There were also some cultivators standing around and pacing around. However, they couldn't find anything. After all, they were all illusory things, so they naturally couldn't discover anything. However, Lin Feng and the others were different because Lin Feng and the others had a map. After arriving here, a special energy surged out of the map and enveloped Lin Feng and the others. Then, Lin Feng and the others discovered that the cliff, moon, moonlight, and everything else in front of them were no longer illusory, but real. Lin Feng and the others even saw the mysterious existence floating in the moonlight. He was floating in the void. Like a god, like a demon, like an immortal, like a saint. His eyes were closed and he wasn't breathing, as if he was a corpse. However, when Lin Feng got closer, he realized that this existence wasn't a corpse, but a puppet. The methods of the person who forged this puppet were too terrifying. He actually forged this puppet to be so lifelike that it was almost no different from a real person. Whoosh, suddenly, the puppet opened its eyes and looked at Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others were shocked, but they weren't ordinary people. Although they were shocked, they quickly calmed down. "Who's here?" The puppet suddenly spoke. It was indeed a brilliant puppet technique. It could actually speak human language. Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. In fact, Lin Feng also mastered the forging method of the top puppet technique. Previously, he had obtained the forging method, but he didn't find the materials to forge a puppet. Therefore, Lin Feng hadn't forged a puppet yet. At this moment, Zhuge Xiaoxiao said, "We're here with the tokens." The tokens that Zhuge Xiaoxiao was talking about were naturally the two maps. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuge Xiaoxiao and Shui Yingru showed the maps to the puppet. The puppet looked at the maps in their hands. Then, it nodded and said, "There's no problem with the tokens. I'll send you into the Yellow Heaven secret realm now." After hearing the puppet's words, everyone was pleasantly surprised. They were finally going to enter the Yellow Heaven secret realm. Everyone was extremely nervous. They didn't know what kind of opportunities there were in the Yellow Heaven secret realm. Everyone was looking forward to the Yellow Heaven secret realm. The puppet began to chant an incantation. After its incantation, a special kind of energy surged out of it. That special energy enveloped Lin Feng and the others. Whoosh! In the next moment, there was a flash of light. Lin Feng and the others disappeared without a trace. Eh? How did those people disappear? Some of the surrounding cultivators were shocked. Because of the order laws, although they could see Lin Feng and the others, they couldn't see the puppet. But now, Lin Feng and the others had disappeared right under their noses. It was indeed very shocking. They couldn't have obtained some kind of opportunity here, right? That's why they disappeared. A cultivator said. After hearing this cultivator's words, many people couldn't help but be shocked. For countless years, many people had been looking for opportunities in this place, but they hadn't found any clues. However, Lin Feng and the others had suddenly disappeared when they came here. It was easy for people to think that Lin Feng and the others might have obtained some kind of opportunity here. Hurry up and look around. Maybe we can find the opportunity here too. A cultivator said anxiously. Then, a group of people quickly searched the place. The cultivators outside the lake who were watching the show also saw the situation here. Those cultivators who were watching the show were also extremely shocked. They also quickly flew over. At this time, Lin Feng and the others had already appeared in another place. The place where they appeared was filled with white fog. The fog here was very thick. The visibility was only about 1 or 2 meters. Moreover, this place suppressed the senses of one's divine sense. This was really too scary. In a place like this, it was extremely dangerous for one's divine sense to be unable to sense the surroundings. Who knew what kind of terrifying thing would happen? Therefore, they had to be careful. Lin Feng and the others chose a direction and walked all the way into the depths. After walking for about an hour, Lin Feng suddenly heard a strange sound. That sound seemed to be the sound of breathing. It was an extremely rough and heavy exhalation sound. Then, Lin Feng felt that the air seemed to be filled with a foul smell. Probably because it was a little far away, the stench wasn't very strong. Something's coming. Everyone, be careful, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. He hurriedly took out the glazed sky cup. The glazed sky cup formed a strong defensive light shield to protect Lin Feng and the others. The heavens are dead. The yellow heavens shall rise. At this time, a low roar was heard. As soon as this voice fell, Lin Feng and the others saw a 2-meter-tall cultivator appear. This cultivator's flesh was already rotten. His body was emitting a foul smell. He should have died long ago. Now, he seemed to be an evil corpse. After this evil corpse appeared, he attacked Lin Feng and the others with a palm. His terrifying palm fiercely slammed on the defensive light shield formed by the glazed sky cup. Crack, crack. Cracks instantly appeared on the defensive light shield formed by the glazed sky goblet. Although it was protected by the defensive light shield, Lin Feng and the others were still sent flying. Their faces were pale. If it wasn't for the defensive light shield formed by the glazed sky cup, most of the force would have been absorbed. Many people would have died in the hands of this evil corpse. Firmament is dead, yellow sky shall rise. The evil corpse continued to roar, repeating the same words as before. Lin Feng and the rest were all too familiar with these words. It was a phrase that was passed down after firmament was destroyed and yellow sky established its Tao. The great Tao evolved into countless rules and orders. The great Tao had its own thoughts. For example, firmament and yellow sky were great Taos. But when they had their own thoughts, they were no longer as simple as Tao. Lin Feng didn't know why this existence in front of him kept shouting firmament is dead, yellow sky shall rise. However, this existence was clearly someone from the era when yellow sky established its Tao. In other words, he was someone from the era of Xianxia lifeforms. Over the long years, Xianxia lifeforms became stronger and stronger. Only when the Great Xiantian War broke out did Xiantian lifeforms reach the end of their road. In reality, Lin Feng didn't have any ill feelings towards the legendary yellow sky. Why did he say that? You see, in the era when firmament established its Tao, Xiantian lifeforms couldn't threaten the imperial family behind the scenes. This was because, in this era, the rules and orders set by firmament weren't beneficial to the growth of cultivators. The reason why Lin Feng said this was because he had seen an ancient book. In the absolute beginning era, when firmament established its Tao, ordinary people had a lifespan of 108,000 years. But in the absolute beginning era, when firmament established its Tao, ordinary people only had 18,000 years of lifespan left. When firmament established its Tao in the demonic ancient era, ordinary people had a lifespan of more than 100 years, about the same as now. Their lifespan fell, and so did their physical condition. When ordinary people had a lifespan of 108,000 years, their physical body could kill a dragon. When ordinary people only had 18,000 years of lifespan left, they could only kill fierce beasts like demonic tigers. When ordinary people only had a lifespan of 100 years, not to mention demonic tigers, they had to run for their lives if they encountered ordinary tigers, wolves, lions, leopards, and leopards. Firmament changed the rules and orders, causing the bodies of the living beings in the world to constantly weaken. Lin Feng once thought that firmament might have been supported by the world behind the scenes. However, there were always some people who could rise up in adversity. These people who rose up in adversity, as their cultivation increased, they knew more and more secrets. Therefore, these people. Thus, they had the desire to kill heaven. However, heaven was formed from the order of heaven and earth. Living in this world, they had to be controlled and suppressed by heaven. They wanted to slaughter the heavens. This was the earliest form of going against the heavens. Cultivators often liked to say that they wanted to go against the heavens, and this probably came from this era. These sages. It was indeed impressive. They had succeeded in slaughtering the heavens. After the firmament was killed, the heavens and earth needed a new law of order. These sages hoped that a golden age of cultivation would appear. Cultivators can change their own fate through their own efforts. Thus, Huang Tian was born. To be more precise, Yellow Sky was born from the fusion of countless people's wills. After Yellow Sky was born, he established a new law of order. The yellow sky was not the blue sky. Yellow Sky didn't control some of heaven's methods, such as how to greatly change the lifespan of all living beings. In the last few years before heaven was destroyed, the lifespan of a normal person was reduced again, from more than 100 years to less than 100 years. In other words, if normal people didn't cultivate, they wouldn't be able to live past 100 years. Apart from some people who had a long lifespan, the others would only have a few decades of lifespan. Yellow Sky couldn't increase the lifespan of normal people to tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, but he could create a cultivation path for them. Before Yellow Sky established his Tao, although cultivation existed, it wasn't a system. Moreover, what kind of people could cultivate? The first type were Xianxia living beings. The second type of people were the lost generations of the epoch. However, the lost generations of the epoch had just experienced the destruction of the old epoch. They were still recovering from the formation of the new epoch. Basically, they didn't stir up any trouble. Naturally, they wouldn't publicize the cultivation system they had mastered. The third type were the alien living beings. The situation of the alien living beings was similar to the era lost races. The fourth type were those who obtained fortuitous encounters from various races. These people might not know how to cultivate, but due to some fortuitous encounters, their bodies changed. They could continuously absorb heaven and earth energy to raise their strength. Actually, it was the same for Xiantian living beings. They didn't have a specific cultivation system, but as they could continuously absorb heaven and earth spiritual energy to improve their bodies, their cultivation kept on rising. It was like they were trying to advance. After Yellow Sky established his Tao, it was different. After Yellow Sky established his Tao, confirming the complete cultivation system was an extremely important matter. Once the complete cultivation system was confirmed, ordinary people could also use this complete cultivation system to continuously improve their own strength. From then on, the cultivation era arrived. Any race. It was possible for peerless experts to emerge. So Yellow Sky. His position was too high in the past and he had many believers. For example, the living being who kept shouting that heaven was dead and Yellow Sky was rising, was he one of Yellow Sky's believers? Lin Feng didn't know the identity of this being, but Lin Feng knew how strong he was. He was probably an existence who died in the great battle between Xiantian living beings. He didn't know when he became an evil corpse. Now Lin Feng and the others were completely targeted by this evil corpse. As soon as Lin Feng and the others got up, the evil corpse attacked again. That tyrannical palm once again slammed on the defensive light shield formed by the glazed sky goblet. This time, the defensive light shield formed by the glazed sky goblet could no longer block the opponent's attack. Bang! The defensive light shield formed by the glazed sky goblet shattered. Violent power. It swept over. It directly attacked Lin Feng and the others. Then, Lin Feng and the others were sent flying. Lin Feng's physical body was strong. It was still okay. It was just that his qi and blood were surging, but he wasn't injured. The others weren't in such a good situation. Fatso and the others were vomiting blood. "I'll cover you. Hurry up and run back," Lin Feng shouted loudly. Lin Feng didn't deny that the Yellow Sky Arcane Realm might contain a huge opportunity. And Lin Feng was also spying on the opportunity here. Lin Feng even wondered if he could break through a major realm here. But people had to compromise with reality. For example, the situation they were in now. This evil corpse from the Xiantian living beings era was ridiculously strong. Being targeted by him, they could only run. They couldn't run into the depths, right? Who knew what the situation was like in the depths? They could only choose to leave the Yellow Sky Arcane Realm first. After leaving, they would think of a way. Fatso and the others didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly went back the way they came. Lin Feng was targeted by the evil corpse. The evil corpse quickly charged towards Lin Feng and slammed a palm towards Lin Feng. Pangu's seal, Dominator's armor, True Dragon's rune, Sacred Bone, the Magic Lotus, Golden Dwarf, Stone Golem clone, and Immortal Lotus were all added to Lin Feng's body. In addition, the 9 heavenly fires and 8 other ancient weapons flew out. The 9 heavenly fires were compressed by Lin Feng into a huge 9-colored fireball. Just as the opponent's palm was about to hit him, the 9-colored fireball exploded instantly. The power of the explosion was so strong that it could destroy everything in its path. The evil corpse was blasted away. Lin Feng's 9 ancient weapons also formed an ancient weapon array. The glazed sky goblet's luster was much dimmer now, and its power was greatly reduced. It needed some time to recover its power, but this didn't affect the ancient weapon array's operation. The Requiem Bell launched a soul attack on the evil corpse, but it didn't succeed. The evil corpse was very strange. Perhaps it didn't have a soul, only evil thoughts and killing thoughts. That was why it wasn't affected by the Requiem Bell. Of course, it was also possible that its soul was hidden very deeply, or its soul defense was very strong, so it wasn't affected by the Requiem Bell. However, even if the Requiem Bell didn't affect the evil corpse, Lin Feng's other 7 ancient weapons weren't weak either. Lin Feng's other 7 ancient weapons instantly arrived in front of the evil corpse, then bombarded its body. Bang! Along with a violent collision sound, the evil corpse's body directly exploded. Lin Feng's face revealed a happy expression. After experiencing the evil corpse's attack, Lin Feng knew that its attack was incomparably terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that even he wouldn't be the evil corpse's opponent. Now that he got rid of the evil corpse, Lin Feng felt very surprised. Lin Feng said in his heart that he was actually so awesome that he even got rid of such a terrifying creature like the evil corpse. However, this happy thought didn't last for long. Lin Feng saw the evil corpse's body successfully reformed again. Lin Feng frowned. He controlled the ancient weapons to continue attacking the evil corpse. The ancient weapons were indeed powerful. They destroyed the evil corpse's body for the 2nd time, but the evil corpse quickly recovered. Lin Feng then destroyed the evil corpse's body for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th time. But no matter how many times he destroyed it, the evil corpse's body would quickly reform. This kind of vitality shocked Lin Feng. Was this guy a cockroach? It could actually regenerate indefinitely. Is it my turn to attack? The evil corpse's sinister gaze looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. He felt that something was wrong. He recalled the ancient weapons and took out the Phoenix shield. Because the glazed sky goblet was temporarily unable to release a defensive barrier, Lin Feng activated the Phoenix shield, ruler's armor, and sacred armor. The defensive power formed by the 3 sacred artifacts was incomparably tyrannical. Just as Lin Feng activated the power of the 3 sacred artifacts, a terrifying thing happened. A large area of the void began to shatter, and the void was instantly shattered into a vacuum state. It was rumored that under a vacuum state, cultivators wouldn't be able to survive. When the void was shattered into a vacuum state, the resulting impact was very frightening. It could cause near-fatal injuries to cultivators. After this method of shattering the void enveloped Lin Feng, it caused a very strong impact on Lin Feng. The defense formed by the 3 sacred artifacts was instantly destroyed. The remaining part of the attack was neutralized by Lin Feng's magic immunity and powerful physical body. But even so, Lin Feng still felt like crying. Wasn't this guy's attack too tyrannical? He had to leave quickly, because it was extremely unwise to continue fighting with an undying evil corpse that could regenerate infinitely and possess heaven-defying battle strength. He couldn't kill the other party, but the other party could seize the opportunity to kill him. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to leave later. Lin Feng took advantage of the moment when the other party's attack had just been successfully released and before the next attack was ready, and flew away. "Lowly creature, don't run if you have the guts," the evil corpse roared loudly and quickly chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng's speed was too fast, and the evil corpse couldn't catch up with Lin Feng. Lin Feng arrived at the edge of the area. He saw Zhuge Xiaoxiao waiting for him there. He didn't see anyone else, so he guessed that they had already left. Seeing Lin Feng fly over, Zhuge Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh. He had the map. Once the map was activated, they could leave this place. Lin Feng and Zhuge Xiaoxiao met up. Lin Feng quickly said, "This guy has been following me. He'll be here soon. Let's leave quickly." Zhuge Xiaoxiao didn't dare to hesitate and quickly activated the map. Once the map was activated, a strange energy was emitted, instantly enveloping Lin Feng and Zhuge Xiaoxiao. Lin Feng and Zhuge Xiaoxiao disappeared without a trace. At this time, the evil corpse chased after them, but Lin Feng and Zhuge Xiaoxiao had already left. The evil corpse was furious, but it couldn't do anything to Lin Feng and Zhuge Xiaoxiao. Whoosh! There was a flash of light. Lin Feng and Zhuge Xiaoxiao appeared outside. When they came out, they saw Fatso and the others surrounded by a large number of cultivators. These cultivators had already gathered when they saw Lin Feng and the others enter. When Fatso and the others left, they were immediately surrounded by these people. Although they did not know what kind of opportunity was inside, they knew that it would definitely be extraordinary. That was enough. When Lin Feng and Zhuge Xiaoxiao came out, they immediately appeared in the middle of the encirclement. When they saw the two of them, someone said, "Everyone is here." "Everyone, we're not greedy people. It's just that there's an opportunity here. You can't take it all for yourselves, right? Why don't we all get rich together?" Lin Feng knew that it was too dangerous inside. Just the evil corpse alone was enough to take their lives. It was almost impossible for Lin Feng and the others to obtain all the opportunities inside. Even if they entered again, they would be locked onto by the evil corpse. If a large number of cultivators entered and attracted the attention of the evil corpse and other terrifying existences, it would greatly reduce the pressure on them. Moreover, Lin Feng and the others had a token. Therefore, even if a large number of cultivators entered, they would have the highest chance of obtaining the opportunities inside. With that thought, Lin Feng knew what to do. Said Lin Feng. "Everybody, we came here by accident. We never thought we'd take all the treasures in there for ourselves." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the expressions of the cultivators surrounding them became much better. Someone said, "Brother, you seem like an honest person. What's the situation inside?" Lin Feng said, "It's very dangerous inside. We were attacked by an evil corpse as soon as we entered, and we had to flee in a sorry state." An evil corpse's attack? Many people didn't think much of it. They didn't think that it was too dangerous inside, but because Lin Feng and the others were too weak. After all, how strong could a group of young cultivators be? "You only need to tell us how to enter and we'll naturally help you deal with the evil corpses inside. After dealing with the evil corpses inside, you don't need to be afraid anymore. As the discoverers of this place, you will certainly obtain many benefits." A cultivator said. Said Lin Feng with a smile. "Earlier, we entered because we entered this cliff. It's a parallel world formed by the moon. Now, I need to go back and study it carefully. I want to see if I can make this world appear." "There's such a thing? You're not thinking of monopolizing the opportunities, are you? That's most likely what you're thinking. Do you think we'll believe you? How about this? Leave your women and friends behind, and we'll believe you." Many people started talking at the same time. Lin Feng had 3 women on his side, Zhuge Xiaoxiao, Feng Si, and Shui Yingru. Shui Yingru didn't have a good impression of Lin Feng. When she heard that he wanted to leave his women behind, her face sank. She felt that he was including her in that sentence, but he didn't mention that she was Lin Feng's woman, so she could only endure it. As for Zhuge Xiaoxiao, she blushed. Feng Si bit her lip and stole a glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to these small details. He said, "All right, let them stay behind." Zhuge Xiaoxiao handed the map to Lin Feng. Since it was made of 2 sheepskin scrolls, the others didn't know what it was, so they didn't think too much about it. Lin Feng used the map to go back to Mingyu's world. He came to the side of the puppet. Lin Feng knew that the puppet was very intelligent. He looked at it and complained, "It's so dangerous inside. Shouldn't you at least give us some friendly advice? We almost died inside. Do you know that?" The puppet said. "That has nothing to do with me." Lin Feng didn't continue on this topic. Instead, he said, "It's like this. I want everyone outside to enter the Yellow Sky secret realm. Can you do that? You want them to be cannon fodder?" The puppet asked in return. Lin Feng sighed. This puppet had really become sentient. Lin Feng suspected that it was no longer a simple puppet. Lin Feng said, "I'm a kind person. How can I let them be cannon fodder? I want to give them a chance to obtain a great opportunity. Who knows, maybe they'll be able to soar to the sky." The puppet said, "You're really shameless. Thank you for the compliment." Lin Feng's face didn't turn red at all. The puppet said, "I can help you construct a teleportation gate and allow a large number of cultivators to enter." When Lin Feng heard the puppet agree, he couldn't help but feel happy. Lin Feng immediately thought of the evil corpse. That evil corpse was so terrifying. Its identity when it was alive was probably enough to scare people to death. Lin Feng was very interested in the evil corpse's identity, so he asked, "Do you know who that evil corpse is?" The puppet nodded and said, "I do." Lin Feng said, "Tell me." The evil corpse said, "I can't tell you." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. It was too difficult to get any useful information from the evil corpse, so Lin Feng didn't continue asking about the evil corpse or the situation inside the Yellow Sky secret realm. The puppet then began to construct a teleportation gate. Once the teleportation gate was completed, the cliff, moon, moonlight, teleportation gate, and so on in the parallel world all appeared in the real world. However, the puppet still did not appear in front of the world. Lin Feng felt that the puppet was very special, and the more he interacted with it, the more he felt that it was not a simple puppet. Of course, Lin Feng did not know what kind of existence the puppet was. It naturally had its reasons for not appearing, and Lin Feng would not let it go against its will and expose it in front of everyone. Lin Feng flew out and said with a smile, "Everyone, the teleportation gate has been completed. Everyone can take the teleportation gate and enter." At that moment, the cultivators outside saw the teleportation gate and were extremely excited. "But I have to remind you that it's extremely dangerous inside. If you're not strong enough, you can die. If you're not strong enough, don't take the risk." Lin Feng continued, "But I have to remind you that it's extremely dangerous inside. With your strength, you will not have any problems after entering." "Do you think we will have any problems?" Some cultivators immediately sneered. They could not sense Lin Feng's strength, but because Lin Feng was too young, they felt that Lin Feng did not have much strength. Lin Feng did not refute them. If these people wanted to enter, then so be it. After all, they could help him attract the terrifying creatures inside. Rumble, the teleportation gate shook violently. This was a teleportation gate formed by condensing energy. At this moment, as the teleportation gate trembled, the energy of the world and the surroundings became chaotic. The teleportation gate shook for about 15 minutes. Then, a tunnel appeared in the center of the teleportation gate. That tunnel seemed to lead to the Yellow Sky secret realm. After the teleportation gate opened, many people flew towards it. Many cultivators even fought to be the first to enter the teleportation gate. A few experts even died because of this. Lin Feng and the others stood in the distance and watched everything coldly. They knew how powerful the evil corpses inside were, so they were not in a hurry to enter. Fatso laughed and said, "Let them go in first." "That's a good idea." Feng Si sighed and said, "The apocalypse has arrived. For the sake of opportunities, everyone is risking their lives. They still don't know that this place is the Yellow Sky secret realm. If they did, they would be even crazier." Lin Feng and the others agreed with Feng Si's point. If these people knew that this was the Yellow Sky secret realm, even if they knew that there was a 90% chance of death, it would not stop them from being enthusiastic. There were always many people who felt that they were blessed by the heavens and that nothing would happen to them. There were also some who felt that their methods were very powerful and that nothing would happen to them. Of course, there were also people who were not willing to be mediocre. Lin Feng. Not everyone entered the Yellow Sky secret realm. For example, some of the cultivators from the major factions sent out some of their clansmen to inform the experts of their clans to come. Then, he would gather his strength and snatch the opportunity here. The news of the appearance of the opportunity here would definitely spread very quickly. Once it did, it would definitely attract a large number of cultivators. Moreover, as more and more cultivators arrived, Lin Feng felt that the fact that this place was the Yellow Sky secret realm would also be noticed by others. After the others entered the Yellow Sky secret realm, Lin Feng and the others also flew towards the Yellow Sky secret realm. They once again arrived at the area shrouded in white fog. When they arrived here, they could vaguely smell the stench of blood. It seemed that some cultivators had already died here, but it was hard to say if it was the evil corpse that had killed them, Because Lin Feng had a feeling that other than the evil corpse, there were other terrifying creatures in the Yellow Sky secret realm. There were even existences that were even more terrifying than the evil corpse. Due to the low visibility of the area enveloped by the white fog and the suppression of the cultivator's spiritual sense, Lin Feng was extremely fearful of this place. He felt that he had to leave this place as soon as possible. After Lin Feng and the others chose a direction, they sped up and quickly moved forward. They were on tenterhooks along the way, mainly because they were worried that if they encountered the evil corpse again, it would be terrible. However, the result made Lin Feng and the others sigh in relief. They smoothly walked out of the area shrouded in white fog without encountering any danger along the way. After they came out, they looked into the distance and couldn't help but be extremely shocked. In front of them, there was a continuous chain of mountains. They could even see huge peaks that were 100,000 meters tall. However, the mountains in front of them were rarely intact. Most of the mountains were destroyed. They were either broken in half or razed to the ground. Many of the mountains had traces left behind by the Great Battle, such as sword marks, saber marks, spear marks, and so on. This place must have been the main battlefield back then. Zhuge Xiaoxiao said in surprise. Yes. Lin Feng and the others nodded. They flew towards the continuous chain of mountains in front of them. The place was filled with the aura of the Great Tao. Even a sword mark could hide the Tao of a peerless expert. If they could comprehend the sword mark, they might be able to learn the powerful sword arts hidden within. Occasionally, they could see the figures of cultivators. Some of them seemed to have already comprehended the Great Tao in the mountain forest, while others were looking for treasures. Obviously, not everyone was interested in the divine arts here. Some people came over. They were purely looking for treasures. Suddenly, the sound of violent fluctuations came from the mountain ahead. Lin Feng and the others flew over and saw a dozen cultivators fighting. Someone dug up the corpse of a Xianxia life form in the mountain range, but it was discovered by other cultivators. Thus, a great battle broke out. Killing others to steal their treasures was a common occurrence in the world of cultivators, so Lin Feng and the others didn't feel that there was anything special about it. They didn't want to get involved in the battle. In Lin Feng's opinion, it was extremely unwise for these people to fight here. It was better to make a fortune quietly. If they fought here, they might attract something terrifying. If they really did attract something terrifying, they would be in trouble. But not everyone had the same awareness as Lin Feng and the others. Many people felt that they might not be able to find these things even if they worked hard. So when they saw that others had found some opportunities, they wanted to steal them. Killing others to steal treasures. It was always the best way to get rich. Many people enjoyed doing such things. Many of the people they killed were people they didn't even know, but so what? These people didn't have any psychological burden. Lin Feng and the others bypassed the group of cultivators fighting. After flying for about 10 miles, shrill screams came from behind. Lin Feng and the others looked over and saw a large amount of blood qi appear in the area where the cultivators were fighting. Those cultivators were shrouded in the blood qi. The screams came from the blood qi. It should be the screams of the cultivators who were fighting before they were killed. These people should be regretting fighting to the death, right? But there was no medicine for regret in this world. It was useless to regret now. Lin Feng poured his magic power into the two maps. The two maps floated in the air and flew in a direction. After seeing this, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the two maps were more useful than expected. With the two maps leading the way, Lin Feng and the others passed through the mountains. This area was full of mountains, and they didn't know where the end was. Lin Feng and the others flew for a long time and didn't know how many mountains they passed. They stopped in front of a valley. This valley was sealed off by a powerful restriction. There were several tall mountains in the surroundings, but the surrounding mountains were all cut off at the waist. Lin Feng carefully studied the restriction of this valley and found that the restriction here was very complicated. It was sealed by someone. But as time passed, the restriction here was far worse than it was at its peak. Therefore, although it wasn't easy to crack it, it wasn't that difficult either. In the next few days, Lin Feng had been cracking the restriction here. Of course, it was very difficult to crack it completely and it would take a long time. Therefore, Lin Feng only chose to crack the restriction here. All he needed to do was to open up a passageway in the restriction. In this way, it was much easier. In the end, Lin Feng spent 5 days opening a passage that led to the depths of the valley. As soon as Lin Feng finished this, a dozen or so cultivators flew over. These cultivators were quite strong and wanted to drive away Lin Feng and the others so that they could take advantage of the situation. Lin Feng and the others sneered. There were too many people like this in the world of cultivators. They didn't want to obtain opportunities through their own efforts, but always wanted to snatch the opportunities of others. Lin Feng and the others didn't show any mercy to these people. Xia Donghuang and Fatso attacked. They fought with these people. At first, the group was a little disdainful, but they were soon scared out of their wits. They used the power behind them to threaten Xia Donghuang and Fatso, but Xia Donghuang and Fatso ignored their threats. The cultivators were quickly killed. Lin Feng and the others entered the valley. When they arrived at the inner part of the valley, they saw that there were piles of corpses in the valley. Countless years had passed, but many of the corpses still emitted a terrifying aura. Are they all Xiantian lifeforms' corpses? Zhuge Xiaoxiao said in a trembling voice as she looked at the corpses. There were so many corpses, and each one was extraordinary. Moreover, this place was one of the main battlefields of the Xiantian realm. Therefore, it was normal for Zhuge Xiaoxiao to suspect that these were all Xiantian realm corpses. However, after careful observation, Lin Feng discovered that most of the corpses here were Xiantian realm corpses. There were also some that weren't Xiantian realm corpses. There were also Xiantian realm corpses, Xiantian realm corpses, and Xiantian realm corpses. This place was roughly equivalent to a corpse burial valley. Logically speaking, these people should have died in different places, but their corpses were so concentrated here. What was the reason for this? After he died, he couldn't possibly run back here and let this place become his burial ground, right? Then, there was only one reason, and that was, these corpses were most likely moved here by someone. Thinking of the restriction outside, Lin Feng was certain that some cultivator had moved these powerful cultivators' corpses here after they died, but Lin Feng didn't know why. I wonder if these people's storage rings are still intact. Fatso said mischievously. He quickly ran towards the corpses in the valley and quickly came to the first corpse. He took the storage ring off the corpse and carefully sensed it. Then, a look of regret appeared on his face because the storage ring was damaged. Fatso checked several storage rings in succession, and found that they were all damaged. He had to admit that this was an extremely regrettable matter. After all, these Xiantian realm experts must have had many good treasures in their storage rings. However, not all of the storage rings were damaged. Starting from the 8th storage ring, 3 storage rings in a row were actually intact. Everyone collected a total of more than 100 intact storage rings, and then distributed these storage rings. As for the treasures in the storage rings, they could wait until they got out. Now wasn't the time to do so. After bypassing the corpses, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the depths of the valley, where they found a small altar. It was unknown how long it had been set up, but Lin Feng and the others didn't know what it was used for. After careful observation, Lin Feng found that the altar had been integrated with the 64 Hotian hexagrams. It seemed that the person who set it up had a good understanding of the Qi Huang art. There's something wrong with the altar, the demon lord said. Lin Feng was surprised. He'd been observing the altar all this time, but hadn't found anything wrong with it. However, Lin Feng didn't think the demon lord would spout nonsense here. The demon lord must have found something special about the altar, which was why he'd pointed it out. Lin Feng transmitted his voice, and the demon lord's. The demon lord. The demon lord said, the 64 Hotian hexagrams on the altar are actually 64 formation cores. There seems to be something lying dormant under the 64 formation cores. Break open the altar and see if something has condensed. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng's mind shook. He quickly arrived in front of the altar and tried to break it open. However, the altar was too hard. When Lin Feng's attack landed on it, the altar was undamaged. Lin Feng was in disbelief. He knew how powerful his attack was, but it hadn't damaged the altar at all. He really didn't know how powerful the altar was. Lin Feng took out an ancient weapon and used it to attack the altar. Ancient weapons were terrifyingly powerful, and with the help of the ancient weapon, the altar was filled with the power of the ancient weapon. Lin Feng spent a quarter of an hour to successfully break through the first core of the formation. The altar in that area was broken, and Lin Feng found a bead among the broken pieces. Lin Feng quickly walked over and picked up the bead. It was a yin bead that contained a special energy and emitted a cold yin qi. That's a natural yin pearl. It's a special kind of yin pearl made from the combination of natural qi and death qi. It's much more valuable than an ordinary yin pearl. It's definitely a good item. After seeing this bead, the demon lord was very surprised. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel happy. This thing should be very beneficial to cultivation, right? What is this? Fatso asked doubtfully. Lin Feng said, innate yin pearl. What? That's an innate yin pearl? Many people's eyes widened. It seemed like they had heard of the innate yin pearl before, but that was it. In this era, it was very rare to see something like an innate yin pearl. Even people like Fatso who came from top factions had never seen one before. Lin Feng nodded. There should be a few more of these innate yin pearls. Wait for me to take them all out. Lin Feng continued to bombard the altar with the ancient weapon-grade magic treasure. The 64 trigrams formed 64 cores of the formation. After each core was broken, an innate yin pearl would appear. In total, there were 64 innate yin pearls. Apart from the 6 people on Lin Feng's side, there were 64 innate yin pearls. Xianxia's side had 15 people. Lin Feng divided the innate yin pearls into 2 portions. They had 32 innate yin pearls, and so did Xianxia. Each person can only refine 3 innate yin pearls at most. Refining too many will cause great harm to the body. I'll only take 3. Zhuge Xiaoxiao said. Fatso, Little Donkey, Xiaodong Huang, and Feng Si each took 3 innate yin pearls. There were 17 innate yin pearls left. In fact, Zhuge Xiaoxiao and the rest did not take too many innate yin pearls. They knew that Lin Feng had nurtured some powerful spiritual beasts, and Lin Feng would need more innate yin pearls. They did not have the right to take Xianxia's share, but they could give most of the innate yin pearls to Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew what everyone was thinking, so he did not refuse. He did not mind having too many innate yin pearls. In fact, if Xianxia had not provided him with half of the map, Lin Feng would not have given her half of the innate yin pearls. However, as a person, there were still some principles and rules to follow. They belonged to 2 different factions, so the treasures they obtained should be divided equally. That was why Lin Feng gave Xianxia and the rest half of the innate yin pearls. The demon lord took 3 innate yin pearls. It seemed that the innate yin pearls would be of great help to him. There were 14 innate yin pearls left. Lin Feng kept 3 for himself and gave the rest to Bibi and the rest for them to distribute. After obtaining the innate yin pearls, Lin Feng and the rest were in a good mood. They planned to continue searching and see if there were any other good things in this place. However, at this moment, the entire valley shook violently. Kacha kacha, then. The ground began to crack. Huge cracks appeared, and many corpses fell from the cracks. Seeing this, Lin Feng and the rest's faces changed. They felt that something was wrong. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, "We can't stay here for long. Let's go." Everyone nodded. They didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly rushed outside. However, before they could leave, a terrifying thing happened. A thick and huge light beam instantly destroyed the place where the altar was originally located. There was a mysterious existence vaguely standing in the thick light beam. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but he could feel a suffocating aura that made one's soul tremble. The cultivation of this existence was absolutely terrifying. "Lowly ants, you destroyed the altar. I had no choice but to come out prematurely. Do you know that this has a great impact on my strength?" said the existence in the black pillar. His voice was filled with killing intent. Obviously, he was furious that he had come out prematurely. Lin Feng's heart trembled. It seemed that someone had piled up the corpses of the strong cultivators in this place and then arranged a powerful altar in order to give birth to this creature. Lin Feng could feel the evil aura coming out of the creature's body. It did not seem to have a body of flesh and blood. It must have been condensed using a special method. However, this creature did not belong to the category of evil spirits. "Didn't we let you come out prematurely? You should be thanking us," said Lin Feng while looking at the creature. After hearing Lin Feng, the creature's mouth twitched. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone as shameless as Lin Feng. He could even say black was white. The creature sneered and said, "Lowly ants, I, the divine corpse devil, will kill you. I will eat your flesh and drink your blood." As soon as he finished speaking, said Lin Feng. "Let's attack together and kill him," said Lin Feng. "Let's attack together and kill him." Powerful ancient weapons flew towards the divine corpse devil. Xia Donghuang also took out his ancient weapon, the Grand Orient sword. Although the others did not have any ancient weapons, they still had many top-tier treasures that were not much stronger than ancient weapons. With so many powerful magic treasures, the power released was naturally terrifying. Seeing so many powerful magic treasures rushing towards him, the evil corpse demon immediately sneered. Insignificant skill. The divine corpse devil opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of green poison. "Not good. It's the divine poison water. Hurry up and take back your treasures." Lin Feng's expression changed when he saw the poison water. The divine poison water was an extremely terrifying type of poison that contained extremely potent toxins. It was said that when a cultivator's body came into contact with it, they would instantly turn into a pool of blood. When a cultivator's treasures came into contact with it, they would also rapidly corrode. It was extremely dangerous. Therefore, when facing this kind of poisonous water, one had to be extremely cautious and cautious. Otherwise, an extremely tragic thing would happen. The offensive power of an ancient weapon was indeed terrifying, but that didn't mean that it couldn't be damaged. In fact, Lin Feng had damaged an ancient weapon. There were too many treasures in the boundless world of cultivators, and some of them could cause indelible damage to an ancient weapon. Lin Feng had encountered such a thing before, so he had to be cautious when dealing with something similar now. After all, an ancient weapon was too precious. Lin Feng didn't want to risk his hard-earned ancient weapon. It would be great if the ancient weapon could block the poison water, but what if it couldn't? Wouldn't he be crying without tears then? No one dared to hesitate and called back their treasures. Because of this, the poison water didn't touch Lin Feng's treasures, so there was no need to talk about damaging them. The divine corpse devil looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "You're quite vigilant." "Of course." Lin Feng shrugged and looked at the others. "Retreat." Lin Feng brought up the rear. Everyone retreated first. Earlier, the divine corpse devil had said that it would kill Lin Feng's group, but now, it didn't attack them. It seemed that the divine corpse devil knew that Lin Feng wasn't easy to deal with, so it gave up on the idea of attacking Lin Feng. Of course, it might have other intentions, but no matter what, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when the divine corpse devil stopped attacking. The divine corpse devil was very powerful. Moreover, the poison water was so terrifying that Lin Feng couldn't help but feel apprehensive. It would be best if they could retreat smoothly. He didn't want to fight the divine corpse devil. Lin Feng came here to make a fortune, not to fight to the death. Seeing that Zhuge Xiaoxiao and the others had retreated, Lin Feng was about to leave when the divine corpse devil said, "Wait." Lin Feng stopped, looked at the divine corpse devil, and asked, "Why did you stop me? I can see that your cultivation is quite good. Do you dare to do something big with me?" the divine corpse devil said. "Something big? What do you mean?" Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at the divine corpse devil. For an existence as powerful as the divine corpse devil to say that they were going to do something big, one could imagine what kind of shocking secret was hidden behind it. The divine corpse devil said, "The firmament is dead, and the yellow sky shall rise. The yellow sky is buried here. I believe you should know about this, right?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. The yellow sky is the law of order condensed from the wills of countless cultivators. Now that it's dead, shouldn't it dissipate? The divine corpse devil said, "The yellow sky. In fact, after a long time of evolution, it has evolved into its own origin. Therefore, although it's dead, part of its origin remains here. I can see that your cultivation base isn't high, but your combat strength is strong. I believe you must have accumulated a lot of energy. It won't be easy for you to break through to a higher realm. If you can obtain a trace of the yellow sky's origin, I believe you know very well what it means to you. Indeed. Lin Feng knew very well what it meant to him if he could obtain the yellow sky's origin. Perhaps, when he broke through to the 10th celestial saint layer, he would be able to use the yellow sky original strength to break through to the next celestial saint layer. If he didn't have the yellow sky original strength, breaking through to the 10,000 saints layer would be extremely difficult. Lin Feng needed to find other ways to break through to the 10,000 saints layer. The divine corpse devil continued, of course, after a long time, the yellow sky's origin might have dissipated. However, even if you can't obtain the yellow sky's origin, the other things left behind by the yellow sky are also incomparably precious. For example, some of the Daos, divine abilities, immortal scriptures, and especially the law of order left behind by the yellow sky. Even if the law of order has greatly weakened due to the passage of time, it's still left behind by the yellow sky. It's probably many times more powerful than many transcendental laws. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of air. The law of order left behind by the yellow sky was indeed good stuff. Lin Feng had been wanting to obtain some transcendental laws all this time. However, how difficult was it to obtain the transcendental laws? Some of the cultivators who had yet to break through to the transcendental realm were even stronger than Lin Feng. Although their accumulation was not as good as Lin Feng's, the reason why their combat strength surpassed Lin Feng was because they had mastered the transcendental laws. If Lin Feng could obtain the law of order left behind by the yellow sky, that would be awesome. Although the flatbread looked delicious, how could Lin Feng not know that it was not easy to eat it? If it was easy to eat, why would the divine corpse devil join forces with him? This trip will be very dangerous, right? Lin Feng asked. Of course it will be dangerous. The divine corpse devil said with a gloomy expression. First, you will have to pass through the blue heaven territory and then the yellow heaven territory. These are two tests, and they are extremely terrifying. This is because the blue heaven territory and the yellow heaven territory are both part of the magnetic field formed by the yellow sky when he was alive. Transcendental experts will most likely die if they enter. Damn, it's so dangerous. Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The divine corpse devil said. So, it won't be easy to obtain the things left behind by the yellow sky. Lin Feng nodded. The divine corpse devil continued, after passing through the two territories, we will arrive at the yellow sky's burial ground. However, I don't know if there are any other dangers there. I've told you everything I know. Now, do you want to join forces with me to explore the yellow sky's burial ground? Lin Feng said. Of course. However, since this trip is so dangerous, I'm afraid that the two of us won't be able to deal with the various dangers in the blue heaven territory and the yellow heaven territory, right? P.S. Looking for monthly votes, Lin Feng's thinking was very reasonable. After all, according to the innate fiend corpse devil, even experts who had surpassed their realm would face great danger if they entered that place. Lin Feng claimed that his cultivation was not bad and that he could even fight against experts who had surpassed his realm. As for the innate fiend corpse devil, he had a battle prowess similar to Lin Feng's. He was even stronger than Lin Feng. However, in the face of so many dangers, would the two of them be able to deal with the various dangerous situations? As for Zhuge Xiaoxiao and the others, Lin Feng did not even think about bringing them along. This was because even with Lin Feng's strength, he felt that this trip was extremely dangerous, let alone Zhuge Xiaoxiao and the others. Bringing them along was not to bring them to search for opportunities, but to send them into the abyss of death. Lin Feng was naturally very clear about this. Of course, Lin Feng would not do such a stupid thing. The innate fiend corpse devil said, I also know a few powerful people who can join forces with us. Lin Feng knew that the powerful people that the innate fiend corpse devil was talking about must be some terrifying creatures that were born in the yellow sky secret realm. For example, the evil corpse devil that he had seen before, or some other creatures in the sea. These creatures were usually at odds with outsiders. Of course, the specific situation also depended on the strength of both sides. For example, the relationship between Lin Feng and the innate fiend corpse devil. Originally, the innate fiend corpse devil wanted to kill Lin Feng, but after seeing how powerful Lin Feng was, he immediately gave up on this idea and chose to cooperate with Lin Feng. To put it bluntly, Whether one was an enemy or a friend depended on the strength of both sides. Therefore, even if the existences that the innate fiend corpse devil mentioned hated foreign cultivators, because of Lin Feng's strength, they would only choose to cooperate with Lin Feng in the end. They would not choose to become enemies with Lin Feng. This would not benefit anyone. They were all smart people and naturally knew what was best for them. Alright, go and contact the others. I'll wait here for your arrival, Lin Feng said. The innate fiend corpse demon nodded. Then, Lin Feng and the innate fiend corpse demon left the valley together. Those who were waiting for Lin Feng outside were dumbfounded when they saw Lin Feng and the innate fiend corpse demon walking out like brothers. What was going on? Just a moment ago, it was like either you die or I die. How did their relationship become so harmonious now? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that everything they had just seen was a dream. Alright, I'll leave first, the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon said. Alright. Lin Feng nodded. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon quickly flew into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon left, Fatso shouted, F***CK, Lin Feng, what happened? How did that demon become your friend? The others also looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. What had just happened didn't make any sense at all. Lin Feng said, we can't be considered friends. At most, we can be considered as temporary allies. Oh? Could it be that he invited you to explore some secret place? Feng Si asked in surprise. Everyone present was smart. Basically, they all thought of the same thing. Lin Feng didn't hide it from them. He said, he invited me to go to the Yellow Sky Burial Ground. However, to reach that place, we need to pass through the Blue Sky region and then the Yellow Sky region. According to him, the Blue Sky region and the Yellow Sky region are extremely dangerous. Experts who surpass their cultivation level will have a 90% chance of survival if they enter. Therefore, he went to find some allies and wanted to join forces to explore that place. That place is too dangerous, and you can't go there. Fortunately, you have the map. The opportunity indicated on the map is obviously not just one place. You can take the map and search for opportunities in other places. When you're done, we'll meet outside. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone nodded. They were all smart people. They naturally knew that there were some opportunities that they could fight for and some that they couldn't. If he insisted on fighting for those opportunities that he couldn't fight for, he might end up dying in the end. Since that was the case, they should fight for opportunities that could be fought for. Don't think of a snake trying to swallow an elephant? Wasn't there a saying that a snake trying to swallow an elephant whose heart was content was bound to die? Everyone understood this principle and knew what to do. Lin Feng handed the map to Zhuge Xiaoxiao, and the group didn't stay for long. They quickly left the place. They were all very strong, and Xiao Donghuang had an ancient weapon with him. If they really encountered great danger, Xiao Donghuang could use some secret skills to activate the ancient weapon, which was enough to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't have to worry about them being in danger. After the group left, Lin Feng flew to the top of a broken mountain and sat down cross-legged, waiting for the Divine Corpse Demon to return. Lin Feng waited there for 3 days. The Divine Corpse Demon arrived with several experts. The Divine Corpse Demon brought a total of 3 experts. The first expert was a stone man with 3 heads and 6 arms. However, this stone man only had 1 head and 3 arms left. He had lost 2 heads and 3 arms. It seemed that his body had suffered an unprecedented injury. The second expert was a creature that looked like a dragon but wasn't a dragon, a horse but wasn't a horse, and a deer but wasn't a deer. This creature should be a demon with profound cultivation. Naturally, its cultivation was enough to shock the heavens and make ghosts weep. The third expert was a Taoist priest. This Taoist priest was thin and haggard. His eye sockets were deeply sunken and his eyes were cloudy. However, if one looked carefully, one could see a trace of awe-inspiring light in the depths of his eyes. The 3 experts also looked at Lin Feng, but their eyes were full of disdain. They probably felt that Lin Feng wasn't qualified to explore the dangerous place with them. The Divine Corpse Demon smiled and introduced everyone. This is Shi Zhonghao. This is Holy Sage 3 Saints. This is Holy Sage Xianlei. This is the young talent Lin Feng that I mentioned to you. Although he's young, his methods are extremely extraordinary. Haha, is that so? I say, Divine Corpse Demon, are you mistaken? Our team doesn't welcome people who are just there to make up the numbers. Shi Zhonghao said in a sinister voice. Lin Feng had naturally sensed that these people were looking down on him. Shi Zhonghao's words were meant to provoke him. He probably wanted to make him fight and test his strength. How could Lin Feng swallow his anger when he was being bullied? Lin Feng looked at the Divine Corpse Demon and said, "This mission is very important. One careless mistake may cause us to fall into a dangerous situation. You all know that the strength of a person with a deformed body is often severely limited. Therefore, we should be very careful about this kind of person. Otherwise, it's very likely that he will implicate everyone. When that happens, it will be too late for regrets." Obviously, no one had expected Lin Feng to say such a thing. Lin Feng was really domineering. Wasn't this a slap to Shi Zhonghao's face? Shi Zhonghao was naturally infuriated when he heard Lin Feng's words. How could he tolerate Lin Feng humiliating him like this? In reality, living beings like them had always been decisive when it came to killing. "Brat, you're courting death." Shi Zhonghao shouted coldly. His figure swayed and he instantly appeared in front of Lin Feng. Then, he threw a punch at Lin Feng. The Shi clan's body was the strongest among all the clans. After all, the other clans were made of flesh and blood. Only the Shi clan's body was made of stone. The Shi clan's creatures were also very good at using their advantages to fight against the enemy. For example, Shi Zhonghao's stone body was already deformed. But in fact, it was still very heaven-defying. Therefore, when Shi Zhonghao dealt with Lin Feng, he decided to use his body to crush Lin Feng. Only in this way could he win and shock everyone. When the time came, he would trample Lin Feng under his feet. In this way, he would set off his strength. In the face of Shi Zhonghao's attack, Lin Feng's face revealed a cold smile. So what if Shi Zhonghao's body was strong? If it was a competition of strength, Shi Zhonghao was far inferior. Lin Feng still had this bit of confidence. When Shi Zhonghao's punch came, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of disdain. It was as if he was mocking Lin Feng. In the face of Shi Zhonghao's tyrannical punch, Lin Feng made his move. There was no place for him to be polite. Shi Zhonghao wanted to step on Lin Feng. Lin Feng also wanted to step on Shi Zhonghao. Show off your strength and let these guys be more honest. The power of the 7 times arm of dragon and elephant instantly erupted. What was even more shocking was that when Lin Feng used his Dracophant arm 7 times stronger than before, the passive ability Dragon and Elephant Critical Strike was successfully triggered. The damage of the 7 times arm of Dragon and Elephant doubled. The 7 times arm of Dragon and Elephant instantly became 14 times arm of Dragon and Elephant. The 7 times arm of Dragon and Elephant itself was terrifying enough, let alone the 14 times arm of Dragon and Elephant, the power of this multiplier. How powerful was it? Even Lin Feng himself was not sure. Bang! The next moment, accompanied by the violent collision sound, Lin Feng and Shi Zhonghao fiercely collided. After the 14 times arm of Dragon and Elephant erupted, everyone saw that Lin Feng was unmoved. Shi Zhonghao's arm was actually broken. That was a stone arm, but it was broken. It could be seen how terrifying the attack was. Then, Lin Feng's punch landed on Shi Zhonghao's chest, and Shi Zhonghao's entire body was blasted away. Kacha kacha, his chest collapsed. Wah, Shi Zhonghao spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. Can't even withstand a single blow. Lin Feng looked at Shi Zhonghao with disdain. On his face, there was an incomparably arrogant expression. It was a waste of youth if one was not arrogant. Compared to these people, Lin Feng was just a teenager who had not been arrogant when they were young. Moreover, Lin Feng really had the right to be arrogant because Lin Feng was really awesome and powerful. Of course, he could do whatever he wanted. As for Shi Zhonghao, he was destined to be Lin Feng's stepping stone. Who asked him to choose the stupidest way to fight with Lin Feng? If this guy had chosen to use his dermic powers and supernatural powers to suppress Lin Feng, It would be too difficult for Lin Feng to defeat him with his accumulation and strength. However, this guy chose to fight with his physical body. He was basically sending himself to Lin Feng's doorstep for him to stomp on. Insolent brat. Shi Zhonghao shouted angrily with a gloomy expression. He seemed to be extremely unconvinced. Lin Feng said, "You've lived 2 lifetimes and you still can't accept defeat? You're really shameless." You. Shi Zhonghao's voice was cold. He wanted to refute, but in the end, he did not say anything. After all, he still wanted to save his face. We're all friends. No discord, no concord. Don't take these things to heart. How about you do me a favor and let bygones be bygones? At this moment, the divine corpse demon spoke. In fact, the heaven fiend corpse demon's heart was not calm at all. Previously, the reason why the divine corpse demon was wary of Lin Feng was that he felt that Lin Feng had many supreme treasures and might have some terrifying hidden tricks. However, being wary was completely different from being afraid. If they really fought, the divine corpse demon was 100% confident that he could defeat Lin Feng. But now, the divine corpse demon realized that he had still underestimated Lin Feng. Everyone knew that the human race's physical body was weak. This was a racial disadvantage. It was not something that could be changed just because one wanted to. Human cultivators were more skilled in dermic powers, supernatural powers, or some soul attack techniques. But what about Lin Feng? He actually turned the human race's greatest weakness into his own advantage. On this point, it was too terrifying. For a cultivator who could turn his weakness into an advantage, how many terrifying methods did such a person possess? Such a person should have no flaws, right? Therefore, until now. Only then did the heaven fiend corpse demon realize that he had underestimated Lin Feng's means. After all, he had not really engaged in a life and death battle with Lin Feng. He could not tell how many hidden killer moves Lin Feng had. Therefore, he now attached great importance to Lin Feng. As for the rest of the people, they probably had similar thoughts as the heaven fiend corpse demon. After all, the combat strength that Lin Feng had displayed before was indeed amazing. Looking down on Lin Feng, do they have the right to do so? Hearing that the heaven fiend corpse demon was mediating, Lin Feng naturally didn't want to continue being entangled with Shi Zhonghao. He had already used Shi Zhonghao to establish his authority. The heaven fiend corpse demon's intervention had more or less given Shi Zhonghao a way out. Moreover, their main purpose now was to get some things left by Huang Tian, not to engage in a life and death battle here. I was a little too aggressive just now and said something unpleasant. Lin Gongzi, please calm down. Shi Zhonghao said. Lin Feng also said, I was wrong a moment ago. I also said some unpleasant things. Please forgive me, fellow Shi. Ha 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 ha, that's right. We are all friends. Harmony breeds wealth. The heaven fiend corpse demon said with a smile. Lin Feng and the others didn't continue to stay here. They followed the heaven fiend corpse demon and flew to the burial place of Huang Tian. The rest of the people didn't know about this place, except for the heaven fiend corpse demon. The heaven fiend corpse demon said, as far as I know, there are some guys who know about the burial place of Huang Tian. At that time, the danger we will face will not only come from the green heaven territory but also the yellow heaven territory. The rest of the people nodded. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that this place had given birth to many terrifying existences over the endless years. These existences had come back to life through various means. Such means were really shocking. Moreover, after coming back to life, their battle strength had been greatly improved. Did everything happen naturally, or was there someone behind the scenes manipulating all of this? If it happened naturally, then these existences who came back to life really had great luck. But if it was manipulated by someone, then it was too terrifying and shocking. However, Lin Feng thought of the birth of the heaven fiend corpse demon and was shocked. It seemed that the reason why so many powerful existences were born in the yellow heaven secret realm was really man-made. These existences' cultivation might not have transcended realms, but because they had accumulated unimaginable power, their battle strength was too terrifying. Lin Feng even suspected some existences. Maybe they themselves had mastered the law of transcendence. Such existences were even more powerful. If someone told Lin Feng that there was an existence with a cultivation that transcended realms, Lin Feng would not be surprised. Lin Feng said, since so many terrifying existences were born in the Yellow Heaven secret realm, there must be someone behind all of this, right? Do you know who is behind all of this? Hearing Lin Feng's words, the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others frowned and pondered. Before Lin Feng asked them about this matter, they did not think much about it. However, after Lin Feng asked them about this matter, their minds could not help but become active. If I say that we don't know anything about this, would you believe me? The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon asked. Yes. Lin Feng said. Then, he said, I'm afraid that the power of the person behind all of this is beyond imagination. I think that he has a deep meaning for letting all of you revive before the end of the era. I'm guessing that he wants all of you to participate in the final battle at the end of the era. That's why he allowed all of you to revive at this time. Of course, Lin Feng was just making things up. He could not figure out the purpose of the existence behind all these years and why he had revived all of these powerful existences. However, the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others did not know either. Perhaps they would believe him after he had tricked them. Then, they would work together to deal with the imperial family of the world behind the scenes. If they joined his side, it would be of great importance to Lin Feng and the others. With so many powerhouses, the role they could play in the battle would definitely be shocking. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others did not say anything. It was not easy to get them to risk their lives for him. Along the way, Lin Feng and the others talked about many things, mainly about the Yellow Sky secret realm. As long as they knew something, they would not deliberately hide it from Lin Feng. After all, there was no need to hide it from Lin Feng. 5 days later, Lin Feng and the others came to an ancient primitive forest in the Yellow Sky secret realm. This ancient primitive forest was shrouded in a dark and terrifying power. Lin Feng and the others could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. This place was the final destination of Lin Feng and the others. This ancient forest was called the Yellow Sky Ancient Forest. After Huang Tian's death, the Green Sky Domain. Even the Yellow Sky Domain had fallen into it. The power of the magnetic field had changed many parts of this ancient forest. Therefore, this ancient forest was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng and the others entered the ancient forest. Lin Feng asked, how did Huang Tian die after the great battle between the innate experts? A sky domain died. Of course, in other words, the rules of order at that time died. The impact was indeed too great. The impact on the world of cultivators was even greater. The cultivation order had completely collapsed. Why was the collapse of the cultivation order so serious? The collapse of the cultivation order was not only due to the loss of various inheritances. The most important thing was that when the order collapsed, the cultivation system that was originally created under this order could not be cultivated normally. Huang Tian's Dao, he created a complete cultivation system. It was this complete cultivation system that allowed countless cultivators of various races to rise. However, after Huang Tian was slaughtered, everything changed. At that time, countless people were in despair. Because even if they mastered the cultivation method, they could not become powerful experts. Therefore, they needed a new cultivation system to adapt to the cultivation system of the post-Huang Tian era. However, was it really that easy to create a new cultivation system? Of course not. It was too difficult. The Firmament era. How many innate experts? None of them were able to create a cultivation system. From this, it could be seen. How difficult was it to create a cultivation system? Fortunately, Lin Feng's ancestor, the Master of Gods, had created a new cultivation system. Of course, this was all in the future. Right now, Lin Feng was concerned about who killed Huang Tian. Lin Feng did not think that Huang Tian would die so easily. After all, Huang Tian was the law of the world. To put it bluntly, it was the heavens. How could it be so easy to die? The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon said, to be honest, we can't answer your question because Huang Tian hadn't died yet when we died. We don't know who killed Huang Tian. Perhaps it's the imperial family of the world behind the scenes. Of course, they might have joined forces with some of the lost races of the epic and other creatures to kill Huang Tian. Lin Feng said. That's a possibility. The group carefully walked deeper into the forest. Not long after, Lin Feng and the others encountered their first danger since entering the ancient yellow sky forest. When they passed by a certain mountain forest, there were actually many demon trees growing there. These demon trees quietly released a special kind of gas. The reason why this gas was special was because this gas could form a special kind of magnetic field. When cultivators fell into this magnetic field, their minds would go haywire and they would kill each other. Lin Feng and the others did not know about the demon trees beforehand, so they all fell into the trap and began a life and death battle in the magnetic field formed by the demon trees. This battle could be said to be extremely tragic. Fortunately, the Shining Sky Sovereign recovered a trace of clarity during the battle. This person was a Taoist priest when he was alive, and his methods were extremely terrifying. When he woke up, he shouted loudly, and Lin Feng and the others immediately regained their clarity. Then, they found that everyone was covered in wounds, and their bodies were dyed red with blood. The exhaustion was incomparably great. In this kind of life and death battle where one lost consciousness, one's consciousness would only slowly exhaust everyone to death. In the end, there might be a survivor, but after going through a series of battles, how much strength would that survivor have left? Those demon trees could have easily killed the last survivor, but fortunately, none of this happened. Lin Feng and the others woke up in time. If they had woken up a little later, they would have been in danger. It's these ancient trees that are causing trouble. Lin Feng looked at the surrounding ancient trees. Destroy these ancient trees. The faces of the Sky Fiend Corpse Demon and the others became extremely ugly, and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. Then, they completely destroyed the surrounding ancient trees. They continued to walk deeper into the forest. The previous incident was a kind of warning to them. Therefore, they became even more cautious for the next part of the journey. There was no harm in being careful. For the next part of the journey, they did not encounter any other dangers. Finally, they arrived in front of a mountain range. The mountain range was surrounded by a terrifying magnetic field. Any cultivator who dared to approach the mountain range would be attacked by the magnetic field. Lin Feng carefully sensed the magnetic field. It was almost impossible to enter the magnetic field without battle strength that surpassed one's level. They would probably be killed instantly by the magnetic field, unless they had some top-grade defensive magic treasures. With these top-grade defensive magic treasures, they might be able to resist the magnetic field's attack. The entrance to the realm of Blue Heaven is in the mountain range. The Sky Fiend Corpse Demon said. They walked into the mountain range. As they went deeper, the magnetic field became more and more terrifying. Lin Feng and the others gradually found it difficult to resist. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the entrance. The entrance was in a valley, and there was a huge stone tablet in the valley. The stone tablet was about 15 or 16 meters tall. There were 8 words written on the stone tablet. These 8 words were not any other words. They were the words, Blue Heaven is dead, Yellow Heaven shall rise. In the past, Blue Heaven was killed, and Yellow Heaven shall rise. The world of cultivators ushered in an unprecedented golden age. That was really an era where experts came out in large numbers. Now, looking at this stone tablet, it really made people sigh. An era, time passed quietly. Time passed really quickly. Lin Feng asked, how do we enter the realm of Blue Heaven? The key is on this stone tablet. Everyone recites the words written on the stone tablet 10 times, and we can enter the realm of Blue Heaven. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon said. Blue Heaven is dead, Yellow Heaven shall rise. 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 Hearing this, Lin Feng and the others recited the words together. They recited the words Blue Heaven is dead, Yellow Heaven shall rise 10 times. Then, they felt a powerful force enveloping them. The next moment, Lin Feng and the others. They disappeared from where they were. This was a space enveloped by a magnetic field. This space wasn't big, but it was filled with mystery. Their surroundings were filled with chaos. Lin Feng and the others chose a direction and traveled through the chaos. They naturally had to be careful when traveling through such a place. Lin Feng and the others didn't know what dangers lurked in the realm of Azure Heaven. They hoped that everything would go smoothly. As they traveled deeper, Lin Feng discovered that the energy of heaven and earth seemed to have changed. There was a cold and terrifying energy. It enveloped Lin Feng and the others. Some of the power of heaven and earth has appeared in the original energy of heaven and earth. Xiandao Heavenly Master said. The power of heaven? Is that the power left behind by heaven after its death? Lin Feng asked with a frown. In truth, he was very curious about heaven, but he was also very afraid of it. He was curious because heaven was filled with countless myths and legends. There were many things about heaven that made people curious. As for fear, it was because the outside world had always believed that heaven was the mastermind behind the scenes. It was supported by the imperial family and created by the will of the heavens. Even if it was dead, it had left behind some trump cards that could cause terrible harm to the world. Especially since Lin Feng and the others were now in the realm of Azure Heaven. They had the opportunity to face the trump cards left behind by heaven. Xiandao Heavenly Master said. Yes, it's the power left behind by heaven after its death. This power hasn't dissipated. Perhaps this is the terrifying nature of the heaven's order. Lin Feng continued, the outside world has always believed that heaven suppressed the Xiantian life forms and many other ancient races because the imperial family of the mastermind behind the scenes gave it an order. Thus, countless people believe that heaven is actually a puppet cultivated by the imperial family of the mastermind behind the scenes. Is this theory credible? When they heard Lin Feng's words, the four powerhouses fell silent. They seemed to be thinking about something. Heavenly Sovereign Three Saints said, that's indeed possible, but in reality, I feel that there's another explanation that's more credible. Heavenly Sovereign Three Saints paused for a moment before continuing, although the imperial family of the mastermind world can push the end of an epoch, when a new epoch is born, there are many things they can't change. For example, what kind of creatures will be born in this new epoch, or what kind of laws of nature will be born, and so on. These things are beyond the control of the imperial family of the mastermind world. As for the firmament, I think it's a new era. The order of the world has been born, and the will of the firmament has been condensed. Since the will of the firmament has been condensed, the imperial family of the world behind the scenes will definitely pay attention to the firmament. That's why I'm guessing that the firmament has reached some sort of agreement with the imperial family of the world behind the scenes. They've become allies, so when the firmament established its Tao, it tried to suppress the innate creatures and the ancient races. As a result, many people's lifespans have been greatly reduced, and their bodies have been greatly weakened. The innate creatures' cultivation speed is also extremely slow, and they don't have a complete cultivation system. That should be the honeymoon period between the firmament and the imperial family of the world behind the scenes. At that time, by working together to suppress the innate creatures and the ancient races, they'll be able to reap great benefits. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that Heavenly Sovereign Three Saints' words made sense. Who killed the firmament? Asked Lin Feng. He was actually quite interested in this topic. Qiyu, Fuxi, Grand Supreme, and some other powerhouses. I only know a few of their identities, but I don't know much about the others, said Heavenly Sovereign Three Saints. Lin Feng was naturally familiar with Fuxi. He was the founder of the human race, one of the three sovereigns. He was the creator of the innate eight trigrams. Qiyu was an ancient demon god, the ruler of the Li clan. His cultivation was heaven-defying, and he was also a great figure who had stirred up storms. As for who Grand Supreme was, Lin Feng couldn't be sure. Grand Supreme Lao Jun was also known as Grand Supreme. He was also one of the three pure ones. Apart from Grand Supreme Lao Jun, there was another Grand Supreme who was known to surpass everything. He was the creator of the Grand Supreme Tao. It was one of the strongest Taos. For example, the Grand Supreme Immortal sect of the Nine States Great World was a legacy of this Grand Supreme. However, the Grand Supreme Immortal sect had communicated with the heavenly demons to wreak havoc in the Nine States. Later, it was destroyed by Lin Feng. Thus, Lin Feng had a grudge with this Grand Supreme. Lin Feng asked, the Grand Supreme you speak of, is it Grand Supreme Lao Jun or that mysterious Grand Supreme? Heavenly Sovereign Three Saints said. It was that mysterious Grand Supreme who joined forces with other experts to kill Firmament. Lin Feng looked at the other three and asked, apart from them, Do you know the identities of the others? Said the celestial fiend corpse demon. I heard that the first ancestor dragon is also participating in this battle. Lin Feng was astonished. It seemed that the people who had participated in the slaughter of the firmament were all very powerful. Any one of them was powerful. They could be described as shocking to the heavens and the earth. They were all very powerful people of their time. No. They were all very powerful people of their time. It made sense when he thought about it. They wanted to push the development of the entire era. Only such powerful people were qualified to push the development of the firmament. Lin Feng only knew that the 4 cultivators had participated in the battle back in the day. He didn't ask the others anything. In his previous life, they probably knew more about the battle, but they had died once. Even though they had come back to life, their memories were incomplete. It was already very difficult for them to remember a portion of their past lives. Did the firmament have any powerful techniques that were passed down? Lin Feng continued asking. This was a question that he was interested in. After all, the firmament was the will of the heavens that had formed when the epoch was born. Moreover, the firmament had needed so many powerful people to work together in the beginning of the epoch to succeed. From this, one could see how amazing the firmament's methods were. The great firmament art, the hand of heaven, the collapsing sky, and other top-tier abilities were all created by the firmament. Shi Zhonghao said. Lin Feng was shocked. These abilities were indeed earth-shattering, and countless people praised them. For example, Lin Feng had cultivated the great firmament art. Of course, the most terrifying ability is the domineering aura created by the firmament. The firmament domineering aura is the most powerful of the purple supreme domineering aura. It is said that the firmament has perfected this domineering aura. This domineering aura seems to have surpassed the purple supreme domineering aura. I have seen the purple supreme domineering aura, but I have never seen a domineering aura that surpassed the purple supreme domineering aura. In my past life, I heard that the firmament's domineering aura surpassed the purple supreme domineering aura and instantly suppressed an army of 1,000,000 cultivators. It was unimaginably powerful. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. A domineering aura that surpassed the purple supreme domineering aura? That was indeed awesome. One had to know that even Lin Feng's highest level of domineering aura was only the purple supreme domineering aura. In fact, in theory, the purple supreme domineering aura was the highest level of domineering aura. However, there was no limit to cultivation. When a cultivator's cultivation reached a certain level, they might be able to discover some things that they could not before. For example, it was possible to break through the shackles of the purple supreme domineering aura and reach a higher level of domineering aura. Moreover, wasn't there still a domineering aura that could evolve? For example, Lin Feng's epical domineering aura could evolve into domineering aura. Then, after the epical domineering aura evolved to the purple supreme domineering aura, could it evolve to a higher level? Perhaps it could? It would be great if we could obtain this domineering aura passed down by the firmament, Lin Feng said. We want it too. The 4 experts said in unison. Experts at their level also yearned for some of the top techniques. For example, domineering aura was absolutely fascinating to them. Lin Feng and the others chatted as they walked deeper into the forest. Not long after, Lin Feng and the others arrived at a gloomy ancient forest. When they arrived, they immediately discovered that the ground had begun to collapse. Endless demonic aura surged out from the ground. The firmament is supreme. Who dares to defy it? May my lord, the heavens, be immortal. Suddenly, a low and deep voice came from the cracked earth. Following that, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly spread out from below. The firmament still has subordinates that are not dead? Lin Feng said in surprise. Perhaps they came back from the dead like us? Of course, they could also have turned into undead creatures. The heaven fiend corpse devil said. Lin Feng said. It would be best if they turned into undead creatures. Currently, Lin Feng lacked undead creatures with combat strength that surpassed their cultivation level. Lin Feng felt that the existence below might have such combat strength. Of course, if Lin Feng was alone, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to subdue such a terrifying undead creature even with a supreme treasure like the Book of the Dead. However, Lin Feng was not alone. Did he not have the 4 experts with him? These guys were so powerful. If he did not borrow their strength, whose strength would he borrow? It would be a waste not to use free labor. From the cracked ground, numerous tentacles stretched out and wrapped around Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng wielded the black dragon sword and slashed at the tentacles. The black sky sword was extremely powerful. Under Lin Feng's control, it was simply unstoppable. Those tentacles were made of flesh and blood. They could not block the black dragon sword's attack. Many of the tentacles were cut off by Lin Feng. The others were also in a relatively good situation. They cut off the tentacles that wrapped around them. However, after the tentacles were cut off by Lin Feng and the others, new tentacles grew out. This monster's regenerative ability was amazing. Even Lin Feng was a little shocked. It looked like an octopus monster. However, this was a forest. In the forest. Could there be an octopus monster? Wasn't this bullshit? Octopus monsters lived in the water. Lin Feng guessed that the existence hidden in the dark was probably a special monster with countless tentacles. Even though Lin Feng didn't know what kind of monster it was, he still didn't know. Screech! Suddenly, this monster let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. This was not a simple cry, but a soul attack. In fact, Lin Feng had been guarding against the other party's soul attack. Therefore, when the other party's soul attack was really performed, Lin Feng had already responded. The primal chaos ancient lamp protected Lin Feng's soul. Even so, Lin Feng's soul still suffered a great impact. This monster's soul attack was many times stronger than Lin Feng imagined. Similar to Lin Feng's situation, the other people's souls also suffered a serious impact. Each of them was immersed in pain and unable to extricate themselves. Then, the densely packed tentacles once again wrapped around everyone. Soon, everyone was entangled by the monster's tentacles. When their bodies were entangled by the tentacles, a large amount of venom gushed out from the suckers of these tentacles. This venom was very special. It could numb the nerves of cultivators. Moreover, this venom did not need any wounds. As long as it came into contact with the skin, it could drill into the cultivator's body through the skin. A large amount of venom entered the body. Although Lin Feng and the others' consciousness recovered, their bodies could not move. This was mainly because of the poisoning. This monster's tentacles wanted to drag Lin Feng and the others into the underground world. Lin Feng and the white jade toad were able to communicate. The white jade toad swallowed the poison in Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body finally regained movement. Lin Feng's body surged with a terrifying power, and the tentacles wrapped around his body directly exploded. Lin Feng was freed. Then, he waved the black dragon sword in his hand and slashed out dozens of sword chi, cutting off the tentacles that were entangling the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others. Lin Feng asked the white jade toad to help these guys neutralize the poison in their bodies. The dense tentacles once again wrapped around Lin Feng and the others. They quickly retreated and put some distance between them and the monster. Screech! The monster once again let out a sharp screech and launched a soul attack on Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others had already experienced the power of this monster's soul attack. Therefore, after seeing this monster launch another soul attack on them, Lin Feng and the others' faces became extremely serious. At this time, the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon opened his mouth and spat out a treasure. It was a mirror. The treasure floated in front of Lin Feng and the others, reflecting all the soul attacks. Lin Feng was surprised. This treasure was interesting. These ancient experts indeed had some powerful things on them. Die! Shouted Xiandao Tianzuan coldly. Then, he threw out a purple pearl surrounded by the power of thunder. After seeing that, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. He could feel the chi of death from that purple pearl. That purple bead was absolutely terrifying. This is the purple thunder pearl. It was made by an alchemist, said Xiandao Tianzuan. It was under his control. The purple thunder pearl quickly flew towards the monster underground. There was a loud explosion. The purple thunder pearl exploded. Destructive power wreaked havoc. The void shattered, and the ground caved in completely, creating a crater that was thousands of meters deep. Lin Feng and the others quickly moved away from the center of the explosion. They stood in the void far away and watched the situation. Lin Feng and the others were deeply shocked. The power of that purple thunder pearl was too terrifying. Even Xiandao Tianzuan, who had taken out the purple thunder pearl, was shocked. He only had one purple thunder pearl and this was the first time he had seen it explode. Obviously, the power of the purple thunder pearl's explosion was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The explosion just now was so powerful that Lin Feng thought that the monster should be dead by now. In fact, Lin Feng felt that it was a pity because he was sure that the monster was an extremely powerful undead creature. If he could subdue the monster with his Book of the Undead, it would be so cool. His Book of the Undead was equivalent to having a Transcendent Realm expert. He would also have a Transcendent Realm expert as his subordinate. It was a beautiful dream. Reality was a little cruel. Lin Feng could only sigh helplessly. However, at this moment, the energy between heaven and earth became extremely chaotic. Then, Lin Feng and the others saw endless flames suddenly surging from the void. In the flames, there seemed to be an unknown creature that was about to be reborn. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the others were extremely shocked. They were all experienced and knowledgeable people. Naturally, they knew that the existence was about to be reborn after being destroyed. What kind of monster was that, to think that he had even grasped the rising from the ashes technique? This was truly inconceivable and shocking. Stop it. Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon said in a deep voice. Now that the existence had not completed its art of rebirth, they could still stop it. If it was completed, it would be too late to stop it. Everyone had seen the combat strength of the existence just now. It had all kinds of strange means. If it was not for the purple thunder bead, it would be impossible to kill that guy. However, Xiandao Heavenly Master only had one purple thunder bead. Now, it had been used up. Therefore, they could not continue to use a treasure like the purple thunder bead to deal with this monster. Lin Feng and the others quickly flew towards the reborn monster. They were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were only 3 to 4 meters away from the monster. However, at that moment, the monster unleashed an extremely terrifying attack. Runes flew out from the flames, and each rune seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. These runes locked onto Lin Feng and the others and then blasted towards Lin Feng and the others. In fact, these runes might not be able to defeat Lin Feng and the others. However, it only needed to block Lin Feng and the others for a while. Lin Feng quickly used the illusory spell. The runes attacking Lin Feng could not touch his body. Lin Feng took this opportunity to quickly approach the reborn monster. A defensive light shield formed around the monster's body. This defensive light shield wanted to block Lin Feng. However, this monster was now controlling many runes to fight against the 4 experts. Controlling these runes would consume a lot of his energy, and it would also consume a lot of his magic power. As a result, his battle prowess would be greatly reduced, and the defensive light shield he condensed would naturally be greatly weakened. Therefore, the possibility that Lin Feng could break the defensive light shield. Lin Feng activated the Black Dragon Sword. Once the sword was activated, it immediately released a destructive fluctuation. Then, the sword slashed the defensive light shield. Poochie. The seemingly powerful defensive light shield was directly torn apart by Lin Feng's Black Dragon Sword. Lin Feng could directly face this monster. Lin Feng took out the Book of the Undead, which flew above the monster. At this time, the monster completed its rebirth. The monster originally planned to immediately launch an even more terrifying attack on Lin Feng and the others. At that time, it would definitely kill Lin Feng and the others. However, Lin Feng did not give it this opportunity. The Book of the Undead greatly suppressed undead creatures like them. Moreover, there were now hundreds of powerful undead creatures in the Book of the Undead. The more undead the Book of the Undead devoured, the more powerful the Book of the Undead would become. After devouring hundreds of powerful undead creatures, the Book of the Undead was now unimaginably terrifying. Therefore, it would not be at a disadvantage even when dealing with an undead creature with combat strength surpassing the realm. In addition, Lin Feng was assisting from the side. Therefore, the undead creature with combat strength surpassing the realm could not reach the Book of the Undead. In the end, it was devoured by the Book of the Undead. Lin Feng's mood suddenly became very agitated. This undead creature with combat strength surpassing the realm was really too powerful. Now that it had been subdued by him, it was really exciting. The Book of the Undead. The Sky Fiend Corpse Demon looked at the Book of the Undead in Lin Feng's hand in astonishment. He was an experienced and knowledgeable person, so he did not find it strange that he could recognize Lin Feng's Book of the Undead. If Lin Feng could not recognize it, it would be strange. The others also recognized the Book of the Undead in Lin Feng's hand. They all thought to themselves that this kid was really a person with great luck. He had so many treasures, it was really enviable. These ancient experts were somewhat envious of Lin Feng. It was obvious that Lin Feng had so many treasures in his possession. It was enough to make people go crazy. Lin Feng put away the Book of the Undead and smiled. I was lucky to obtain this book. I was able to subdue this undead creature with combat strength surpassing the realm. I have to thank everyone for your help. Haha, actually, we did not help much, said a few people politely. Their attitude towards Lin Feng had undergone a 180-degree change. It was not only because Lin Feng was strong, but also because Lin Feng had a treasure like the Book of the Undead. Hadn't he just subdued that terrifying monster? Who knew how many terrifying undead creatures there were inside the Book of the Undead? Therefore, they were now deeply afraid of Lin Feng. Naturally, their attitude towards Lin Feng had also undergone a huge change. Lin Feng and the others continued walking deeper into the forest. After flying for a long time, a huge cliff suddenly appeared in front of them. They had to fly over the cliff to continue moving forward, but Lin Feng and the others stopped at the cliff because they felt that there was something wrong with the cliff. However, they could not tell what exactly was wrong. Lin Feng and the others looked around the cliff for clues. They wanted to see if they could find any records about the cliff, but they did not find anything. Maybe we can summon a puppet to explore the way, said Xianxia. That was a good idea. Lin Feng summoned a puppet, and the others did the same. They would feel more at ease if their puppets could personally explore the situation. Everyone had the same idea. Lin Feng's divine sense was attached to the puppet, and it flew towards the opposite side of the cliff. The top of the cliff was surrounded by black gas, and the visibility was not very high. After Lin Feng's puppet flew for about 10 kilometers, it finally reached the opposite side of the cliff. Along the way, it did not encounter any danger, nor did it find anything strange. This made Lin Feng very suspicious. Could it be that he was being too careful? Lin Feng summoned his puppet back, and the others did the same. Lin Feng said, I didn't find anything special. What about you guys? Did you notice anything amiss? No. The four of them shook their heads and said. Their method was the same as Lin Feng's. They attached their divine senses to the puppet, and when the puppet flew to the opposite side, they used their divine senses to sense the situation around them. Indeed, they did not find anything strange. In that case, let's go over, said Lin Feng. The others did not have any objections, and everyone flew towards the opposite side of the cliff. However, they were very cautious. After all, this place made them feel somewhat uncomfortable. After flying about halfway, Lin Feng suddenly realized that the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others had disappeared. He did not even know how they had disappeared. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Everything was too strange, and it had happened too suddenly. Just a few breaths ago, Lin Feng had heard Heavenly Sovereign Three Saints and Xianxia whispering to each other. However, even if they had encountered any danger, with their cultivation, they shouldn't have been able to silently lose contact with the rest of the people. Moreover, if there was a formation activated, with Lin Feng's means, he should have sensed it. Therefore, the situation in front of him was indeed a little strange. Lin Feng stopped and observed his surroundings. Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed that the abyss under his feet had changed. A lake had appeared in the abyss, and the entire lake was like a reflective mirror. Lin Feng's shadow was reflected in the lake. The lake water was very clear, and Lin Feng could see his handsome appearance in the lake clearly. I'm so handsome. Using the lake water as a mirror, I still look so handsome. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. However, at this moment, the reflection in the lake walked out of the lake. Then, the reflection also floated in the void about 10 meters away from Lin Feng. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. Then, Lin Feng realized that his shadow had disappeared. What's going on? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. This is Heaven's Lake. You should have heard of it before, right? No. Lin Feng shook his head. The shadow explained, the heavens believe that when a person is born, they are not a single entity. Instead, they are divided into yin and yang. The physical body that appears in the world is the yang that the heavens speak of, while the shadow is the yin. Yin and yang are not divided into primary and secondary. However, because the world that the living beings live in belongs to the world of the living, it is destined that the yin and yang of a person are mainly yang and are supplemented by yin. Thus, the shadow can only be a shadow and cannot be the main one. However, the heavens feel that this is unfair. Why can't the shadow be the main one? Thus, the heavens created Heaven's Lake. In front of the firmament lake, the cultivator's shadow will appear like a real cultivator, standing in front of the real cultivator. Then, the shadow can challenge the real cultivator. If the shadow defeats the main body, then the main body will become the main body and the main body will become the auxiliary body. At that time, the shadow will condense a physical body and the main body will become the shadow. Lin Feng said, so, as the shadow, you don't want to be left out. You want to be the main body and make me your shadow, right? Yes, the shadow nodded. Then let's see who's stronger. Lin Feng's eyes were ice cold. He stepped forward and punched the shadow with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Facing Lin Feng's attack, the shadow smiled indifferently. Surprisingly, he had used the exact same attack as Lin Feng. He punched the human king's fist at Lin Feng. Bang, Lin Feng and the shadow's fists collided. They were evenly matched. Then, they both took 3 steps back. The shadow said, maybe you don't know, but I know everything you know. Lin Feng sneered. So what? In the past, I faced the danger of my inner demon and fought against it. Everything I know, my inner demon knows too. But in the end, I killed my inner demon because a fake is a fake. No matter how good a fake is, it's still a fake. The shadow said, I know you want to use these words to shake my heart, but it's useless. I'm not the same as your inner demon because I'm your shadow, a part of your body. In other words, you and I are one. Your inner demon might not know some of the things you're thinking, but I know everything you're thinking. Besides, there's one thing you can't compare to me. Before Heaven's Lake, my magic power was limitless. But as you fight against me, your magic power is constantly being consumed. It won't be long before your magic power is exhausted. Once your magic power is exhausted, do you think you'll still be able to fight against me? After saying that, the shadow started attacking Lin Feng. The shadow used all kinds of divine abilities. They were all the divine abilities that Lin Feng had cultivated. The shadow knew what Lin Feng was thinking, but Lin Feng didn't. Therefore, Lin Feng was forced into a difficult situation by the shadow's attacks. Lin Feng summoned his ancient weapon. Lin Feng thought that he could use the weapon to suppress the shadow, but who would have thought that the shadow would also summon his ancient weapon? The shadow sneered and said, here, the order of the heavens has created an ancient weapon that is exactly the same as you. Therefore, if you want to use your magic weapon to deal with me, it is simply a fool's dream. The two sides started fighting again. As the battle continued, Lin Feng's magic power was greatly consumed. His battle strength was constantly declining. On the other hand, the shadow's battle strength didn't decrease at all. It was still at its peak condition. Lin Feng's face became gloomier. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. However, Lin Feng sadly discovered that he couldn't find a way to deal with the shadow. The situation in front of him was indeed quite despairing. But Lin Feng had never been a person who gave up easily. He was still thinking of a way to deal with it. What was his advantage? Using his advantage to defeat his opponent was the only way to win. However, whatever he knew, his opponent knew as well. Any treasure he had, the law of order condensed by the heavens could create such a treasure. Therefore, he had no advantage to speak of. Then, was the demon lord a kind of advantage? Thinking of this, Lin Feng tried to communicate with the demon lord. If he could join forces with the demon lord to deal with this guy. Their chances of winning would increase greatly, right? The law of order of the heavens. It was impossible to condense another demon lord, right? But Lin Feng found that he could not successfully communicate with the demon lord. He lost contact with the demon lord. Damn it, what was going on? Lin Feng did not expect such a thing to happen. Could it be that the law of order here was secretly causing trouble, preventing him from contacting the demon lord? If that was the case, then the law of order here was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Why are you still making a futile struggle? Anyway, you won't die. Isn't it good to be a quiet shadow? The shadow continued to press Lin Feng. He had been constantly increasing his battle strength. Lin Feng's battle strength, due to the constant consumption of his magic power, was constantly declining. The gap between him and the shadow was getting bigger and bigger. Facing the shadow's storm-like attacks, Lin Feng really wanted to cry but had no tears. After the two sides fought for dozens of rounds, Lin Feng was seized by the shadow and was directly sent flying. His face was very pale. The continuous battle had consumed too much of his magic power. He knew that he could not hold on any longer. Was he really going to become a shadow, if he became a shadow? What was the difference between that and death? It's time to end all of this, said the shadow while looking at Lin Feng in a disdainful way. An even more powerful attack was brewing. Lin Feng felt a suffocating sense of danger and despair. However, at this critical juncture, the situation suddenly changed. Lin Feng suddenly understood. A shadow was a shadow. How could a shadow have its own thoughts? How could it replace the main body? According to the shadow, this so-called Heaven's Lake was created by heaven. If there really was such a Heaven's Lake, then why wasn't there any news about it in the cultivation world? Don't forget, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world, especially in a place like Heaven's Lake. If such a place truly existed, then it would surely cause a great uproar. Since it had caused such an uproar, there must have been various historical records that had been passed down until now. However, since there was no news about the Firmament Lake, it meant that many things about the Firmament Lake could not be taken seriously. In addition, there was something else that raised Lin Feng's suspicions. Even he didn't know about the Heaven's Lake, so how did the shadow know about it? That didn't make sense. Therefore, Lin Feng thought. The shadow was lying. But why would he lie to him? Lin Feng thought about it. He felt that the shadow lied to him because he wanted to make him believe that what he said was true. For example, the Heaven's Lake, the fact that a person's shadow could replace the main body, and the main body could become a shadow, etc. Both sides were fighting. If what the shadow said was true, then how much pressure would it bring him? Sometimes, psychological cues were extremely terrifying. You're lying to me, Lin Feng sneered. What? The shadow asked subconsciously. The Heaven's Lake is fake. The shadow replacing the main body is also fake. As for you, you're just an existence born from an illusion, Lin Feng said coldly. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the shadow stopped attacking Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng and laughed sinisterly. After a long time, he said, "You're really capable. You can even sense that I'm an illusion. Even I have to admire your extraordinary perception and insight." As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow's body began to fade. After a quarter of an hour, the shadow completely dissipated. Lin Feng found that the lake below had disappeared, and he was still standing on the cliff. As for Corpse Demon, and the other three, they were still by his side. However, their expressions were extremely ugly. Obviously, they had also fallen into an illusion. Many illusions were extremely terrifying. Once you died in an illusion, you might die in the real world. There were too many such things to mention. Wake up! Lin Feng couldn't help but shout coldly. After hearing Lin Feng shout, the four people who were immersed in the illusion suddenly became alert. It was as if they had been enlightened by someone. One by one, they opened their eyes. Instantly, they were alert. Was that an illusion? When they woke up and recalled what had just happened, they were all extremely shocked. They were very powerful, and it was difficult for anything to confuse their minds. However, just now, they had fallen into a terrible illusion and almost died in it. This feeling was very scary. Fortunately, Lin Feng woke them up. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The four people were extremely shocked. After all, even they couldn't see through the illusion, but Lin Feng resolved it. Lin Feng's means were really amazing. They couldn't help but fear Lin Feng a lot. However, when they thought that they and Lin Feng were now allies and not enemies, they felt a lot more relieved. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for your help. Otherwise, we would have been immersed in the illusion. I'm afraid we would have been in danger. The four people quickly thanked Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite. We're all friends. It's only right for us to help each other. From allies to friends." Lin Feng naturally wanted to rope in the four of them. Their strength was there for all to see. If he could rope them into his camp, it would definitely be a huge boost to his side. The four of them naturally had a good impression of Lin Feng. He was young, powerful, humble, and low-key. He was worth befriending. They didn't stop and quickly flew to the other side. Who knew if there would be other dangerous situations if they continued to stay on the cliff? Lin Feng and the others were extremely fast. They quickly flew to the other side and let out a sigh of relief. Lin Feng and the others had consumed a lot of energy, so they planned to find a place to rest. It wouldn't be too late to continue after adjusting their condition to the best. If they continued to move forward in a bad state, they might not be able to resist if they encountered some terrifying dangers. Lin Feng and the others found a dry cave in the forest and then entered it to rest. One day later, Lin Feng had recovered. As for the others, they were still recovering. However, they also gradually recovered during the 4 hours that had passed since the battle began. They ate some things to replenish their strength. Everyone continued to set off. After encountering danger twice, and each time was more dangerous than the last, Lin Feng and the others became extremely vigilant. Now they actually felt like birds that were startled by the twang of a bough. This was something that couldn't be helped. After all, this place was too dangerous. If they weren't careful, they might die without a burial place. So, how could Lin Feng and the others not be careful? About 3 days later, Lin Feng and the others saw a huge ancient tomb appear in front of them. An ancient tomb that appeared in this place was definitely not a small matter. So Lin Feng and the others sped up. Soon, they arrived in front of the ancient tomb and then looked at the ancient tomb. There was a tombstone in front of the ancient tomb. But there were no words on the tombstone. Nameless tombstone, nameless ancient tomb. The origin of this ancient tomb really made people curious and puzzled. Could it be the ancient tomb of Xianxia? At this time, Shi Zhonghao said. This, Lin Feng and the others were a little surprised and doubtful. The realm of Xianxia was a part of the magnetic field world created by Xianxia. So, there was nothing strange about the ancient tomb of Xianxia being here. But the ancient tomb in front of them. Lin Feng and the others couldn't be sure whether it was the ancient tomb of Xianxia or not. If it was, then it would be amazing. Even a blockhead would be able to figure out what was in the tomb of Xianxia. Why don't we dig up this ancient tomb and take a look? Lin Feng suggested. Okay, then let's dig up this ancient tomb. The 4 experts nodded. In the world of cultivators, digging up other people's ancient tombs to look for opportunities was not only done by tomb raiders, but also by countless cultivators. However, there was a difference between tomb raiders and other cultivators. Tomb raiders liked to go to the tombs of various big clans and factions and dig up the tombs of their ancestors to look for opportunities. For example, Taoist Wu Liang was very fond of this kind of thing. As for other cultivators, of course, they wouldn't be so unprincipled. These cultivators basically dug up tombs in the wild. The so-called wild tombs. They were tombs in the mountains or other places that were not cared for and had no owner. For example, the tomb in front of them was considered a wild tomb. Although Lin Feng and the others guessed that it might be the tomb of Xianxia, who knew if it was, maybe it wasn't. If it wasn't the tomb of Xianxia, then whose tomb would it be? They would know once they opened the tomb and entered it. A tomb like this is full of traps and restrictions. If we try to force our way in, we will definitely be attacked by the tomb. Lin Feng said. There's no need to force our way in. Usually, these ancient tombs have a door. Let's look around and see if we can find it. If we can't find it, then we'll consider other methods. It's easier said than done. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find the door. Heavenly Sovereign, 3 saints said. Lin Feng said. Leave this matter to me. I'll see if I can find the door. The 4 of them showed a surprised expression. Since Lin Feng had taken on this matter, it meant that Lin Feng knew the art of tomb exploration. Then, the 4 of them thought of another thing. Lin Feng was so young, but his battle strength was so strong and he had so many magic treasures. Could it be that he had stolen all the magic treasures from the tombs of some ancient experts? There were probably a lot of opportunities in these tombs. Therefore, when Lin Feng obtained countless magic treasures, his battle strength increased extremely quickly. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this possibility was quite high. Therefore, when they looked at Lin Feng, their gazes were a little strange. Lin Feng did not notice the expressions of the 4 people. Even if he did, he would not have cared too much. Lin Feng was the kind of person who did not care about other people's opinions. Lin Feng had learned the art of tomb exploration from Wu Liang Taoist. Although he was not as good as Wu Liang Taoist, Lin Feng's level was actually not bad. Moreover, in the process of tomb raiding, finding the tomb was the most difficult thing. It was also the most important thing. The skill of a tomb raider was often reflected when they were searching for tombs. But what kind of situation was Lin Feng and the others facing? They did not need to find the tomb at all. Because the tomb was right in front of them. They only needed to find the door. This was much simpler. They just needed to use the dragon-seeking formula to search and see if they could find anything. Thinking of this, Lin Feng walked around the tomb. He whispered, "Look at the winding mountain, dragon-seeking 10,000. Entanglement is a heavy pass. The door is like 1,000 locks. There must be a noble living here." Lin Feng circled the ancient tomb more than a dozen times and finally locked onto a position. Lin Feng felt that the door was very likely to be there. Of course, all of this was just Lin Feng's speculation. It was hard to say if the place he locked onto really had a door. He just had to dig and see. Lin Feng's dragon-seeking cave was 149 meters away from the ancient tomb. It was beside an ancient tree. Lin Feng said, "We'll know once we dig here." Then, he took out 4 shovels and asked the 4 experts to dig. The 4 experts happily went to dig the ground. If an outsider were to see 4 Transcendence Realm experts digging in the ground here, their jaws would drop to the ground in shock, right? Soon, they dug out a pit more than 20 meters deep. At this time, Shi Zhonghou's shovel seemed to have dug into something hard. Then, there was a clanging sound. Everyone's spirits were suddenly lifted. Lin Feng stood on top and said, "It's very likely that we found the door. Put in more effort and dig it out." Thus, the 4 experts dug in full swing. Not long after, a 3-meter-tall, 2-meter-wide stone door appeared. On the stone door, there was a picture of blue clouds. The firmament order from back then was a picture of blue clouds. It's exactly the same as this one. This ancient tomb is definitely related to the firmament. Maybe it really is the firmament's tomb. Xiandao Tianzuan said excitedly. Lin Feng also jumped down and said, "Let's go in and see." Lin Feng and the others opened the stone door. Sure enough, there was a passage inside the stone door. They entered the passage and walked through the tomb, looking for the location of the main tomb. In the tomb passageway, the aura was gloomy and the light was dim. It was probably too quiet here, so when they walked in the tomb passageway, they could hear the sound of their footsteps. It seemed that besides the sound of their footsteps, there were no other sounds. Not long after, Lin Feng and the others saw a tomb chamber. In fact, there were many tombs like this in ancient tombs. However, these tombs were basically side tombs, and only 1 to 3 were main tombs. Logically speaking, there should only be 1 main tomb chamber, but why did some tombs build 2 or even 3 main tombs? There was a reason for this. First, some people built 2 or 3 main tombs to follow the Tao of Yin and Yang, or the Tao of 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to all things. The Tao of Yin and Yang naturally corresponded to the 2 main tombs. As for the Tao of 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to all things, it corresponded to the 3 main tombs. Second, some people were worried that their tombs would be visited by tomb robbers. It was fine if it was a side tomb, but they were mainly worried that the main tomb would be disturbed. Hence, they built Yang and Yin tombs. To put it bluntly, they were real and fake tombs. Hence, sometimes there might be 2 or 3 main tombs, but in fact, only one of them was real. The rest of the main tombs contained endless killing intent. Of course, tomb robbers were not stupid. Many tomb robbers had extremely powerful means, so they might be able to tell if there was danger in the main tomb chamber. However, many tomb robbers knew that some main tombs were traps and were extremely dangerous, but they would still enter them without hesitation. Why was this? This was because, even if there were some fake main tombs with traps, in fact, there would be many good things, but the core things might not be there. However, everything was hard to say. Sometimes, it was hard to tell the real from the fake. But no matter what, the things placed in these fake main tombs with traps were enough to make people crazy, especially these tomb robbers. They were usually very greedy. Wherever they went, they would leave nothing behind. Hence, 80% of the tomb robbers would take the risk to take those things out. Their means were superb. They might be able to resolve the various dangers inside. If their means were not superb enough, they would probably die inside. Then why wouldn't there be 4 main chambers in the real and fake tombs? The main reason was that 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. Regardless of whether a cultivator was alive or dead, they wouldn't easily go against the Grand Tao. Otherwise, they would be punished by the heavens. Tao can't be more than 3. Of course, he couldn't build 4 or even more main burial chambers. As for the tomb chamber that appeared in front of Lin Feng and the others, it was obviously a side tomb chamber. However, because it was the first tomb chamber that Lin Feng and the others had encountered, there was no guarantee that there would be no good things in a side tomb chamber. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others planned to open up this side tomb and see what good things were inside. Who knows, they might be able to obtain an amazing harvest. Although the restriction here was powerful, it couldn't stop Lin Feng and the others. Soon, Lin Feng and the others broke the restriction. Then, they opened the door of the side tomb and entered it. This side tomb was not particularly large, but it was still more than 100 square meters. In this side tomb chamber, there were many boxes. No one knew what was in those boxes. Lin Feng and the others quickly walked towards the stacked boxes. They opened one of the boxes and realized that there were many ancient books in it. This made Lin Feng extremely surprised. It seemed like they were all books from countless years ago. Perhaps some of the books weren't from this era. This was all possible. Lin Feng casually opened a book and started reading. This book was written in an extremely ancient language. Lin Feng happened to know this ancient language. After Lin Feng read the contents of the book, he was instantly shocked. This was because the contents of this book were actually about the method to change the lifespan of all living things. In the era when the heavens established the Tao, the lifespan of mortals went from 108,000 years to less than 100 years. This was all because of the heavens behind the scenes. If it wasn't for the heavens behind the scenes, with such a strong mortal body, their future achievements would be unimaginable. Perhaps, when the cultivation system was established, the people of that era could really overthrow the rule of the royal family of the world behind the scenes. After all, the foundation was there for all to see. They were born with 108,000 years of lifespan. When they grew up, they could fight against colossal dragons. They were truly godly people. With a little bit of cultivation, their future achievements would definitely be limitless. It was a pity that they were all destroyed by the heavens. After flipping through the contents of the book, Lin Feng then realized that when the heavens destroyed the foundation of all living things back then, it was after a long period of exploration. It wasn't done in one go. Thinking about it, it was normal. Such actions were against the laws of the heavens. Even if the heavens were the will that was formed by the laws of the heavens and earth, they would definitely be punished by the heavens for doing such immoral things. Therefore, such things had to be planned slowly. If one were to take big steps, it would be easy to get involved. Wasn't this the reason the books recorded the experiences of the heavens over the long years? A good memory was not as good as a lousy pen. This heavens be asterisk starred was pretty interesting. He had actually recorded all of his experiences. There were too many books and too many experiences. It was unrealistic to want to finish reading all of them in a short period of time. However, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of something. If he were to study these notes of the heavens, would he be able to change the laws of the heavens and earth and allow all living things to have 108,000 years of lifespan again? F***ck. If he could really do that, it would be heaven-defying. It was simply unimaginable how terrifying the merit would be. Such a great merit would be of unimaginable help to a cultivator. Such a great merit might allow a cultivator to instantly become a carp leaping over the dragon gate and ascend to the 9 heavens. They're all notes. I'll keep them. Lin Feng said. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others also flipped through some ancient books and found that they were indeed notes. Thus, they simply let Lin Feng take them away. Lin Feng put away the dozens of boxes. After Lin Feng and the others left the side tomb, they continued to look for other tomb chambers. After a quarter of an hour, they saw the second side tomb chamber and opened it. After entering the second side tomb chamber, Lin Feng and the others found more than a dozen wooden shelves in the side tomb chamber. There were some bottles and jars on them. Could it be a place to store elixirs? Lin Feng and the others were delighted and walked towards the wooden shelves. However, at this moment, Lin Feng and the others suddenly had an extremely uncomfortable feeling in their hearts. It was as if they were being stared at by something terrifying. The few of them seemed to have sensed something. They looked towards the top of the tomb chamber and saw that there were countless bats hanging upside down. Each bat was as big as a wash basin. These bats were very strange. They had blood-red bodies and claws as sharp as eagle claws. The heads of these bats were different from those of ordinary bats. These bats' heads looked like the heads of demons from hell. Vampiric devil bats. After seeing these bats, Lin Feng could not help but gasp. This was a type of bat that originated from hell. These bats were very special. It was said that they could burrow into a cultivator's mind and then devour their soul. After the cultivator's soul was eaten, these bats would then devour the cultivator's flesh and blood. They were the evilest, strangest, and most terrifying bats in the world of hell. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke these terrifying bats. It was said that because these bats were too strange, even experts who surpassed their realm would not provoke them. After all, these bats were social bats. There were simply too many of them. If you were to engage in a battle with a large group of bats, there was a chance that a few bats would quietly drill into your mind. When these bats drill into your mind, there was a high chance that the cultivator would be in for a tragedy. At this time, the vampiric devil bats opened their eyes. These vampiric devil bats had blood-red isoniazid in their eyes, looking very demonic. At this moment, all the vampiric devil bats looked at Lin Feng and the rest of the uninvited guests. Some vampiric devil bats even began to flap their wings. Damn it, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and run. Lin Feng did not want to fight to the death with these vampiric devil bats because of some elixirs. Perhaps they could kill these vampiric devil bats, but if some vampiric devil bats burrowed into their minds during the battle, wouldn't they be crying without tears? Whoosh! Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast as he quickly rushed outside. The rest of the people reacted extremely quickly and rushed outside as well. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng and the rest rushed out of this side tomb chamber. However, just as Lin Feng and the rest flew out, a large number of vampiric devil bats also flew out with Lin Feng and the rest. These vampiric devil bats let out sharp and ear-piercing cries. Bat-type creatures were proficient in soul attacks, and the vampiric devil bats were naturally the same. Under the sound wave attack of these vampiric devil bats, Lin Feng and the rest felt as if their heads were about to split open. However, their methods were extraordinary, and they quickly suppressed the soul attack of these vampiric devil bats. All the vampiric devil bats flew out, densely packed. No one knew how many vampiric devil bats there were as they chased after Lin Feng and the rest. As Lin Feng and the rest fled deeper into the tomb, suddenly, many small green bugs crawled out from the many cracks of the tomb passage. Upon closer inspection, these green bugs looked very similar to corpse puppets. Corpse puppets fed on corpses, so a large amount of dark attribute energy had accumulated in their bodies. After many years of transformation, this dark attribute energy finally turned into corpse poison, which was extremely terrifying. These green corpse puppets were not ordinary corpse puppets. These green corpse puppets were called emperor puppets. Just from the name, one could tell how powerful these green corpse puppets were. The number of emperor puppets was much more than the vampiric devil bats. The tomb passage at the back was completely occupied by emperor puppets. It was really terrifying, and gave people a bone-chilling feeling. If they were entangled by so many poisonous creatures, not to mention the white jade toad, even the white jade toad would be gnawed to the bone. No matter how powerful a cultivator was, they were not absolutely invincible. It was like comparing an elephant to an ant. An elephant could easily trample many ants to death, but what if there were too many ants? Countless ants could gnaw the elephant clean. This was the origin of the saying, "Too many ants can bite an elephant to death." Lin Feng and the rest were extremely fast. In the end, they managed to shake off the vampiric devil bats and emperor puppets that were chasing after them. Lin Feng and the rest could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After that, they saw some side chambers, but thinking of the terrifying situation they encountered before, Lin Feng and the rest did not open those side chambers. After all, Lin Feng and the rest were mainly here for the main chamber. 2 hours later, Lin Feng and the rest arrived outside the main chamber. There was only one main chamber here, which saved Lin Feng and the rest a lot of trouble. The door of the main chamber did not have any restrictions, but it had a mechanism. With the 9 palaces mechanism art to seal the door, there must be many hidden killing moves around. If the deduction was wrong, they would definitely be attacked. Lin Feng had seen the 9 palaces arithmetic art before. This art was related to the Xianxia 8 trigrams, so Lin Feng successfully deduced the way to open the door. He moved the 9 palaces grid that appeared on the door. When the grid was reset, the door rumbled loudly, and then it rose up on its own. Lin Feng and the rest entered the main chamber. In the main chamber, there was a coffin. When they saw the coffin, Lin Feng and the rest were slightly stunned. If this place was the burial place of the firmament, then there was no need for a coffin, right? Why was that? Actually, no matter if it was the firmament or the yellow sky. The place where they were buried was just a nice way to put it. In reality, because they were formed by the will of the heavenly Tao, they did not have a body. Since they did not have a body, after they died, they would naturally disappear. There was no need for a coffin. Of course. Nothing was certain. Perhaps the heavens were fond of this. Lin Feng and the rest quickly walked towards the coffin in the main chamber. Soon, they arrived at the coffin. The coffin was covered. Lin Feng opened the coffin lid, and then, they were shocked to find a woman lying in the coffin. An extremely beautiful woman. Of course, she had been dead for many years, but what was shocking was that after so many years, her body did not show any signs of decay. One must know. Even if it was an expert who had transcended the realm, his body would gradually decay after he died. But the woman in the coffin, her skin was better than a living person. There was no justice. Everything was too strange. Logically speaking, an existence like the firmament would not condense a body of flesh and blood. Moreover, it is very difficult to condense a body of flesh and blood. However, it is possible to condense an incarnation. Could this woman be the incarnation of the firmament? Heavenly Sovereign 3 Saints said. The heaven fiend corpse demon rolled his eyes and said, "What incarnation? How could the firmament have an incarnation? Moreover, you all know the firmament's character. He is high and mighty, and he looks down on all living things. Do you think he would condense an incarnation with such a proud character? It's impossible. I think it would be worse than killing him." The heaven fiend corpse demon's words were quite reasonable. It was just like how there were many races in the world of cultivators who were unwilling to take human form. Why was that? It was because of their self-righteous pride. Many living things felt that their race was a great race, a high and mighty race. Therefore, they would never take human form. The firmament was like that. His dignity wouldn't allow him to conjure a doppelganger. Moreover, this incarnation was a woman, that was even more impossible. The firmament was formed by the will. However, it was a man. Lin Feng said, "It seems that this tomb is not the firmament's tomb. However, many places are related to the firmament. If it is not the firmament's tomb, how do you explain the situation here?" Indeed. This matter was not easy to explain. The heaven fiend corpse demon and the others were also thinking about what secrets were hidden behind this matter. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on some things placed in the coffin. Inside the coffin, there were several white jade boxes. It was unknown what was inside these white jade boxes. Lin Feng took out a white jade box and opened it. Then, he saw 7 purple elixirs inside. He wondered what kind of elixirs they were. These are soul-body elixirs. After seeing these 2 elixirs, the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others gasped. Lin Feng was shocked. He had heard of soul-body elixirs before. This kind of elixir was mainly useful for cultivators who came back from the dead. For example, Shi Zhonghao and the others were existences who came back from the dead. However, because they came back from the dead, their souls and bodies were not as compatible as before. This had a great impact on their cultivation. For example, they could only increase their combat strength but could not break through to the Transcendence realm. This was because their bodies and souls were not compatible. However, soul-body elixirs could make their souls and bodies merge again. In addition, soul-body elixirs were also very useful for some evil ghosts. They could shed their evil ghost bodies, get rid of the endless pain and torture, and recondense their flesh and blood. Therefore, this kind of elixir was definitely enough to make countless evil ghosts and living beings who came back from the dead go crazy. No wonder the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others were stunned. This kind of elixir was indeed very beneficial to them. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Now, his Book of the Dead had also collected a Transcendence Realm undead. That guy seemed to be called the 8-armed demon. The 8-armed demon could also take soul-body elixirs, right? If he took the soul-body elixir, would his body also change? Then, he would be able to reshape a body of flesh and blood from the Transcendence Tribulation and become a normal person. If the 8-armed demon became a normal cultivator, he might be able to directly break through to the Transcendence realm with his accumulation. The 8-armed demon was already so terrifying before breaking through to the Transcendence realm. If he did, wouldn't his combat strength soar greatly? It would also be a great help to him. Apart from the 8-armed demon, Huang Daxian, the king of Carrion, and the female zombie were all existences who were infinitely close to the Transcendence realm. Their combat strength might not reach the Transcendence realm, but they could certainly complete the transformation if they took the soul-body elixir. There was also the monster zombie, an existence who fell from the Transcendence realm. He was stronger than Huang Daxian, the king of Carrion, and the female zombie. If he took the soul-body elixir and returned from the Transcendence Tribulation, he might also be able to break through to the Transcendence realm. He already had experience in breaking through to the Transcendence realm, so the probability of him breaking through to the Transcendence realm for the second time should be very high. The key was that there were too few of these soul-body pills. There were only 7 of them in total. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others could take at least 4 of them. Theoretically speaking, Lin Feng could at most obtain 3. If Lin Feng really obtained 3 soul-body pills, then it was obvious that Lin Feng would have to make some concessions in other aspects. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that there would be soul-body pills here. This is great, the heavens are helping me. Shi Zhonghao laughed loudly. The rest of the people were similar to him, all of them dancing with excitement. Actually, this was normal. After all, these pills were too important to them. Now that they saw these pills, how could they not be excited? Lin Feng said, "Congratulations to the 4 of you for obtaining a pill like the soul-body pill. It's like this, everyone knows that I have a Book of the Undead. Now that I have a lot of undead in my Book of the Undead, these undead can also use this pill. How about the 4 of you leave the pills that you don't need to me? Of course, I will take less of the other things." The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others nodded. They had no objections to Lin Feng's suggestion. They each took a soul-body pill, and the remaining soul-body pills were taken by Lin Feng. 3 soul-body pills were obviously not enough for Lin Feng, but Lin Feng had already planned how to distribute them. First of all, Multi-Handed Evil Demon would get 1. He was the focus of Lin Feng's nurturing. Secondly, the Monster Corpse would also get 1. Lin Feng also attached great importance to the Monster Corpse. As for Huang Daxian and the others, they would not be rewarded with soul-body pills for the time being. Lin Feng planned to give the 3rd soul-body pill to Sophia. Sophia was the greatest alchemist in the universe of time. Previously, Sophia had obtained a transcendence pill. She was even able to research the pill formula of the transcendence pill without a formula, as well as the general refining steps. Furthermore, she had invented an even better transcendence pill. Then, if he gave this soul-body pill to Sophia, would Sophia be able to use this pill to research the recipe for the soul-body pill and the steps to refine it? If he succeeded, when the time came, he could ask Sophia to mass-produce soul-body pills for him. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was suddenly filled with joy. Lin Feng put away the 3 soul-body pills. Then, they looked at the other boxes. The divine corpse demon picked up a box and opened it. Everyone found that there were several special worm stalks in the box. This cordyceps looked a bit like Cordyceps sinensis. But it was obviously not cordyceps. It's the heart-devouring worm grass. Heavenly Sovereign Threescore said. Oh? Heart-devouring worm grass? This is good stuff. The eyes of the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others suddenly lit up. The value of the heart-devouring worm grass was in alchemy. It was a material needed to refine many top-grade elixirs. It was difficult to form, so it was very valuable. A stalk of heart-devouring caterpillar grass was already hyped to a sky-high price outside. Moreover, it was priceless. Cultivators had no way to buy it. However, there were as many as 18 heart-devouring worm grasses here. So many heart-devouring worm grasses, it really made people envious. Lin Feng said, I'll take 2 stalks. You can divide the rest among yourselves. Everyone readily agreed to Lin Feng's suggestion. After all, Lin Feng had taken 2 more soul-body pills. It was normal for him to take less heart-devouring worm grass. Lin Feng took 2 stalks of heart-devouring worm grass, leaving 16 stalks of heart-devouring worm grass. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the other 3 took 4 stalks each. Lin Feng opened the 3rd box. There was a jade talisman in the 3rd box. Lin Feng's divine thought. It invaded the jade talisman. His face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression because the contents of the jade talisman were too shocking. The jade talisman recorded the legendary domineering chi of the heavens. It was the kind of domineering chi that fascinated Lin Feng and the others. What Lin Feng and the others wanted the most was the cultivation method of the domineering chi of the heavens. When the domineering chi of the heavens first appeared, it was already purple in color. Now, it had surpassed purple. Back then, the domineering chi of the heavens could even suppress an army of 1,000,000 cultivators in an instant. It could be seen how unimaginably powerful the domineering chi of the heavens was. Lin Feng had been fascinated by the domineering chi of the heavens for a long time. What's recorded in it? Xianxia Heavenly Master asked. The cultivation method of the domineering chi of the heavens. Lin Feng said. What? The cultivation method of the domineering chi of the heavens? Damn, the heavens are protecting us. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon exclaimed. Even with his state of mind, he could not help but swear at this moment. It could be seen how shocked the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon was at this moment. Lin Feng handed the jade talisman to the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon. After sensing it, the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon grinned. It was indeed the cultivation method of the domineering chi of the heavens. It could be confirmed. Then, the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon passed the jade talisman to the others. In the end, the jade talisman fell back into Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng took out a few jade talismans and imprinted the cultivation method of the domineering chi of the heavens on them. Then, he distributed the jade talismans imprinted with the domineering chi of the heavens to everyone. The treasures in the 3 boxes were distributed by Lin Feng and the others. Although this ancient tomb did not seem to be the tomb of the heavens. But it did not matter anymore, did it? After all, the opportunities that Lin Feng and the others had obtained here were too amazing. This is not the tomb of the heavens, but there is the cultivation method of the domineering chi of the heavens. Moreover, the domineering chi of the heavens was buried with this woman. Do you think this woman is a woman of the heavens? Shi Zhonghao said. A woman of the heavens? This? Lin Feng and the others could not help but be surprised. They had to admit that Shi Zhonghao's hypothesis was quite shocking. Lin Feng and the others carefully considered the possibility of this matter. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Devil said, the heavens, is used to being high and mighty. Moreover, it has no form and no substance. It only has a will. With such a form, would it like a woman? I think that in its eyes, women are just lowly creatures. Lin Feng said, the will of the heavens is a man. Since it's a man, it's normal for it to like women. Shi Zhonghao smiled and said, that's right. Which man doesn't like women? Everyone here, which one of you did not experience the wind when you were young? Needless to say, everyone present had probably gone through such a process. As for Lin Feng, he was currently experiencing the process of being a man without wind. Her mouth is a little puffy. Could there be something in her mouth? Lin Feng said. Hearing this, everyone looked at the woman's face. If they did not look carefully, they would not have noticed that her mouth was slightly puffy. Lin Feng was too observant. Maybe there really is something in her mouth. The Xiandao Heavenly Master said. Lin Feng pinched the woman's mouth open. Then, he saw that there was a bead in her mouth. Lin Feng said, after so many years, her corpse did not show any signs of decay. In fact, it's even more delicate than a living person. It's probably because of this pearl, right? The Heaven Fiend Corpse Devil and the others nodded. They felt that this was probably the reason as well. Take it out and let's have a look, the Heaven Fiend Corpse Devil said. Lin Feng nodded. He reached out and gently tapped the woman's mouth. A wave of magic power surged out and enveloped the mysterious pearl in her mouth. Then, the mysterious bead flew out and floated in the void. It was an almost transparent bead. A mysterious power was faintly sealed within the bead. That power seemed to have turned into a liquid state. It flowed slowly. Does anyone know the origin of this bead? Lin Feng asked. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Devil and the others shook their heads. They had never seen this pearl before. Lin Feng tried to channel his magic power into the pearl to see if he could find anything special about it. When Lin Feng's magic power flowed into the mysterious pearl suddenly trembled. Lin Feng and the others immediately realized that they had appeared in an ancient world. The heavens had gone through 38,675 tribulations before it finally grew into a supreme will that controlled the laws of heaven and earth. These tribulations were all different. Some tribulations could be reincarnating into a living being and experiencing the fickleness of human nature. Some tribulations could be encountering lightning tribulation and suffering unbearable pain. And so on and so forth. Actually, in the early days of the epic, because the will of the heavens had yet to fully condense, the laws of heaven and earth had yet to be set. All kinds of disasters would often occur. Although the heavens were not good people, there was one thing that could not be denied. After the laws of order that the heavens represented were fully condensed, in the myriad worlds, it gradually stabilized. Disasters greatly reduced. All living beings also entered a more stable period of development. Actually, many years after the will of the heavens was successfully condensed, the mastermind world's royal family had never come into contact with the heavens. At this time, the heavens were still not bad. The heavens became bad. It only became bad after it cooperated with the mastermind world's royal family. Humans would always change. Let alone the will of the heavens, but no matter how the heavens changed, his love for a woman had never changed. This was the 38,675 tribulations that the heavens had gone through. It was also the last tribulation before the will of the heavens was completely condensed. At this moment, the heavens reincarnated into a servant disciple of a large sect. But his fortuitous encounters were shocking. Although he was only a servant disciple, because of his fortuitous encounters, he gradually displayed shocking talent in the sect. His position in the sect became higher and higher. Later on, he even became one of the top disciples of the immortal Tao. Fate made fools of people. This immortal Tao upstart met the demon Tao Witchuing when he went out to train. The two of them went from being enemies to knowing each other, to loving each other. It was just that the immortals and demons were irreconcilable. Their love was destined to be rejected by both the immortal Tao and the demon Tao. She told him that she wanted to leave with him and find a place where there was no one. Then, they could live a carefree life and never bother about the outside world again. But he didn't agree. He said that the sect had nurtured him. In the sect, there were many people that he couldn't let go of. She asked, "What about me?" He didn't answer. She knew the answer. Between the sect and her. He chose the sect. Perhaps many things had happened in between. But, these were no longer important, right? The great war between the immortal Tao and the demon Tao was so tragic. Even if he was an immortal Tao upstart, it was still very difficult for him to face the attacks of the top experts of the demon Tao. He was targeted by an old demon. He thought that he would definitely die. But, she appeared in time. It helped her to block the attack. Her heart meridians were broken. There was no way to save the situation. No, he roared in pain. Only when he was about to lose her did he realize that he cared about her so much. You saved me before, I've returned it to you. From now on, I don't owe you anything. As she was dying, she looked at him and smiled in relief. She was sad for a long time, in pain for a long time, but in the end, she let it go. A woman. There was no need to keep being sad for a man who had given up on her, right? No. She even returned the last favor to him. She died without regrets. The dead were free. But him, he couldn't let go. A woman who had loved him to death, a woman who had been rejected by him, a woman who had even died for him, in the end, no longer loved him. This feeling. It was really terrible. It had to be said. Sometimes, many people were like this. When they had it, they didn't know how to cherish it. Only when they lost it, did they know how to cherish it. Moreover, among these people, there were some who didn't know how to find the reason from themselves. They only knew how to blame the heavens and blame others. Such people, whether they were men or women. There were too many. After the last tribulation, the will of the heavens was completely condensed. He preserved her body. He looked forward to the day when he could revive her. And then listen to her. She still loved him. This was the will of the heavens. He absolutely couldn't tolerate that the woman who once loved him no longer loved him. Absolutely. 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 He absolutely couldn't tolerate such a thing to happen. All the scenes disappeared. Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but feel a little emotional. They probably thought of some things, some people. Or some regrets. It's the wrong person. Lin Feng said. Shi Zhonghao said, does the heavens think that by saving this woman will fall in love with him again? Don't joke around. He's completely deceiving himself. After hurting others, he still wants others to fall in love with him again. It's simply wishful thinking. Do you know what you're saying? Suddenly, a voice resounded in the main tomb without warning. After hearing this voice, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but jump in fright. Because, with their cultivation, they didn't even know that there were other creatures hidden in this place. Who is it? Come out, Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. At this moment, they felt a cold aura coming from behind. Then, Lin Feng and the others quickly turned their heads to look behind them. They saw. An illusory shadow appeared. He appeared without a sound. They couldn't see what the illusory shadow looked like. They also didn't know what kind of existence this illusory shadow was. However, at this moment, this illusory shadow was coldly looking at Lin Feng and the others. In the eyes. Flashing with dense killing intent. Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but frown. They were trying to figure out who this mysterious being was. This guy had suddenly appeared while Lin Feng and the others were talking about Chang Tian. Moreover, he seemed to be very hostile towards them. They all thought of the same name at the same time. Shit, it can't be, right? Lin Feng and the others looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't believe what they had just guessed. If it was true, it was truly shocking. Are you Chang Tian's remnant soul? The heaven fiend corpse demon looked at the mysterious being with a gloomy expression. You despicable thing, at least you have some foresight. The illusory figure said eerily. It was confirmed, it was finally confirmed, this guy was actually Chang Tian's remnant soul. This was an extremely terrible answer. Shit, Chang Tian had been dead for so many years. Why was there still a remnant soul left? Lin Feng couldn't understand. When Chang Tian was still alive, how could he not have noticed Chang Tian's remnant soul? Why didn't he get rid of Chang Tian's remnant soul? why did Chang Tian keep Chang Tian's remnant soul? Now, he had tricked Lin Feng and the others. Perhaps he could ask Chang Tian's remnant soul. Perhaps Chang Tian would be able to give him an answer. Lin Feng looked at Chang Tian's remnant soul and said, Chang Tian controlled this world a long time ago. Since Chang Tian controlled this world, he should know that you still have a remnant soul. Since Chang Tian knows that you still have a remnant soul, why didn't he destroy it? Chang Tian said eerily, it's because Chang Tian knows that I know a great secret. He wants to know this secret from me. Therefore, even if he knows that my remnant soul is still alive, he won't kill me before he obtains this secret. Over the years, I was tortured by Chang Tian to the point of hovering between life and death. Even so, I didn't reveal this secret. Now, Chang Tian's soul has been completely destroyed, and my remnant soul has escaped. What secret? Lin Feng looked at Chang Tian's remnant soul curiously. A secret that could make Huang Tian so interested must be very shocking. Lin Feng was naturally very interested in this secret. Of course, Lin Feng was just asking casually. After all, Heaven's remnant soul hadn't told Huang Tian about this secret, so why would it tell them? You want to know? Of the 5 of you, the one who survives will be qualified to know this secret. The firmament remnant soul's lips curled into a sinister smile. Lin Feng and the others sneered. The 5 of them quickly spread out and surrounded the remnant soul of the firmament. The remnant soul of the firmament wanted to kill them, so today's battle was unavoidable. What? You want to gang up on me? You're just a few ants. How dare you challenge a god? The firmament remnant soul looked at Lin Feng and the others with a mocking gaze. From the very beginning, he had never taken Lin Feng and the others seriously. This guy was extremely arrogant. Even if he was just a remnant soul now. However, he was still incomparably arrogant. Lin Feng really didn't know where his confidence came from. Lin Feng retorted sarcastically. Back then, when the firmament was established, you were trampled under the feet of others. Then, you were trampled to death. Now, you're just a remnant soul and you're still showing off. Shameless people are invincible in the world. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the remnant soul of the firmament remnant soul's expression became extremely gloomy. His body trembled slightly. Obviously, he was infuriated by Lin Feng's words. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others couldn't help but laugh secretly. Lin Feng's mouth was too sarcastic. His words were simply infuriating. They were delighted to see the remnant soul of the firmament remnant soul suffer. You're courting death, shouted the remnant soul of the firmament remnant soul furiously. He threw a palm strike at Lin Feng. Immediately, a ghost claw condensed in the air. Then, the ghost claw grabbed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng summoned the glazed sky goblet. The glazed sky goblet formed a strong defensive light shield, blocking the ghost claw condensed by the remnant soul of the firmament remnant soul. 9-colored heavenly fire. Demon chaos heavens. Overturning mountains and seas. Divine descent. Tao ancestor immortality. Lin Feng and the other 4 continued to attack the remnant soul of the firmament remnant soul. There was no need to be polite when dealing with this guy. They directly used their top killer moves. The attacks of the 5 experts instantly came for the kill. Insignificant tricks. Facing these terrifying attacks, the remnant soul of the firmament remnant soul sneered. 365 acupoints appeared on the body of the remnant soul of the firmament remnant soul. An ancient god appeared in each acupoint. These gods sat cross-legged in those acupoints. They looked solemn and dignified. At this moment, all the gods began to chant incantations. Their incantations merged together to form the heavenly Tao divine voice. Then, the heavenly Tao divine voice formed by their incantations instantly dispersed the attacks of Lin Feng and the others. Seeing this, the expressions of Lin Feng and the others changed slightly. What a powerful divine ability. In fact, Lin Feng had also cultivated a similar divine ability. However, Lin Feng had only cultivated 72 meridians. The 72 meridians gave birth to godly spirits. However, the Tsang Heaven Remnant Soul had cultivated 365 acupoints. The sacred art he cultivated was clearly much more powerful than the one Lin Feng cultivated. Do you see that? Even though I can't even display 1% of my combat strength, dealing with you is still as easy as slaughtering dogs and chickens. The Firmament Remnant Soul said disdainfully. The faces of Lin Feng and the others turned ugly. The Firmament Remnant Soul's mouth was really sharp. Moreover, it was indeed very powerful. It would not be easy to deal with this guy. Over the years, you've lived a life worse than a dog, yet you still dare to act tough in front of us? Lin Feng retorted. The Firmament Remnant Soul sneered and said, "Kid, you're dreaming if you want to provoke me with your words." Apparently, the Firmament Remnant Soul had already adjusted his emotions. When he heard Lin Feng's mocking words, he remained calm. Lin Feng summoned his ancient weapons. He planned to use the ancient weapons to deal with the Firmament Remnant Soul. The 9 ancient weapons floated around Lin Feng. The glazed sky goblet was in charge of protecting him while the Requiem Bell released a sound wave attack. The remaining 7 ancient weapons quickly attacked the Firmament Remnant Soul. "All of you, follow me and activate these ancient weapons," Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Although the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others were powerful, they did not have any supreme treasures like the ancient weapons. Moreover, Lin Feng had enough ancient weapons. Although Lin Feng's ancient weapons could form an ancient weapon formation, their power could instantly reach the surpassing realm. However, the potential of the ancient weapons was still far from being unleashed. The potential of the ancient weapons was much greater than one could imagine. Not to mention the ancient weapon formation formed by so many ancient weapons. In fact, when the power of an ancient weapon was fully unleashed, it could even reach the surpassing realm's combat power. As for Lin Feng, when the power of so many ancient weapons was fully unleashed, Lin Feng and the others did not know how terrifying the combat power would be. Therefore, in theory, when there were enough experts activating these ancient weapons together, the power of these ancient weapons could continuously increase. For example, now, with the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others enhancing the power of the ancient weapons, the power of Lin Feng's ancient weapons suddenly increased significantly. "You actually have so many ancient weapons." After seeing the ancient weapons summoned by Lin Feng, even the Firmament Remnant Soul could not help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. After all, magic treasures of the ancient weapon level were too rare. Other cultivators would be lucky to have even one ancient weapon level magic treasure. However, Lin Feng had summoned 9 ancient weapon level magic treasures at once. His luck was truly heaven-defying. When the Firmament Remnant Soul was establishing his Tao, if he met someone with such luck, the Firmament Remnant Soul would definitely exterminate such a cultivator without a second thought. He definitely could not allow such a cultivator to continue growing. Of course. At this moment, the Remnant Soul of the Firmament Remnant Soul was extremely shocked. However, he did not feel any fear at all. Facing the attacks of the 7 ancient weapons, the Remnant Soul of the Firmament Remnant Soul did not even resist. After seeing this, Lin Feng and the others could not help but frown. What was going on? Why was the Remnant Soul of the Firmament Remnant Soul not resisting? This did not make sense. Could it be that this guy thought that he could withstand the attacks of the 7 ancient weapons, just as Lin Feng was feeling extremely puzzled? The 7 ancient weapons had already struck the Remnant Soul of the Firmament Remnant Soul. The Remnant Soul of the Firmament Remnant Soul could not withstand the attacks of the 7 ancient weapons at all. His body was instantly destroyed by the terrifying power of the 7 ancient weapons. But at the next moment, something terrifying happened. The body of the Firmament Remnant Soul was rapidly regenerating without suffering any injuries at all. The 7 ancient weapons continued to attack the Remnant Soul of the Firmament Remnant Soul. The Remnant Soul of the Firmament Remnant Soul was destroyed time and time again. However, his body was regenerating time and time again. This ability was similar to the ability of the evil multi-handed demon. No. It should be said that the ability of the evil multi-handed demon was similar to the ability of the Remnant Soul of the Firmament Remnant Soul. After all, the evil multi-handed demon was the most loyal servant of the Firmament Remnant Soul in the past. Many of the horrifying techniques of the evil multi-handed demon should have been bestowed to the evil multi-handed demon by the Firmament Remnant Soul, including the infinite rebirth skill. Of course, there must be some specific conditions to perform the infinite rebirth skill. Lin Feng guessed that it had something to do with the magnetic field of this place. One could only perform the infinite rebirth skill in the magnetic field of the firmament remnant soul. Even if it was the original body of the firmament remnant soul, if he were to leave the magnetic field of the firmament remnant soul, he would not be able to perform the infinite rebirth skill as he was doing now. That was because there was no way such a heaven-defying ability could exist in this world. After all, if one were to talk about the infinite rebirth skill, the Phoenix clan and the Undying clan's infinite rebirth skill were definitely the most powerful. However, even if the Phoenix clan and the Undying clan's infinite rebirth skill were cultivated to the highest level, it was still impossible to have a 100% success rate. Lin Feng's Undying rebirth skill and Phoenix Nirvana skill were still a long way from reaching the highest level. Therefore, Lin Feng did not know what the success rate of these two abilities was at the highest level. However, Lin Feng guessed that a success rate of 60% to 70% was already extremely heaven-defying. This was also the main reason why Lin Feng suspected that the infinite rebirth skill could not be performed outside. Now it's my turn to attack, right? The corner of the remnant soul of the firmament remnant soul's mouth revealed a sinister killing intent. He took a step forward and a terrifying aura gushed out from his body. Domineering aura. The remnant soul of the firmament remnant soul released his own domineering aura. The domineering aura released by the remnant soul of the firmament remnant soul was a dark golden domineering aura. Firmament domineering aura. It was a domineering aura that surpassed the purple supreme domineering aura. This was Lin Feng's first time witnessing a terrifying domineering aura that surpassed the purple supreme domineering aura. The moment the firmament remnant soul released the firmament domineering aura, Lin Feng hurriedly activated the power of the glazed sky goblet to the extreme. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly took out their defensive magic weapons. They did not have any ancient weapon-grade defensive magic weapons, but they had defensive magic weapons that were almost beyond their realm. Although their power could not be compared to Lin Feng's glazed sky goblet, their defensive power was still quite amazing. The next moment, the dark golden firmament domineering aura violently bombarded the defensive light shield formed by the defensive magic weapons of Lin Feng and the others. Everyone was sent flying by the terrifying power. Cracking sounds could be heard as the defensive magic weapons released by the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others were completely destroyed in an instant. Then, the power of the firmament remnant soul bombarded the bodies of the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others. Lin Feng's glazed sky goblet was indeed an ancient weapon-grade defensive magic weapon. Its defensive power was amazing. The firmament remnant aura bombarded the defensive light shield formed by the glazed sky goblet, but it could not completely destroy Lin Feng's defensive light shield. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the defensive power of the glazed sky goblet. However, the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others were in a miserable state. Although they only suffered a part of the power of the firmament remnant soul's attack, it still caused them serious injuries. Each of them spat out mouthfuls of blood and turned pale. *CK, the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others could not help but curse. They had obtained the cultivation method of the firmament remnant soul. They should have been happy that the firmament remnant soul was so powerful. However, at this moment, they really could not feel happy. They were almost killed by the firmament remnant soul's firmament remnant soul. They really wanted to cry but had no tears. Weak. You're really too weak. You can't even withstand a single blow. After sending Lin Feng and the others flying, the firmament remnant soul became even more complacent. They were looking at Lin Feng and the others with even more disdain. An even more terrifying aura surged out of his body. Obviously, he did not fully release the power of the firmament remnant soul just now. And now, he probably wanted to completely defeat Lin Feng and the others. Therefore, he began to mobilize an even more powerful force. To use the firmament remnant soul. The faces of Lin Feng and the others suddenly changed. The firmament remnant soul's attack was too terrifying. If the firmament remnant soul used the firmament remnant soul again to deal with them, it would be an extremely bad thing for Lin Feng and the others. Needless to say, the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others could not withstand the firmament remnant soul's attack at all. Even if Lin Feng's glazed sky goblet had an amazing defense, it could not withstand the firmament remnant soul's attack continuously. Lin Feng felt that the glazed sky goblet could only withstand 7 or 8 attacks of the firmament remnant soul. At this moment, Lin Feng would also have to face the Firmament Remnant Soul's attack directly. If this really happened, Lin Feng would be in danger. How could he resolve the crisis in front of him? Lin Feng could not help but have a headache. Just when Lin Feng was having a headache, he saw the female corpse lying in the coffin not far away. Lin Feng's eyes could not help but light up slightly. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the female corpse and arrived beside her. Lin Feng looked at Song Tian's remnant soul and shouted coldly, "Song Tian, why aren't you stopping? If you don't stop, I'll destroy this corpse." In fact, Lin Feng didn't want to use this method to deal with Song Tian's remnant soul, but Song Tian's domineering aura was too powerful. Apart from this method, Lin Feng couldn't think of any other way. "You dare!" Song Tian's remnant soul roared furiously. He would never allow anyone to destroy this corpse. Now, this corpse was Song Tian's exclusive property. "If you dare to act rashly, you'll know whether I dare to destroy this corpse or not." Lin Feng sneered. Now, he had to be firm. If he showed any weakness, Lin Feng was sure that Song Tian's remnant soul would launch a thunderous attack on them. Song Tian's remnant soul's face was extremely gloomy and ugly, but he had no other choice. Could he just watch Lin Feng destroy the corpse of his beloved woman? "As long as you don't hurt her, everything is negotiable," Song Tian's remnant soul said gloomily. Xianxia corpse demon and the others couldn't help but sigh in relief. Song Tian's remnant soul had given them too much pressure. Now, Song Tian's remnant soul had finally calmed down. Lin Feng said, "We naturally don't want to hurt such a beautiful person, so now, open the passage to Yellow Horizon region. We need to enter Yellow Horizon region." Lin Feng felt that Song Tian's remnant soul should be trapped in this space, so as long as they entered Yellow Horizon region, they should be out of danger. If they continued to go deeper, they might be able to find a passage to Yellow Horizon region, but the current situation wasn't good for Lin Feng and the others. They had been targeted by Song Tian's remnant soul, so they could only take the fast passage. Lin Feng believed that Song Tian must have a way to quickly enter Yellow Horizon region. "Alright, I promise you," Song Tian's remnant soul said through gritted teeth. Even when he was killed by others in the past, he had never felt so aggrieved. Now, he was really aggrieved. He wanted to kill Lin Feng and the others, but he didn't dare to do it. This feeling of fear made him extremely unhappy. However, his weakness had been grasped, so he could only endure it. Otherwise, what else could he do? Song Tian's hands formed seals, and a spacetime gate. Then, they would be able to reach Yellow Horizon region. After Lin Feng's remnant soul, He's T, and the others' TSS remnant soul. Light flashed. And the others disappeared. He had already appeared in the Yellow Sky region. Was. And Song. Green Horizon region gave Lin Feng and the others an extremely oppressive feeling. This oppressive feeling made them extremely uncomfortable. Yellow Horizon region was full of strong vitality. If Green Horizon region was purgatory, then Yellow Horizon region was definitely heaven. This was the huge difference between Yellow Horizon region and Green Horizon region. In the past, when Song Tian established his Tao, he was suppressing the cultivators from breaking through. That cultivation environment was indeed an extremely bad one for the cultivators at that time. Even in the entire epic, the era when Song Tian established his Tao should be one of the darkest eras of this epic. The era when Yellow Horizon established his Tao was a golden age for cultivation. Countless experts rose. That was the reason why the Yellow Heaven region was flourishing so much. Of course, Lin Feng and the others wouldn't be so naive to think that there was no danger in Yellow Horizon region. On the contrary, the current Yellow Horizon region might even be more dangerous than Green Horizon region. After all, now was not the time for Yellow Horizon to establish his Tao. This was the passage that led to Yellow Horizon's burial ground. Yellow Horizon definitely didn't want anyone to disturb his sleep. Since he didn't want anyone to disturb him, then the place he set up to guard would definitely be more dangerous the deeper they went. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others didn't dare to be careless. Of course, after arriving here, Lin Feng and the others didn't immediately explore Yellow Horizon region. They planned to find a place to recover first. They had suffered different degrees of injuries during the battle with Song Tian's remnant soul. The most important thing now was to recover quickly. They found a hidden cave. Lin Feng covered the cave with a seal. Then, they recovered in the cave. Lin Feng gave the 2 soul body elixirs to the evil multi-handed demon and the evil corpse monster for them to refine. The evil multi-handed demon and the evil corpse monster immediately thanked Lin Feng, because they knew how amazing the effect of the soul body elixir was. After obtaining the soul body elixir, they would have the chance to reincarnate into a body of flesh and blood again. They would become a real person with flesh and blood instead of continuing to be an undead creature. The 3rd soul body elixir had to be given to Sophia during the next gathering with the 3 experts in the creation space. Obviously, now wasn't a good time for the gathering. It wouldn't be too late to have a gathering with the 3 experts when they were free after dealing with the matters here. Then, Lin Feng also began to recover quickly. Lin Feng only suffered minor injuries and recovered in a short time. The evil corpse demon and the others took a longer time to recover. After all, their original bodies were attacked by Tsang Tian's qi. The Tsang Tian's qi had caused serious damage to their bodies. Therefore, they would need more time to recover than Lin Feng. 2 days later, the evil corpse demon and the other 3 experts also came out of seclusion. Everyone had recovered to their peak state. Seeing that they had recovered, Lin Feng smiled. Now that they were allies, he could use the 4 of them to explore this place. If Lin Feng walked through such a dangerous place alone, it would be extremely dangerous for him too. It was a win-win cooperation. Lin Feng naturally understood this. "Let's go," Lin Feng said. The evil corpse demon and the others nodded, and then the 5 of them continued to walk deeper. However, to Lin Feng and the others' surprise, they didn't find anything after walking for a long time in the yellow sky region. This place was too quiet. It was so quiet that it was strange. At least there were all kinds of dangers in the green sky region. However, there was no danger here. Lin Feng and the others originally thought that the yellow sky region should be more dangerous than the green sky region. However, things had gone wrong. What on earth had gone wrong? Could it be everyone had been wrong? Actually, the yellow sky region was not dangerous, no. It was absolutely impossible. If someone told Lin Feng that the Huangtian region wasn't dangerous, Lin Feng wouldn't believe it. That place was definitely dangerous, but they hadn't encountered any danger yet. In the next few days, Lin Feng and the others kept going deeper into the yellow sky region. However, to Lin Feng's confusion, they still didn't encounter any danger. Furthermore, they did not discover anything special. The yellow sky region seemed to be endlessly vast, as if there was no end to it. The green sky region and the yellow sky region shouldn't be too big. This had been confirmed when they were in the green sky region. Lin Feng stopped and said in a low voice, "I think we are in some kind of illusion. No matter how we walk, we can't get out of this illusion unless we can break it." In fact, the evil corpse demon and the others also noticed that something was wrong. If it was really an illusion, then how could they get out of the illusion? "Try to sense and see if you can sense the way out," the evil corpse demon said. Lin Feng nodded. Everyone used their magical powers to see if they could find a way to break the illusion. Lin Feng even activated his Eye of Origin. Even so, they still couldn't find a way out. The situation didn't seem good. The rest of the people were the same as Lin Feng. They didn't find anything. Lin Feng communicated with the Sacred Martin Great Deity to see if the Sacred Martin Great Deity had a way to solve the problem that Lin Feng and the others were in. The answer Lin Feng received made him smile bitterly. The Sacred Martin Great Deity had no way. Because the heart disk was under the influence of the magnetic field, it couldn't play the role that the heart disk should have. "Maybe I can do a divination," Lin Feng said. He had cultivated the Khanate 8 trigrams and naturally knew divination and deduction techniques. "You know this method?" The evil corpse demon and the others looked at Lin Feng in surprise. "I know a little," Lin Feng said. The evil corpse demon and the others couldn't help but sigh. Lin Feng really knew a lot. Even with their knowledge and strength, the more they interacted with Lin Feng, the more they admired Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out 7 tortoise shells. He planned to use the tortoise shell divination technique. In fact, Lin Feng used to prefer using the 9 palaces divination technique. However, ever since Lin Feng's Khanate 8 trigrams reached perfection, Lin Feng felt that the success rate of the tortoise-shell divination technique would be higher. Lin Feng placed the 7 tortoise shells in a jade tube and shook it while chanting an incantation. As Lin Feng shook it, the sound of the tortoise shells colliding could be heard from the jade tube. In fact, to be honest, although Lin Feng knew how to use the tortoise-shell divination technique, he wasn't particularly familiar with it. This was mainly because Lin Feng didn't use the tortoise-shell divination technique to deduce many things. There was a reason for this. Everyone must remember Zhou Wenwang, GFA. He created the Hotian 64 trigrams based on Fushi's Khanate 8 trigrams. GFA was a saint of divination and was best at all kinds of divination techniques. Among them, the tortoise-shell divination technique was the strongest technique he had mastered. Whenever he encountered any kind of situation, GFA liked to perform divination first. He was indeed very capable. Through divination techniques, he could know in advance whether something was going to happen or not. He could then avoid it and resolve many dangers in advance. However, what happened to GFA in the end? The tortoise divination technique was equivalent to divulging heaven's secrets. Using it once in a while wouldn't cause too much harm to oneself. However, if one used it frequently, it would definitely be playing with fire. Therefore, GFA died at a young age. His death was quite tragic. The lesson of his predecessor was right in front of him. Therefore, if Lin Feng really encountered any problems, he wouldn't choose to use the tortoise divination technique. This was because Lin Feng didn't want to become the second GFA. However, today, the situation was special. Other than the tortoise divination technique, Lin Feng really couldn't think of any other method. Clatter. After the incantation, Lin Feng poured out all the tortoise shells from the jade tube. These tortoise shells were arranged in order in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng squatted on the ground and carefully studied them. "How is it?" the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon asked. "Damn, it's a very inauspicious divination." Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others' expressions suddenly changed. "Does the divination tell us how to get out of here?" Shi Zhonghao asked. "The divination's instructions are a little vague. Let me try again. Hopefully, the results will be better," Lin Feng said. Then, he put the tortoise shells back into the jade tube. Then, he continued to chant while shaking the jade tube in his hand. This time, Lin Feng changed the incantation. This incantation was much more complicated than the previous one. Therefore, the effect this time was much stronger than the previous one. Clatter. 7 tortoise shells were poured onto the ground by Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the tortoise shells and frowned again. The divination was even worse than the previous one. Lin Feng was speechless. "How's the divination?" the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon asked. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. "Not good. Very bad." "What do we do now?" Heavenly Sovereign 3 Saints asked. Lin Feng put away the jade tube and the tortoise shells. Then, he said, "After 2 divinations, I vaguely pointed out a direction. Everyone, follow me. Let's see if we can find a way out." Everyone nodded. Everyone was at their wits' end, so they placed all their hopes on Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng led the group forward. Everyone continued to walk through the forest, and Lin Feng performed a few more divinations. "Damn, I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. Divining in a place like this is going against the heavens. I'll be punished by the heavens." Lin Feng cursed. His tone was extremely unpleasant. The divine corpse devil said, "If there's anything good, you can pick first." The other 3 nodded in agreement. Lin Feng's expression became slightly better. Finally, Lin Feng brought everyone to a lake. When he saw the lake, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "Maybe we can find a way out." The divine corpse devil and the others could not help but become excited. They did not think that Lin Feng was the kind of person who would speak without thinking. Although they had not known Lin Feng for long, they felt that they understood Lin Feng relatively well. Lin Feng was very capable. However, he was definitely not the kind of person who liked to brag. Since Lin Feng said that he might find a way out, he must have found some important clues. Let's go and take a look at the lake, Lin Feng said. He took the lead and flew into the lake. The others followed closely behind. They quickly flew into the lake. Lin Feng finally stopped at the center of the lake. Then, Lin Feng looked at the bottom of the lake. What are you looking at? Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia asked curiously. Looking at our shadows, Lin Feng said. Everyone looked at their reflections in the lake. Their shadows were very clear. There was nothing special about them. However, as time passed, they found that their shadows had changed. Originally, everyone was standing above the lake. Naturally, their reflections in the lake were upside down. In other words, the reflections in the lake had their feet facing up and their heads facing down. It was the opposite of the real world. But now, the reflections in the lake gradually turned to their feet facing down and their heads facing up. It was exactly the same as when people stood in the real world. It was too strange. Sure enough. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a smile. When Lin Feng saw the lake, he suspected that the way out was in the lake. Then, Lin Feng remembered when he mistakenly entered the underworld passage. The ancient starship Xianxia followed the passage to the underworld and headed toward the underworld. At that time, it was because of the magnetic field that Lin Feng deviated from the normal course and entered the passage to the underworld. At that time, Lin Feng's cultivation was not strong. Entering the underworld. It was a dead end. But how did Lin Feng get out? That time, it was because Lin Feng found that the reflections of the ancient starship Xianxia had changed at some point in time. Just like the changes in Lin Feng's and the others' shadows. At that time, Lin Feng controlled the ancient starship Xianxia to sink into the underwater world. When the ancient starship Xianxia came out again, they had returned to the real world. What's going on? The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others had a look of amazement. Lin Feng said enigmatically, it's too troublesome to explain the principle. I don't have time to explain it to you now. Later, let's sink into the lake together. Remember, when you sink into the lake, you must remember that I want to return to the real world. Okay. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others nodded. Let's go. Lin Feng shouted and took the lead to sink into the lake. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others followed Lin Feng and sank into the lake. The next moment, the world spun. When they reappeared, they found that they were still standing on top of a lake. This lake was the same one they had just seen. However, everyone felt that something seemed to be different from before. But what exactly was different? Lin Feng and the others didn't know what to say. There are many ripples in the lake. Something seems to be rushing out quickly from below. Shi Zhonghao shouted. Lin Feng and the others were shocked and quickly flew into the sky. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the sound of water splashing could be heard. A dense group of monsters flew out from the lake. These monsters had crocodile-like bodies with wings on their backs, heads like demons, and claws like dragons. Their auras were evil and terrifying. Prehistoric demon crocodiles, why are there so many of them? After seeing the dense group of prehistoric demon crocodiles, the Xiandao Heavenly Master couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His voice even trembled a little. The prehistoric demon crocodiles were one of the most terrifying creatures in the previous era. But it was said that even in the previous era, there were only 20 or 30 prehistoric demon crocodiles at most. But in front of them, there were probably more than 10,000 prehistoric demon crocodiles. An adult prehistoric demon crocodile's battle strength could reach the Transcendence Realm. Some of the top prehistoric demon crocodiles could even reach the Transcendence Realm. It was because this race was too heaven-defying that there were so few of them. But the 10,000 prehistoric demon crocodiles in front of them were all adult prehistoric demon crocodiles. With such a large group, there were definitely prehistoric demon crocodiles that had reached the Transcendence Realm. If they were surrounded by so many terrifying prehistoric demon crocodiles, one could imagine that it was almost certain death. Lin Feng didn't want to fight these prehistoric demon crocodiles head-on. The 36 stratagems. Running was the best plan. Run quickly! Lin Feng shouted with a trembling voice. He took the lead and rushed out of the lake. Whoosh! Lin Feng turned into a stream of light, his speed was ridiculously fast. The divine fiend corpse demon and the others did not dare to hesitate and quickly rushed out. Lin Feng did not plan to use the Gate of Mind. First, it was because if the Gate of Mind was activated, it could travel millions of kilometers in an instant. How big was the Yellow Sky Secret Realm? Who knew where the Gate of Mind would send him? Second, the Yellow Sky Secret Realm was extremely strange. Lin Feng always felt that if the Gate of Mind was activated, the Yellow Sky Secret Realm might have some kind of trouble. It might even launch a powerful attack on him. This was naturally something that Lin Feng did not want to see. He was still very afraid of the Yellow Sky Secret Realm. Moreover, to solve a problem, one should use the simplest method to solve a crisis. This was the method and principle that should be followed to solve a problem. Using the Gate of Mind would obviously complicate this matter. When Lin Feng and the others quickly flew out, a large number of prehistoric devil crocodiles rushed toward Lin Feng and the others, trying to intercept Lin Feng and the others. However, it was too late. Lin Feng and the others took the lead. The speed of the prehistoric devil crocodiles was still slower. Lin Feng and the others smoothly rushed out of the encirclement of the prehistoric devil crocodiles. Although these prehistoric devil crocodiles were extremely powerful, they also had weaknesses. The weakness of the prehistoric devil crocodiles was that they were not very fast. If it were other creatures, Lin Feng and the others would have been surrounded. However, facing the prehistoric devil crocodiles, Lin Feng and the others smoothly resolved the dangerous situation they were facing. After rushing out of the encirclement, Lin Feng and the others sped up and rushed into the depths. The prehistoric devil crocodiles were naturally unwilling to let Lin Feng and the others leave. Therefore, the prehistoric devil crocodiles chased after Lin Feng and the others. However, the speed of the prehistoric devil crocodiles was slower than Lin Feng and the others. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others easily got rid of the prehistoric devil crocodiles that were chasing after them. I didn't think that we would actually return to the real world. Lin Gongzi is awesome. This brother prostrates on all fours in admiration of you. Shi Zhonghao could not help sighing emotionally. Previously, when he clashed with Lin Feng, he was taught a lesson by Lin Feng. At that time, he was extremely unconvinced. Now, as his contact with Lin Feng deepened, he was truly convinced. Geniuses appear in every generation. A person like Lin Gongzi must be a shocking figure in the outside world, right? The divine corpse demon said with a smile. He seemed to be probing Lin Feng's background. Lin Feng smiled and said, I wouldn't dare to alarm everyone. Even if I don't dare, I still have some fame. Now that the end of the epoch has arrived, it's a disaster for the myriad worlds. However, danger sometimes also represents opportunity. If you cooperate with me, you can look forward to surpassing others in the future. The divine corpse demon and the others knew that Lin Feng was trying to rope them in. Lin Feng had expressed this matter before, but they did not want to cooperate with Lin Feng before. This was because they knew that if they cooperated with Lin Feng, they would be on the opposite side of the behind-the-scenes world's royal family. Back then, they did go on the opposite side of the behind-the-scenes world's royal family. They even lost their lives because of it. Now that they had returned from their tribulations and their cultivation had greatly increased, they felt that if they stayed out of it when the epoch was destroyed, they should be able to live quite well. Why would they provoke the behind-the-scenes world's royal family? In the past, they did hate the behind-the-scenes world's royal family. However, after coming into contact with the behind-the-scenes world's royal family, they realized how terrifying the behind-the-scenes world's royal family was. In that case, they might as well let go of their hatred. At the very beginning, the divine corpse demon and the others did want to stay out of it. But now, this idea of theirs seemed to have been shaken. The main reason was that Lin Feng's various abilities and strength had deeply impressed them. Cooperating with Lin Feng. The result should be good, right? Maybe it was really as Lin Feng had said. In the future, they could surpass the realm. One had to know. Having the battle power of the surpassing realm and breaking through the surpassing realm were two completely different concepts. Without breaking through the surpassing realm, the level of life would not change. After breaking through the surpassing realm, the level of life would change. People of completely different levels would come into contact with the Tao, secrets, and so on. There would also be a great difference. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about the matter of eternal life. Who didn't want to live forever? One had to know that experts of the surpassing realm would also die of old age. If they didn't break through the surpassing realm, they didn't even have the right to pursue eternal life. To put it bluntly, without breaking through the surpassing realm, even if they obtained the method of eternal life, they wouldn't be able to comprehend it. What was the difference between that and obtaining a useless cultivation method? Maybe we can really sit down and talk about the cooperation? The four of them had the same idea in their minds at the same time. Of course, they felt that they still needed to think about this matter because it was a matter of great importance. Such an important decision. It must be carefully considered before it could be finalized. Not on impulse. So they made a decision. Let us think about it, the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon said. The other three nodded as well. Seeing the change in the attitude of the three, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel extremely happy. Although they didn't immediately agree. However, they already had the intention to agree. Next, it was much easier to handle. However, now was not the time to talk about this matter. It wouldn't be too late to discuss this matter with them after they got out. Lin Feng and the others continued to move quickly towards the depths. A day later, Lin Feng and the others saw 4 cultivators appear in front of them. Lin Feng actually recognized one of them. It was the evil corpse that attacked Lin Feng and the others when they first entered the Yellow Sky Secret Realm. This evil corpse's cultivation was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng had experienced this guy's unique skill before. The other 3 creatures. A stone monkey. It seemed that they were also innate creatures. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel slightly moved. The great sage, Heaven's equal, the sacred battle ape. They were also innate creatures and were the most terrifying existence among the ape species. However, he didn't know what the cultivation of this stone monkey was like. However, since it could stand together with the evil corpse, it must have battle strength that was beyond its realm. Lin Feng wasn't particularly sure how it was compared to the great sage, Heaven's equal, but it should be much stronger than the sacred battle ape. Of course, the sacred battle ape's battle strength should have been greatly improved now. Lin Feng couldn't figure out the sacred battle ape's current battle strength, so it was hard to say whether this stone monkey could defeat the sacred battle ape. It looks like a 6-eared macaque. Lin Feng saw that the stone monkey's ears were exactly the same as the 6-eared macaque's ears, so Lin Feng guessed that the stone monkey was a 6-eared macaque. The 6-eared macaque was considered one of the top species among the ape species. It was very talented and had a very high cultivation level. In the early years, a 6-eared macaque had pretended to be the great sage, Heaven's equal, and wanted to replace him to take over the demon holy land, Flower Fruit Mountain. However, he had deceived everyone. Later, the great sage, Heaven's equal, returned and fought many times, but he still couldn't defeat the 6-eared macaque. In the end, the great sage, Heaven's equal, had relied on the power of his Dharma treasure to win by a hair's breadth and kill the 6-eared macaque. If this was true, then it could be seen how terrifying the 6-eared macaques were. The third creature was a small person the size of a palm. It was a stone man. This palm-sized stone man also carried a treasure sword on his back. The treasure sword was also very small, it was a stone sword. However, this small person was definitely a powerful figure. His gaze was like a sword that pierced straight into a cultivator's heart. It made one's hair stand on end. As for the fourth creature, it was a woman. She wore a purple dress, and her skin was as white as jade. She was very beautiful, but her white hair gave her a special aura. If one really had to describe this special aura with words, Lin Feng felt that it would be more appropriate to describe this aura as demonic. This woman was bedeviled. The white-haired demoness has been born. The divine corpse demon's voice trembled slightly. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The divine corpse demon was a fearless person, but when he saw the white-haired woman, his voice trembled. Who was this white-haired woman? Lin Feng couldn't help but be curious about her identity. He glanced at Shi Zhonghao, 3 saints, Xiandao, and Lin Feng and saw that the 3 of them were also gulping. It seemed that the 3 of them also recognized this white-haired woman. Who exactly was this white-haired woman? Lin Feng looked at the divine corpse demon and whispered, "Who is this white-haired woman?" The divine corpse demon whispered, "Her name is Ling Muhua." I've never heard of her. Lin Feng said. The divine corpse demon said, it's normal that you haven't heard of her. After all, she's not from this era. In our era, she was a powerful figure. She suffered a serious emotional injury, but I don't know exactly how she got hurt. All I know is that after she was hurt, her personality changed drastically. Her hair turned white overnight, and she killed many people. Later on, she turned from an immortal to a demon. However, neither the immortal nor the demon sex could tolerate her. Furthermore, it was rumored that she held many secrets, so many people wanted to kill her and take her secrets for themselves. Thus, the immortal and demon sex sent countless experts to kill her, but in the end, they were all killed by her. Back then, she killed so many cultivators in the world of cultivators that they trembled in fear. She killed so many people that they turned and fled when they saw her. She's that awesome? Lin Feng's expression changed. The divine corpse demon smiled bitterly. How could she not be awesome? You have to know that in that era, although it was a golden age for cultivators, Transcendence Realm experts were still as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. However, she broke through to the Transcendence Realm. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. In that era, this woman shouldn't have been that old, she had actually broken through to the Transcendence Realm. That was too amazing. It was no wonder that this woman had been able to scare the immortal and demon sections. Even in the era of the titled gods, this woman should have been a super powerhouse. Since she has appeared in this place, it seems that she should have died in the Yellow Sky Mystery Realm back then. Do you know what happened back then? Why did she die here? Asked Lin Feng. Said Xiandao Tianzuan. I don't know the exact reason, but my guess is that after the great battle between the Xiantian cultivators, Huang Tian was severely injured. The imperial family must have taken advantage of that opportunity to kill Huang Tian. Maybe she participated in that battle. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he thought of the mysterious cultivator who had brought so many people back to life. That guy's strength was incredible. Lin Feng was getting more and more curious. What kind of person was that? Surprisingly, he was so strong. Unfortunately, for now, Lin Feng had no way of finding out. No matter what happened in the past, the resurrection of these strong cultivators was a good thing, even if only a small number of them were willing to stand on Lin Feng's side. That was still a great gain. It would be even better if he could pull Ling Muhua over to his side. After all, these living beings who had come back from the dead all had their cultivations greatly improved. Ling Muhua had been a supreme cultivator during the Xiantian experts era. She had a cultivation level that surpassed her level. Back then, she had been a rare existence. In fact, she could be counted on one's fingers now. Lin Feng had seen a few cultivators with battle prowess that surpassed their level, but he hadn't seen many who had broken through to a higher level. Based on other people's situations, Ling Muhua's strength should have increased greatly after her resurrection, right? She had already broken through to a higher level, and now her battle prowess had increased greatly. What level was Ling Muhua's battle prowess at? Lin Feng wasn't sure. Hee, how interesting. The creatures of the Yellow Sky Mystery region have formed an alliance with foreign cultivators. The corpse looked over and couldn't help but sneer. Can't I? Replied the Heaven Fiend corpse demon with a sneer. He was afraid of Ling Muhua. However, he wasn't afraid of the corpse demon. The corpse demon had the most, and it was only on par with him. It was just that their areas of expertise were not the same. The corpse demon sneered. You're degrading yourselves. You're a disgrace to the creatures of the Yellow Sky Mystery region. What does that have to do with you? Mind your own business. If you're so bored, go play in the mud. If you don't want to play in the mud, I can help you loosen your bones. The Heaven Fiend corpse demon, Shi Zhonghao, and the three celestial master of the Xiandao attacked the corpse demon together. The evil corpse was speechless and pulled a long face. He hadn't thought that those people would protect Lin Feng like that. He couldn't figure it out. Why were the creatures of the Yellow Sky Mystery region protecting a foreign cultivator? Had the sun risen from the west, said Lin Feng. We came here to find treasures, not to quarrel. Therefore, you better shut up because I don't feel like quarreling with you. But if you want to fight, I don't mind showing you how strong I am. The evil corpse sneered and said, I also came here for the fortune of this place. I'm not interested in fighting with you right now, but once this matter is over, I might kill you. Arrogant fool. Lin Feng said indifferently. You. The evil corpse suddenly looked glum. He couldn't stand Lin Feng's calmness, especially when he heard Lin Feng describe him as arrogant, which made the evil corpse even more furious. However, the corpse demon didn't flare up. He just snorted and turned his head. The palm-sized stone man and the stone monkey looked like they were watching a show. As for Ling Muhua, she didn't even turn her head. She probably didn't take this matter to heart. Ling Muhua soared into the sky and flew toward the mountain range. The palm-sized stone man, the stone monkey, and the corpse demon followed closely behind. However, they soon stopped in the void, as if they had encountered some trouble. They couldn't see anything special with the naked eye. Lin Feng opened his eye of origin and saw a huge chessboard appear in the void in front of him. Ling Muhua and the others were trapped in the chessboard. Heaven and earth were the chessboard. Experts' primordial spirits were the chess pieces. Those chess pieces were very scary in the chessboard. They wanted to kill Ling Muhua and the others. However, Ling Muhua was too strong. In addition, she had 3 experts to help her. Therefore, the 4 of them. They were simply trying to break the heaven and earth chessboard. However, there were too many changes in the heaven and earth chessboard. Various primordial spirits formed a killing formation and worked together with the heaven and earth chessboard to kill the 4 of them. Therefore, although the 4 of them were strong, it wasn't easy to break the heaven and earth chessboard quickly. How do we break the heaven and earth chessboard? The corpse demon couldn't help but frown. Lin Feng wasn't surprised that an expert of his level could see the heaven and earth chessboard. The corpse demon wasn't the only one who could see it. Shi Zhonghao, Heavenly Lord 3 Saints, and Heavenly Lord Xiandao could also see it. Even Ling Muhua and the others had trouble breaking the heaven and earth chessboard. Although the 5 of them were strong, Ling Muhua was in charge of the other party. Therefore, their combat power was definitely not as strong as Ling Muhua and the others. Therefore, the corpse demon and the others felt that it was extremely difficult to break the heaven and earth chessboard. There must be a way to break it, but they haven't found it yet. Heavenly Lord Xiandao said. Lin Feng said, before we came, these people stopped here. I guess they were trying to deduce a way to break the heaven and earth chessboard. However, the heaven and earth chessboard has too many changes. It's too difficult to break it. They probably haven't been able to break the heaven and earth chessboard smoothly. Therefore, they chose to use this method to break through. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the corpse demon and the others couldn't help but nod. They felt that Lin Feng's words made sense. However, they were now facing a difficult situation. Lin Feng felt that it wasn't a good idea to continue staying here. No matter what, they had to face it head-on. Therefore, Lin Feng said, let's go. Follow me and see how powerful the heaven and earth chessboard is. The corpse demon and the others nodded. Then, Lin Feng and the others quickly flew toward the heaven and earth chessboard. Lin Feng and the others entered the heaven and earth chessboard. Then, Lin Feng and the others heard earth-shattering battle cries. A large number of cultivator primordial spirits formed a cultivator army. These cultivator army formed a military formation in an orderly manner. They quickly charged toward Lin Feng and the others. Only when they were in the heaven and earth chessboard did they know how terrifying it was. Being besieged by the primordial spirit army, it was indeed as difficult as ascending to heaven to get out. The current situation was obviously extremely bad for Lin Feng and the others. Their strength couldn't be compared to Ling Muhua and the others. Ling Muhua and the others were fighting so hard. Not to mention Lin Feng and the others. It would definitely be more difficult. Now, what should they do? The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer Lin Feng was. Right. Was the chessboard of heaven and earth also like a huge formation? Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. These chess pieces were like various killing moves in the formation. The chess game was equivalent to the formation itself. Being trapped in the heaven and earth chessboard was like breaking the formation. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that even if the heaven and earth chessboard was really like a formation, they still had to face the dangerous situation in front of them. For example, this army that was charging over quickly. Lin Feng felt that perhaps he could let the dragon rabbit give it a try. The dragon rabbit, this little guy, could pass through various formations. He wondered if it could pass through the heaven and earth chessboard. Now Lin Feng had no other way. Let's just treat it as a living horse. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly summoned the dragon rabbit. After the dragon rabbit was summoned by Lin Feng quickly said to the dragon rabbit, "Little guy, can you take us out of here?" The dragon rabbit squeaked and then quickly rushed in a direction. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face immediately showed joy, because the dragon rabbit really had a way to take them out. "Quickly follow," Lin Feng hurriedly said. He quickly followed behind the dragon rabbit, while the innate fiend corpse demon and the others followed behind Lin Feng. They quickly passed through the heaven and earth chessboard. The route they took naturally couldn't be straight. In fact, the dragon rabbit was leading Lin Feng and the others in circles in the heaven and earth chessboard. Of course, this was a layman's way of saying the heaven and earth chessboard was too complicated and dangerous. In order to break out of it, one had to find a way out. The way out was hidden in the heaven and earth chessboard, so it was naturally impossible to smoothly lead to the outside. The way out was constantly twisting, intersecting, and detouring. Sometimes, there would even be a long gap. But no matter what happened, Lin Feng and the others, under the dragon rabbit's lead, did not suffer a single attack from the heaven and earth chessboard. Lin Feng felt a little emotional. Although the dragon rabbit's combat strength was trash, it was actually very useful in many cases. For example, now. If it weren't for the dragon rabbit, Lin Feng and the others would probably be in a tough battle. As for the heaven fiend corpse demon and the others, they were about to cheer. Previously, they were still worried. Now that they were following the dragon rabbit through the heaven and earth chessboard, they were simply unimpeded. On the other hand, Ling Muhua and the others. Although they had the unimaginably powerful Ling Muhua on their side, their speed was still very slow. The main reason was that the heaven and earth chessboard was too powerful. They wanted to sweep away all the attacks on the heaven and earth chessboard. Ling Muhua might be able to do it. But she needed time. An hour later, Lin Feng and the others surpassed Ling Muhua and the others. They had noticed the situation of Lin Feng and the others before and knew that Lin Feng and the others were using a dragon rabbit to travel through the heaven and earth chessboard. Envy, jealousy, and hatred, but what was the use of being envious and jealous? Who asked them to not have a creature like the dragon rabbit? Seeing that Lin Feng and the others had already surpassed them, Ling Muhua looked at Lin Feng for the first time. Feeling Ling Muhua's gaze, Lin Feng also looked at Ling Muhua. Her hair was white. She couldn't hide her beauty. Back then, she must have been the goddess in the hearts of countless people, right? Now, she had become a demoness. That should have been a pair of beautiful eyes that were as gentle as water. But now, it had turned into a pair of bone-chilling eyes. When Lin Feng looked into those eyes, he had the feeling that his soul was about to fall into oblivion. What a terrifying woman. In fact, Ling Muhua didn't launch any attacks on Lin Feng, but she was already possessed. There was a terrifying demonic power on her body. Therefore, when Lin Feng observed Ling Muhua, the demonic power on Ling Muhua's body affected Lin Feng. This demonic power, it made Lin Feng feel very uneasy. Therefore, when Lin Feng retracted his gaze, he still had a feeling of palpitations. This feeling, it made him very depressed and uncomfortable. Let's get away from these people quickly, Lin Feng said in his heart. He urged the dragon rabbit to speed up. The dragon rabbit's speed increased a lot. The speed of Lin Feng and the others also increased a lot. They shook off Ling Muhua and the others. In the end, under the lead of the dragon rabbit, Lin Feng and the others successfully walked out of the heaven and earth chessboard. When they walked out of the heaven and earth chessboard, everyone couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Lin Feng sent the dragon rabbit into the time-space and then quickly rushed towards the depths of the mountain range with the others. In the following journey, Lin Feng and the others didn't encounter any danger. They successfully arrived at the deepest part of the mountain range. In the deepest part of the mountain range, there was an altar. There was also a table placed on the altar. There were some offerings on it. In addition to the offerings, there was also a memorial tablet. There were 6 big words written on the memorial tablet. These 6 big words were, the place where Huang Tian slept. After seeing these 6 big words, Lin Feng and the others' eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. It seemed that this place was Huang Tian's burial place. Lin Feng and the others immediately looked at the offerings on the altar. There were a total of 5 offerings. They were 5 energy balls. However, they didn't know what was in the energy balls for the time being. Lin Feng quickly came in front of the altar. Now was not the time to see what the offerings were. The most important thing now was to collect these things first. Lin Feng kept all 5 energy balls. At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air came from outside. Ling Muhua and the others quickly came here. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had kept those things in advance. Therefore, Ling Muhua and the others didn't see the things that Lin Feng had just collected. What did you get here? The evil corpse looked at Lin Feng and the others with a gloomy expression. Lin Feng said, "We're still looking, but we haven't found anything yet." "Who are you trying to fool? I don't believe that you didn't get anything." The evil corpse sneered. "I don't believe it either. Maybe you can take the initiative to take out those things to show your filial piety to Lord. If you want us to take action, it won't look good." The palm-sized stone man opened his mouth and said. This guy actually brought up Ling Muhua. Obviously, he wanted to force Lin Feng and the others to take out those things and give them to Ling Muhua. At that time, Ling Muhua would definitely not mistreat them. If Lin Feng and the others didn't hand over those things, then they would completely offend Ling Muhua, this terrifying existence. If they really offended Ling Muhua, they would definitely not have a good ending. Ling Muhua was an existence that killed people without batting an eyelid. In the past, who knew how many ancient forces were destroyed by her personally? Therefore, in the eyes of the palm-sized stone man and the others, killing Lin Feng and the others was not even worth mentioning to Ling Muhua. P.S. Begging for monthly votes. Lin Feng did not know what Ling Muhua was thinking, but no matter what she thought, he would not take it out. He would take it out after he had eaten it. Was this a joke? Lin Feng would not do such a thing. If you don't believe me, then so be it. I don't need you to believe me. Don't think too highly of yourself. In fact, you are nothing in our eyes. Lin Feng said sarcastically. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the evil corpse and the others' faces turned ugly. Lin Feng dared to look down on them. How could they accept it? It's always been them who look down on you and others. Boy, do you know what you are talking about? The palm-sized person looked at Lin Feng coldly with killing intent in his eyes. Lin Feng said indifferently. Of course I know what I am talking about, but I suspect that some people don't understand human language. You are courting death. The palm-sized little man roared. The sword on his back vibrated with terrifying fluctuations and flew out quickly. It floated above him, and with a slight vibration, it seemed to be able to collapse the void and shatter the world. Naturally, this palm-sized stone man was incomparably terrifying. But so what, if Ling Muhua didn't get involved, Lin Feng and the 4 others would be able to kill the stone golem, the evil corpse and the stone monkey. They would be able to do whatever they wanted to them. Do you think we are afraid of you? The Skyfiend corpse demon and the others sneered. Since both sides had fallen out, there was no need to pretend to be polite anymore. Although they were afraid of Ling Muhua. However, their current cultivation levels were no longer the same as before. If Ling Muhua made a move, they could run away if they could not win. We are all living beings in the Yellow Heaven's secret realm. There is no need to fight to the death. Ling Muhua said. Her voice was very gentle and pleasant to the ears. It did not sound like the voice of a demoness at all. Of course, Lin Feng was not naive enough to think that Ling Muhua was a kind person. She used to be. She could be a kind-hearted person. But ever since she became a demon, everything had changed. There were some things that could never be reversed after they happened. For example, Ling Muhua's life. She could never go back to the past. Ling Muhua's attitude made Lin Feng and the others feel very surprised. Originally, Lin Feng thought that Ling Muhua was going to deal with them. However, Ling Muhua had no such intention at all. What was Ling Muhua thinking in her heart? Lin Feng felt that perhaps Ling Muhua did not care for those things at all. In addition, the strength of Lin Feng's side was indeed not bad. Therefore, only then did Ling Muhua stop her people. He thought about it carefully. The possibility of this happening was very high. Although the evil corpses and the rest were extremely unwilling, they simply didn't dare to go against Ling Muhua's orders. Because of Ling Muhua's intervention, the two sides who were at daggers drawn finally calmed down. Lin Feng and the others stood in the distance, but they did not let down their guard. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that Ling Muhua seemed to have given him a meaningful look. Ling Muhua's gaze. It was a little special. What did she mean? Was she plotting against him, or did she have other motives? Could it be that she had taken a fancy to him? This possibility was instantly rejected by Lin Feng. A person like Ling Muhua would not be so superficial. Moreover, after being hurt by love, she probably would not consider personal feelings anymore. No matter what Ling Muhua was planning, Lin Feng decided to wait and see for the time being. Ling Muhua looked at the altar. She frowned slightly, as if she was thinking about something. The evil corpses and the rest did not disturb her. Lin Feng felt that things were not so simple. Ling Muhua obviously came with a purpose. Lin Feng and the rest were not in a hurry. They just waited at the side and watched the show. It would be best if they could get some benefits. If they couldn't, it didn't matter. In any case, Lin Feng and the rest had already obtained 5 energy light balls. Lin Feng felt that there was definitely something good in those 5 energy light balls. Their harvest this time had already made them very satisfied. After Ling Muhua observed for a while, she formed a seal with both hands. Incantations were formed one after another. Then, all of them were thrown onto the altar. Roar. Suddenly, a loud sound shook the sky. A white tiger appeared on the altar. The white tiger guarded the west. Groan. A loud dragon roar resounded. A second creature appeared on the altar. It was actually an azure dragon. The azure dragon guarded the east. Screech. Then, a loud and clear sound was heard. A vermilion bird appeared. The vermilion bird was surrounded by flames, as if it was immortal. The vermilion bird guarded the south. Roar. A sound like a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar was heard. A fourth creature appeared. It was a black tortoise. The black tortoise guarded the north. Groan. A fifth voice was heard, and a giant yellow dragon appeared in the center of the room. This is, Lin Feng and the rest frowned slightly. The situation in front of them was in line with the arrangement of the white tiger in the west, the azure dragon in the east, the vermilion bird in the south, the black tortoise in the north, and the brilliant snake in the middle. In other words, the one in the center should be the brilliant snake, right? It was rumored that the brilliant snake was transformed from the earth primordial spirit, guarding the central deity position, coming from all directions. But now, the brilliant snake's position was replaced by a yellow dragon. It was indeed a bit strange. However, the history of the 5 sacred beasts was also a long time. Perhaps the yellow dragon was the one guarding the central deity position at the beginning. After the 5 sacred beasts appeared, a smile appeared on Ling Muhua's face. Bitter truth, gathering truth, extinguishing truth, Tao truth. Ling Muhua spoke and once again formed many mysterious seals. Each seal was mysterious and unfathomable. The incantations continued to flow into the altar. The 5 sacred beasts turned into countless runes and fused with the altar. Then, the altar. It began to shake violently. Crack, crack, as time passed, cracks began to appear on the altar. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before the altar collapsed. Lin Feng and the rest's gaze never moved away. If the altar collapsed, what would happen? Crack, crack. The altar was still cracking. 15 minutes later, the altar had completely collapsed. After the altar collapsed, Lin Feng and the rest saw that below the altar, there was a huge black passage that seemed to be connected to the ground. Ling Muhua flew in. Boom, the next moment, a terrifying aura surged out from below the altar. After feeling the aura coming from below, Lin Feng and the rest couldn't help but reveal an incomparably shocked expression. Because the aura coming from below was definitely an aura that could only be released by a transcendent realm expert. Even a transcendent realm expert wouldn't be able to release such an aura. And this aura was obviously not released by Ling Muhua. Since it wasn't released by Ling Muhua, it could only be released by another transcendent realm expert. Who was he? Why was he under the altar? Whoosh. Light flickered. A cultivator quickly flew out. It wasn't anyone else. It was Ling Muhua. Everyone retreat. After Ling Muhua flew out, she hurriedly said. Lin Feng and the rest didn't dare to hesitate and quickly retreated, pulling away from the altar. Clatter. Then, the sound of chains colliding rang out. The next moment, another cultivator flew out. No. To be more precise, this should be a monster. This monster had an upright body, a tail as thick as a crocodile's, and thick legs. It was about 4 to 5 meters tall, and its body was densely covered with purple scales. Its head was like the heads of the demons in the demon abyss, with 3 eyes. This monster's legs and feet were locked by chains. Previously, it should have been suppressed under the altar. Now, the altar was destroyed. Because of this, it was freed. What kind of monster is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled. The mastermind's world's royal family, the god-slaying clan. Xiandao Tianzuan's voice trembled slightly. Although most of the memories of his previous life were lost. But there were still many memories that he hadn't forgotten. For example, when he was fighting with the mastermind's world's creatures, he came into contact with some terrifying races. The god-slaying clan was a race that left a deep impression on Xiandao Tianzuan. Back then, Xiandao Tianzuan's Dao sect was passed down from the 3 pure ones. Therefore, this power was very strong in the Xiantian era, and the Dao sect he was in was full of experts. However, when the cultivators of the god-slaying tribe arrived, they destroyed the Dao sect that he was in with an unstoppable force. The few old ancestor-level existences were all killed. Only a small number of people managed to escape with their lives. Therefore, Xiandao Tianzuan could never forget the god-slaying clan. Later, Xiandao Tianzuan heard that the mastermind's world's royal family had sent a powerful army of elite cultivators to kill Huang Tian. The mastermind's world's royal family hated Huang Tian, because in their view, if it weren't for Huang Tian, then this era wouldn't have seen a golden age of cultivation. The heavens were so easy to control, but Huang Tian didn't want to care about the mastermind's world's royal family at all. When it came to uncontrollable existences, the mastermind's methods were very simple, but very effective, and that was to forcefully kill them. The person who led the team to kill Huang Tian was an existence that surpassed the realm. But Xiandao Tianzuan didn't get to see that expert before he was killed. Now it seemed that the expert that surpassed the realm was this existence in front of him, right? You've become even stronger. Ling Muhua said to the god-slaying clan's cultivator. That person used a heaven-defying technique to resurrect many dead people. Those who were resurrected had their strength greatly increased. Although he wanted to use the altar to suppress me and prevent me from being resurrected, he miscalculated. Since I've been resurrected, I'll naturally be like all of you. My strength will increase greatly. Lin Feng's heart shook. It seemed that this god-slaying clan's cultivator had died in the battle back then. What happened back then? Lin Feng asked curiously. He felt that the battle back then wasn't as simple as it seemed. The world didn't know much about it. Who do you think you are? The god-slaying clan's cultivator scolded coldly, but before he could finish, he quickly shut his mouth. Lin Feng could roughly guess what he wanted to say. He was probably cursing Lin Feng for being a nobody. The god-slaying clan's cultivator said, Sovereign Emperor clan's cultivator, why is a noble clan like yours entangled with these lowly clans? The Sovereign Emperor clan was indeed an incomparably ancient and powerful clan. They were also the earliest human race. Many people. They didn't know much about the Sovereign Emperor clan. For example, when some of the clans in this epoch saw that Lin Feng was a human, they looked down on Lin Feng. In reality, these clans couldn't even compare to the Sovereign Emperor clan that Lin Feng belonged to. They were the worst of the worst. One had to know. The ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan. After sleeping for a while, 3,000 epochs had passed. Then, he woke up in this epoch. Author's note: the ancestor of the sovereign emperor clan slept for 3,000 epochs. He wrote a special introduction. You can follow Old Steamed Buns GZH. There are all kinds of extras. From this, one could see how ancient the sovereign emperor clan was. In fact, even the sovereign emperor clan of the mastermind world wasn't necessarily comparable to the sovereign emperor clan. Other clans might not know much about the history of the sovereign emperor clan, but the clans of the mastermind world were clearly very familiar with the history of the sovereign emperor clan. This was especially true for the god-slaying clan cultivator in front of them. He was a powerhouse who surpassed his cultivation level. He knew about the sovereign emperor clan. He knew even more. Therefore, he didn't want to provoke the sovereign emperor clan. He also couldn't understand why a cultivator from a great clan like Lin Feng would mix with a cultivator from a lowly clan in his eyes. Seeing the attitude of the god-slaying clan's transcendent realm expert towards Lin Feng, the heaven fiend corpse demon and the others, including the evil corpse and the others, couldn't help but feel slightly moved. They naturally knew that Lin Feng was from the sovereign emperor clan. However, this expert from the god-slaying clan actually described the sovereign emperor clan as a great clan. This made them feel that it was inconceivable. Did the sovereign emperor clan have such a great origin? Lin Feng said, don't talk about other things. Answer my question. The god-slaying clan cultivator sneered and said, no comment. Said Ling Muhua, looking at Lin Feng in a deep and meaningful way. I'll answer you. Back then, he led the most elite cultivators from the world of the mastermind to kill Huang Tian. Even though there were only 300,000 cultivators in that army, they were terrifyingly strong. In their long history, they had killed more than one cultivator who had surpassed their cultivation level. When Huang Tian heard the news, he was naturally incomparably worried. Therefore, he gathered countless experts, including me, and decided to fight to the death with the enemy. That battle was too tragic. Our cultivator army had more than 20 million people, and they were all top experts. However, so many people died in that battle in order to kill the enemy's army of 300,000 cultivators. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression changed. This should be the most tragic battle of the Xiantian realm era. After this battle, Lin Feng estimated that the Xiantian realm era had come to an end. The actual situation was similar to Lin Feng's guess. Because in that battle, 80 to 90% of the Xiantian realm experts had died. Apart from the Xiantian realm experts, the experts of the other clans were basically all dead. The rest of them were also killed by the creatures of the mastermind's world after this battle. There were too few experts who were lucky enough to survive. Huang Tian and I joined forces to fight against this person and killed him with great difficulty. But before Huang Tian and I could relax, the Black Hand World ruler arrived. Huang Tian and I consumed too much energy. We weren't a match for the Black Hand World ruler. Huang Tian was killed, and I was severely injured. In the end, I was on the verge of death. I knew that I was doomed. There was nothing I could do. The Black Hand World ruler wanted to kill me, but a mysterious person appeared. He and the Black Hand World ruler had a fierce battle. In the end, the Black Hand World ruler retreated. He used the art of 6 paths of reincarnation to revive some of the living beings. Who was that person? Asked Lin Feng. This was the answer he had always wanted to know. The celestial fiend corpse demon and the others all looked at Ling Muhua. They were also very curious about the identity of that mysterious person. They didn't know who that person was. His name is Xianxia. Ling Muhua said a name. Xianxia? Who's that? The celestial fiend corpse demon and the others were puzzled. They had never heard of this name. Ji. His surname is Ji. That's the surname of the sovereign clan. Could it be that he's? Lin Feng took a deep breath. He thought of a certain possibility. When he thought of that possibility, Lin Feng felt his heart skip a beat. Ji. It was definitely one of the most ancient and greatest surnames. Although many races had risen in the later generations, and some of them even had top experts who could rule over the heavens. However, no matter how strong these races were, they couldn't compare to the sovereign monarch race. The main reason was that their foundation couldn't compare to the sovereign monarch race. As long as the sovereign progenitor didn't die, this race would be one of the strongest races in the four universes. Ling Muhua clearly understood the meaning of the sovereign monarch race. Lin Feng finally understood why this woman looked at him with such a meaningful gaze. It was because after discovering his identity as a sovereign monarch race, her heart must have been extremely unsettled. Ling Muhua didn't have any intention of keeping everyone in suspense. She said, "This person is very terrifying. He appeared in the late Xiantian era and is from the sovereign monarch race." Sovereign monarch race? Doesn't that mean he's from the same race as Lin Feng? Lin Feng's ancestor? Everyone was shocked and glanced at Lin Feng. Did that mean that they could reincarnate because of Lin Feng's ancestor? It was no wonder that the Slaughter God clan cultivator didn't want to offend Lin Feng. It turned out that Lin Feng's background was so powerful. Why haven't we heard of this person back then? The evil corpse couldn't help but ask curiously. During the Xiantian era, he was already a titled god and had a revered status. The people he came into contact with were naturally important figures. He had met many top experts and characters in myths and legends. For example, there was Hong Jun before Tian. He had met him before. He had even drunk wine with Hong Jun and discussed the Tao. However, he had no impression of this cultivator called Xianxia at all. Ling Muhua said, "You must have heard of the other name. Please tell us." Everyone said, "The Desolate Emperor." Ling Muhua said, "What? He's the Desolate Emperor?" Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because the Desolate Emperor was simply too famous. The Desolate Emperor had swept across the 8 desolates, slain the lords of foreign universes, destroyed the epic ancient gods, and killed the mastermind behind the scenes, the old emperor of the world. The series of battle achievements in the past were simply world-shaking. No one dared to provoke him. He rose like a comet. However, he was full of mystery. Countless people wanted to find out his identity, but they could not find any clues. Later on, the Desolate Emperor mysteriously disappeared. After the disappearance of the Desolate Emperor, there were many rumors in the outside world. There were some who said that the Desolate Emperor was killed by the foreign creature's most ancient group of experts. There were also some who said that the Desolate Emperor had died at the hands of the epic survivors. There were also rumors that the Desolate Emperor had been killed by the royal family of the world behind the scenes. There were all kinds of rumors, but it was hard to say which one was true. Of course, there were also many people who felt that the Desolate Emperor was not dead. After all, he was so powerful, like a god, like a devil, like a saint, like an immortal, causing countless creatures to tremble. How could he die so easily? However, the truth was that the Desolate Emperor did not appear again. Thus, the news of the Desolate Emperor's death gradually turned from a rumor to a reality. Countless people believed that the Desolate Emperor was dead. The evil corpse and the others might not have heard of the name Xianxia, but they were all too familiar with the Desolate Emperor's name. It was just that they had never seen the Desolate Emperor before. When the Desolate Emperor swept through the universe, the evil corpse, the Xindao Heavenly Sovereign, and the others were just small characters. Is this ancestor really that awesome? Lin Feng could not help but sigh. Then, he wondered where the ancestor had gone. Besides, Lin Feng was also wondering about something else. There were very few members of the Sovereign Emperor clan. Usually, they were only passed down to a single child. For example, his grandfather, who he had never met before, was still alive. He only had one daughter, his mother, Ji Long-er. This was probably how the bloodline had been passed down. This meant that the Desolate Emperor had appeared at the end of the Xiantian era. If Lin Feng remembered correctly, his other ancestor, the Master of Gods, had been born at the end of the Xiantian era. Could the Desolate Emperor be the father of the Master of Gods? Lin Feng felt that there might be such a possibility. Damn. To think that he had actually discovered such a huge secret. However, where had his ancestor, the Desolate Emperor, gone? This was a mystery. After all, it was later confirmed that he was not dead. He had even scared away the mastermind behind the scenes, the Sovereign Emperor. Only then did he establish the Yellow Sky Secret Realm, allowing some dead cultivators to be revived before the end of the Xiantian era. The combat power of these living beings had also been greatly increased. Of course, it was hard to say what had happened after that. Who knew if this ancestor had met with misfortune elsewhere? Lin Feng said. Why didn't the desolate emperor destroy the corpse of this god-slaying clan cultivator? If his corpse was destroyed, then he wouldn't have been revived. The god-slaying clan cultivator laughed strangely and said, the desolate emperor wanted to destroy my body, but he knew that he couldn't do that. Because once he destroyed my body, it would have a huge impact on his entire plan. Ling Muhua said, just as this guy said, the desolate emperor did have his own difficulties. Back then, the emperor used the 6 paths of reincarnation and did something that defied the heavens. Although there was a certain chance that the dead cultivators could be revived after countless years, this matter was truly too difficult to do. As the saying goes, life and death are yin and yang are evil and righteous. Therefore, even if the 6 paths of reincarnation were used to revive everyone, they still had to pay attention to the cycle of yin and yang. What is justice? What is evil? In a broad sense, we belong to the righteous side, while the behind-the-scenes world belongs to the evil side. If we destroy this guy's body, we will lose the evil side, which is equivalent to the yin and yang side losing the yin side. Then, the 6 paths of reincarnation will not play any role. Lin Feng nodded. The Tao of yin and yang, life and death, was indeed broad and profound. Lin Feng could understand what Ling Muhua was saying. This ancestor was indeed a powerful figure, and had considered these things long ago. Therefore, only then would some of the ancestors be revived. Perhaps in the future, there would be more experts who would be revived. This was something that Lin Feng was happy to see. Now that I have been revived, my battle strength has increased greatly. You people are no match for me. The god-slaying clan cultivator sneered. In the Xianxia life-form era, he was already an expert who surpassed the realm. Therefore, he was naturally extremely confident when he said these words. However, in Lin Feng's opinion, Ling Muhua was not a pushover. Although this woman did not say anything awesome, Lin Feng felt that this woman was absolutely terrifying beyond imagination. Back then, she was able to make the heavens tremble. This was enough to prove her strength. Break! The god-slaying clan cultivator shouted coldly, and a powerful force surged out from his body. A powerful force surged out of his body and fiercely shook the chains. Clang, 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 this was accompanied by a series of clanging sounds of collision. One by one, the chains directly broke. The god-slaying clan cultivator had completely broken free from all restraints. I am free. The feeling of freedom is really good. The god-slaying clan cultivator laughed loudly. Ling Muhua said, do you know why I let you out? The god-slaying clan cultivator sneered and said, even if you don't let me out, my clansmen will come looking for you. Ling Muhua continued, they are looking for you to kill you. Kill me? The god-slaying clan cultivator instantly revealed a disdainful expression. In the past, during the great battle between the Xianxia lifeforms, Ling Muhua and Huang Tian joined forces and barely managed to kill him. In other words, during the great battle between the Xianxia lifeforms, his battle strength was much higher than Ling Muhua's. Right now, he was much more powerful and confident than during the great battle between the Xianxia lifeforms. He knew that Ling Muhua was much more powerful than back then. However, their strength was increasing, therefore, he was still more powerful. As for the rest, in the eyes of the god-slaying clan cultivator, they were just a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. They might be able to fight against those who had just entered the Transcendence realm and had an unstable foundation. But against him, the difference was too great. You were stronger than me in the past. It doesn't mean that you are stronger than me now. Ling Muhua walked step by step toward the god-slaying clan cultivator and said coldly, do you know why I want to kill you? Because I have reached a critical stage in my cultivation. I need to replenish a strong source to help me break through to the current realm. The god-slaying clan cultivator sneered and said, I heard that the demonic technique you cultivate is very special. As long as you have a strong enough source, you can continuously increase your strength. There is no cultivation barrier at all. Am I right? It's like this. Ling Muhua nodded. Lin Feng and the rest were shocked. What kind of demonic technique was this? Wasn't this too overbearing? One had to know. Even a genius like Lin Feng who had cultivated many immortal sutras and top-notch cultivation techniques would encounter cultivation bottlenecks. Sometimes, Lin Feng would be stuck at a cultivation bottleneck for many years, unable to break through. It was because he had not comprehended some of the Daos. However, Ling Muhua, the demonic technique that she cultivated actually did not allow her to reach a cultivation bottleneck. This was indeed too heaven-defying. Actually, Lin Feng had seen a lot of demonic skills which could greatly increase one's cultivation speed. Those demonic skills were usually cruel. For example, they could sacrifice an entire city of innocent people to help them break through to the next cultivation level. That was a common thing. Then, did the demonic technique that Ling Muhua cultivated have any side effects? From Lin Feng's point of view, there should be side effects, right? Didn't they say that she had been bedeviled back then? Back then, she had been bedeviled. Firstly, it was because she had been hurt by love. Secondly, it was because of the hatred in her heart. Thirdly, it was because of the demonic technique. In the end, she had turned into a female devil. However, Lin Feng felt that Ling Muhua's nature should still be good. After all, back then, because of Huang Tian's words, she had come to support Huang Tian and engaged in a great battle with the Mastermind's elite army. She had even lost her life because of this. From this point, one could see what kind of character she had. One had to know, even during the innate life form era, she had chosen to join the forces of the Mastermind's world. There were many of them. A female devil who was despised by everyone. She had actually fought against the creatures of the Mastermind's world without fear. It was indeed admirable, the god-slaying race cultivator sneered. Today, I'll let you experience a supreme technique that I've just comprehended in recent years. As soon as he finished speaking, the god-slaying race cultivator stepped forward. He displayed a peerless absolute art. All ancient emptiness, a cold voice suddenly resounded throughout the world. Lin Feng had also learned the absolute art that the god-slaying race cultivator used. It was a top-notch sacred art created by the human race in the previous era. It was roughly equivalent to the status of the 6 realms of reincarnation in this era. The moment all ancient emptiness was unleashed, a terrifying force enveloped Ling Muhua. Then, Lin Feng and the others saw a terrifying scene. Because, Ling Muhua's body was rapidly turning younger. In a few breaths' time, she had turned into a little girl. The most shocking thing was that after Ling Muhua turned into a little girl, she didn't have much strength left. She was about the same as an ordinary person. Although Lin Feng had cultivated all ancient emptiness, he didn't know that it had such an ability. It was probably because he hadn't comprehended this ability. Lin Feng had heard that all ancient emptiness was infused with the power of reincarnation. Of course, all ancient emptiness. It wasn't just the power of reincarnation. It was also infused with other terrifying powers. However, the power of reincarnation was definitely one of the most terrifying powers among the various powers. It was just like the great reincarnation technique. It could make a person age for a short period of time. It could also make a person turn into a child for a short period of time. However, even if her battle strength was weakened, she still had more than 50% of her original strength. Although part of their combat strength had been reduced, for those powerful cultivators, they were still very powerful even if part of their combat strength had been reduced. However, all ancient emptiness was different. It almost made Ling Muhua lose her left and right battle strength. This sacred art was truly heaven-defying to the extent that it made one's heart tremble. Facing such a heaven-defying sacred art, how could Ling Muhua neutralize it? You can die now. The god-slaying race cultivator stepped forward. When he looked at Ling Muhua, his eyes revealed a dense killing intent. He attacked Ling Muhua with his palm. A terrifying power surged out. The god-slaying race cultivator wanted to seize this rare opportunity to kill Ling Muhua. Lin Feng and the rest could not help but worry for Ling Muhua, mainly because there was a huge problem with her current state. If Ling Muhua had not turned into a 5 or 6-year-old girl, she would have had no problem fighting the expert from the god-slaying clan. But now, she had turned into a 5 or 6-year-old girl. Moreover, she did not have any fighting strength left. How could she resist the attack of the expert of the god-slaying race? The other party could pinch her to death with just a flick of his finger, right? Therefore, it made sense for Lin Feng and the others to worry about her. Should he help Ling Muhua delay for a while? Lin Feng could not help but have a thought. Although Ling Muhua was a demoness, Lin Feng felt that she was not bad. Lin Feng naturally did not mind helping Ling Muhua. Moreover, helping Ling Muhua was also helping himself. If this god-slaying race cultivator were to return to the world of the mastermind, it would not be a good thing for Lin Feng. In the final battle at the end of the era, such a powerful cultivator would undoubtedly play a huge role. At that time, it would be even more difficult to kill him. Kill him now. Perhaps it would be easier. If they wanted to kill him in the future, the difficulty level would probably increase by more than 10 times. There was also another point. If they really killed the god-slaying race cultivator today, when the time came, Lin Feng and the rest would obviously be able to gain some benefits. Although Ling Muhua was a demonic cultivator, Lin Feng understood demonic cultivators and they were very clear about gratitude and grudges. They would definitely not take all the benefits for themselves. Do it, stop him. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice and took the lead to kill the god-slaying race cultivator. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the rest were now following Lin Feng's lead. Therefore, they basically did not hesitate and followed Lin Feng to kill the god-slaying race cultivator. As for the evil corpse, the palm-sized stone man, and the stone monkey, they naturally did not hesitate. They were all Ling Muhua subordinates. Ling Muhua was in big trouble, so they naturally would not ignore it. You don't have to do it. I can handle him alone. At this moment, Ling Muhua's voice came out. Because she had turned into a little girl, her voice sounded very immature. Lin Feng and the others were slightly surprised. Did Ling Muhua have a way to solve the current crisis? Lin Feng and the others stopped. They looked at Ling Muhua and saw a large amount of holy light gushing out from Ling Muhua's dantian. Within the holy light, there was an ancient tree that was gently swaying. The ancient tree continued to sway. The ancient tree was producing more and more holy light. The holy light fused into his body. The holy light was extraordinary. It was actually changing her body continuously. Ling Muhua's body was recovering quickly. As his body continued to recover, his combat strength also continued to increase. That holy tree is very special. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. After seeing Ling Muhua's ancient tree, Lin Feng thought of the world tree in his dantian. Of course, his world tree was different from the holy tree in his opponent's dantian. However, the world tree in Lin Feng's dantian was also an extremely shocking ancient tree. It had extraordinary divine power. Seeing that Ling Muhua was recovering so quickly, the massacring god race cultivator's face instantly turned ugly. He increased his speed. He wanted to kill Ling Muhua before Ling Muhua fully recovered. Even if he couldn't kill Ling Muhua, he had to severely injure Ling Muhua. It was still the emptiness of all ages divine power. Previously, this divine power had displayed the extraordinary power of the reincarnation Tao. Now, it displayed its powerful combat strength. Emptiness of all ages, destruction of all ages. The terrifying power released by this divine power was like the Milky Way, directly attacking Ling Muhua. The holy light gushing out from Ling Muhua's body formed a holy light shield, protecting her within. Lin Feng was surprised. It seemed that the holy tree in Ling Muhua's dantian also had a defensive function. Moreover, it was different from ordinary defensive treasures. Ordinary defensive treasures had to be activated by cultivators to display their defensive power. However, the holy tree had already taken root in Ling Muhua's dantian. It was now equivalent to a part of Ling Muhua's body. Therefore, when Ling Muhua was in danger, the holy tree could automatically release a defensive light shield. Ling Muhua didn't even need to activate it. This was an extremely heaven-defying function. After all, cultivators had limited energy. If they were held back during a battle, they wouldn't be able to activate their defensive treasures in time. However, if they controlled Ling Muhua's holy tree, they wouldn't need to worry about their own defense. This is really good stuff. Lin Feng was a little envious of Ling Muhua's holy tree. However, Lin Feng could only look at it for a while. After all, there was only one holy tree. At this moment, the terrifying attack released by the emptiness of all ages divine power ruthlessly attacked the holy light shield outside Ling Muhua. The holy light shield formed by the holy tree was indeed powerful. It blocked the attack of the massacring god tribe cultivator. Ling Muhua made use of this opportunity to rush towards the massacring god tribe cultivator. Close combat, Lin Feng was shocked. It wasn't easy for ordinary cultivators to engage in close combat with others. This was because when you wanted to get close to your opponent, the opponent could dodge or attack you with a sacred art, forcing you to stop and use your sacred art to deal with the opponent's attack. As such, you wouldn't be able to get close to your opponent. However, Ling Muhua was different. Ling Muhua didn't use any sacred art. She relied on the holy light shield formed by the holy tree to neutralize the opponent's attack. She made use of this opportunity to get close to her opponent. The distance between them wasn't too far. It was easy for her to get close to her opponent. Indeed, Ling Muhua quickly arrived in front of the massacring god tribe cultivator. She sent a palm strike towards the massacring god tribe cultivator. The massacring god tribe cultivator was slightly stunned. Then, a look of contempt appeared on his face. The massacring god tribe cultivator's physical body was extremely strong. On the other hand, Ling Muhua. She was an innate human. In other words, she was the earliest human of this era. During the earliest period of the innate human race, which was also the period of Heaven's Tao, the human race had a longer lifespan and a stronger physical body. However, they couldn't do it later on. The lifespan of a mortal dropped to less than 100 years. Their physical body also became extremely weak. This was something that couldn't be changed. Although Ling Muhua was an innate human, she was born in the era of Heaven's Tao. Therefore, her physical body wasn't considered strong. Of course, as one's cultivation continued to increase, their physical body would also gradually improve. However, to the massacring god tribe cultivator, Ling Muhua's foundation was weaker. Therefore, the improvement of her physical body couldn't be compared to other cultivators of similar cultivation realms. The massacring god tribe cultivator had a strong physical body. This massacring god tribe cultivator's cultivation realm was higher than Ling Muhua's. Of course, he looked down on Ling Muhua's physical body. His reaction was extremely fast. A powerful punch was hurled towards Ling Muhua. The fist and palm collided, something shocking happened. A power that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged out from Ling Muhua's body. That power was simply too terrifying. Lin Feng even felt that Ling Muhua's power had increased by more than 10 times. Bang, accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. Ling Muhua and the massacring god tribe cultivator's attack collided fiercely. Ling Muhua didn't move at all. The massacring god tribe cultivator's arm was broken. His entire body was sent flying. Barf. In midair, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet. Ling Muhua's attack just now had caused him extremely serious injuries. What a terrifying power! The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others couldn't help but sigh. Ling Muhua's ferocity was impressive. Now that they saw Ling Muhua's combat strength, they only felt their scalps go numb. Fortunately, they weren't Ling Muhua's enemies. If they were the ones who had received Ling Muhua's palm just now, they would probably be dead by now. Is it because of that sacred tree? A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He felt that there was a high probability that it was because of that sacred tree caused Ling Muhua's power to increase by more than 10 times in an instant. However, this increase shouldn't last for long. Lin Feng realized that after Ling Muhua's palm strike just now, the power that rose in her body quickly calmed down. Lin Feng guessed that the sacred tree should have slowly accumulated a large amount of power, waiting for Ling Muhua to fight with someone. Then, it would instantly inject this powerful power into Ling Muhua's body. This way, Ling Muhua's power would increase. However, Ling Muhua's enemies obviously wouldn't think of this. Therefore, tragedy instantly ensued. Ling Muhua's physical body fighting with someone was actually a one-off deal. If she succeeded, she could cause serious injuries to her opponent. If she failed, she would retreat quickly with a strike. Then, she would prepare a new killing move. Ling Muhua's true strength was still the battle of divine powers. Now that the massacring god tribe cultivator had been schemed against by Ling Muhua, his injuries were very serious. In the Khanate life-form era, Ling Muhua and Huang Tian had joined forces to kill the massacring god tribe cultivator. Logically speaking, the massacring god tribe cultivator should have a better understanding of Ling Muhua's many methods. Why didn't he guard against Ling Muhua's move? There were probably two reasons. The first reason. The massacring god tribe cultivator had also been resurrected by the desolate emperor. Then, it was normal for him to lose a part of his memory. Or perhaps, he had forgotten that Ling Muhua had such a powerful killing move. The second reason. Ling Muhua had obtained this holy tree after being resurrected from the dead. Lin Feng was actually more inclined towards the second possibility. Slut. You only know how to scheme. The massacring god tribe cultivator also knew that he had been schemed against by Ling Muhua, so he was extremely angry and couldn't help but curse angrily. Heh. Do cultivators still care about what methods they use? What a joke. Ling Muhua sneered. As a female devil, her will was firm. She would not fly into a rage out of humiliation because of a few words from the massacring god tribe cultivator. Following that, she began to prepare a powerful divine ability, wanting to launch a powerful attack on the massacring god tribe cultivator. But at this moment, something happened that caused Lin Feng and the rest to be extremely astonished. The massacring god tribe cultivator actually turned around and ran. Damn, what was going on? Lin Feng and the rest were dumbfounded. The massacring god tribe cultivator was so arrogant, so high and mighty, so self-righteous. In fact, this was the common character of the creatures in the world of the mastermind. For example, the cultivators of the evil spirit warrior race that Lin Feng had come into contact with before. They were the lowest race in the world of the mastermind, but outside, they were a high and mighty race. Immortal race, celestial race was awesome, right? But in the eyes of the evil spirit warrior, what were celestial race and immortal race cultivators? They were just a lowly race. Therefore, the cultivators of the mastermind's world rarely did things like running away. Many people would choose to fight to the death for the sake of their so-called dignity. Their laughable arrogance. This was the reason why they would rather choose to fight to the death than run away. As an expert who had surpassed the realm in the world of the mastermind, although his injuries were not light, it did not touch his foundation. His battle prowess was still strong, and if he were to fight to the death, it was hard to say what the result would be. However, he did not even have the courage to stay and fight. This made people speechless and despised him. He was not even as good as many ordinary cultivators in the world of the mastermind, of course. From another point of view, it could be said that this person was more cautious. This kind of person was more suitable to survive in the complicated world of cultivators. You can't escape. Ling Muhua's voice was cold. Ambush from all sides. Her cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. Lin Feng and the rest saw 9 Ling Muhas appear in the surrounding heaven and earth. Including Ling Muhua's original body, there were 10 Ling Muhas. These 10 Ling Muhas all soared into the sky and charged towards the massacring god clan cultivator. The massacring god clan cultivator was surrounded. He could only fight against these 10 Ling Muhas. Universe heaven suppressing technique. The cultivator from the massacring god clan shouted coldly. He had unleashed an extremely powerful sacred art. This was the universal heaven suppressing technique, a sacred art that had been passed down in his clan. The moment this mystic skill was unleashed, a boundless world appeared in the void. That boundless world came crashing down, wanting to destroy the 10 Ling Muhuas. That vast world was indeed powerful. Although Lin Feng and the rest were relatively far away, they still felt a sense of suffocation. The massacring god clan cultivator's attack was indeed too powerful. He was indeed a veteran transcendent realm expert. Now, Ling Muhua's ability was probably going to be broken by him, right? However, at this moment, something happened that shocked Lin Feng and the rest. The sacred tree in Ling Muhua's dantian flew out and floated above Ling Muhua. Then, the sacred tree grew rapidly. A sacred tree, it supported heaven and earth. That saint tree directly held up the world that was suppressing down on them. The 10 Ling Muhas quickly charged towards the massacring god clan cultivator. The massacring god clan cultivator was horrified. He quickly took out a quasi-ancient weapon-grade defensive Dharma treasure. This Dharma treasure released a powerful defensive light shield to protect the massacring god clan cultivator. Bang bang bang, following a series of loud sounds, the 9 Ling Muhas all self-destructed. These 9 Ling Muhas were condensed from a divine ability. The attack released from their self-destruction was very terrifying. However, it did not affect Ling Muhua's original body. The terrifying power produced by the self-destruction of the 9 Ling Muhas directly destroyed the massacring God Clan cultivator's defensive Dharma treasure. The massacring God Clan cultivator did not expect Ling Muhua's ultimate skill to be so domineering. He was sent flying. He did not know how many bones in his body were broken. Ling Muhua followed closely behind. Her right hand slashed out a ray of sword chi. The massacring God Clan cultivator wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Pfft, blood splattered, the massacring God Clan cultivator's head flew into the sky. What terrifying battle strength! Lin Feng was moved. That was an expert who had transcended a realm. He was actually killed by Ling Muhua just like that. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing an expert who had transcended a realm being killed. He did not know how powerful Ling Muhua's cultivation was now. It was truly shocking. P.S. 5,000 words begging for votes. I really didn't expect you to have such an ability. However, it's impossible for you to kill me completely. Although the head of the god-slaying tribe cultivator had been chopped off, his head was not completely dead yet. His head could still speak. As soon as it finished speaking, it opened its bloody mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Instantly, a dark green long river flew out. The moment that dark green long river flew out, the void was directly corroded. It's the water of the poison river from the mastermind's world. The evil corpse couldn't help but be shocked. The poison river from the mastermind's world was a famous river. The reason why this poison river was so famous was because of the war between innate lifeforms back then. The mastermind's world. There were only about 100 people. They refined some of the poison river's water. These 100 people ambushed 100,000 cultivator army. How did these people deal with the cultivator army? They used the poison river's water to deal with the cultivator army. They released the poison river's water that they had refined beforehand. Then, a terrifying thing immediately happened. As long as the cultivators touched the poison river's water, their bodies would quickly rot. Even if they took the antidote pills, they couldn't stop all of this. A large number of cultivator army died tragically. In that battle, although the cultivator army finally eliminated more than 100 cultivators from the mastermind's world who released the poison, the 100,000 elite cultivator army lost more than 50 to 60,000 people. This incident caused a huge commotion. The poison river's water of the mastermind's world got its name from this. Even if countless years had passed. However, everyone still hadn't forgotten what happened back then. Facing the attack of the poison river's water, Ling Muhua couldn't help but frown slightly. Obviously, even if someone as powerful as her, she definitely wouldn't dare to ignore the poison river's water. Ling Muhua waved her jade-like hand, and a holy light wall condensed. The holy light wall floated in front of her. When the poison river's water flew over, it was all reflected back by the holy light wall. This method should also be a method that was displayed with the help of the holy tree in her dantian. Ling Muhua's use of the holy tree had indeed reached the level of being able to command it like an arm. This kind of ability was truly shocking. However, as Ling Muhua was blocking the poisonous river attack from the Massacre God Clan cultivator, the Massacre God Clan cultivator opened his mouth and spat out another treasure. It was a palm-sized teleportation gate. The teleportation gate released a powerful space-time gate that enveloped the head of the God-slaying clan cultivator. His head wanted to escape. Whoosh! The cultivators of the God-slaying clan disappeared. Where do you think you're going? Ling Muhua's gaze suddenly turned cold. She used the Tao of space, wanting to detain the head of the God-slaying clan cultivator. However, at this moment, the palm-sized space-time gate suddenly exploded. This was a top-tier true treasure, and the power generated from its self-destruction was extremely shocking. The powerful force generated by the explosion of the space-time gate collided with Ling Muhua's power of space. This counteracted a large amount of spatial energy. Therefore, Ling Muhua was unable to bring out the head of the God-slaying clan cultivator. Seeing the head of the God-slaying tribe expert escape, Lin Feng could not help but sigh. He actually let him escape. This situation was actually equivalent to letting the other party's soul escape. The other party had lost his physical body and was only left with his soul. Obviously, this was an injury that was difficult to recover from. However, the other party was a soul that surpassed the realm after all. Letting him escape would still cause some trouble. However, what was done could not be undone. It was useless to think about this anymore. Ling Muhua waved her sleeve. A powerful force acted on the corpse of the god-slaying clan cultivator. Bang, along with the sound of a violent explosion, there was a loud sound. The corpse of the god-slaying clan cultivator exploded. Only the power of the origin and a portion of the transcendence laws were left. However, it was a pity that the transcendence laws quickly dissipated. The transcendence laws were very special. After an expert who surpassed the realm died, the transcendence laws in his body would quickly dissipate. Only some mutated transcendence laws would remain. Only then could they be preserved. These mutated laws could be refined by cultivators. Obviously, the transcendence laws of this god-slaying clan cultivator did not have such a special law, so it could not be refined by cultivators. This kind of thing all depended on fate. It could not be forced, and even if one wanted to force it, one could not force it. However, there were many transcendence realm sources. Lin Feng and the others stared at those transcendence realm sources. Ling Muhua flicked her finger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, sources flew out one after another. Lin Feng, the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon, Heavenly Venerate 3 Saints, Shi Zhonghao, and Heavenly Venerate Xian Dao each obtained a transcendence source. As for the evil corpse, the palm-sized stone man, and the stone monkey, they each obtained 2 transcendence sources. Lin Feng and the others were actually very happy to obtain a transcendence source. They were not jealous of the evil corpse, the palm-sized stone man, and the stone monkey. After all, the 3 of them were Ling Muhua subordinates. Of course, they would obtain more. Lin Feng felt that if the 5 of them had not seen Ling Muhua in trouble earlier, they would have stepped in to help her. Ling Muhua would definitely not give them transcendence sources. Ling Muhua immediately walked out. The evil corpse and the others followed closely behind. As for the evil corpse's words about dealing with Lin Feng after the matter here was over, he had long forgotten about it. Lin Feng's background was so powerful that he did not dare to provoke Lin Feng again. He was not afraid of Lin Feng, but he was afraid of the person behind Lin Feng. If a peerless expert really jumped out from behind Lin Feng, he would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Even Ling Muhua could not save him. Let's go too, Lin Feng said. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others nodded. This trip had been a huge harvest, and everyone was filled with joy. Lin Feng and the others followed behind Ling Muhua and the others, smoothly leaving Huang Tian's burial ground. Seeing that Ling Muhua and the others were about to leave, Lin Feng quickly flew towards Ling Muhua. He felt that perhaps he could rope in Ling Muhua. If Ling Muhua were to join their side, then, to them, it was simply like adding wings to a tiger. Overthrowing the rule of the 33 Heavens Master would greatly increase their chances. Lin Feng was now rubbing his fists. After all, overthrowing the 33 Heavens Master would bring great benefits to Lin Feng. First, he had solved a major problem. Second, he could obtain the Temple Guardian Ancestral Stone that suppressed the Heaven Master Hall. At that time, he could use the Temple Guardian Ancestral Stone to awaken the 4th bloodline. Third, the main beam of the Heaven Master Hall was built with the trunk of the Jianmu tree, World Tree, as the theme. Back in the days, Lin Feng had killed Tiandi the Celestial Emperor and obtained the 33 Stacked Skies treasure. However, this magic treasure had never been able to be completely forged because it lacked something that could support the backbone of the 33 levels of heaven. Lin Feng thought of the trunk of the World Tree. If he could find the trunk of the World Tree, he could complete the 33 Heavens Master Hall's magic treasure. Then, he could completely forge this magic treasure. Therefore, Lin Feng had been waiting for the opportunity to obtain the trunk of the World Tree. Therefore, for Lin Feng, destroying the group of 33 groups was extremely important. In fact, Lin Feng was somewhat unwilling to contact Ling Muhua. The main reason was that he could not figure out Ling Muhua's temper. These demonic cultivators often had strange temperaments, especially Ling Muhua, who was a woman. Women's temperaments were always changeable, not to mention a demonic cultivator's temperament. A moment ago, she might be chatting happily with you. However, just because of a single sentence, the next moment, they would not rest until you were dead. This kind of thing happened a lot in the world of cultivators. There were too many of them. Too many to count. However, no matter how much he did not want to contact Ling Muhua, he still had to take the step. After Lin Feng caught up with Ling Muhua, he said, "Fairy, please wait." Logically speaking, Lin Feng should use words like senior to address Ling Muhua. However, Lin Feng did not use such words. Why was that? Because Ling Muhua was a woman. Which woman didn't like to be beautiful, righteous, demonic, evil, etc.? No matter what their origin was. As long as it was a woman, she would like to be beautiful. A woman was afraid of others saying that she was ugly. Secondly, she was afraid of others saying that she was old. If Lin Feng used the word senior to address Ling Muhua, although there was nothing wrong with it, who knew if Ling Muhua would dislike it? After all, the word senior made it sound like she was very old. The word fairy was initially used to address beautiful women. Later, it gradually spread in the world of cultivators. Nowadays, people would only use this term to address young women as beautiful. Lin Feng didn't know whether calling Ling Muhua a celestial being was appropriate or not, but he was sure that Ling Muhua wouldn't feel disgusted if he called her that. Just think about it. Which woman would be disgusted to hear others call her a beauty? Of course not. Ling Muhua was the same. Ling Muhua stopped and looked at Lin Feng. She did not say anything. The zombie originally wanted to mock Lin Feng, but when it thought of Lin Feng's powerful background, it immediately gave up. It could not afford to offend Lin Feng. It was better to be a coward. The zombie did not feel that it was shameful to do so. A wise man submits to circumstances. This was a true hero, Lin Feng said. It's like this. After some time, the heaven-devouring devil emperor of my sovereign emperor clan will be joining forces with some experts to overthrow the 33 heavens rule. I wonder if Fairy is interested in cooperating with my sovereign emperor clan? Ling Muhua did not answer Lin Feng's question. Instead, she asked, "Do you know where the desolate emperor is?" Who knew where the desolate emperor was? In fact, they did not even know if the desolate emperor was dead or alive. However, Lin Feng could not say that. The relationship between Ling Muhua and his clan was related to the desolate emperor. Lin Feng could feel that Ling Muhua was not interested in cooperating with them to deal with the 33 heavens masters. However, she was more enthusiastic about the desolate emperor. Could he use the old relationship between her and the desolate emperor to get her on his side? Lin Feng thought. This method should work, right? Therefore, he decided to fool Ling Muhua first. Of course, there was a way to fool Ling Muhua. For example, he could not say that the desolate emperor was in seclusion in the ancestral land. If he said that, Ling Muhua said that she would go to the ancestral land to look for him. Wouldn't he be exposed? Ling Muhua was too powerful. If she found out that he had lied to her, who knew what she would do to him? A demoness like her was unscrupulous in her actions. Anyone who angered her would not have a good ending. As for the so-called origin, at that time it would not be binding. Lin Feng said, "I do know some information about the desolate emperor." Oh? Where is the desolate emperor? Ling Muhua hurriedly asked. Lin Feng said, "It's like this. Back then, my clan encountered some problems and needed to find the ancestor of my clan, the sovereign ancestor. Only the sovereign ancestor could solve these problems, so the desolate emperor went to find the sovereign ancestor. You also know that the sovereign ancestor's whereabouts are unpredictable. At that time, he seemed to have gone to another universe, so the desolate emperor also crossed the universe's crystal wall and went to another universe. In that case, he hasn't returned?" Ling Muhua frowned slightly. Lin Feng said, "I'm not too sure about this, but my clan's heaven-devouring devil emperor might know more details. When he returns to the heaven realm, you can ask him." Actually, Lin Feng knew that with his identity, Ling Muhua would definitely not say anything if he tried to rope her in. He still needed the heaven-devouring devil emperor to discuss this matter with Ling Muhua. Lin Feng used the matter of the desolate emperor to keep Ling Muhua in suspense. After meeting the heaven-devouring devil emperor, he would tell him about Ling Muhua's matter. Lin Feng did not know the exact outcome of the negotiations, but he could only do what he could to make it as perfect as possible. He hoped that everything would go smoothly. Ling Muhua nodded and did not say anything else. She quickly left, followed by the evil corpse demon and the others. She's quite arrogant. Lin Feng could not help but mutter. He also did not stay and quickly left with the heaven fiend corpse demon and the others. Lin Feng and the others found a secluded valley and recovered there. After recuperating for more than 2 hours, Lin Feng and the others gradually recovered. Then, Lin Feng took out the 5 energy balls. These 5 energy balls. The implications were huge. After all, they were offerings to the yellow sky. He wondered what good things were in these 5 energy balls. Lin Feng and the others were looking forward to it. I hope there are laws left behind by the yellow sky, the heaven fiend corpse demon said. Now, they were looking forward to the yellow sky laws the most. That was surpassing laws. It was a treasure that could greatly increase one's battle strength. For example, Lin Feng's battle strength was not ordinary, right? Many cultivators with surpassing battle strength were not Lin Feng's match. However, if he encountered some cultivators who had mastered surpassing laws, Lin Feng would also find it very difficult to deal with and might even be suppressed by the other party. But what if Lin Feng refined the yellow sky laws? One could imagine how terrifying Lin Feng's battle strength would be at that time, right? Therefore, Lin Feng was also looking forward to the 5 energy balls containing surpassing laws left behind by the yellow sky. Soon, the energy emitted by the first energy ball dissipated. The things inside appeared in front of Lin Feng and the others. The first energy ball was actually a bead, a purple bead. Lin Feng didn't know the origin of this purple bead. He took a closer look and found that there seemed to be something sealed in this purple bead. When Lin Feng tried to probe it with his divine sense, he failed. A powerful, invisible force blocked Lin Feng's divine sense. This purple bead was not simple. Do you recognize this purple bead? Lin Feng looked at the divine corpse demon and the others. The divine corpse demon and the others carefully studied the bead. Xiandao Tianzuan said, "It looks like a bright flower bead." Bright flower bead? Does this thing really exist? The heaven fiend corpse demon and the others all looked extremely surprised. However, Lin Feng had never heard of this so-called bright flower bead, but judging from the expressions of these people, this bead should have an amazing origin. Lin Feng asked, "What's the origin of this bright flower bead?" The divine corpse demon said, "The bright flower bead is very old, but it's not really a powerful treasure. There was a poem, I only envy the mandarin ducks, not the immortals. The smoke of war did not spoil the glorious years. The jade hairpin was reunited. I am willing to spread my wings to the Jianghu, and expand my horizons as a wanderer. Xianxia did not disappoint me. This poem was written 3 eras ago by the immortal poet Lu Xiaoqing, and it was written for Madame Minghua. At that time, in addition to this poem, Lu Xiaoqing also gave Madame Minghua something else, and it was none other than this purple bead. Later, Lu Xiaoqing died in a foreign land, and Madame Minghua was heartbroken. I heard that after a few years, Madame Minghua learned that Lu Xiaoqing was killed by someone, but the power behind the other party was too strong, and Madame Minghua was no match for them. Therefore, Madame Minghua entered the infernal prison and cultivated demonic arts to improve her combat strength. Madame Minghua was originally the most beautiful woman in the world, but in order to cultivate demonic arts, she cultivated herself into something that was neither human nor ghost. However, cultivating demonic arts can indeed improve one's strength quickly. Good method. By cultivating the demonic arts, Madame Minghua's battle prowess increased greatly in a short period of time. She successfully avenged Lu Xiaoqing, but her own ending wasn't particularly good either. After all, her opponent wasn't someone to be trifled with. After that battle, her injuries were too severe and she died not long after. It is said that before Madame Minghua died, she used some special methods to fuse some of the secrets she knew into the Minghua pearl. You should know that Madame Minghua is not a simple person. Back in the days, she was extremely powerful. She was proficient in celestials, demons, gods, ghosts, Buddhas, devils, evildoers, and so on and so forth. Many people think that Madame Minghua has many incredible secrets and inheritances. Therefore, in the beginning, many people were very interested in the Minghua pearl. They searched everywhere for it, and it fell into the hands of many cultivators. However, it seemed that no one was able to discover the secrets of the Minghua pearl. Moreover, many cultivators who obtained the Minghua pearl ended up with bad luck. After that, the world of cultivators spread rumors that the Minghua pearl was cursed and became a taboo item. Ordinary people didn't want to talk about the Minghua pearl anymore. Later, the Minghua pearl disappeared without a trace. People slowly forgot about the Minghua pearl, but who would have thought that it would appear here? Lin Feng slightly frowned. Was the Minghua pearl really that strange? I don't want the Minghua pearl, said Three Saints. Because he had a certain understanding of the Minghua pearl, he didn't want to provoke it. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon, Shi Zhonghao, and Xiandao Tianzuan were also extremely afraid of the Minghua pearl. Therefore, they didn't want the Minghua pearl. F*CK, these guys are all cunning fellows. Seeing how afraid they were of the Minghua pearl, it was obvious that they wouldn't have a good ending if they were tainted by it. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't want to get involved with the Minghua pearl. Who knew what terrible things would happen? Therefore, Lin Feng didn't want the Minghua pearl either. Just as Lin Feng was about to throw the Minghua pearl away, suddenly, Lin Feng realized, the devil orb in his dantian moved slightly. Then, a faint voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Accept this pearl, Yi Futian said. When he heard this voice, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. This voice. It should be the voice of the mysterious woman, right? He didn't know if the mysterious woman in the devil orb was a person, an artifact spirit, or some other existence. In any case, it didn't matter what she was. Lin Feng knew. For now, it was better not to offend her. Sometimes, she could still provide him with some help. However, this existence rarely took the initiative to contact Lin Feng. In fact, Lin Feng didn't contact her much either. If he asked her for help, the other party basically wouldn't agree. This time, she took the initiative to ask Lin Feng to accept the Minghua pearl. What was the deeper meaning? Lin Feng originally wanted to throw the Minghua pearl away, but since this woman took the initiative to ask, it wouldn't be too good to throw it away. Since that was the case, then he would accept the Minghua pearl. Lin Feng said, if everyone doesn't want it, then I'll accept it. Everyone nodded. Lin Feng kept the Minghua pearl. Then, the Minghua pearl was swallowed by the devil orb and fell into the hands of the mysterious woman. He hoped that she wouldn't cause trouble. Lin Feng didn't want to cause too much trouble. Lin Feng and the others looked at the second energy ball. The energy of the second energy ball was restrained. The thing inside was revealed. It was a purple jade box the size of a palm. Cultivators were very fond of using jade boxes to store some precious items. The main reason for this was because boxes made of special jade stones could provide a very good protection against the loss of energy from many items. Supported by some formations and seals, if it was sealed well, theoretically speaking, it could be preserved for a very long time. It could even remain immortal after crossing eras. White jade boxes were more common. Purple jade boxes were less common. But obviously, purple jade boxes were much more effective than white jade boxes. However, because purple jade boxes were rarer, they couldn't become popular. Lin Feng cracked the seal on the purple jade box and opened it. Then, they saw that there were more than 10 leaves in the purple jade box. This was a very special kind of leaf. It was oval in shape, blue and white. This was Lin Feng's first time seeing this kind of leaf. He didn't know what kind of leaf it was. Is this the leaf of the immortal ancient tree? The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon said. Immortal ancient tree? Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. Of course, he had heard of the immortal ancient tree. It was just that he had never seen one. The immortal ancient tree was the root of heaven and earth. It was equivalent to an immortal medicine of immortality. The fruit of the immortal ancient tree was the most precious. It could revive the dead. It could restore one's youth. It was not a problem at all. This was the effect of an immortal medicine of immortality. Lin Feng had an immortal medicine of immortality level treasure here. He had never used it. If there was a problem with his body in the future, he could use it at that time. It could save his life at a critical moment. Other than the precious fruit of the immortal ancient tree, the leaves were also very precious. Although the leaves of the immortal ancient tree did not have the ability to restore a cultivator's youth, the leaves had an extremely heaven-defying effect. It could help a cultivator comprehend the Tao. This was somewhat similar to the Enlightenment tea tree. Of course, there were differences. The Enlightenment ancient tea tree produced tea leaves. It could be used to make tea. This thing was suitable for showing off. To entertain the guests, he took out the Enlightenment tea leaves. It must have shocked everyone, right? The leaves of the immortal ancient tree were not tea leaves. And it was said that this thing was extremely bitter. The taste was called sour. But it could further stimulate a cultivator's brain. Although the taste was really bad, the effect was really good. And this thing was different from the Enlightenment tea leaves. One leaf at a time. It was useless to drink too much. However, the leaves of the immortal ancient tree could be eaten continuously. Every additional leaf eaten would increase the effect by 10%. Think about it. A cultivator on the verge of breaking through. At the most critical moment. Comprehending the Tao. Immediately breaking through. But unable to break through. At this time, eating a leaf of the immortal ancient tree might be more effective than drinking the tea water of the Enlightenment tea leaves. The Enlightenment tea leaves focused on one state of mind. In a soothing environment, one could slowly comprehend the great Tao of heaven. The leaves of the immortal ancient tree were suitable for the critical moment of breaking through. Because at this time, cultivators would be very anxious because they could not break through. The leaves of the immortal ancient tree could stimulate the cultivator further at this time. And if one leaf was not enough, eating another would increase the effect further. Let's see how many leaves there are. Shi Zhonghao hurriedly said. 15. Lin Feng said. He separated the 15 leaves from the immortal ancient tree, giving each person 3. This thing. Lin Feng felt that it could be used at critical moments. For example, when breaking through to a higher realm, eating this thing might have a good effect. Everyone happily accepted the leaves of the immortal ancient tree and looked at the third energy ball. After the energy of the third energy ball was withdrawn, the thing inside appeared in front of Lin Feng and the others. The thing inside the third energy ball was a handwritten letter. This handwritten letter was not made of paper, but a bamboo scroll. Lin Feng and the others opened the handwritten letter. They saw a few words written on the first line. The Tao of the yellow sky lies in the heart. F***CK. This handwritten letter contained the Tao of the yellow sky. It was equivalent to the Tao of the yellow sky. Awesome. The Tao of the yellow sky covered a wide range. Not only did it include some top offensive methods, but it also included the great Tao of gathering and replacement, birth, old age, sickness, and death. It was incomparably precious, but soon, the expressions of Lin Feng and the others turned ugly. Because many of the contents of the handwritten letter were destroyed. What a pity, Lin Feng sighed. The Tao of the yellow sky was left behind by a god. It was too extraordinary. It was indeed difficult to preserve such a thing. Therefore, it was quite normal for the Tao of the yellow sky to be destroyed in the end. In the world of cultivators, many heaven-defying things were destroyed in the end. If one were to count them carefully. There were countless of them, there was no need to dwell on this. If it's destroyed, it means it's not fated. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon said. He was quite open-minded. Lin Feng and the others looked at the fourth energy ball. The energy emitted by the fourth energy ball disappeared quickly. The thing inside was also presented in front of Lin Feng and the others. They saw many Dharma entwined together. The energy of those Dharma was withdrawn. It looked very ordinary. However, when Lin Feng and the others saw those Dharma, they suddenly felt their hearts beating violently. The Dharma left behind by the yellow sky, oh my God, the yellow sky left behind the Transcendence Dharma. A huge sense of surprise swept through them. Lin Feng and the others were extremely excited. Lin Feng quickly checked. The yellow sky Dharma. There were a total of 6. However, Lin Feng and the others had 5 people. How to divide them? The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon said. Everyone has seen Lin Gongzi's role along the way. We'll each take 1 and the remaining 2 will belong to Lin Gongzi. How about that? Actually, as the initiator, he should take the lion's share. This was an unwritten rule in the world of cultivators. After all, there was no Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon to lead the way. They couldn't get anything. Of course, Lin Feng played the biggest role in the whole process. he could also take the lion's share. Unfortunately, there were only 6 Dharma. If there were 7, then Lin Feng and the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon would each get 2. This was the best way to distribute them. Of course, Lin Feng wanted to take these 2 Dharma transcending Dharma immediately. However, he also wanted to draw the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon to their side. Therefore, he couldn't do it this way. It was too obvious. Wouldn't that offend them? He couldn't count on a powerful existence like the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon to stand on his side. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon didn't represent himself. He represented some of the cultivators who had died and been resurrected in the Yellow Sky Mystic Realm. Therefore, he still had to be polite. Lin Feng said, as the initiator, fellow Taoist Heaven Fiend should take 1 more Dharma. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon said, Lin Gongzi has the heroic demeanor of the desolate emperor. I've made up my mind. Lin Gongzi should take 1 more Dharma. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon's words were straightforward. There were naturally many reasons why he wanted Lin Feng to take 1 more Dharma. Now, it seemed that the main reason wasn't because Lin Feng had played a big role in the whole process. It was because Lin Feng was a descendant of the desolate emperor. These people, they could be resurrected. They had to thank the desolate emperor. Therefore, the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon wanted to repay this favor. He had already said so much. It would be unreasonable to refuse again. Lin Feng took 2 Dharma Transcendence Dharma. Now, Lin Feng was extremely excited. If he could refine these 2 Dharma Transcendence Dharma, what kind of frightening level would his battle prowess be raised to? Lin Feng knew that he was about to complete an extremely important transformation. He suppressed the excitement in his heart. Then, he looked at the 5th energy ball. The energy of the 5th energy ball quickly dissipated. The item inside, it immediately appeared. This is, upon seeing this item, the eyelids of Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but twitch. The 5th item. It was actually a scroll with the words Investiture of the Gods written on it. The Investiture of the Gods. Who didn't know about it? If one wanted to become a real conferred god, they had to leave their names on the Investiture of the Gods. Or else. No matter how powerful this cultivator was, he was still a fake god. He was not a real conferred god. Although the Investiture of the Gods was the supreme treasure of the Jiang family. In fact, even the Jiang family did not have the real Investiture of the Gods. The current Investiture of the Gods of the Jiang family should be a high-level imitation of the Investiture of the Gods. Although its power was extraordinary, it was not the real Investiture of the Gods after all. Of course, such a high-level imitation of the Investiture of the Gods could often have extremely powerful offensive power even if it could not be conferred. It could not be underestimated. Was the Investiture of the Gods in front of him real, or was it a high-level imitation of the Investiture of the Gods? Lin Feng hurriedly opened the Investiture of the Gods. Then, Lin Feng and the others looked at the Investiture of the Gods and saw dense mysterious words written on it. Those words contained an ancient divine power. This ancient divine power. It contained an extremely terrifying divine power. The words on it were also an extremely ancient language. However, Lin Feng recognized this language. This was an ancient divine language. Not many people could recognize it now, but Lin Feng had learned this mysterious ancient language from the Demon Lord. It was written on the Investiture of the Gods. The heavens are vast and the gods have returned to their origin. However, there are billions of perfected lords who control the power of the mountains and rivers of heaven and earth. Those without deity positions are not orthodox, are not part of the 5 immortals, are not beyond the 5 elements, and are not beyond the cycle of reincarnation. It is to create the Investiture of the Gods and confer the powerhouses of the heavens. The first person on the Investiture of the Gods. It was Hong Meng. The second was Hong Jun. The third was Daoist Luya. The fourth was Patriarch Hun Kuan. These were all people that Lin Feng was more familiar with. The fifth was Torch Dragon. This was a figure that Lin Feng was unfamiliar with. Lin Feng looked at the introduction of Torch Dragon on the Investiture of the Gods. Torch Dragon was a god with a human head and a dragon body. He had red skin and lived in the extreme cold land of the north. When he opened his eyes, it was day. When he closed his eyes, it was night. When he breathed in, it was winter. Below Torch Dragon was Grand Supreme. Another person that Lin Feng knew a little about. However, although Lin Feng knew a little about Taishang, he didn't know much about him. The investiture of the gods' explanation of the Grand Supreme was rather vague. Above the heavens, primordial chaos was born. The child of primordial chaos had a spirit, and after millions upon millions of years, he would be born as a prime supreme. Basically, very high was a creature born from chaos. Other than that, there was no more information. As for what powers he had, he did not say. However, if one thought about it carefully, Taishang was an existence that had existed for a very long time. It was indeed filled with countless mysteries. Below Taishang was Pangu. Below Pangu was Nuwa. They were all famous god-level existences. Under Nuwa was Fuxi. Below Fuxi were the three pure ones. Besides, for example, the fairy of the ninth heaven, fire god Zhirong, fire god Gonggong, Quafu, and other mythological characters appeared on it. Of course, it also included the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Qiyu, and other characters. They were all titled gods. Other powerful figures included Sanbao Jun Celestial Mother Shangqing Yuan Jun Wushang Yuan Jun Yuanshi Tianwan King of the 9 Heavens Jade Emperor 4 Emperors 5 Elders of the 5 Directions. Eastern Qing Emperor Qing Ling First Elder 9 Qi Heavenly Lord. Southern Red Emperor Dan Ling Zhen Elder 3 Qi Heavenly Lord. Central Yellow Emperor Xian Ling Old 1 Qi Heavenly Lord. Western White Emperor Hao Ling Old 7 Qi Heavenly Lord. Northern Black Emperor Wu Ling Old 5 Qi Heavenly Lord Queen Mother of the West Queen Mother of the East Taiyuan Divine Mother Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord 3 Official Emperors Lightning Ancestor 4 Extreme Emperors Shenwu Great Emperor Wenchang Emperor Mother of the Chariot Sun Emperor Taiyin Primordial Lord 5 Qi Heavenly Lord 5 Stars Heavenly Lord 6 Heavenly Lord 7 Heavenly Lords 3 Heavenly Lords 4 Spirits 28 Constellations. 7 constellations of the East. 7 constellations of the North. 7 constellations of the West. 7 constellations of the South 32 Emperors Gods of Thunder. 5 Thunder Kings. Thunder Emperors. 5 Thunder. 5 Thunder. 24 Heavenly Lords of Thunder Sect. 5 Marshals of Thunder Sect. 36 Heavenly Generals of Thunder Sect. Lord of Thunder. Lord of Thunder Wang Lingguan 4 Heavenly Masters 4 Marshals Lu Ding Lu Jia. Lu Ding. Lu Jia 4 Merit Chao 36 Generals 72 Earthly Demons and so on and so forth. There were too many titled gods. There was no need to describe them one by one. It would take more than 3 days and 3 nights to finish. After all, in the long history of this era, there were indeed too many powerful existences. Of course, to be honest, there were still too few titled gods compared to the cultivators in the vast world of cultivators, who were like grains of sand in the Milky Way. The number of titled gods was less than 1 in 100 million of the total number of cultivators. This showed how difficult it was to obtain a titled god. Therefore, countless cultivators worked hard to obtain a titled god. After all, cultivators had a reputation. To obtain a titled god, that would be too honorable. However, it was too difficult to obtain the title of titled god. Therefore, in the era of titled gods, apart from a pitifully small number of people, the rest of the people were basically false gods. Didn't it feel incredible? However, this was the truth. Do you think this investiture of the gods is real? The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon could not help but ask curiously. If it was real, if one wrote their name on it, they would become a titled god. Lin Feng wanted to do this. Because once one became a titled god, it was said that one would be able to obtain the power of the gods. This was an extremely terrifying power. It would greatly increase a cultivator's combat strength. Besides, if one became a titled god, there would definitely be other benefits. However, they would only know what the specific benefits were after they broke through and experienced it for themselves. If this was the real investiture of the gods, it could even allow countless cultivators on their side to become titled gods. Then, wouldn't their battle prowess increase by a large margin? Damn, just thinking about it made them extremely excited. By then, they would probably have an invincible army. What was the master of the 33 heavens? He would directly lead an invincible army to kill the other party. The royal family of the mastermind world was very powerful. Then let's compete. Let's see if the army of the mastermind world or the army of titled gods was more powerful. However, the prerequisite was that the investiture of the gods had to be real. Lin Feng asked, "How do we verify the authenticity of the investiture of the gods?" Heavenly Master Xianxia said, "Simple, use a pen to write your name. When the time comes and you are given a title, then it will be real. If there is no movement, then it will definitely be fake." Lin Feng nodded and then took out a pen and ink. At the end of the investiture of the gods, he wrote a line of words. "The Master of the Heavens, the God of the Universe, Lin Feng." Then, Lin Feng realized that there was no movement at all. A fake investiture of the gods. What a scam. Lin Feng said speechlessly. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others glanced at the line of words that Lin Feng had written. Then, the corners of their mouths twitched. Damn. Isn't this a little too shameless? He actually wrote himself in such a badass manner. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon said, "The investiture of the gods isn't omnipotent. If you write yourself in such a badass manner, the investiture of the gods will probably be helpless. I'm afraid that it won't be able to give you such a badass title." That made sense. The investiture of the gods obviously had its limits. Moreover, in the past, it wasn't up to the cultivators to write whatever they wanted. If the cultivators could write whatever they wanted, then wouldn't the investiture of the gods be messed up? In the past, it was basically the Jiang family who wrote it. After all, the investiture of the gods was in the Jiang family's hands at that time. Lin Feng said, "Then write it again." This time, he didn't write anything randomly. He only wrote his name. The investiture of the gods would give various titles according to one's situation. Of course, if one didn't like it, they could negotiate with the investiture of the gods to change it. However, this time, there was still no movement. Lin Feng said, "It seems like this isn't the real investiture of the gods. What a pity, what a pity." However, if he thought about it carefully, the real investiture of the gods had disappeared for many years. How could it appear so easily? Now, even the Jiang family didn't know where the real investiture of the gods was. It would probably be even more difficult for others to find the real investiture of the gods. Although the investiture of the gods in front of him wasn't the real one, it was still a high-quality imitation. Lin Feng planned to give it a try. He wanted to see if the investiture of the gods was really powerful. Lin Feng tried to use his magic power to refine the investiture of the gods. Then, powerful magic power continuously flowed into the investiture of the gods. The investiture of the gods soared into the sky. Powerful divine light surged out of the investiture of the gods. When the divine light shone down, Lin Feng felt very comfortable. However, the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others cried out in pain and quickly retreated. Lin Feng was shocked and hurriedly put away the investiture of the gods. As a result, they did not continue to be injured, and they all revealed expressions of relief. How could the investiture of the gods cause such serious damage to you? Lin Feng was a little puzzled. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others were not corpses. They had already returned from their tribulations. They were no different from ordinary people. Xianxia Heavenly Master said with a gloomy expression, "I think it might have something to do with the extreme power we absorb all year round." When they returned from their tribulations, they borrowed the extreme power that was born in the bodies of countless cultivators after they died. Therefore, although countless cultivators were buried in the Yellow Heaven mystic realm, in reality, not many people were able to return from their tribulations. Currently, only 8 people had returned from their tribulations. Of course, there might be people who returned from their tribulations in the future, but that was a matter for the future. The extreme power did have a certain effect on cultivators. The investiture of the gods was a treasure of extreme yang, although it was only a high-quality imitation. However, it had inherited the attributes of the investiture of the gods. Therefore, it was very effective against the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others couldn't use this treasure. In the end, it was given to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't treat them unfairly. They probably didn't have many cultivation immortal stones after leaving the Yellow Heaven mystic realm. Therefore, Lin Feng gave each of them 1,000,000,000 high-tier immortal stones. They were naturally very happy. Lin Feng and the others went into seclusion to refine the Yellow Heaven laws and the origin of the god-slaying clan's experts. Refining the Yellow Heaven laws wasn't an easy task. However, where there was a will, there was a way. In the end, Lin Feng had successfully refined two of his yellow celestial cosmic energies. These two yellow heaven laws floated in Lin Feng's dantian. They contained a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. After refining the two yellow heaven laws, Lin Feng felt as if he had completed the transformation from the saint realm to the transcendence realm. Of course, Lin Feng knew that this feeling wasn't real. He was still in the saint realm, no matter how many transcendence laws he refined. No matter how much his combat strength increased, he was still in the saint realm and not the transcendence realm. The biggest difference between the saint realm and the transcendence realm wasn't the level of combat strength. It was the transformation of the life form. Lin Feng then took out the origin of the god-slaying clan's cultivator. Lin Feng began to refine the origin of the god-slaying clan's cultivator. Soon, Lin Feng's realm broke through from the 6th heaven of the celestial sage realm to the 7th heaven of the celestial sage realm. At this time, he had only refined a small part of the origin energy. Lin Feng continued to absorb a large amount of origin energy. Lin Feng's realm broke through to the 8th heaven of the celestial sage realm. At this time, he still didn't stop. When all the origin energy was refined by Lin Feng's realm stopped at the 9th heaven of the celestial sage realm. One had to know, this was only one origin energy. That transcendence realm cultivator's origin energy added up to at least hundreds or even thousands of origin energy, right? One origin energy had greatly increased his cultivation. If he refined a few more, who knew how much his cultivation would increase? However, some things couldn't be forced. It was already quite lucky to be able to obtain one origin energy. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others also came out of seclusion one after another. Everyone had obtained great benefits, so they were all smiling. What do you think of my previous proposal? Lin Feng asked. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon said, let us think about it. When we have thought through some things, we will give you an answer. Lin Feng knew that the Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others were indeed very afraid of the imperial family of the world behind the scenes. After all, the imperial family of the world behind the scenes had left a deep impression on them. Although they had become much stronger than before, although they were also ruthless in their hearts and wanted to take revenge for the past. Although they also wanted to befriend him and hug the thigh of the sovereign emperor clan, however, when they calmed down, they realized that some things couldn't be so easily concluded, especially when it came to the matter of joining Lin Feng's side. They had to be very careful. Lin Feng was a little disappointed. However, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of such a situation. Lin Feng said, all right then, I hope you can make a decision as soon as possible. I hope that we will have a chance to fight side by side in the future. The Heaven Fiend Corpse Demon and the others nodded, but that was it. They didn't say anything. After exchanging a few words with Lin Feng, they bid farewell and left. Lin Feng didn't know what was going on with Zhuge Xiaoxiao and the others, but they had the map, so they should be able to obtain a lot of benefits. Lin Feng had arranged to wait for them outside. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't stay in the Yellow Sky Secret Realm. Instead, he left it. Lin Feng didn't expect to meet a group of cultivators from the Heavenly Court and the Golden Eye Ancient God clan as soon as he came out of the Yellow Sky Secret Realm. The people from Wujisi were among them. Wujisi saw Lin Feng. At first, he was slightly stunned. Then, he revealed a dense killing intent. Previously, Little Donkey and some of the cultivators from the Golden-Eyed Ancient God clan had been taught a lesson by Little Donkey. In short, they had been attacked by Little Donkey with poison gas bombs. Then a group of people. That was disgusting. Little Donkey's poison gas bombs were really too awesome. Not only did they smell strong, but they were also highly toxic. Fortunately, the cultivators from Wujisi and the Golden-Eyed Ancient God clan were powerful. Otherwise, they might have been poisoned to death by Little Donkey's poison gas bombs. But even if they were not poisoned to death by Little Donkey's poison gas bombs, the group of people had lost half of their lives. The problem with his body was not the biggest problem. The biggest problem was that he couldn't face them. One had to know. These guys. Especially Wu Jixi, who was the nephew of the Heavenly Master, it was widely rumored that he was the illegitimate son of Emperor Huang Xingtian. His status was high and mighty. Wherever he went, he was surrounded by stars. When others saw him, they were full of reverence. But now, ever since that incident, Wu Jixi felt that many people were looking at him strangely. It was as if they were mocking him. In fact, it was mainly because Wu Jixi was too sensitive and thought that others were mocking him. The truth was not so. But Wu Jixi did not care about that. He only wanted to take revenge. Therefore, after waking up, he dispatched a large number of heavenly court experts to look for the whereabouts of Lin Feng and the others. In fact, he did not know the true identity of Lin Feng. However, he knew that the leader of that group of people was Lin Feng. Little Donkey deserved to die. As the leader, Lin Feng, he should be cut into pieces, but what made Wu Jixi depressed was that he could not find the whereabouts of Lin Feng and the others after searching for a long time. This made the Limitless Sea extremely anxious. Where did Lin Feng and the others go? He couldn't have vanished into thin air, right? After searching for so long, Limitless Sea was even a little desperate. It seemed that they really couldn't find Lin Feng and the others. Previously, they had heard about the Yellow Sky Secret Realm, and they couldn't find the whereabouts of Lin Feng and the others. Thus, under the suggestion of their subordinates, they temporarily gave up on searching for Lin Feng and the others. These people came to the Yellow Sky Secret Realm to see if they could obtain some opportunities. But he did not expect that. Outside the Yellow Sky Mystic Realm, he actually saw Lin Feng. He had worn out his iron shoes to no avail. It didn't take any effort at all. It was really exciting. Now, Limitless Sea was so excited that his body was trembling slightly. He was even thinking about how to humiliate Lin Feng later. Directly kill Lin Feng? Sorry, the Limitless Sea had never thought of such a thing. Because in his opinion, this was letting Lin Feng off too easily. Kid, how do you feel about being surrounded by us? Limitless Sea looked at Lin Feng with a condescending attitude, his eyes full of contempt. He didn't think that Lin Feng could escape from so many experts. He had over 1,000 experts on his side. Dealing with Lin Feng. Wasn't it a piece of cake? Isn't that Limitless Sea? It really is him. Who is the person he is surrounding? I don't know. Did that kid offend Limitless Sea? I'm afraid he's going to be in trouble. Offending Limitless Sea won't end well. In the surroundings, discussions were everywhere. Many people couldn't help but feel pity for Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Limitless Sea speechlessly. Why did he encounter this guy? To be honest, Lin Feng didn't want to be entangled with Limitless Sea. It wasn't because Lin Feng was afraid of Limitless Sea. How could Lin Feng be afraid of a rich second-generation cultivator? If Limitless Sea came, perhaps Lin Feng would pay more attention to him. If it was Limitless Sea, then forget it. Even if Limitless Sea had many experts around him, these so-called experts were like chickens and dogs in Lin Feng's eyes. They couldn't withstand a single blow. Lin Feng didn't want to have a dispute with Limitless Sea because Lin Feng felt that killing Limitless Sea would dirty his hands. If you want to live, then get lost. Don't bother me. Lin Feng said unhappily. Damn, kid, you're quite arrogant. Capture him for me. I'll let him know what I'm capable of. Limitless Sea's eyes flashed with killing intent. He waved his hand, and a dozen experts from the Heavenly Court immediately surrounded Lin Feng. With such a big commotion, more and more cultivators looked over. Most of them thought that Lin Feng was doomed. However, some cultivators recognized Lin Feng's identity. After all, some of them had seen Lin Feng before. Those cultivators who recognized Lin Feng's identity were very surprised. Although they might not have seen Lin Feng in action, they had heard of how powerful Lin Feng's means were. Now that Lin Feng had a conflict with Limitless Sea, things were getting interesting. However, these people didn't say anything. This matter had nothing to do with them, so they didn't need to announce Lin Feng's identity. Next. Just watch the show. Anyway, these people weren't afraid of things getting out of hand. At this time, more than a dozen cultivators had already rushed over. Lin Feng's eyes revealed killing intent. His cold eyes looked at the dozen people. An invisible force. It instantly enveloped more than a dozen people. Bang bang bang, along with the sound of explosions, everyone saw more than a dozen cultivators who rushed towards Lin Feng explode before they could even touch Lin Feng's body. They died tragically on the spot. This scene shocked everyone. So strong. Who is this person? He actually has such battle strength? Many cultivators who didn't know Lin Feng began to talk about it. As for those cultivators who knew Lin Feng, they were also very surprised. It seemed that the rumors might be true. This child might really have the battle strength of a surpassing realm. He was only 300 years old. But he already had this level of battle strength. It sounded incredible, however. Everything was true. It really made people envious and jealous. Limitless C's face couldn't help but change suddenly. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Feng to have such battle strength. However, thinking that he had so many people on his side, it seemed that there was no need to be afraid of Lin Feng. Thinking of this, an insufferably arrogant expression appeared on his face again. All of you, attack. Leave him alive. I want him alive. Limitless C gave the order. This time, he was serious. Although he didn't have any top experts by his side, he had some surpassing realm experts. Moreover, he had so many people on his side. More than 1,000 experts. Could it be that they couldn't deal with Lin Feng? He didn't believe that Lin Feng alone could deal with so many experts by his side. After receiving Limitless C's order, the experts of the Heavenly Court and the Golden-Eyed Ancient God clan began to prepare their divine powers to attack Lin Feng. With so many people, the battle strength that erupted from the thousands of experts would definitely be terrifying. All kinds of divine powers were prepared and blasted toward Lin Feng. These divine powers were still very terrifying. With so many divine powers gathered together, the expressions of countless cultivators changed. Many people felt the terrifying fluctuations emitted by these divine powers and retreated one after another, afraid that they would be injured by the aftermath of the divine powers when the battle started. Seeing that the dense divine powers were about to bombard Lin Feng, everyone saw a purple aura emanating from Lin Feng's body. Domineering aura. Supreme domineering aura. Although it wasn't as domineering as the one created by Firmament, its power was also incomparably terrifying. The key was that the domineering aura could attack from all directions without any blind spots. Such an attack, its power was extremely shocking. When Lin Feng's domineering aura was released, all the divine powers instantly collapsed. How is this possible? Countless people looked at Lin Feng in horror. This included the Heavenly Court cultivators, the Golden-Eyed Ancient God clan cultivators, the Surpassing Realm existences, Limitless C, and the others. It was only now that they realized how powerful Lin Feng was. What was 1,000 experts in front of Lin Feng? They were really as weak as ants. Those who knew Lin Feng's identity were also shocked. They felt that perhaps Lin Feng was much stronger than the rumors said. I don't want to kill you because ants like you aren't even qualified to make me attack. However, you recklessly came here. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Feng walked step by step toward the Limitless Sea. Bang bang bang, as Lin Feng stepped forward, the Heavenly Court cultivators and Golden-Eyed Ancient God clan cultivators exploded one by one. Their faces were filled with horror. They kept struggling. However, it was useless at all. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free from Lin Feng's domineering suppression. They could only wait quietly for death to come. Spare us, many people begged for mercy. They wanted Lin Feng to spare their lives. However, Lin Feng didn't care about these people at all. Lin Feng was like the Grim Reaper from hell. People kept turning into ashes. Even the Limitless Sea was afraid. In his life, the word fear seemed to have never existed. But now, he was really afraid. Souls. They were all trembling. I was wrong. Spare me. The Limitless Sea looked at Lin Feng in horror and began to beg Lin Feng. The Limitless Sea was actually very smart. He knew that at this time, if he softened his tone and begged for mercy, Lin Feng might let him go. If he dared to say something more forceful or threaten Lin Feng, then, the Limitless Sea was sure, at that time, he would definitely die. The Limitless Sea didn't want to die, Lin Feng sneered. Do you think I'll let you go if you beg for mercy? The Limitless Sea's expression changed greatly. He knew that since someone like Lin Feng had made up his mind to kill him, he would definitely not change his mind. The Limitless Sea gritted his teeth and said, if that's the case, I won't let you have it easy. Lin Feng sneered. He walked over like the god of death. All the cultivators of the heavenly court and the golden-eyed ancient god clan died one after another, leaving only the limitless sea. When Lin Feng walked over, the limitless sea's glabella flickered with divine light. Then, a vast heavenly might spread between heaven and earth. It was as if a creator was about to descend to the heavens. The next moment, an illusory figure appeared. This illusory figure. It was incomparably mysterious. He stood in the void as if he was the Lord of heaven and earth, as if he was the Lord of heaven and earth. His divine might suppressed all the worlds in the heavens. People couldn't help but kneel on the ground and worship him. Tai. 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 Huang Xingtian, after seeing this existence, some cultivators cried out in horror. Tai Huang Xingtian. What a shocking name. Who in the world didn't know Tai Huang Xingtian? He was the most powerful existence among the 33 heavens. Even if it was just a mark, the terrifying pressure emitted from his body still made countless people kneel on the ground. Tai Huang Xingtian. It was indeed terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a rumor from before. It was said that Limitless Sea was the illegitimate son of Tai Huang Xingtian and his sister-in-law. Originally, Lin Feng didn't believe such a rumor. After all, there was no real evidence. Moreover, there were too many rumors in the world. Many of them couldn't withstand scrutiny at all. But now, Lin Feng was starting to believe this rumor. Because of what? Because someone like Tai Huang Xingtian had many relatives. How could an ordinary person be qualified to leave a mark on his glabella? However, Limitless Sea had the mark of Tai Huang Xingtian on his glabella. This was enough to explain a lot. Of course. Some people might say that Tai Huang Xingtian liked this nephew, so he didn't hesitate to spend a lot of effort to leave his mark on Limitless Sea's glabella. If this explanation had to be explained, Lin Feng couldn't refute it. But Lin Feng trusted his intuition. Limitless Sea might be the illegitimate son of Tai Huang Xingtian. An illegitimate son was still a son. Tai Huang Xingtian naturally had to protect his safety. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel sad for Tai Huang Xingtian's younger brother. This guy was really pitiful. Did this guy know that he was wearing a green hat on his head? Brat, why aren't you accepting your death? Tai Huang Xingtian's mark looked coldly at Lin Feng. His voice was majestic. It was like the voice of the heavenly Tao. It shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. After his voice fell, he walked towards Lin Feng. A punch was sent towards Lin Feng. Tianzhu fist. Destroying billions of worlds. Who could fight against it? Lin Feng wasn't afraid. He sneered, Tai Huang Xingtian, you're too arrogant. You think you can deal with me with a mere mark? This was simply wishful thinking. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my power. As his voice fell, Lin Feng also stepped forward. Similarly, a punch was sent towards Tai Huang Xingtian's mark. Lin Feng didn't use the human king fist, which was a peerless skill. Instead, he used his self-created supreme reincarnation fist, the Tao of Supreme, suppressing everything, the Tao of reincarnation, immortality, the supreme reincarnation, who could fight against it? Bang, both fists collided fiercely. Everyone saw. Lin Feng didn't move at all. Cracks appeared on the body of the Imperial Emperor Huang Xingtian. What fist technique is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Tai Huang Xingtian's mark said in disbelief. Lin Feng said. It's my self-created supreme reincarnation fist. As Lin Feng's voice fell, Tai Huang Xingtian's body was like a mirror. Instantly, it shattered. P.S. Old Steamed Bun planned to write about the ruling emperor clan. Right now, he is writing about Jizishu. There are many more people he can write about later. For example, the Master of Gods, his father, the desolate Emperor Xianxia, the heaven-devouring demon emperor, the heaven-devouring demon lord, and Lin Feng's grandfather, Ji Longer's father, who was also a powerful character, had yet to come out. Everyone can join the archaic dragonesque elephant art QQ group. Group 1, 4263938872, this group has almost 2,000 people, the number of slots is limited. Group 2, 5939222637, this group has almost 1,000 people, because it is only 1,000 people for now, the number of slots is not that much. If you want to read the extras, you need to pay attention to Old Mantu's V, X, G, Z, H. After paying attention, you can read it. That's Emperor Huang Xingtian's imprint. He actually destroyed it just like that. Isn't his combat power too strong? Yeah, he's really too strong. Who exactly is this person? Countless people started discussing. Shock. Moved. Puzzled. They wanted to know Lin Feng's true identity. As for Wu Jihai, he was completely dumbfounded. This was his last resort and also his most powerful move. He knew how powerful his uncle's imprint was. However, Lin Feng had destroyed such a powerful imprint in the blink of an eye. This time, he was probably going to die for sure. I don't want to die. Wu Jihai shouted and turned to flee. Lin Feng slashed out a ray of sword chi across the void. Puff, there was a tearing sound and blood spurted out. Wu Jihai's corpse fell from midair. Wu Jihai, dead. Wu Jihai is dead. He really poked a hole in the sky. Yeah, I'm afraid something big is going to happen. The Everlasting Clan behind him won't give up so easily, said the Everlasting Clan. Countless people whispered to each other. But obviously, Lin Feng didn't care about that at all. He had just killed a cultivator from the Everlasting Sea, so what, to him, it was a small matter. Lin Feng walked into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. But the aftermath of this matter, it was just the beginning. The news of Wu Jihai's death spread quickly. The Wuji clan behind Wu Jihai was naturally enraged. They sent people to investigate this matter. At this time, Lin Feng was cultivating in seclusion in a forest not far from the Yellow Sky Secret Realm. Lin Feng intended to study the aura of the heavens and see if he could quickly cultivate it. But after cultivating for a long time, he didn't see any results. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. It seemed that he needed to find a piece of Tyrant Stone to assist in his cultivation. A treasure like Tyrant Stone that could help a cultivator cultivate aura was extremely rare in the world of cultivators. How rare was it? The materials used to forge ancient weapons were rare, right? Tyrant stones were even rarer than the materials used to forge ancient weapons. Previously, Lin Feng had inadvertently obtained a Tyrant Stone, but he had already used it. After many years, he had gone to many places, but he had never seen a second Tyrant Stone. However, the heavenly realm was ultimately different from the mortal world. The treasures circulating in this place were not something that the mortal world could compare to. Perhaps. At this place. What about Tyrant Sure? At this time, Lin Feng suddenly discovered that something was emitting fluctuations. Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a surprised expression because the thing that was emitting fluctuations was none other than the mysterious iron box. The mysterious box had been silent for a very long time. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't ignore its existence just because it had been silent for a long time. Lin Feng had many secrets. However, the mysterious iron box was definitely one of the biggest secrets. Especially the dismembered corpse inside the mysterious iron box. Lin Feng still hadn't figured out who left the corpse behind. Of course, as Lin Feng's cultivation continued to increase, he guessed that the dismembered corpse might not be a creature of the Nine Continents universe. Lin Feng always felt that it was difficult for the Nine Continents universe to give birth to such a powerful existence. Now, why was the mysterious iron box acting strangely again? Lin Feng summoned the mysterious iron box. The mysterious iron box floated beside Lin Feng, and an extremely powerful fluctuation was emitted from the mysterious iron box. After feeling the powerful fluctuation from the mysterious iron box, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. One had to know that the mysterious iron box wouldn't act strangely so easily. Moreover, one shouldn't think that the strange movement of the mysterious iron box was a good thing. In fact, it wasn't like that. Perhaps, the strange movement of the mysterious iron box would bring about some kind of disaster. If possible, Lin Feng certainly hoped that the mysterious iron box would stay obedient and not cause any trouble. However, Lin Feng's idea was obviously unrealistic. Could it be that the mysterious iron box is acting strangely again because of the Yellow Heaven Mystery Realm? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a possibility. However, after thinking about it carefully, Lin Feng felt that it shouldn't be the reason. After all, previously, he had been in the Yellow Heaven Mystery Realm for so long, but the mysterious iron box hadn't acted strangely at all. If it was really because of the Yellow Heaven Mystery Realm, it should have acted a long time ago. Why wait until now? If it wasn't because of the Yellow Heaven Mystery Realm, then what could have caused it? The mysterious iron box quickly flew out of the cave where Lin Feng was cultivating in seclusion. Lin Feng followed closely behind and came to the forest outside. Only then did he realize that it was late at night. In the forest, it was quiet. However, at the entrance of the Yellow Heaven Mystery Realm in the distance, there were still a large number of cultivators going in and out. Many cultivators were probably satisfied with their opportunities and didn't want to continue taking risks in the Yellow Heaven Mystery Realm. Therefore, they left the Yellow Heaven Mystery Realm. These cultivators knew when to advance and when to retreat. Some cultivators were injured in the Yellow Heaven Mystery Realm and had no choice but to leave. However, regardless of the reason, many of the cultivators who came out didn't leave. That was because they knew that there would definitely be all kinds of shocking news in the Yellow Heaven Mystery Realm. They could obtain a lot of information there. For example, some people had obtained something good. When they came out, they might be able to trade with them. Some people even thought of gathering the experts of their clans to kill them and steal their treasures. There were many people who had such thoughts. This was the cruel world of cultivators. Many people liked to kill others and steal their treasures. After all, this was the best and fastest way to earn money. As for the cultivators who came from other places, they were now full of anticipation, hoping to find some opportunities in the Yellow Heaven Mystery Realm. Lin Feng followed the mysterious iron box and quickly traveled through the forest. He kept going deeper and deeper into the ancient forest. Not long after, he came to a gloomy forest. This place was filled with a strong power of death. Generally, cultivators wouldn't enter such a place easily, because such a place represented danger and death. After entering, Lin Feng realized that this place was indeed dangerous. It was densely covered with restrictions and many of them were very powerful. He had to be extremely careful when traveling in it. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous. There might even be a possibility of death. However, these restrictions were nothing to Lin Feng and even less to the mysterious iron box. These restrictions seemed to have their own spirituality and didn't dare to attack the mysterious iron box at all. Therefore, Lin Feng followed behind the mysterious iron box and went deeper. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a cave in the depths of the mountain. This cave was actually hidden by an invisible restriction. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to discover it, but Lin Feng's methods were superb. The mysterious iron box entered the cave first. Lin Feng also entered the cave. After entering the cave, the first thing that appeared in front of him was an extremely deep passage. The mysterious iron box slowly fell silent and finally entered Lin Feng's time and space. Lin Feng carefully looked at the passage. He carefully walked into the depths of the passage. Lin Feng tried to use his divine thought to explore the situation in the depths of the passage, but he found that his divine thought was suppressed so much that he couldn't explore the situation in the depths of the passage at all. Lin Feng was helpless. Therefore, he could only rely on his naked eyes to observe everything now. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the area in front of them gradually widened. It seemed that they had arrived at the belly of a mountain. Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly moved. The mysterious iron box had led him here. Then, what exactly was in this place? Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. Lin Feng entered the mountain. However, just as he entered the mountain, a cold light burst out from the left. A jade battle axe was extraordinarily fast and quickly slashed towards Lin Feng. It was a jade battle axe. With a light strike, the void collapsed. Its power was really terrifying. After being locked on by the jade battle axe, Lin Feng felt an aura of death locking onto his body. This aura of death shocked Lin Feng. The cultivator who attacked him was definitely an extremely powerful existence. At the critical moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique and instantly disappeared from the spot. Therefore, the terrifying attack didn't hit Lin Feng. When Lin Feng reappeared, he was behind the person who had attacked him. The attacker was hidden on the left side of the mountain. Now, her back was facing Lin Feng. She was a woman. Because her back was facing Lin Feng couldn't see what the woman looked like. However, no matter what she looked like, since she attacked him, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't be polite to her. Lin Feng punched towards the woman. What Lin Feng didn't expect was that the woman's perception was so strong that she actually discovered him behind her. Then, she quickly turned around and slapped him. Bang! Along with the violent collision, there was a sudden sound. Lin Feng and the woman's fist collided. Both sides retreated more than 10 meters away. Lin Feng only felt his qi and blood surging. His arm was in excruciating pain. The woman didn't feel good either. Her face was pale. She almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that the woman's injuries weren't light. However, the woman didn't suffer such serious injuries because of Lin Feng. Lin Feng just sensed that the woman was injured and her injuries seemed to be quite serious. In a situation where she was injured, she was actually evenly matched with him. This shocked Lin Feng. If she was at her peak, how strong would she be? At this time, Lin Feng finally saw the woman's face clearly. This was a face that could be broken by a single blow. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe her as beautiful. Wasn't this Xianxia Immortal Venerable? Lin Feng knew Xianxia Immortal Venerable. Although Xianxia Immortal Venerable didn't know Lin Feng's name, she also knew Lin Feng. This was because when Wuji Heaven led the Cultivator army to besiege her, Lin Feng and her companions released a swarm of immortal devouring mosquitoes to deal with the Heavenly Quartz Cultivator army. A large number of Heavenly Quartz Cultivator army died miserably, allowing her to escape. She was even somewhat puzzled, not knowing why Lin Feng helped her. Actually, Wuji Heaven discovered Lin Feng's traces and went to kill Lin Feng. Xianxia Immortal Venerable happened to live in the courtyard next to Lin Feng's. She mistakenly thought that they went to deal with her. She didn't know Lin Feng and naturally didn't know about the grudge between Lin Feng and Wuji Heaven and Heavenly Court. However, she was still very grateful to Lin Feng. Why is it you? Why is it you? Lin Feng and Xianxia Immortal Venerable said in unison. The two had quite a tacit understanding. Lin Feng didn't expect to meet Xianxia Immortal Venerable here. Xianxia Immortal Venerable also didn't expect to meet Lin Feng here. It's a misunderstanding, Xianxia Immortal Venerable said. Lin Feng nodded. Of course, he knew that it was a misunderstanding. Looking at Xianxia Immortal Venerable's pale face, his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. It seemed like Xianxia Immortal Venerable wasn't having a good time recently. Although she was extremely strong, Wuji Heaven could mobilize a large number of heavenly soldiers and generals. Moreover, she had a transcendent expert by her side. No matter how strong Xianxia Immortal Venerable was, she couldn't possibly be a match for so many experts. In addition to the injuries on her body, she was definitely living a life of hiding. How are you now? Lin Feng asked. It was necessary to show some concern for Xianxia Immortal Venerable. Lin Feng's principle was to rope in all the forces he could rope in to eliminate the 33 Heavens Lords. Xianxia Immortal Venerable wasn't just a transcendent expert. Most importantly, she also had a great background in the wasteland. Perhaps, he could use her when he went to the wasteland in the future. Moreover, Xianxia Immortal Venerable wasn't that old, but she was so strong and beautiful. As a man, he naturally knew how to be tender towards women. It's not a big problem, Xianxia Immortal Venerable said. Is this a Dao injury? Lin Feng asked with a slight frown. Xianxia Immortal Venerable didn't deny it and nodded gently. A Dao injury. In fact, it was a kind of injury that cultivators were most unwilling to face. Once a Dao injury was inflicted, it wasn't easy to recover quickly. Lin Feng had suffered a Dao injury before and almost died because of it. Fortunately, Lin Feng survived in the end. Experts at Xianxia Immortal Venerable's level had tenacious vitality and wouldn't die because of a Dao injury. However, a Dao injury would cause her battle strength to decline sharply for a relatively long period of time. It was naturally an extremely dangerous thing for her. After all, if Wuji Heaven and the others found her during this period of time, it would be a disaster. Just like when she was besieged by Wuji Heaven and the others in the overseas cultivator gathering area. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's help, Xianxia Immortal Venerable would have lost half her life even if she could break out of the encirclement. In order to heal a Dao injury quickly, she needed an immortal medicine of immortality. It seemed like Xianxia Immortal Venerable didn't have any immortal medicine of immortality. That was why her Dao injury hadn't recovered yet. Lin Feng said. I have a leaf of the immortal ancient tree here. It will be helpful for your injury. Lin Feng said and took out a leaf of the immortal ancient tree. He still had the 9 phoenix immortal fruit of immortality, but it was too precious. Lin Feng wasn't willing to take it out. He could only take out the immortal ancient tree leaf that could help people comprehend Tao. Lin Feng had 3 immortal ancient tree leaves. He gave one to Bai Xia Immortal Venerable and had 2 left for himself. However, Lin Feng felt that it wasn't a loss to use the immortal ancient tree leaf to gain Bai Xia Immortal Venerable's favor. It was because Bai Xia Immortal Venerable was too important. For them, her significance wasn't small at all. Bai Xia Immortal Venerable was stunned, but she didn't refuse. She thanked him and swallowed the immortal ancient tree leaf. The moment she ate the immortal ancient tree leaf, Bai Xia Immortal Venerable's expression became extremely interesting. That feeling would definitely be unforgettable, right? However, Bai Xia Immortal Venerable wasn't an ordinary person. Her expression quickly returned to normal. After swallowing the immortal ancient tree leaf, her pale face gradually recovered. Clearly, the immortal ancient tree leaf was very helpful to her. Why did you come here, Immortal Venerable? Lin Feng asked. Bai Xia Immortal Venerable said. When I arrived here, I sensed a special aura. Thus, I followed that aura and came to this place. Just as I arrived, I sensed that someone had entered. I didn't expect that you would also come here. Seems like we're really fated. Lin Feng said with a smile. Bai Xia Immortal Venerable rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. She roughly knew that Lin Feng was teasing her. It had to be said that as his cultivation increased, Lin Feng's guts grew bigger and bigger. He even dared to tease experts who had surpassed his realm. Bai Xia Immortal Venerable said, thank you for last time. And this time, thank you too. Lin Feng said with a smile. Don't be so polite. It's my honor to be able to serve Immortal Venerable. Bai Xia Immortal Venerable's face turned slightly red. Lin Feng was also slightly stunned. Then, he smiled bitterly. Damn. His words just now had a lot of ambiguity. However, Lin Feng was thick-skinned and changed the topic. I just killed Wu Jihai not long ago. It's rumored that Wu Jihai is the illegitimate son of Emperor Huang Xingtian. This time, Emperor Huang Xingtian will probably be furious. Bai Xia Immortal Venerable said, he's not a good person. It's good to kill him. She probably felt that she was now on the same side as Lin Feng. In addition, Lin Feng had helped her twice. Bai Xia Immortal Venerable had a special feeling. She felt that no matter how she looked at Lin Feng, he was pleasing to the eye. Of course. This had nothing to do with the feelings between a man and a woman. Bai Xia Immortal Venerable wasn't such a superficial person. It was probably a kind of admiration. Just like how men could admire women. Women could naturally admire men as well. At this time, Lin Feng observed the belly of the mountain. He didn't find anything special. However, there were 3 tunnels in the depths of the mountain. They led in 3 different directions. He didn't know what was at the end of the tunnels. Was it an opportunity, or danger? It was hard to say. Lin Feng said, this place isn't simple. I just don't know what secrets it hides. Bai Xia Immortal Venerable nodded and said, it's indeed not simple. Why don't we go in and take a look? Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Bai Xia Immortal Venerable asked, which tunnel do you think we should take first? Lin Feng looked at the 3 tunnels and pondered for a moment. Then, he said, let's take the leftmost tunnel first. Okay. Bai Xia Immortal Venerable replied. The 2 entered the leftmost tunnel. After walking for about 15 minutes, they suddenly felt a chilly wind blowing in the tunnel. Although the 2 of them had terrifying strength, at this moment, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. This passage was so strange. After all, Lin Feng and Bai Xia Celestial Venerable were both powerful. Even with their powerful strength, they still felt uncomfortable when the cold wind blew. Who knew what was in the depths of this passage? Lin Feng came here because of the mysterious iron box. The mysterious iron box was extremely strange. Lin Feng wouldn't be surprised if anything evil happened in a place that could attract the mysterious iron box. He had to be careful. Otherwise, who knew what terrible things would happen? Of course, being careful and being afraid were two different concepts. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of that place because he was extremely strong, so he had a lot of confidence. Moreover, there was a real Transcendence Realm expert beside him. Although Xianxia Celestial Venerable hadn't fully recovered from her injuries. However, after swallowing the immortal ancient tree leaf, her injuries had already recovered very quickly. The current Xianxia Celestial Venerable. Her combat strength was even much stronger than Lin Feng's. How powerful would such a combination be? Therefore, no matter what kind of danger they encountered, Lin Feng felt that he and Xianxia Celestial Venerable should be able to deal with it calmly. The two continued to walk inside. As they went deeper, the cold aura became stronger and stronger. The two frowned slightly from time to time as they pondered. Finally, they came to the end. At the end, it was a mountainside with an area of about 50 to 60 square meters. The area wasn't too big. In the mountainside, there were 9 cauldrons. After Lin Feng and Xianxia Celestial Venerable felt the cold aura, they thought that a terrifying existence would appear here. However, they didn't expect such a situation. The cold aura was emitted by these 9 ancient cauldrons. Cauldrons. Important treasures. Whether it was the world of cultivators or the secular world, cauldrons had a special meaning. Most of the time, they had the same status as totems. Therefore, cauldrons often had the aura of extreme yang. However, the 9 cauldrons in front of them, the yin aura was so strong. It was really rare. Lin Feng and Xianxia Celestial Venerable came to the side of the 9 ancient cauldrons and observed them. Lin Feng found that these 9 ancient cauldrons, it was very special. There were some pictures drawn on it. Those pictures were twisted, and it was unknown what they represented. At the very least, Lin Feng had never seen anything like this before. It seemed like these 9 ancient cauldrons were very ancient. Lin Feng reached out his hand and touched the cauldron in front of him. He could feel a bone-piercing chill surging into his body. Lin Feng quickly withdrew his hand and circulated the heavenly fire in his body. Only then did the bone-piercing chill disappear. What a strange ancient cauldron. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Xianxia Immortal Venerable gently knocked on the ancient cauldron in front of her a few times, and then the ancient cauldron made a crisp knocking sound. The sound of an ordinary ancient cauldron was heavy. The sound of this ancient cauldron was clear and crisp, which was different from ordinary ancient cauldrons. I wonder where these 9 cauldrons came from? Lin Feng said. Xianxia Immortal Venerable said, if I'm not wrong, these 9 ancient cauldrons should be 9 yin cauldrons. Oh? 9 yin cauldron? Rumor has it that it's the yin cauldron used for sacrifice in the underworld? Lin Feng was surprised. The cauldron of the world of the living was of great significance. Many times, it was also the responsibility of sacrifice. And in the underworld, there would obviously be sacrificial activities. However, the sacrificial activities in the underworld naturally couldn't use the cauldron of the world of the living as an artifact. This was very inauspicious. It was just like the living creatures of the world of the living. It was very inauspicious to use the things of the dead. The living creatures of the underworld wouldn't easily use the things of the world of the living. Things like the 9 yin cauldron were actually very inauspicious. However, no matter how inauspicious it was still a treasure of the underworld. There was definitely something extraordinary about it. I want the 9 yin cauldron, Xianxia Immortal Venerable said. Sure. Lin Feng nodded. Since Xianxia Immortal Venerable said so, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Perhaps the 9 yin cauldron might hide some secrets. However, there were too many secrets in the world. There was no need to know all of them. He would just do Xianxia Immortal Venerable a favor. When he owed too many favors, it would also be easier to rope her in, right? Perhaps in the future, he could even make Xianxia Immortal Venerable his concubine. A concubine that surpassed the realm? Damn, just thinking about it made him feel excited. Xianxia Immortal Venerable was also quite surprised by Lin Feng's straightforwardness. However, she knew that Lin Feng wasn't an ordinary person. To be able to make such a decisive decision was quite admirable. However, if Xianxia Immortal Venerable knew that Lin Feng had designs on her, would she still admire Lin Feng in her heart? Bai Xia Immortal Venerable kept the Nining Cauldron. Lin Feng and Bai Xia Immortal Venerable searched the mountainside again to see if there were any other treasures. They mustn't miss anything. However, after searching for a while, they didn't find anything. It seemed that there were indeed no more treasures. Thus, the two returned along the original path. Outside, Lin Feng and Bai Xia Immortal Venerable walked towards the passage in the middle. They didn't know what good things were in the middle passage. Lin Feng hoped that everything would go smoothly and that there wouldn't be any more problems. Lin Feng and Bai Xia Immortal Venerable smoothly arrived at the deepest part of the second cave. There was also a mountainside here that was about the same size as the previous one. There was nothing in the belly of the mountain. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng was somewhat depressed. Was there really nothing? Lin Feng wasn't willing to give up. Thus, he decided to search carefully. He and Bai Xia Immortal Venerable searched in the mountainside to see if they could find any clues. Not long after, Lin Feng actually found a clue. He discovered that there seemed to be a few reflective stones embedded on the rock wall. Lin Feng discovered that when he stood in the center, the light reflected by the stones would converge at the top of the rock wall. However, when he left the center, the light reflected by the stones didn't have any intersection. This was a visual illusion caused by the principle of light reflection. Previously, when he was searching for the Yellow Sky Secret Realm, he found the cliff, the moon, and the human-shaped puppet. The principle was somewhat similar, but there were many differences. Lin Feng summoned the Black Dragon Sword. The Black Dragon Sword turned into a black light and quickly flew upwards. The Black Dragon Sword directly hit the place where the light converged. Whoosh! The stones in that place all shattered. A large amount of gravel fell down. Among the shattered stones, there was a blood-stained stone. When they saw the blood-stained stone, Lin Feng and Bai Xia Immortal Venerable felt a sharp pain in their heads. Quickly retreat. Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. Wasn't that blood-stained stone too strange? It didn't release any terrifying attack, but it deeply affected him and Bai Xia Immortal Venerable. They really didn't know what the origin of that blood-stained stone was. No, the key wasn't the blood-stained stone. The key was that the blood was strange. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the dismembered corpse in the mysterious iron box. Could it be that the blood on it was the blood of the corpse's owner when he was alive? The blood was so strange and terrifying. It probably wasn't ordinary blood, but essence blood. The dismembered corpse was too mysterious. Even Lin Feng didn't know much about dismembered corpses. Lin Feng and Bai Xia Immortal Venerable wanted to retreat, but they couldn't. Because, in the next moment, they felt as if their souls had been struck by lightning. They felt as if their souls were about to be shattered. Both of them couldn't help but fall to the ground. Pain, it was really too painful. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt an aura of death enveloping his body. It must be because of the blood-stained stone. However, he couldn't resist now. What a scam, broken iron box. Hurry up and take action, Lin Feng wailed in his heart. Now, he could only rely on the mysterious iron box. Otherwise, there would be a big problem. Both he and Bai Xia Immortal Venerable might die here. He didn't know if it heard Lin Feng's call and shout. The mysterious iron box flew out. It floated above the blood-stained stone. The mysterious iron box opened a gap. Then, a powerful devouring force surged out from the mysterious iron box. That powerful devouring force instantly swallowed the blood on the blood-stained stone. Then, the mysterious iron box closed and flew back into time and space. Lin Feng and Bai Xia Immortal Venerable's crisis was resolved. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief, but he was extremely depressed. He felt that the mysterious iron box must have done it on purpose. It deliberately didn't take action at the first moment. Want to mess with me? Damn it, I've treated you well, why did you mess with me? Could it be that you want to take me down a notch? Lin Feng had always been very wary of the mysterious iron box. Now that something like today had happened, Lin Feng's fear of the mysterious iron box suddenly soared. The mysterious iron box was more dishonest than he imagined. Now, it had tricked him. He couldn't guarantee that it wouldn't deal with him in the future. He had to prepare early. It was no wonder that Lin Feng was so cautious. Because he had to be cautious about all strange and terrifying things, whether it was the demon bead or the mysterious iron box. He couldn't control these things. Therefore, he might be tricked to death by these things. But Lin Feng didn't want to be such an unlucky person. Since this was the case, he naturally had to be more careful. Bai Xia Immortal Venerable also looked like she had just survived a disaster. Since she broke through, she hadn't felt this helpless for a long time. And just now, she once again felt this feeling. The most terrifying thing was that just a blood-stained stone made her helpless. Bai Xia Immortal Venerable couldn't help but be curious, what was the origin of that blood-stained stone, or rather, what was the origin of the blood on the stone, who was the owner of the blood? It was so terrifying. Bai Xia Immortal Venerable immediately thought of the mysterious iron box that flew out of Lin Feng's body. It actually swallowed the terrifying blood. It seemed that Lin Feng had more secrets than she thought. What's the origin of that iron box of yours? Bai Xia Immortal Venerable looked at Lin Feng and asked. This was her personality. When she was curious about something, she would take the initiative to ask. She wouldn't hide it. This kind of straightforward personality, some people liked it, some people hated it. However, Lin Feng liked people with this kind of personality. Because, Lin Feng thought these kinds of people were simple and pure. They weren't like those who were cunning and scheming. Who knew when they would be betrayed by someone else? Lin Feng said, its origin is very mysterious. It contains a dismembered body. The identity of the dismembered body is even more mysterious. Hearing this, Bai Xia Immortal Venerable's expression suddenly changed. She seemed to have thought of something. Bai Xia Immortal Venerable's expression naturally didn't escape Lin Feng's notice. Lin Feng was surprised. It seemed that Bai Xia Immortal Venerable wasn't completely ignorant. At this time, Bai Xia Immortal Venerable said, in the past, I heard that there was a mysterious iron box that contained the dismembered body of a mysterious expert. Even the ruler of the wasteland was fighting for that mysterious iron box. It seems that mysterious iron box is the iron box that you have. Hearing Bai Xia Immortal Venerable's words, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. The ruler of the wasteland was fighting for the mysterious iron box. If that was the case, the ruler of the wasteland might know some secrets of the mysterious iron box. Lin Feng's spiritual will try to communicate with the mysterious iron box again. He wanted to see if there were any changes after the mysterious iron box absorbed the blood on the blood-stained stone. However, the moment Lin Feng's spiritual will made contact with the mysterious iron box, suddenly, Lin Feng felt his body shake. His spiritual will was instantly pulled into a mysterious world. This mysterious world emitted an unimaginably ancient aura. This mysterious world was connected to countless spacetime and even connected to various universes. This mysterious world was filled with a ruined aura. This mysterious world was the famous wasteland. No one knew the origin of the wasteland. No one knew how long the wasteland had existed. No one knew how many experts were there in the wasteland, even though he was the ruler of the wasteland. Even in the wasteland, he did not dare to say that he was invincible. Within the wasteland, there were many terrifying forbidden areas. Even someone as powerful as the ruler of the wasteland didn't dare to explore many places. Wasteland. Divine wilderness mountain, thunder and lightning intertwined. One ancient existence after another walked over from outer space. Every single existence. It was as if they were the masters of heaven and earth. They were too powerful. It was just a light movement. It was enough to shatter the universe's starry sky. Right now, these ancient existences were gathered at the divine wilderness mountain. Heavy rain poured down. However, no one said a word. The surrounding atmosphere. It was extremely stifling. In the forest, not even the chirping of insects or birds could be heard. Not to mention the roars of beasts. Other than the sound of rain falling, there seemed to be no other sound. Boom, suddenly, a terrifying aura surged out from the depths of the divine desolate mountain. Next, a mysterious iron box flew out. The rumor is true, the iron box is buried in the divine desolate mountain. The sovereigns of the wastelands couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Is that person's corpse really buried in the metal box? One of the sovereigns asked. That was a name that even they didn't dare to mention. That name. That was unprecedented. That name. in one era after another. It was a taboo. He has been dead for too many years and is no longer as powerful as before. It's just a pile of minced meat, what can it do to us? I'll go get the iron box and refine the minced meat. I'll go against the heavens and take the final step of cultivation. One of the sovereigns didn't believe in the legend. The wasteland ruler stepped forward and flew toward the iron box. His large hand directly grabbed the iron box. The rest of the sovereigns watched as that sovereign made his move. Some of the sovereigns seemed to want to make their move as well. It was just a legend from ancient times. It made their hearts palpitate. Thus, they restrained themselves. Got it. The eyes of the sovereign of the wasteland who had attacked suddenly lit up. He was about to grab the mysterious iron box. Suddenly, the mysterious iron box trembled slightly in the void. The powerful sovereigns. Their bodies shattered. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. How is this possible? The sovereigns of the wasteland roared in disbelief. The mysterious iron box shattered the void. It disappeared, the scene ended here. Lin Feng's divine sense returned to his main body. Those scenes just now were from what happened back then? Lin Feng was shocked. He really didn't expect to see those scenes just now. Before this, Xianxia Immortal Sovereign was still talking to Lin Feng about how the sovereigns of the wasteland had once tried to snatch the mysterious iron box. Then, he saw what happened back then. Now, he could confirm that some of the sovereigns of the wasteland knew about the origin of the mysterious iron box and even knew who the minced meat inside the box belonged to. However, even someone as powerful as the sovereigns of the wasteland didn't say the name of that mysterious expert. The sovereigns of the wasteland were afraid and thus didn't dare to say it. The mysterious iron box was really a headache. The main thing was that it would come out from time to catch demons. If it didn't catch demons, Lin Feng wouldn't have to worry about it. What's wrong? Seeing Lin Feng in a daze, Xianxia Immortal Sovereign couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng came back to his senses and said, I'm fine. The matter of the mysterious iron box wasn't something that could be solved in a short period of time. Lin Feng was very clear about this point. Therefore, he didn't care about the mysterious iron box for the time being. He just needed to pay more attention to it. Let's go to the third passage and take a look. Xianxia Immortal Sovereign said. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he left the second passage with Xianxia Immortal Sovereign and entered the third passage. In fact, Lin Feng was a little curious. He didn't know who built this cave. Not only did it have the 9 cauldrons of the underworld, there was also a bloodstained stone. All of these things had extraordinary significance. Could it be a certain expert from the underworld? Why would an expert from the underworld build such a cave in the world of the living and leave these things behind? Lin Feng couldn't understand these things, so he simply stopped thinking about it. What happened back then? It had turned into smoke. What they needed to do now was to work hard to seize every opportunity to make themselves stronger. As for exploring the secrets of the past, it was better not to be too stubborn about this matter. Lin Feng and Xianxia Immortal Sovereign successfully arrived at the deepest part of the third passage. There was also a mountain here. As soon as they entered, they saw an altar. A memorial tablet was placed on top of the altar. There were some offerings in front of the memorial tablet, but they were all spiritual fruit offerings. They had been damaged for too long. Heizei Devil King's memorial tablet. Lin Feng softly read the words written on the memorial tablet. Lin Feng didn't know who Heizei Devil King was. After all, over the long years, too many powerful figures had appeared. Who knew who this Heizei Devil King was? Immortal Sovereign, have you heard of this person? Lin Feng looked at Xianxia Immortal Sovereign beside him. Xianxia Immortal Sovereign shook her head and said, I haven't heard of Heizei Devil King, but I have heard of the famous Heizei clan. Clan usually meant a family name. Adding a family name after a clan was to set off the strength of the clan. There was a particular way to address the clan. Not every clan or tribe could add the word clan after their clan name. Their strength wasn't enough. They didn't have the right to use the word clan. Lin Feng asked, what's the origin of the Heizei clan? Xianxia Immortal Venerable said, at first, it was a branch of Lord of Mount Tai. Later, it came to the 9 continents universe. At its peak, most of the territories in the underworld were under the control of the Hei's clan. The Lord of Mount Tai was an existence that controlled the cycle of life and death. Thus, as a branch of the Heizei clan, it was normal for them to control the underworld. Lin Feng didn't interrupt and continued to listen. Xianxia Immortal Sovereign continued, the underworld has always been more complicated. As the era changes, the powers change. The underworld's powers also change. For example, the Heizei clan is one of the more ancient powers. Which power can be immortal? I don't think anyone would dare to say such a thing, including the Heizei clan. They are no longer at their peak, and in the long years, they will definitely make some enemies. The Heizei clan made some enemies, and as the Heizei clan weakened, they came to seek revenge. The Heizei clan couldn't resist these enemies and gradually reached its end. Lin Feng said, the Heizei clan has the backing of the Lord of Mount Tai. Who would dare to destroy the Heizei clan? Aren't these powers afraid of the wrath of the Lord of Mount Tai? Lin Feng's words were actually very reasonable. These main and branch bloodlines, regardless of whether their bloodline was thin or not, as long as they were a clan, they would support each other. Any power or race would be like this. As for the other powers, when dealing with this power, they would definitely consider what kind of power was behind this power, whether they could afford to provoke this power, and other factors. From Lin Feng's point of view, these top powers probably all knew of the Lord of Mount Tai, right? The 4 words Lord of Mount Tai were enough to intimidate millions of races. Xianxia Immortal Sovereign said, I heard, the Heizei clan seemed to have some disputes with the Lord of Mount Tai's main bloodline. When they came to 9 states, it was probably equivalent to being expelled. Thus, they have no connection with the main bloodline. The main bloodline probably doesn't care about the Heizei clan's survival anymore. That's why the enemies of the Heizei clan dared to destroy them. This explanation could explain why the other party dared to destroy the Heizei clan. Lin Feng said, if that's the case, some things might be easier to explain. For example, this place is probably where the cultivators of the Heizei clan stayed after escaping. Yes, that's very likely the case. Xianxia Immortal Sovereign said. As for this Heizei Devil King, he might have been a relatively important figure in the Heizei clan back then. After his death, the Heizei clansmen could only build a simple cave residence here. In fact, it was equivalent to the Heizei Devil King's resting place. Lin Feng was more concerned about, were there any other good things in this place? Xianxia Immortal Sovereign had obtained the 9 yin cauldrons, and the mysterious metal box had obtained the bloodstained stone. What about him? He had nothing to show for it. Lin Feng and Xianxia Immortal Sovereign searched the place carefully. However, after searching for a long time, they found nothing. Could it be that there was nothing? If that was the case, then it was too much of a scam. Lin Feng was unwilling to give up. However, after searching a few times, he really didn't find anything. Lin Feng was helpless, so he left with Xianxia Immortal Sovereign. However, at that moment, Lin Feng suddenly heard a thump coming from a certain location. Lin Feng and Xianxia Immortal Sovereign stopped and looked towards the direction of the sound. They found that the sound came from the stone wall facing the altar. Lin Feng and Xianxia Immortal Sovereign walked over. Lin Feng punched the stone wall. There was a rumbling sound. The stone wall crumbled, and a passage appeared in their sight. Lin Feng and Xianxia Immortal Sovereign exchanged glances. There was actually another world in this place. They wondered what was going on inside. Lin Feng and Xianxia Immortal Sovereign walked inside. The passageway was very quiet. They could clearly hear their footsteps echoing in the passageway. Since there was another world in this place, Lin Feng felt that there might really be something good at the end. If not, why would there be another world? Soon, Lin Feng and Xianxia Immortal Sovereign arrived at the deepest part of the passage. The area in front of them suddenly became open. It was an extremely large mountain belly. It was thousands of square meters. It was really too big. There were a large number of corpses piled up in this place. After seeing those corpses, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. Xianxia Immortal Sovereign said, it should be the people of the Black Marsh clan who died here. Said Lin Feng. These people's bodies contain an incredible amount of cursing strength. It seems like they were killed by cursing techniques. Could it be that the members of the Heizei clan used cursing techniques to kill them? To be able to use the curse technique to kill so many people, the other party's methods are really powerful. Xianxia Immortal Sovereign said, I really don't know what kind of powerful enemy the Blackmarsh clan provoked. In the deepest part of the mountain, there was an abyss that was 700 to 800 meters long and 300 to 400 meters wide. In the abyss, black gas constantly surged out. At this moment, an extremely powerful fluctuation was emitted from the abyss. Lin Feng and Xianxia Immortal Sovereign naturally noticed the fluctuation emitted from the abyss. Their faces immediately revealed a look of surprise. Could it be that there was something good at the bottom of the abyss? The two of them quickly flew towards the abyss. They floated above the abyss and looked down. They could only see pitch-black darkness. They couldn't see anything. Be careful, Lin Feng said. Okay. Xianxia Immortal Sovereign nodded. They flew towards the abyss and soon reached the bottom. At the bottom of the abyss, black fog was rolling. When Lin Feng and Xianxia Immortal Sovereign arrived at the bottom of the abyss, the fluctuation that was emitted just now became even stronger. Lin Feng and Xianxia Immortal Sovereign followed the powerful fluctuation and walked towards the depths of the abyss. Soon, they arrived at the deepest part of the abyss. Then, they saw a blood-colored lotus growing in the depths of the abyss. The terrifying fluctuation was emitted from the blood-colored lotus. Lin Feng carefully observed the blood lotus and saw that it had 18 blood-colored petals. These petals had mysterious and ancient runes on them, and each rune seemed to represent a totemic culture. The blood lotus was very mysterious. Lin Feng wanted to go forward and check it out, but after some thought, he gave up. He couldn't figure out the truth of the blood lotus. It wasn't wise to rashly check it out. It was better to wait for a while. The mysterious blood lotus was here and wouldn't fly away. It didn't matter if he checked it out earlier or later. This is the place where the Xianxia clan fell. With so many people dying here, do you think that the blood lotus might be related to the Xianxia clan? Lin Feng voiced his suspicions. He suspected that the blood lotus was closely related to the Xianxia clan. But, Lin Feng couldn't be sure about the specifics. Aquamarine Exalt pondered and said, perhaps that's the case. Lin Feng and Aquamarine Exalt observed the blood lotus for a while to see if it would change. However, the blood lotus didn't change at all. Lin Feng tried to channel his magic power into the blood lotus. He wanted to see if the blood lotus would change. After Lin Feng channeled his magic power into the blood lotus still didn't change. However, the blood lotus absorbed Lin Feng's magic power. Lin Feng said, looks like we can only observe it from a close distance. But we still have to be cautious of the blood lotus. This thing is filled with a demonic aura. Who knows if there's anything sinister about it? Aquamarine Exalt said. Xianxia Immortal Sovereign's worry wasn't without reason. Many things in the world seemed like great opportunities, but in reality, there were great dangers hidden behind the opportunities. The slightest carelessness could lead to unbearable consequences. Lin Feng and Xianxia the Celestial Master moved to the blood lotus cautiously. If anything happened, they would retreat as fast as they could. However, when the two of them arrived at the side of the blood lotus, nothing special happened. Everything was normal. Lin Feng tried to touch the blood lotus with his hand. When Lin Feng's palm came into contact with the blood lotus, he suddenly realized that the blood lotus seemed to be transmitting a joyous emotion to him. There was no doubt that the blood lotus was alive. Could it be that the blood lotus had gained sentience? This was also a very likely thing. Xianxia Immortal Venerate also placed her hand on the blood lotus. Xianxia Immortal Venerate also discovered some changes in the blood lotus. But at this moment, Lin Feng discovered that the blood lotus was suddenly emitting a very strange fluctuation. The next moment, Lin Feng and Blue Cloud Venerable found themselves in an ancient battlefield. There were cultivators everywhere. Those cultivators were besieging an ancient faction. The battle was fierce. That ancient power could not hold on any longer. Many people from that ancient power were killed. The Blacksha clan nurtured the demon fetus, everyone has the right to punish them. An ice-cold voice rang out, like the sound of the heavens, cold and sinister. It's clearly a spirit embryo of the world. Why is it a devil embryo? A cultivator roared. Born as a demon, it's naturally a devil embryo. Are you still trying to quibble? The ice-cold voice rang out again. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It seemed that the tragedy of the Black Xia clan was not that simple. Baixia Immortal Venerate also noticed this. After some understanding, Lin Feng and Baixia finally understood how the Black Xia clan met with such a disaster. Many years ago, Black Xia had discovered a magic stone that had been nurtured by the heavens and earth in an ancient ruin. A living being was born from the demon stone. This living being had gained sentience long ago. It was intelligent and lovable. Although it did not break out of the demon stone, it was only a matter of time before it came out. The Black Xia clan had always wanted the living being in the demon stone to come out. They had put in a lot of effort to do so, but somehow the news was leaked. This caused a huge uproar. It was said that the demon fetus born from the demon stone would cause chaos and destroy all races. It was actually a great demon that had to be eliminated before it could happen. Hence, some of the Black Xia clan's enemies joined forces to force the Black Xia clan to hand over the demon fetus. However, the Black Xia clan did not care about the other party's words at all. It was obvious that all these rumors were made up by the enemy forces. They were trying to build momentum so that they could rope in more people to force the Black Xia clan. Then, why did they want the demon fetus? It was said that the demon fetus in the demon stone had not been destroyed even after 9 eras. This was already the 10th era. This era was about to come into being. It was said that using the demon fetus as the main ingredient to refine the demon fetus pill, the success rate of breaking through to the transcendence realm could reach 50%. One had to know. Even the transcendence pill of the imperial family of the mastermind world could only increase the success rate by 1%. It was obvious how amazing the effects of the demon fetus pill were. If those forces wanted to make a move, they would naturally have to find a dignified excuse. Otherwise, it would be hard to shut the mouths of the world. The Black Xia clan was not willing to hand over the demon fetus. It was not that the Black Xia clan wanted to use the demon fetus, but because the demon fetus had been with the Black Xia clan for many years and had formed a deep bond with the Black Xia clan. For example, the Black Xia clan's current clan leader, Devil Monarch Black Xia, had taken the demon fetus as his adopted son. Many people in the Black Xia clan were very close to the demon fetus. The Black Xia clan would not give up on any of their clansmen. Ever since they accepted the demon fetus, they treated the demon fetus the same as the other clansmen. Hence, they would not give up on the demon fetus. They wanted to break out of the encirclement. However, they had failed many times. The other party had made ample preparations. How could they let them escape so easily? This battle had dealt a devastating blow to the Black Xia clan. Even their clan leader, Devil Monarch Black Xia, had suffered fatal injuries. All of you deserve to die. Just as the Black Xia clan was about to fall into despair, the demon stone flew out. The demon stone, which had accumulated 10 eras of power, exploded. The destructive power engulfed countless cultivators. The Alliance cultivators were instantly annihilated. The remnants of the Black Xia clan fled the netherworld. Although the demon stone had exploded, the demon fetus did not die immediately. They were hiding here. Devil Monarch Black Xia said, "Use my clan's sacred blood lotus to prolong my son's life." His clansmen planted the sacred blood lotus in the abyss, then placed the dying demon fetus inside it. By this time, Devil Monarch Black Xia was like a lamp without oil. Before he died, Devil Monarch Black Xia said, "After I die, burn my body to ashes, then set up an altar here. Use my ashes as materials to refine talisman fluid, draw runes, and seal this place. I hope this will be able to deceive the heavens and buy you time to recuperate." With that, Devil Monarch Black Xia breathed his last. Clan leader. Father. Husband. More than 3,000 Black Xia clansmen wept bitterly. For the next 300 years, the Black Xia clan had been recuperating here. The Black Xia clan's strength was slowly recovering. However, the enemy was too strong. They used the art of curses. In the end, they did not manage to find the Black Xia clan's hiding place. However, the art of curses dealt a devastating blow to the Black Xia clan. In a short 2 hours, the Black Xia clansmen died one after another. From then on, the Black Xia clan became history. All the images disappeared. Lin Feng and Baixiao Immortal Sovereign could not help but look at each other. They did not expect the truth of the matter to be like this. The Black Xia clan was naturally admirable, but it was a pity that such a righteous clan was destroyed just like that. It was truly a pity. I was born as a demon. But I also have flesh and blood. I am not a demon. I am a human. A tender voice came from the Blood Lotus. Lin Feng and Baixiao Immortal Sovereign were shocked. Could this be the voice of the demon fetus? A terrifying fluctuation came from the Blood Lotus. Lin Feng and Baixiao Immortal Sovereign quickly retreated. They felt that the demon fetus might be born again. The Black Xia clan was destroyed because of the demon fetus. The demon fetus had finally recovered. This was the only consolation. Within the Blood Lotus, blood light surged. Countless runes were awakened. Lin Feng and Baixiao Immortal Sovereign stood in the distance, silently watching everything. I am a demon, no, I am a human, who am I? But at this moment, the demon fetus's tender voice came from the Blood Lotus again. He roared, as though he had forgotten who he was. Lin Feng and Baixiao Immortal Sovereign were shocked. Did something happen to the demon fetus during the recovery process? Did the demon fetus have many problems with his memory? At this moment, the Blood Lotus opened. Fiery red flames slowly rose into the sky. Within the fiery red flames stood a little boy who looked only 3 or 4 years old. His eyes were closed. His expression was a little distorted. He seemed to be in pain. The demon fetus that had been nurtured for 10 eras, he was born. The little boy roared. A powerful force surged out from his body. After sensing that powerful force, Lin Feng and Baixiao Immortal Sovereign's expressions changed. F***ck, this was too terrifying. Even as powerful as they were, they could not help but feel their hair stand on end. Lin Feng and Baixiao Immortal Sovereign quickly retreated. However, they discovered that they could not completely break free from that terrifying force. Lin Feng quickly took out the glazed sky cup. The glazed sky cup formed a powerful defensive barrier that protected Lin Feng and Baixiao Immortal Sovereign. Bang! A powerful force came crashing down. It ruthlessly slammed into the glazed sky cup. The defensive barrier formed by the glazed sky cup instantly shattered. After that terrifying force sent Lin Feng and Baixiao Immortal Sovereign flying. Both of their bodies slammed into the rock wall. Lin Feng and Baixiao Immortal Sovereign felt their blood boil. They were extremely shocked. Was this really the kind of power that a 3 or 4-year-old child should have? But thinking about it, the 3 or 4-year-old child in front of them could not be considered a real child. Because he had been nurtured for 10 eras. Think about it, how powerful was the power that he had accumulated for 10 eras? Back then, when many factions besieged the Black Eyes clan, he had not been born. If he had come out of the Fiend Stone at that time, the fate of the Black Eyes clan might have changed. Those factions that besieged the Black Eyes clan might have been in for a bloodbath. However, there were no ifs, right? Everything had already happened. Nothing could be reversed. The Black Eyes clan became history. The tragedy of the Black Eyes clan. No one could change it. Swish, a blood-colored spear appeared in the little boy's hand. It seemed to be a treasure left behind by the Black Eyes clan. Stepping on a blood lotus, he wielded the blood-colored spear and charged toward Lin Feng and Baixiao Immortal Sovereign. A powerful aura locked onto the two. Clearly, he wanted to kill Lin Feng and Baixiao Immortal Sovereign. You're not a devil, you're a human. Why aren't you waking up? Baixiao Immortal Sovereign shouted. His eyes, which were originally shrouded in pitch-black demon chi, seemed to gradually become clear at this moment. I'm not a devil. I'm a human, the little boy muttered. Some chaotic memories appeared in his mind. Everyone says that I'm a devil. It's a bad omen. He was still in the Devil Stone, and his mood was somewhat gloomy. He had been in the Black Eyes clan for many years now, and the Black Eyes clan members were also saying that he was a devil. You're not a devil. You're a human, Devil Monarch Blackpool said with a smile like a loving father. Although he had been nurtured for 10 eras, however, after all, he had not grown up. He was still a child. Not only did he look like a child, but he also thought like a child. Clearly, Devil King Blackpool had a huge influence on him. I'm a human? He asked uncertainly. Yes, you're a human. You're my son. Are you willing to be my son? Devil King Blackpool asked. I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. From now on, I have a daddy. Daddy, daddy. He was very happy and kept shouting daddy over and over again. Devil King Blackpool said happily, my son, how about I give you a name? Daddy, please give me a name, he said excitedly. From now on, my son shall be called E. E means righteousness. From now on, my son shall carry out the will of the Black Eyes clan and do righteous deeds. Devil King Blackpool said. Yes, I'll remember it, he said excitedly. But then, endless painful memories gushed out from his mind. His clansmen had died miserably. His elder sister who loved him dearly had died right in front of him. His father as well. His heart had been pierced by a sword. It was all because of him. He was going crazy. He only wanted to kill. He only wanted to kill. He only wanted to kill. However, he had yet to be born. He was unable to help his clansmen. In the end, he chose to self-destruct. It was over. It seemed to signify a new life. For example, his life was like this. He had been in a deep sleep for countless years. Now that he had awakened, he remembered the beautiful times of the past. He also remembered the endless pain. In reality, during his long gestation, he had experienced many things. One epic after another. Countless people had tried to capture him. All of them wanted to use him as medicine. He kept running away. He was very afraid and helpless. Many times, he was captured, but in the end, he managed to escape successfully. He wanted to be born as soon as possible, but he was unable to. One epic after another, it was still the same. He spent a long time in fear until he met Devil King Blackpool. Everything changed. He finally knew what kinship was, what warmth was. However, someone destroyed everything for him. He was born as a devil. He became a devil. He wanted to transform into a devil. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all the people in the world. However, his father's words kept replaying in his mind. You're human. You're human. You're human. Whoosh, he stepped on the magic lotus and quickly flew outside. Lin Feng and Bai Xia Mortal Master couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Then, the two smiled bitterly. Devil Child was too awesome, right? Damn. As expected of an existence that had been nurtured for 10 epochs, this combat strength. It was unimaginably terrifying. The two didn't stop and quickly flew outside. When they left the cave and arrived at the abyss, they heard a heart-wrenching roar coming from above the abyss. Devil Tongi. Obviously, he had seen the corpses of the Blackpool clansmen. That was why he was screaming and roaring like he was about to go crazy. Go, let's go out and take a look. It's best to think of a way to appease him. Or else. He might really turn into a devil. Lin Feng said. Devil Child was too powerful. Once he turned into a devil, who knew what would happen? Bai Xia Immortal Master nodded. Lin Feng and Bai Xia Immortal Master quickly arrived above the abyss, but when they came out, Devil Child was long gone. The Demon Child left with hatred, which worried Lin Feng and Bai Xia Immortal Master. They hoped that the Demon Child would not turn into a demon. If the Demon Child did, it would be a terrible thing. Lin Feng and Bai Xia Immortal Master planned to leave too, but at this moment, the ground shook violently. Crack crack. Then, dense cracks appeared on the ground. As time went by, the cracks became more serious. Not long after, the ground began to collapse, but due to the protection of the runes, the mountainside did not collapse even though it shook. Lin Feng and Bai Xia Immortal Master floated in the air, watching everything that happened. Although they did not know what caused the ground to sink, they might be able to uncover the secret later. In the end, most of the ground collapsed. And it collapsed 3,000 to 4,000 meters deep. It was a shocking turn of events. Lin Feng and Bai Xia Immortal Master discovered that there seemed to be an extremely strong energy fluctuation coming from under the ruins. They did not know what was emitting the energy fluctuation. After sensing the energy fluctuation coming from under the ruins, Lin Feng waved his sleeve. Instantly, countless gravel turned into dust. That's when Lin Feng and Bai Xia Immortal Master saw what appeared in the ruins, their eyes twitched. They were extremely shocked. There was a huge rock in the ruins. The huge rock was in an irregular oval shape, about 1,000 meters long, 700 to 800 meters wide, and 400 to 500 meters tall. On the huge rock, there were golden and silver spots that reflected each other. Furthermore, the boulder contained a type of extremely pure energy. The total amount of energy contained in the huge rock was unimaginable. Gold and silver rock. Lin Feng could not help but be pleasantly surprised. According to the wondrous stone scripture, there was a rock that was intertwined with gold and silver. It was called the gold and silver rock. This rock was soft and formed by absorbing the power of destruction and rebirth of eras. It was a holy rock. From its appearance, it did look like the gold and silver rock recorded in the wondrous stone scripture. If it was really this thing, it would be too heaven-defying because the gold and silver rock was an extremely rare treasure. Ordinary people could not use it. However, this thing was extremely useful to a certain type of creature. This type of creature was the Stone Clan. Lin Feng finally understood why the Black Marsh clan had found such a place to hide. After all, the world was so big, and there were too many places to hide, and the place they were looking for was not a particularly good one. Given the Black Sea clan's abilities, it wasn't difficult for them to find a better hiding place. Now that Xianxia had appeared, the mystery was solved. Back then, in order to save the Black Marsh clansman, the demon child had chosen to self-destruct before he was born. The demon child was born from the demon stone, so he should be considered a creature of the Stone Clan. Although he didn't die after the explosion, he was on the verge of death. How difficult would it be to save him? Could the demon child be saved by the Saint Blood Lotus alone? That was obviously impossible. Although the Sacred Blood Lotus was a sacred relic of the Black Sea clan, it couldn't bring the dead back to life. However, the Saint Blood Lotus had a special function. It could continuously absorb all kinds of powerful energy. This energy could be fed back to the cultivator. This place had Xianxia, a natural wonder of heaven and earth. Although the energy it contained was useless to other creatures, it was very useful to the Stone Clan's sacred spirits. Therefore, the Saint Blood Lotus absorbed the energy of the Xianxia and fed it back to the demon child inside the Saint Blood Lotus. Therefore, the demon child survived in the end. Even after a long time, he would recover to his original state. Over the years, the Saint Blood Lotus had continuously absorbed the energy of the Xianxia, and some of it was bound to escape. This energy would gradually change the geological situation of the place. Lin Feng estimated that the energy had destroyed the geological structure, causing the originally hard earth to become soft. Previously, the Saint Blood Lotus's roots had imprisoned the earth, so it was safe and sound. But now, the Saint Blood Lotus had been taken away by the demon child, and it no longer had the power to imprison the earth. Therefore, the earth collapsed. At this time, Lin Feng discovered that his stone golem clone was transmitting an extremely strong fluctuation to him. The stone golem clone. It was spying on the Xianxia. Lin Feng's heart stirred. The Xianxia was a sacred relic of the Stone Clan. The energy it contained was too shocking. The energy contained in the Xianxia. It must be a great supplement for the stone golem clone, right? Now, the stone golem clone had reached a critical period of transformation. If it transformed again, it should be attacking the Transcendence realm. However, the stone golem clone still lacked some opportunities to attack the Transcendence realm, so it couldn't attack the Transcendence realm. Was the Xianxia the stone golem clone's opportunity? If it absorbed the energy of the Xianxia, could the stone golem clone try to attack the Transcendence realm? Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt his heart suddenly jump. One must know. As Lin Feng's clone, the stone golem clone was equivalent to a part of Lin Feng's body, just like his arms and legs. If the stone golem clone broke through the Transcendence realm, Lin Feng's battle power immediately skyrocketed. If the stone golem clone could break through, it would be really important for Lin Feng. I want this Xianxia, Lin Feng said. Okay. Bai Xia Celestial Venerable nodded. She had obtained the 9 cauldrons before, so she naturally wouldn't fight with Lin Feng for the Xianxia. Although the Xianxia was precious, it wasn't of much use to her. After all, she didn't cultivate a stone golem clone. Lin Feng kept the Xianxia. Lin Feng's stone golem clone quickly entered the spacetime space and began to absorb the energy of the Xianxia. Lin Feng and Baixia Celestial Venerable came outside. Lin Feng said, "After some time, my ancestor, the heaven-devouring demon lord, will form an army to suppress the heavenly court. I wonder if Celestial Venerable is interested in joining?" "Oh? There's such a thing? That's great. Of course, I'm very interested in joining. When the time comes, I'll definitely let the 33 Heavens Lords die without a burial place," Baixia Celestial Venerable said hatefully. She was now at odds with the heavenly court. In order to live a better life, she had to destroy the heavenly court. She didn't want to hide and live a cowardly life, nor did she want to escape the heavenly court in a sorry state. Even if she had to leave the heavenly court, she would have to leave the heavenly court openly. Therefore, Lin Feng's suggestion was exactly what she wanted. Lin Feng said, "Now is not the time. When we form an army of justice in the future, before we attack the heavenly court, we'll definitely create momentum. At that time, Celestial Venerable will definitely hear the news." "All right. When the time comes, I'll look for you again," Baixia Celestial Venerable said. Lin Feng nodded, feeling very happy. After all, he had roped in an expert who surpassed his realm. For them, the effect was undoubtedly huge. Lin Feng and Baixia Celestial Venerable chatted for a while more before the two parted ways. Lin Feng didn't immediately return to the entrance of the Yellow Heaven secret realm. Because he realized, the stone golem clone was absorbing the energy of the Xianxia at an extremely fast speed. Currently, the stone golem clone had already absorbed 1% of the energy within the Xianxia stone. How long had it been? It hadn't even been 15 minutes since he obtained the Xianxia stone. It wouldn't take long. The energy of the Xianxia stone would be completely absorbed. At that time, wouldn't the stone golem clone break through to the surpassing realm? Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt his heart suddenly jump. Now, Lin Feng was actually a little nervous because Lin Feng knew how difficult it was to break through to the surpassing realm. One must know that in an era, there were only a few surpassing realm experts. And in an era, there were too many surpassing realm experts. With so many surpassing realm experts, only a few of them broke through to the surpassing realm. If this was the case, the success rate was infinitely close to zero. A success rate that was slightly higher than zero really made one want to cry but have no tears. Although the 3000th era was somewhat different. In this era, the number of surpassing realm experts had greatly increased compared to before. However, the success rate was still extremely low. It wasn't easy to cultivate the stone golem clone. If the stone golem clone was really destroyed in the battle of surpassing realm, then, for Lin Feng, it would be a great loss. It would even seriously affect Lin Feng's battle strength. However, no matter how dangerous the situation was, he still had to try. He couldn't give up just because it was dangerous. This wasn't Lin Feng's character. Of course. Most of the time, one should think positively of things, right? Lin Feng decided to find a place to transcend the tribulation before the stone golem clone completely absorbed the energy of the Xianxia stone. If the stone golem clone broke through to the surpassing realm, the thunder tribulation would definitely be terrifying. Lin Feng flew towards the depths of the forest. The deeper he flew, the more terrifying beasts there were. And basically, he couldn't see any cultivators. In the past, there might still be cultivators exploring the depths of the forest. But now that the Yellow Heaven mystic realm had appeared, countless cultivators were attracted. Lin Feng found a quiet place and landed on the peak of a mountain. Then, he sat cross-legged and waited slowly. After the stone golem clone finished absorbing the energy of the Xianxia stone, it began to accumulate. It wasn't that easy to break through to the surpassing realm, so he naturally had to prepare well. At the same time, Lin Feng burned tens of billions of high-grade immortal stones. The energy of the tens of billions of high-grade immortal stones was completely devoured by the stone golem clone. This portion of energy wasn't absorbed by the stone golem clone, but was stored in the dantian of the stone golem clone. Once he broke through to the surpassing realm, it would definitely consume a large amount of energy. If he burned the immortal stones when he broke through, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to continuously supply his needs. So it was better to be prepared early. The stone golem clone spent 10 days to adjust his state. After he adjusted his state to the peak, the stone golem clone flew out. He floated in midair. The light of tribulation flickered between his brows. The stone golem clone didn't suppress the light of tribulation between his brows. The heavenly Tao. After feeling the power of the light of tribulation, endless lightning appeared, covering the sky and the sun. I'm finally going to transcend the tribulation. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. In the thunderclouds and the 9 heavens, thunder dragons and lightning snakes swam. Lin Feng even saw the illusory figures of the thunder god, the mother of lightning, and the army of thunder cultivators. They were all formed by the thunder law. They contained endless divine power and couldn't be underestimated. There are many types of transcendence tribulations, such as the Great Apocalypse Tribulation, the Small Era Origin Tribulation, the Great Universe Tribulation, the Great Universe Tribulation, and so on. If you transcend some simple tribulations, the success rate of breaking through might be higher. At this time, the demon lord said. As soon as his voice fell, the first lightning of tribulation was brewing. The first lightning of tribulation was a sword of the universe. It fell from the sky. It slashed toward the stone golem clone. The first lightning of tribulation condensed a sword of the universe. This is the Great Universe Tribulation. In the Transcendence Tribulation, this kind of tribulation is much stronger than the Great Apocalypse Tribulation, the Small Era Origin Tribulation, and the Great Universe Tribulation. It's definitely an extremely rare tribulation. It's said that it won't appear more than a few times in an era. I didn't expect the stone golem clone to attract such a tribulation. The demon lord's expression suddenly changed. The sword of the universe slashed down with terrifying power. In the face of such a terrifying thunder tribulation, the stone golem avatar naturally didn't dare to be careless. Endless runes appeared on the surface of the stone golem avatar's body. This was the magical power immunity rune, which was a secret technique that Lin Feng imparted to the stone golem avatar. During the tribulation transcendence, cultivators couldn't use Dharma treasures to transcend the tribulation. Because if they activated their Dharma treasures to resist the tribulation would be able to sense it and an even more terrifying attack would descend. Therefore, cultivators naturally had to be extremely cautious about this matter. Everything. They could only rely on themselves. For example, the current situation. No matter how dangerous the Great Universe Tribulation was, the stone golem avatar could only rely on its own ability to resolve the various terrifying tribulations brought about by the Great Universe Tribulation. Besides that, there was no other way. Break! Facing the attack of the Sword of the Universe, the stone golem avatar roared and threw a punch at the Sword of the Universe. Clang! The Sword of the Universe and the stone golem avatar's fist collided fiercely. At this moment, the magical power immunity rune played a huge role. The terrifying power contained in the Sword of the Universe was quickly resolved with the help of the magical power immunity rune. The first thunder tribulation didn't cause any damage to the stone golem avatar. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the stone golem avatar was much stronger than he had imagined. However, it wasn't the time to completely relax yet because the thunder tribulation had just begun. There were usually 9 transcendence tribulations. The further it went, the more terrifying the tribulation would be. Soon, the second tribulation was brewing. Lin Feng discovered that the second tribulation was actually the appearance of a cultivator. This cultivator was wearing battle armor and holding a Feng Tian halberd. He had 3 eyes that were surrounded by endless thunderbolts. Xinko, the great god who wields the thunder tribulation. After seeing this existence, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Xinko was the Erlang god that everyone in the mortal world praised. Rumor had it that this person was the disciple of Perfected Yuding. Many people might not know who Perfected Yuding was, but his origin was extremely extraordinary. The ancestor of the Jian family who was in charge of the god list was Perfected Yuding's junior brother. Their common master was the primeval Lord of Heaven. Therefore, Shinko was a disciple of the three pure ones. On the other hand, Shinko's divine ability was incomparably terrifying. It was said that he had fought with the great sage, heaven's equal in the past, but neither side could do anything to the other. It was said that Shinko had cultivated the 9 transformations origin technique. His golden core had undergone 9 transformations, and his primordial spirit would never disperse. In addition, he also practiced the 8-9 mysteries. That's right, it was the 8-9 mysteries that Lin Feng cultivated. There weren't many people who cultivated this secret art. Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art was incomplete and flawed, but Shinko's 8-9 arcane art was flawless. Besides, he also mastered the art of the 72 transformations. It was very similar to the great sage, heaven's equals 72 transformations, but there were also huge differences. Moreover, he had mastered the true Samadhi fire. Although the Samadhi true fire was not a heavenly fire, its power was not any weaker than a heavenly fire. In terms of pure offensive power, the Samadhi true fire was even stronger than many heavenly fires. It was said that the Samadhi true fire was formed by combining the essence, chi, and spirit of the Samadhi true fire with mortal fire. It could easily burn immortals to death. One of the important reasons why Shinko was able to become a god who controlled lightning punishment was that he had mastered the 5 thunders. The 5 thunders included heaven, earth, water, spirit, and society. The heaven thunder could control calamities and capture heavenly demons. The earth thunder could pray for rain and clear skies, controlling the earth dragon. The water thunder could control the rain and drought. The god thunder was the 5 elements thunder, so it could kill. The society thunder could summon the gods and slay spirits and monsters. Generally speaking, Shinko would only appear when the 6th to 7th lightning tribulation descended. However, Shinko appeared during the 2nd lightning tribulation of the Stone Man clone. It was indeed a bit of a scam. Shinko descended from the sky with endless god thunder, wanting to destroy the Stone Man clone. The Stone Man clone was under too much pressure. Shinko hadn't even descended, but the magic immunity runes floating on the surface of the Stone Man clone's body had already begun to crumble. The situation was not good. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Stone Domain. At that moment, the Stone Man clone soared into the sky and condensed a stone domain to resist Shinko. A stone domain was somewhat similar to a small world condensed by cultivators. Of course, it was different from a small world condensed by cultivators in many ways. The stone domain was more focused on defense. However, its offensive power was also very strong. Bang, along with the sound of a violent collision, the 2 weapons collided. Shinko and the Stone Man clone's stone domain collided. The Stone Man clone's stone domain couldn't withstand Shinko's attack. It directly shattered. After all, Shinko was only a manifestation of the lightning tribulation and not his real body. After destroying the stone domain, he had already used up more than 60% of his accumulated power. The remaining 40% of his power slammed into the stone golem avatar, sending it flying. Many cracks appeared on the Stone Man clone's body, and blood flowed out from the cracks. The Stone Man clone was injured, but fortunately, its body was very strong and the injury wasn't fatal. The 2nd lightning tribulation injured the Stone Man. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was now a little nervous. He had thought too simply of the tribulation transcendence. This tribulation. It was definitely much more difficult than he had imagined. The 3rd lightning tribulation was also ready. An expert stepped forward. Emperor Xianxia, this was the humanoid tribulation. In fact, Shinko's tribulation was also the humanoid tribulation. Generally speaking, cultivators would only undergo the humanoid tribulation once, but the Stone Man clone had undergone it twice. This situation was relatively rare. Emperor Xianxia was even stronger than Shinko. Looking at the heavens and the 4 great cosmoses, this person was definitely a top expert. As the Heavenly Lord, I shall kill all enemies. Emperor Xianxia's voice was cold as he flew from the 9 heavens, and his body instantly turned into a dazzling divine rainbow. Then, he slashed towards the Stone Man clone. The void was instantly split open. It was as if Pangu had split open the heavens and earth. No one could resist his sharpness. The attack of the third lightning tribulation was actually so terrifying. The Stone Man clone didn't retreat. This was how tribulation transcendence was. If you retreated, it basically meant that you had failed. Even if you knew that taking a step forward meant death, you had to, without hesitation, rush forward and take the initiative to die. Only then would there be a chance of survival. In the face of Emperor Xianxia's attack, a ball of sacred light appeared in the Stone Man clone's dantian. That ball of sacred light appeared. A stone tree appeared. This stone tree was very special. The Stone Man clone used hundreds of precious immortal stones and then used a special method to forge it. But it wasn't a Dharma treasure. It was a part of his body. The stone tree took root in the dantian, stabilizing it and absorbing the chi of heaven and earth. At the same time, this stone tree had strong defensive and offensive power. Because it wasn't a Dharma treasure, it wouldn't cause the lightning tribulation to go berserk. Now, the Stone Man clone probably felt the danger, so he took out the stone tree to resolve the third lightning tribulation. The stone tree and Emperor Xianxia clashed, blocking the attack. But there were many cracks on the stone tree, and it seemed that the damage wasn't light. The Stone Man clone made use of this opportunity to destroy Emperor Xianxia with a punch. With the help of the stone tree, the third lightning tribulation transcendence finally passed safely. But, what made Lin Feng worried was, this was only the third lightning tribulation transcendence. The Stone Man clone even took out the stone tree. What about the lightning tribulation transcendence? Damn, just thinking about it made one despair. The fourth lightning tribulation transcendence was brewing. A blood-red eye appeared in the 9 heavens. When he saw this blood-red eye, Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. This blood-red eye was too terrifying. Although it was just a manifestation of the lightning tribulation, it still made Lin Feng's heart palpitate. Back then, the mummified old man had once fought with a blood-red eye in the outer realm. The blood-red eye probably felt that the mummified old man was constantly growing stronger, so it wanted to destroy the mummified old man. Both sides fought until the sky darkened, and the sun and moon lost their light, almost causing the universe to collapse. In the end, the blood-red eye retreated. The mummified old man muttered, "Just one of his eyes is already so terrifying. How strong is his real body? I'm afraid it's even more terrifying than before." Of course, Lin Feng didn't know about this. The mummified old man knew who the owner of the blood-red eye was, but Lin Feng didn't know. Now, the blood-colored eye that appeared from the lightning tribulation swept out beams of blood-colored light. The stone golem clone used its stone tree to block the blood-colored light beams from the blood-colored eye. However, the blood-colored light beams from the blood-colored eye were too terrifying. In the end, the stone tree crumbled. For the Stone Man clone, it could be said that this was a big blow and injury. The stone tree was put away by the Stone Man clone, and the Stone Man clone resisted the blood-red eye. Several wounds appeared on its body, and blood immediately flowed out. Things were getting troublesome. Lin Feng felt that the Stone Man clone couldn't hold on any longer. However, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The blood-red eye only released 9 beams of light and didn't continue. If it had continued, the situation would have been dangerous. Perhaps the Stone Man clone would have been destroyed by the 10th beam of light. But now, he managed to keep his life. Nervousness, excitement, worry. Lin Feng's current mood could be described as a mix of emotions. The 5th lightning tribulation was completed. It was a sword. Ancient weapon, Armageddon sword, the ancient weapon of the mastermind's world. The Armageddon sword slashed down. It locked onto the Stone Man clone. It could only meet force with force. Kill, the Stone Man clone roared and charged toward the Armageddon sword. He summoned a supreme immortal mountain, wanting to use a divine ability to create a supreme immortal mountain to resist the might of the Armageddon sword. However, the Armageddon sword had a peerless edge. First, it cleaved apart the supreme immortal mountain. Then, it cleaved the stone golem clone in half. Damn. This was too awesome. This ancient weapon was too frightening. The Stone Man clone dead. Lin Feng was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. Although he had already expected that the Stone Man clone's success rate wouldn't be high. He saw the Stone Man clone being split in half by the Armageddon sword with his own eyes. Lin Feng's mood. It was extremely bad. After the Armageddon sword split the stone man clone in half, it dissipated. However, the lightning tribulation didn't dissipate. What was going on? Logically speaking, if the stone man clone was killed, then the lightning tribulation should also dissipate. However, the lightning tribulation didn't dissipate, which meant that the stone man clone wasn't killed yet. Lin Feng looked at the stone man clone that was split in half. He found that the stone man clone that was split in half actually stood up, and then its body reassembled. Stone Man Rebirth Technique. The 9 Orifice Stone Geniuses were able to master an ultimate spell. The Stone Golem avatar didn't master this spell before, but now it seems that the tribulation just now stimulated his potential, so the Stone Golem avatar mastered this ultimate spell. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that it was indeed possible. In fact, the Stone Man clone cultivated the Phoenix Nirvana technique, but the success rate wasn't high. As for Lin Feng's Immortal Rebirth technique, he naturally couldn't cultivate it. After all, the Stone Man clone didn't have the immortal bloodline. The 6th Lightning Tribulation. It was brewing. The 6th Lightning Tribulation condensed into the Tao Severing Tribulation. Tao Severing. Severing all Taos. The Tao Severing Tribulation condensed and blasted down. The Stone Man clone's Tao foundation was severed, and he couldn't use any divine ability. He could only resist the power of the lightning tribulation with his physical body. Although his body was a stone man and was abnormally strong, under the attack of the Tao Severing Tribulation, he could only resist the tribulation with his physical body. Therefore, he suffered indelible injuries. He was blasted out. There were a total of 9 waves of attacks from the Tao Severing Tribulation, and a huge pit was blasted in the ground. The Stone Man clone lay in the pit, motionless. Lin Feng looked from afar and saw that the Stone Man clone was almost shattered. The tribulation just now had almost completely destroyed his body. Even the lightning tribulation that condensed above the 9 heavens began to gradually dissipate at this moment. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face became extremely ugly. Did he really fail this time? However, in the next moment, Lin Feng revealed a trace of joy because he saw that the Stone Man clone was struggling to get up. As long as the Stone Man's blood hasn't run out, I won't die. The Stone Man clone said, and golden blood surged in his body. This was the purest Stone Man's blood in his body, which was equivalent to the blood essence of a human cultivator. The Stone Man's blood emitted a golden light that enveloped the Stone Man clone's body. The Stone Man clone's body quickly recovered. What a powerful Stone Man's blood! Lin Feng was shocked. He had heard that the Stone Man's blood had a powerful effect on the flesh and bones of the dead. Now, it seemed that this rumor was true. The 7th Lightning Tribulation was brewing. The 7th Lightning Tribulation condensed the power of desolation. It was the famous Desolation Tribulation. The power of desolation could deprive life. Therefore, the Desolation Tribulation. In fact, it was forcibly depriving a cultivator of their life to completely destroy their willpower. Or, it could directly deprive all life, and then the cultivator would die in the tribulation. It had to be said that, this kind of lightning tribulation was really overbearing and terrifying. When the power of desolation enveloped it, the Stone Man clone's lifespan was quickly stripped away. Although the Stone Man clone's body was made of stone, it could still be seen that the Stone Man clone's body was aging. The originally bright stone body lost all its luster, and the Stone Man clone's body was like a weathered stone. It seemed like it could be crushed with one step. Crack, crack. The Stone Man's body. It directly turned into a pile of useless stones, scattered on the ground. Lin Feng could clearly feel that the Stone Man clone's life force was stripped away. The lightning tribulation just now was really overbearing. It was normal for the Stone Man clone to be destroyed. Lin Feng sighed in his heart. It was already the 7th lightning tribulation, and there was still no miracle. But in the next moment, a strange expression appeared on his face. Because Lin Feng vaguely heard thumping sounds. It was like the sound of a heart beating. It was the Stone Man clone's heart. The sound of the heart beating was originally very weak, but as time passed, the Stone Man clone's heartbeat became stronger. The Stone Man clone. He had devoured the origin left behind by several powerful stone creatures, or stone bodies, so his body had been transformed. Especially his heart, which was abnormally strong. And the Stone Man clone was a 9-orifice stone man. His heart also had 9 orifices. Logically speaking, when the Stone Man clone's life force was stripped away, the Stone Man clone's heart would also die together. But because the Stone Man clone's heart was a 9-orifice heart, therefore, the Stone Man clone's heart was divided into 9 layers. Each layer had an atrium and ventricle. The 9 layers of the heart formed a very good protection. When the Stone Man clone's body began to die, his heart was also rapidly dying. However, because his heart was divided into 9 layers, it died one by one. When his body was completely dead, the 9th layer of the heart did not die. And at this time, the power of desolation dissipated. The 9th layer of the heart released a strong life force. The life force spread into the Stone Man clone's 8th layer, 7th layer, 6th layer, all the way to the 1st layer of the heart. The Stone Man clone's heart was completely resurrected, and then the powerful life force poured into the Stone Man clone's body. The Stone Man clone's body also began to recover its life force. In the end, the Stone Man clone condensed again. It was just that the Stone Man clone's lifespan was very short, only a few years. However, as long as the Stone Man clone could successfully transcend the tribulation, when he broke through the realm beyond, the Stone Man clone, he would be reborn. The 8th lightning tribulation condensed. It was a lightning beam condensed from 18 colors. 18-colored lightning. It was rumored to be the lightning of destruction. It could destroy a powerhouse beyond the realm. Now, such a terrifying lightning actually descended. The 18-colored lightning instantly blasted down. The Stone Golem clone made a decision. It gathered all of its power to protect its head. After the 18-colored lightning blasted down, the Stone Man clone's body instantly turned into ashes. And the Stone Man clone's head was preserved. This, Lin Feng was moved. The Stone Man clone sacrificed his body to protect his head. It was really too tragic. The Stone Man clone had endured until now. It was really not easy. Lin Feng even felt that this was a miracle. Previously, Lin Feng only heard about how difficult it was to transcend the lightning tribulation, but he didn't have a direct understanding. Now that he saw the Stone Man clone transcending the tribulation, he knew how difficult it was to transcend the lightning tribulation. The 9th lightning tribulation. It was brewing. The 9th lightning tribulation was the most terrifying lightning tribulation. Only to see a mirror appear in the sky. When the mirror appeared, Lin Feng felt a deep sense of despair. That's right. Even if he didn't transcend the tribulation, he was just a spectator. He felt a deep sense of despair. He didn't know what the origin of that mirror was. Even if the Stone Man clone was intact, it couldn't withstand the attack of the mirror, right? Not to mention that there was only a head left now. Should everything be over, the mirror shot out a beam of light that quickly flew toward the head of the Stone Golem clone. Then, it blasted on the Stone Man clone's head. The Stone Man clone's head instantly shattered. It turned into dust. It couldn't even withstand a single move. Terrifying, it was really too terrifying. Lin Feng felt that he was about to be unable to breathe. It was the last lightning tribulation. What a pity. What a pity, but Lin Feng also knew. No one could pass the last lightning tribulation, even if it was him who transcended the tribulation. He wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of that mirror. Who the hell knew what the origin of that mirror was? He didn't know which damned person invented that mirror. It seemed to be a mirror created specifically to obliterate heaven-defying people. But at this moment, something happened that Lin Feng didn't expect. In the void, flames burned fiercely. The cry of a phoenix could be heard from the flames. Then, a cultivator appeared in the flames. That cultivator was a stone golem. That cultivator was none other than no one else. It was the Stone Man clone that had already died. The success rate of the Phoenix Nirvana that the Stone Man clone cultivated was only about 10%. This success rate was naturally pitifully low. The probability of successfully executing it was very low. However, at this most critical moment, the Stone Man clone executed the Phoenix Nirvana. His Nirvana succeeded. He was resurrected. F***ck. What a huge reversal. Lin Feng exclaimed. At this moment, he felt incomparably excited and his eyes were about to fill with tears. The Stone Man clone actually succeeded in transcending the tribulation. It was simply a huge miracle. The lightning tribulation above the 9 heavens dissipated. The Stone Man clone finally broke through to the Transcendence realm. The Stone Man clone's lifespan recovered rapidly and finally reached 10 billion years. 10 billion years was the lifespan of an era. As his strength continued to increase, his lifespan could continue to increase. Lin Feng's mind was connected to the golem clone, so he could clearly feel how powerful the golem clone was. Of course. Most importantly, the golem clone's life had changed after breaking through. Now, the golem clone had a chance to go further on the path of cultivation. Lin Feng put the golem clone back into his body. The golem clone had just broken through. It needed some time to adapt and stabilize its cultivation. Surpassing cultivation was very special. If one's cultivation couldn't stabilize quickly, it was very easy for one's cultivation to fall. It was rare to see such a situation when breaking through other cultivation realms. However, it was more common for cultivators to break through. Lin Feng had seen cultivators fall because they couldn't stabilize their cultivation. Lin Feng returned to the Yellow Sky Secret Realm. As soon as he arrived, he saw a large number of heavenly quartz cultivators arrive. They started asking about Wu Jihai's death. After all, heavenly court didn't have first-hand information. They naturally had to investigate thoroughly before taking revenge for Wu Jihai. In the distance, there were a dozen heavenly quartz experts. They were probably the higher-ups of heavenly court. Wu Jidongqing personally came out to investigate Wu Jihai's death. He's been in seclusion for many years. Wu Jihai is his son. Now that he's been killed, of course he has to come out. Hehe, isn't it widely rumored that Wu Jihai is the illegitimate son of Emperor Huangxingtian? That guy was cheated on by his older brother, so he chose to live in seclusion back then. There are indeed many rumors about Wu Jihai's background, but it's the first time I've heard that Wu Jidongqing's seclusion has something to do with this. It can't be true, right? That might be true. I heard it from my cousin. He's a celestial general of the Imperial Celestial Palace in the Heavenly Court. Emperor Huangxingtian's people? Damn, then your cousin might know some inside information. Shoo, silence. Silence. Be careful of trouble. Everyone, don't spread what happened today. Otherwise, we'll all be in trouble. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. In fact, there were too many rumors about Limitless Sea's origins in the world of cultivators. It was impossible to distinguish between the truth and the lies, especially now that Limitless Sea was dead, there was no way to prove it. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on a rock. He was comprehending some top-notch divine abilities. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to have sensed something. He looked to the left and saw a cultivator silently appearing there. The other party's methods were truly terrifying. Before he appeared, Lin Feng didn't even notice that he had silently arrived here. Such methods were truly terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The Heaven Realm was really full of experts. What made Lin Feng frown slightly was, this cultivator was none other than Everlasting Sea's father, Everlasting East Green. In the past, the Everlasting clan had two outstanding individuals. One was the current Emperor Huangxingtian, and the other was the Limitless East Green. The two of them were blood brothers. They were known as the two most talented individuals of the Everlasting clan in this epoch. And the truth was, that was indeed the case. They rose rapidly and led the originally average Everlasting clan to achieve a great reversal. Emperor Huangxingtian was a title, not a name. His real name was Everlasting East Peak. But after a long time, who would still remember Emperor Huangxingtian's real name? Many people in the Everlasting clan had already forgotten what Emperor Huangxingtian's real name was. Back then, there were even rumors that Everlasting East Green's talent was even stronger than his elder brother Everlasting East Peak. There was a high chance that Everlasting East Green would become the 9th Emperor Huangxingtian. But in the end, it was his elder brother Everlasting East Peak who became the 9th Emperor Huangxingtian. Something unknown must have happened back then. But obviously, other than the person involved, no one else would know what happened back then. You are Lin Feng. Everlasting East Green looked at Lin Feng and said. When Lin Feng first entered the Heaven Realm, there were some portraits that were spread out. The portraits were 30 to 40% similar to Lin Feng. As Lin Feng's cultivation increased, his luck continued to increase, forming a powerful interference to many things. So, artists could no longer draw Lin Feng's portrait, because the moment they started to draw, they would spontaneously combust. Perhaps Everlasting East Green had seen Lin Feng's portrait before. Although it was 30 to 40% similar and he couldn't be sure if it was the same person, combined with other characteristics, such as age, cultivation, and so on, he could roughly determine the other party's identity. This Everlasting East Green was obviously not simple, to be able to find him. Lin Feng said, "That's right, I am." "Why? Are you here to take revenge for your son Everlasting Sea?" Lin Feng emphasized the words your son Everlasting Sea. Then, Lin Feng saw the corner of Everlasting East Green's mouth twitch slightly, and his eyes became incomparably cold. However, he quickly controlled his emotions. This person was indeed not ordinary. Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself, the enmity of killing one's son is irreconcilable, but this person doesn't hate me. How strange. Could the rumors be true? Is this Everlasting Sea really the son of Emperor Xianxia after wearing a green hat on his head? F***ck, these two are brothers. Emperor Xianxia actually did such a thing? Even though Lin Feng was experienced and knowledgeable, he couldn't help but feel that this matter was too cat up at this moment. The older brother gave his younger brother a green hat. This kind of thing was even more interesting than the stories told by the storytellers in the tea houses. Who the hell knew what had happened back then? Did Emperor Xianxia take the initiative to seduce Everlasting East Green's wife, or did Everlasting East Green's wife take the initiative to seduce Emperor Xianxia? But no matter what the reason was, Everlasting East Green had become an unlucky person. It seemed that Everlasting East Green's choice to cultivate in seclusion was really related to this matter. This was also the reason why Everlasting East Green didn't show any hostility towards him after he killed Everlasting Sea. Lin Feng guessed that the Everlasting Sea was probably very happy. That was the joy of revenge. Brothers didn't need to talk about revenge. Even father and son didn't need to stop because of some things. I know what your ancestor, the heaven-devouring devil emperor, is planning. I also know that you have been contacting top-notch experts recently. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. It wasn't difficult for Everlasting East Green to deduce the heaven-devouring devil emperor's plan. After all, it wasn't too difficult to deduce. However, Everlasting East Green knew that he had been contacting many experts recently. This was a little thought-provoking. Could it be that those people he contacted were related to Everlasting East Green? Everlasting East Green said, I am proficient in the innate 8 trigrams, the postnatal 64 trigrams, the 9 palace divination technique, and many other methods. It isn't particularly difficult for me to divine some things. F***ck. What a talent, Lin Feng said. I am also somewhat proficient in the innate 8 trigrams and the 9 palace divination technique. Do you have time to exchange ideas? Everlasting East Green had no interest in exchanging ideas with Lin Feng. He said, do you want to cooperate with me? How do we cooperate? Lin Feng asked. Everlasting East Green said, I watched him build the Vermilion Tower, I watched him entertain guests, and I watched him collapse. Lin Feng smiled. He naturally understood what Everlasting East Green meant. This guy wanted to kill Emperor Xianxia, but his strength wasn't enough to deal with Emperor Xianxia. Moreover, even if he wanted to deal with Emperor Xianxia, however, his family wouldn't allow him to deal with Emperor Xianxia. Because of his family's honor. It was all brought by Emperor Xianxia. If his family had to choose between him and the Emperor Xianxia to die, then they would definitely die. Obviously, his family would choose to let him die without hesitation. Perhaps this was why he had chosen to remain silent for so many years. Now, he could see some hope. Sometimes, one needed to swallow their anger and live. However, everyone had their dignity. This was especially true for some of the peerless experts. They valued their dignity even more. Some hatred. It wasn't that they didn't want to take revenge, it was just that the time hadn't come yet. Lin Feng said, "What can you provide me?" "Many useful things, such as battle plans, some people's weaknesses, or other important information." Everlasting East Green said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, we'll contact each other when the time comes." Everlasting East Green said, "I'll send someone to contact you." As his voice faded, Everlasting East Green's body gradually dissipated. The cooperation with Everlasting East Green could be considered a pleasant surprise. About 5 days later, Zhuge Xiaoxiao and the others finally came out of the Yellow Sky secret realm. Lin Feng met up with Zhuge Xiaoxiao and the others, looking at their faces full of smiles. It seemed they should have gained a lot of benefits. Lin Feng was happy for them. However, after the reunion, they had to part ways. Zhuge Xiaoxiao, Fatso, and Little Donkey were about to leave. After all, they should have left long ago. Now, they had been delayed for a long time. It was time to go back. As for Shui Yingru and the others, they left directly without even saying goodbye to Lin Feng. Shui Yingru did not have a good attitude towards Lin Feng, so it was normal for her not to say hello to Lin Feng. Feng Si also bid farewell and left. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang planned to continue to the higher levels of the Heaven Realm. Lin Feng's next destination was the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. Lin Feng had promised Shenong's daughter that when he came to the Heaven Realm, he would go to the Wei River Lake and tell Shenong that she had been harmed by the Empyrean Maiden. He would tell Shenong to be careful of the Empyrean Maiden. He would also tell the Shenong clansmen where Shenong's daughter was being suppressed. When Lin Feng saw Shenong's daughter, he did not have the ability to save her. He did not know how she was now. However, with an ancient family like Shenong, they should have the ability to save Shenong's daughter. He hoped that Shenong's daughter could escape, survive, and recover her strength. As Shenong's daughter, she had a strong appeal to many ancient clans. After arriving at the 6th level of the Heaven Realm, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang did not rest and rushed to the teleportation channel to the 7th level. There was no news when they arrived at the 7th level. Then, they came to the passage to the 8th level. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang arrived at the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. They had just settled down in an ancient city called Tianhe City. They had been on the road for more than 4 months. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to rest here for a few days and inquire about the descendants of Shenong. Then, he would go to the Wei River to look for the descendants of Shenong. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang found a place to stay. After washing up, the two went out for a good meal. After that, Lin Feng went to the trading company to gather information. The largest trading company in Sky River City was the Sky River Trading Company. It was said that this trading company was backed by the Sky River City Lord's clan and was very powerful. After arriving at the Sky River Trading Company, one could feel the imposing aura of the trading company. The trading company was over 300 meters tall and had 64 floors. People came and went. It was very lively. It was said that the Sky River Trading Company did many businesses. For example, there was an auction house, a slave trading company, a treasure pavilion, a news pavilion, and so on. It was even said that there was an assassin's liaison office. If there really was an assassin's liaison office, that was. The Sky River Trading Company was indeed bold. They actually dared to do such a thing in the open. Ordinary people did not have the courage to do so. If one understood the history of the Sky River Trading Company, one could understand why they were so bold. The celestial realm had a main river that ran through the 33 layers of heaven. This main river was called the Sky River. The Sky River Navy. It was one of the most elite armies in the celestial realm. It was also one of the largest armies in the celestial realm. The previous commanders of the Heavenly River Navy were all from the aristocratic families of the Heavenly River City Lord. Although the Sky River Navy belonged to the Celestial Court, it was more like a private army. The 8 million Sky River Navy was an extremely terrifying cultivator army. The current commander of the Sky River Navy was the eldest brother of the current Sky River City Lord's clan. This clan controlled 8 million Sky River Navy. How could they not be bold? Who would dare to offend this clan? After Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang arrived at the Sky River Trading Company, a servant girl approached them. The servant girl bowed to Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang before respectfully asking, How may I be of service to the two young masters? Xia Donghuang said, we would like to inquire about some important information. Have the elder in charge come and see us. The maid said, young masters, please follow me to the guest hall to wait. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang followed the servant girl to a guest hall on the third floor. Then, the maidservant quickly left. After waiting for about 15 minutes, a woman came to the living room where Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang were resting. This woman looked to be about 30 years old. But it wasn't flirtatious. She looked very dignified and elegant. Those who could hold important positions in the Tianhe trading company were obviously not ordinary people. The woman smiled and said, I'm sorry to have kept the two young masters waiting. Lin Feng smiled and replied politely, thank you. The woman then sat on the main seat. My name is Xianxia, and I'm an elder of the Sky River Trading Company. May I know what information the two young masters wish to inquire about in our Sky River Trading Company? Lin Feng replied, it's like this, we want to ask about Xianxia's descendants. Xianxia said, rumor has it that the descendants of Xianxia live by the Wei River. But in reality, the Wei River has always been a river in myths and legends. It is very mysterious. Countless people have been searching for the Wei River, but they have never been able to find it. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Perhaps a long, long time ago, the Wei River wasn't that mysterious. But now, it was filled with mystery. If the Wei River was so easy to find, Lin Feng wouldn't have needed to come to the Sky River Trading Company to inquire about the Wei River. According to Lin Feng's understanding of the situation, the Wei River was very mysterious. The location of the Wei River was indeed a mystery. Lin Feng said, I believe that with the Sky River Trading Company's strength, you must have some information, right? Xianxia said, it can be traced back to the primordial era. At that time, the sage emperor of the human race, Xianxia, had already fallen. As the sage emperor of the human race, Xianxia was naturally viewed as an enemy by many living beings, and even by many major powers. It is said that some of Xianxia's clansmen who went out at that time were killed, but no one knows who did it. Xianxia felt that his entire race was in danger because of this. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race had led the human race into a great era. At that time, the human race was relatively weak. They were bullied. The rise of the human race was a history of blood and tears. They faced the oppression of many other races. The human race rose up in revolt. Naturally, there were many bloody incidents. When the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were still alive, those powers might not have dared to target the human race, but after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors died, they became somewhat unscrupulous. This was especially true for the clansmen of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Their fates were often not good. Xianxia glanced at Lin Feng. She knew that Lin Feng was the one in charge. She continued, one day, according to the cultivators who were monitoring Xianxia's clan, Xianxia and the Wei River disappeared. With so many people and a river, they disappeared overnight. It was extremely strange. This matter caused a huge uproar at that time. Lin Feng frowned and said, there's such a thing? Could it be that they were destroyed by some other powers, and then those powers came up with some excuse to deceive the world? Xianxia said. Of course, that's a possibility. However, it's hard to find out what happened. After all, it's been too long. Many things can only be found in ancient books. Who knows what happened exactly? Do you have the old site of the Wei River? Lin Feng asked. Xianxia said, we do, but we can't be sure. Moreover, it's very expensive. No problem. Give me a copy. Lin Feng said. Xianxia took out a jade tube and said, it's all recorded in it. How many immortal stones? Lin Feng asked. Xianxia smiled and said, 1 million high-grade immortal stones. Take the information from before as a gift. Lin Feng nodded and sent his divine sense into the jade tube. He found that there were 7 or 8 places recorded in it. After some time, Lin Feng planned to explore them one by one to see if he could find the missing Wei River. Lin Feng kept the jade tube. Then, he said, there's one more thing that I want to inquire about from your trading company. Xianxia said with a smile. Young master, please speak. Lin Feng said, "Do you have any news about Xianxia?" Xianxia? Yang Qianyue was surprised. She naturally knew what Xianxia was used for. It could help cultivators successfully cultivate the Qi aura. It was an extremely precious treasure. And now, Lin Feng was actually inquiring about Xianxia. Did that mean that he had some kind of Qi aura cultivation technique? A big trading company like the Tianhe Trading Company not only bought all kinds of treasures, but also all kinds of top-notch divine abilities, immortal scriptures, and so on. Naturally, they also collected Qi aura cultivation techniques. Whether it was to give them to the cultivators of the clan behind them, sell them, or exchange them for other things, it was a good choice. Yang Qianyue said, "If it was any other time, I wouldn't know about Xianxia. However, I do know about him now." "Oh?" Lin Feng looked at Yang Qianyue with a surprised expression. Yang Qianyue said, "It's like this. Some time ago, the Tianhe marshal found a Xianxia in a cave in the depths of the Tianhe. Now that this matter has spread out, many people want to buy this tyrant stone from Marshal Tianhe. However, there is only one tyrant stone, and there are too many people who want to buy it. Therefore, it will depend on who will be able to get the tyrant stone. When the time comes, it will depend on whether or not the things that people take out can move Marshal Tianhe." Before coming here, Lin Feng had learned about the power behind the Tianhe Trading Company from Xia Donghuang. He knew that the Tianhe Marshal's clan was behind the Tianhe Trading Company. The Heavenly River Marshal was in charge of 8 million Heavenly River Division. He was definitely an overlord. Even the Heavenly Court was very polite to the Tianhe Marshal. It seemed that the Tianhe Marshal had obtained many good things from the Tianhe Trading Company. Lin Feng asked, "May I know when the Tianhe Marshal will summon all the people who want to buy it?" "In 3 days, it will be in the Tianhe Trading Company." "Young master, you can come over then," Yang Qianyue said. "All right, thank you for the reminder." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. He then took out 1,000,000 high-grade immortal stones and handed them to Yang Qianyue. He and Xia Donghuang stood up, intending to leave. Yang Qianyue stood up to send them off. She smiled and said, "Many people want to buy the Xianxia, but it is not necessarily because they have obtained the Xianxia's cultivation method. After all, the Xianxia's cultivation method is too rare. How can it be so easy to obtain? Most people are either giving gifts or wanting to use the Xianxia to refine treasures. With the Xianxia as the main material, the treasures refined will be very terrifying. When the time comes, there will be no lack of top-notch experts or cultivators from top-notch factions. The competition will be very fierce. However, I guess that young master must have some kind of Xianxia's cultivation method, right? Xianxia for Xianxia, I think the Tianhe Marshal will be very happy to make this deal with young master." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Xianxia for Xianxia, if it was really exchanged, the other party would not be able to cultivate the Xianxia without it. But since the other party was willing to use the Xianxia to make a deal, and also wanted his Xianxia, in that case, this Tianhe Marshal might have obtained more than one Xianxia. However, if he really used Xianxia to exchange for Xianxia, Lin Feng felt that he would definitely lose out. Even if he used the lowest level of Xianxia to exchange for the Xianxia, it would still be a loss. However, when the time comes, let's wait and see. The heavenly Qi was too important. If, at that time, if he couldn't use other things to exchange for the Xianxia, then he would consider using Xianxia to exchange. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang left the Tianhe Trading Company. In the next few days, Lin Feng didn't go out. However, Lin Feng didn't cultivate either. It was rare for him to rest, so he chose to read and relax. Flipping through the mountain and sea scripture, or some other scriptures, and reading some myths and legends was quite interesting. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the trading day, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang came to the Tianhe Trading Company together. It was especially lively today. And Lin Feng could clearly feel the aura of some experts. It seemed that many people were here for the Xianxia. The Xianxia was indeed attractive. Lin Feng even saw a use of the Xianxia in a scripture before. It was written. The Xianxia was ground into stone powder. It was even a material used to refine some top-notch pills. It was understandable to use the Xianxia to refine magic treasures, but the Xianxia could also refine pills. This kind of statement sounded a bit unbelievable. However, nothing was certain. Maybe the tyrant sure really had this effect. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang arrived at the Tianhe Trading Company and discovered that the elder in charge of the trade fair was the elder Yang Qianyue who had previously received them. After Yang Qianyue saw Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang, she smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang, then sent someone to bring Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang to the trading hall. The trading hall was on the 62nd floor. Taking a room-controlled elevator, one could reach the outside of the trading hall. After Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang arrived at the trading hall, there were already more than 30 people here. Many of them had deep and powerful auras, and their strength was unfathomable. It seemed that the tyrant sure had indeed touched the nerves of many people. After Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang arrived, they found a place to sit down and then waited for the trade fair to begin. In the next hour, more than 20 people came one after another. There were about 60 people in total. The door of the trading hall was immediately closed. In the inner hall, several cultivators walked out. The person in the lead. It was a tall and burly middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator walked with a majestic gait. At first glance, one could tell that he was a person who had been in a high position for a long time. When they saw the middle-aged cultivator, many people hurriedly stood up. Many people greeted the middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator was none other than himself. It was the Tianhe marshal, Shan Yuanzhentian, who was in charge of 8 million Tianhe troops. There's no need to be so courteous. Please take a seat, Shan Yuanzhentian said with a smile. Although he looked like a well-developed man, how could someone like him be well-developed? If he really was a well-developed man, it was impossible for him to have been in charge of the Heavenly River Navy for so many years. Judging a book by its cover. That was an extremely wrong thing to do. Everyone took their seats. Shan Yuanzhentian said, since everyone is here for the Tyrant Stone, I won't keep you in suspense. I do have a Tyrant Stone here, and I'm sure everyone knows how valuable it is. It's too precious and rare. Many of you here are friends of mine, so no matter who I give it to, I'll be biased. If that's the case, then let's follow the rules. Everyone can say what good things they can take out. If I'm satisfied, then I'll trade with them. This way, it won't hurt the friendship between us. Understood, everyone replied. At that moment, an old man said, I have a bloodspring stone here. It can be used to forge treasures that surpass one's cultivation realm. Many people recognized the old man. He was an expert of the evil path, old demon blood desire. His methods were extremely terrifying. Moreover, he was vicious and merciless. It was said that he wanted to find the Tyrant Stone because he wanted to grind it into powder and fuse it with his body. He wanted to use the Tyrant Stone's powerful energy to change the structure of his body. One had to admit that this was an extremely crazy move. The slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic death. However, evil cultivators had always been crazy when they did things. Most of the time, they didn't care about the consequences. Thus, no one was particularly surprised by old demon blood desire's actions. Moreover, the present was different from the past. The end of a new era had arrived. Many people felt that their lives might be coming to an end. They didn't dare to try some methods in the past, but now, they didn't have to worry so much. As a result, more and more cultivators in the world of cultivators began to do crazy and ruthless things. After old demon blood desire made his move, a middle-aged cultivator said, I'm willing to trade a medicinal stone bug for this treasure. The medicinal stone bug was very special. It was said that it could evolve into a medicinal king bug. Once it evolved into a medicinal king bug, it would be heaven-defying. It could even restore one's youth. Its effect was similar to the immortal medicine, but it was said that its effect was much stronger than the immortal medicine. The third cultivator said, I'm willing to exchange a drop of blood essence from a powerhouse who surpasses my realm for the Sky River Great General. This was a woman. Her face was covered with a veil, so it was impossible to see what she looked like. However, her skin was white and her temperament was noble. With a single glance, one could tell that she was definitely a devastatingly beautiful woman. One after another, many people put forward their own exchange plans. Of course, there were also many people who didn't say anything. They probably felt that the things they brought were too inferior compared to others, so they didn't have the nerve to say it. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Many of the items that they had taken out were truly astonishing. Because of this, it wasn't easy to successfully exchange for the Tyrant Stone. Moreover, Lin Feng was able to take out some good things, but other people were also able to take out similar things. This made Lin Feng feel helpless. Could it be he could only use the cultivation method of the Tyrant Stone to exchange for it? Lin Feng had a total of 6 types of Tyrant Stones. They were the Sovereign Tyrant Stone, Azure Dragon Tyrant Stone, White Tiger Tyrant Stone, Grand World Extermination Tyrant Stone, Epic Tyrant Stone, and Firmament Tyrant Stone. Lin Feng's Tyrant Stones were all extraordinary. The Sovereign Tyrant Stone and Grand World Extermination Tyrant Stone were both purple Tyrant Stones, the 9th level of Tyrant Stone. There was no need to mention the Firmament Tyrant Stone. It was an existence that surpassed the purple Tyrant Stone. Although the Epic Tyrant Stone was only orange Tyrant Stone, the 4th level of Tyrant Stone. However, because the Epic Tyrant Stone could evolve, it had a chance to surpass the purple Tyrant Stone in the future. Therefore, the Epic Tyrant Stone was precious. Lin Feng definitely wouldn't take it out. Then, only the Azure Dragon Tyrant Stone and the White Tiger Tyrant Stone were left. The Azure Dragon Tyrant Stone and the White Tiger Tyrant Stone were both Azure Tyrant Stones. They were the 7th level of Tyrant Stone. This level of Tyrant Stone was extremely precious. It was definitely not something that the value of a Tyrant Stone could compare to. Asking Lin Feng to use the cultivation method of the Azure Dragon Tyrant Stone or the White Tiger Tyrant Stone to exchange for a Tyrant Stone with the Sky River Marshal was something that Lin Feng wasn't willing to do. If he could exchange for a few more Tyrant Stones, he could consider it. Lin Feng thought that if he could get a few more Tyrant Stones, he could give one to Xiaodong Huang. Then, he would impart the cultivation method of the Heavenly Tyrant Stone to Xiaodong Huang. As the reincarnation of the Eastern Emperor Tai, Xiaodong Huang was still worthy of Lin Feng's nurturing. Moreover, Xiaodong Huang's growth speed was indeed astonishing. During this period of time, he had obtained many opportunities and his realm had increased very quickly. The various inheritances of cultivators were rarely passed down to outsiders. After all, this would affect one's own luck and even bring about some bad karma. However, passing it down to his disciple was not a problem at all. If his disciple cultivated it and became extremely powerful, not only would it not affect his own luck, it would even strengthen his own luck. Moreover, if his disciple became powerful, it would definitely be beneficial to him. Thinking to this point, Lin Feng wrote a note and asked Xiaodong Huang to pass it to the Sky River Marshal. Xiaodong Huang arrived beside the Sky River Marshal, but was stopped by a few guards. Xiaodong Huang looked at the Sky River Marshal and said, "My master told me to pass this note to the Marshal." The Sky River Marshal got someone to take the note, and then he took a look at the contents of the note. The Sky River Marshal's eyes suddenly lit up. Because it was written on the note. He wanted to use his domineering aura to exchange for the Tyrant Stone. Damn. That was domineering aura. The Sky River Marshal had always been looking for domineering aura. From the looks of it, the news of the Sky River Marshal obtaining the Tyrant Stone was leaked out. There were actually many suspicious points. Perhaps it was a show directed and acted by the Sky River Marshal himself. It attracted cultivators who possessed domineering aura. Then, make a deal with him. The Sky River Marshal said in a loud voice, "Everyone, I'm really sorry. The item that this young friend's master took out is too extraordinary. I have already decided to make a deal with this young friend's master." Many people could not help but frown. Someone asked, "I wonder if the Marshal can tell us what the other party's master took out." The Sky River Marshal said, "I'm sorry. The other party asked me to keep it a secret. Therefore, this matter is really inconvenient to say. There's still a banquet later, so I'll take my leave first. I'll come back later to accompany everyone." Lin Feng stood up and left with the Sky River Marshal with Xiaodong Huang. Many people couldn't help but start discussing. Many people looked at Lin Feng and Xiaodong Huang with a cold gaze. Of course, these cultivators did not associate Lin Feng with Xiaodong Huang's master. After all, Lin Feng was too young. They only felt that Lin Feng might be someone like Xiaodong Huang's senior brother. They arrived at the inner hall's living room. The Sky River Marshal looked at Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang and asked with a smile, I wonder when the two young friends' master will be arriving? Lin Feng coughed dryly and said, about that. I'm his master. The Sky River Marshal could not help but be stunned. He then smiled and said, sorry for the disrespect. Young master is really a young hero. The two sides sat down in their respective seats. The Sky River Marshal took out a tyrant stone and placed it on the table. He said with a smile, the tyrant stone is here. Young master, take out the tyrant stone and you can take it away. Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm afraid that one tyrant stone is not enough to exchange for my cultivation technique. The Sky River Marshal frowned slightly and asked without batting an eyelid, I wonder how many tyrant stones young master wants to exchange for. As expected, the Sky River Marshal had more than one tyrant stone. Everyone was smart. Therefore, the Sky River Marshal did not hide anything. He made everything clear. This saved Lin Feng a lot of trouble. Lin Feng said. 10 tyrant stones. The Sky River Marshal snorted coldly. He said in a deep voice, although the tyrant stone's cultivation technique is precious, it's definitely not worth 10 tyrant stones. You're asking for too much. You're not sincere at all. Lin Feng smiled and said, Marshal, please don't be angry. You should know that there are many different types of tyrant stones cultivation techniques. From low to high, tyrant stones are divided into 9 types: transparent tyrant stones, white tyrant stones, red tyrant stones, orange tyrant stones, yellow tyrant stones, green tyrant stones, cyan tyrant stones, blue tyrant stones, and purple tyrant stones. In fact, above the purple tyrant stones, there are even more terrifying and powerful tyrant stones. Of course, the value of each tyrant stone is different. Ordinary tyrant stones are naturally not worth 10 tyrant stones. However, the tyrant stone that I want to take out is not an ordinary tyrant stone. It's the 7th grade of the White Tiger Tyrant Stone. When he heard the words White Tiger Tyrant Stone, Xianxia could not help but feel excited. However, he did not show it. He said, the 7th grade of Tyrant Stone is indeed precious. However, the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. To some cultivators who need it, tyrant stones are simply priceless treasures. To cultivators who don't need it, it's just an ordinary stone. Therefore, even with the White Tiger Tyrant Stone, it's very difficult to exchange for so many tyrant stones. Of course, there's another important thing. I can't take out so many tyrant stones. Lin Feng said, how many tyrant stones can the marshal take out? 3. Xianxia said. Lin Feng could not help but sneer. I came with sincerity, but it seems that the marshal does not have any sincerity. If that's the case, then there's nothing for us to talk about. Lin Feng stood up and was about to leave. Xianxia frowned slightly and said, how about this? How about 5 tyrant stones in exchange for your White Tiger Tyrant Stone? Lin Feng said, 7. Less than 7. I won't consider a deal. Xianxia expression became uncertain. He actually only had 10 tyrant stones. If he gave Lin Feng 7 tyrant stones, then he would only have 3 tyrant stones left. After obtaining the White Tiger Tyrant Stone, cultivating the White Tiger Tyrant Stone would consume 1 tyrant stone, so he would only have 2 tyrant stones left. Xianxia wanted to give his son 1 tyrant stone so that he could cultivate the White Tiger Tyrant Stone and increase his strength. Then, he would only have 1 tyrant stone left. If his brothers knew about this, they would probably come looking for him. At that time, there would not be a single tyrant stone left. If he obtained other tyrant stones in the future, wouldn't he have to worry about not having enough tyrant stones? However, thinking about it carefully, how difficult would it be to obtain other tyrant stones? Moreover, if he really obtained them, perhaps he could even go to the dangerous place at the bottom of the heavenly river to search. Who knew, he might be able to obtain 1 or 2 tyrant stones. At this thought, Xianxia said, all right. We'll do as you say. As he spoke, Xianxia took out 7 tyrant stones. These 7 tyrant stones were placed on the table one by one. In fact, at the very beginning, Lin Feng never thought that he could use the White Tiger Tyrant Stone to exchange for so many tyrant stones. At the beginning, he felt that it was a loss to use the White Tiger Tyrant Stone to exchange for one Tyrant Stone. Therefore, he wanted to privately discuss the exchange of Tyrant Stones with Shan Yuanjintian. What was the first principle of negotiation? Of course, the first principle wasn't fairness. The first principle of negotiation was to demand an exorbitant price. Then, he would leave some leeway for himself. Therefore, Lin Feng demanded an exorbitant price. Then, he bluffed as if there was nothing to discuss if Shan Yuanjintian didn't agree to his conditions. Who would have thought Shan Yuanjintian would actually agree to Lin Feng's conditions? Actually, it was mainly because Shan Yuanbadian wasn't good at negotiation. If there was anything that needed to be negotiated with others, Shan Yuanjintian would basically not appear. His subordinates would negotiate with the other party. However, today was different. On that day, the negotiation between him and Lin Feng was a private one. Therefore, Shan Yuanjintian didn't bring those eloquent subordinates. He personally went up to negotiate with Lin Feng, so he was naturally passive. However, if he really wanted to talk about it, he didn't lose out either. After all, the value of the White Tiger Tyrant Stone was there for all to see. The White Tiger Tyrant Stone might not be considered a powerful Tyrant Stone to Lin Feng. However, for 999,999% of the cultivators, it was a different story. The White Tiger Tyrant Stone was definitely a Tyrant Stone that was enough to make them go crazy. After both parties completed the transaction, everyone was happy. Haha, we must drink a few more cups later, Shan Yuanjintian said with a smile. Don't think that Shan Yuanjintian was that easy to talk to. Actually, it wasn't like that. Shan Yuanjintian showed an amiable and approachable appearance in front of Lin Feng because Shan Yuanjintian felt that Lin Feng wasn't a simple person. Even if he didn't know Lin Feng, he could still see how extraordinary Lin Feng was from many aspects. This was also the main reason why he negotiated with Lin Feng calmly. If it was someone else, he wouldn't have such a good attitude. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Most of the cultivators who came to participate in the trade fair were Shan Yuanjintian's friends. Although the others weren't Shan Yuanjintian's friends, they were probably more or less related to the Heavenly River Marshal's clan. Even if these cultivators didn't obtain the Tyrant Stone, they wouldn't leave in a huff. Being able to deepen their relationship with Shan Yuanjintian, or being able to use this opportunity to explain Shan Yuanjintian, was naturally something that many people were happy to see. The banquet was very lively. When everyone saw Shan Yuanjintian and Lin Feng talking and laughing, they couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. What qualifications did such a young cultivator have to be on equal footing with Shan Yuanjintian? Could it be that the item that his master took out was too precious, so Shan Yuanjintian was being so polite to him because of his master? After the banquet ended, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang returned to their residence. Lin Feng imprinted the cultivation method of the hegemonic qi of the heavens in a jade tube. Then, he took out a Tyrant Stone and handed it to Xia Donghuang. He said, "Cultivate well." Xia Donghuang received these items with great excitement. He knew what the hegemonic qi of the heavens meant. He knelt on the ground and said, "Thank you, Master. Donghuang will cultivate diligently and live up to Master's expectations." Lin Feng said. "That's great." Xia Donghuang took the items and went to cultivate. Lin Feng also returned to his room. He entered the time-space. Lin Feng planned to let Bibi cultivate the hegemonic qi of the heavens. Bibi was Lin Feng's pet. However, Lin Feng had always treated Bibi like family. Imparting the hegemonic qi of the heavens to Bibi was equivalent to imparting it to his family. It wouldn't affect Lin Feng in any way. As for Xiaolong, Xiaohe, Emperor Archaic, Devil King Insect, and Primordial Ancestor Insect, Lin Feng wouldn't impart the hegemonic qi of the heavens to them for the time being. Lin Feng didn't have enough Tyrant Stones. Of the 7 Tyrant Stones, he would use one later. Xia Donghuang would get one, and Bibi would get one. In this way, he would use up 3 Tyrant Stones. There were still 4 Tyrant Stones left. If Lin Feng counted the hegemonic qi of the heavens, he had already obtained 6 types of hegemonic qi. Lin Feng was thinking about obtaining 10 types of hegemonic qi in the future. After obtaining 9 types of hegemonic qi, he could use hegemonic qi to form a terrifying killing formation. However, Lin Feng felt that the number 9 was too unlucky, so Lin Feng's goal was 10 types of hegemonic qi. If he obtained other hegemonic qi one after another, he would need 4 more hegemonic qi to gather 10 types of hegemonic qi. Hegemonic qi was too rare. Lin Feng really didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to obtain hegemonic qi in the future. Right now, Lin Feng could give hegemonic qi to Xiaohe and the others to cultivate. But what if Lin Feng obtained a new hegemonic qi in the future and couldn't find hegemonic qi? Therefore, he had to think about the future. If he could obtain a new hegemonic qi in the future, he could consider giving it to Xiaohe, Xiaolong, and the others to cultivate hegemonic qi. Forget it for now. Yeah. Bibi cried out in joy. Humans. There were close relatives and distant relatives. Lin Feng and Bibi were the closest. Naturally, he would consider Bibi first. Lin Feng immediately found a place to cultivate. In the following period of time, Lin Feng began to cultivate the hegemonic qi of the heavens. The hegemonic qi of the heavens was much harder to cultivate than he had imagined. After all, this was a terrifying hegemonic qi that surpassed the purple hegemonic qi. But fortunately, Lin Feng had the experience of cultivating hegemonic qi. In addition, Lin Feng also had the treasure hegemonic qi of the heavens to help him cultivate hegemonic qi. Lin Feng spent 10 days in the time and space to successfully cultivate the hegemonic qi of the heavens. Then, Lin Feng spent another period of time to completely familiarize himself with the hegemonic qi of the heavens. When Lin Feng came out of seclusion, Xia Donghuang was still in seclusion. Late at night, Lin Feng opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. He couldn't help but frown slightly. The reason for that was because he discovered that there were actually people who had silently infiltrated the courtyard that he lived in. Late at night. Sneakily sneaking over. Obviously, the intruder didn't have good intentions. The person who had arrived was none other than the blood desire old demon. Previously, he had wanted to exchange the blood spring stone for the tyrant stone. However, he had not succeeded. Now that he was here, it was obvious that he was here for the tyrant stone. In the courtyard, old demon blood desire looked at the 2-story house with a sinister gaze. His movements were extremely subtle so as to avoid being discovered by Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. Old demon blood desire was an expert of the demonic path. Naturally, he had no scruples when doing things. Killing and stealing treasures was a piece of cake for him. He knew that Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang had exchanged for the tyrant stone, but he did not know that Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang were master and disciple. He thought that they were fellow disciples. Since they had exchanged for the tyrant stone for their masters, it meant that their masters would be here as well. Perhaps they had already arrived, but had not shown themselves. Therefore, old demon blood desire did not make a move because he was worried that Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang's masters would be here. If he acted rashly and did not know the strength of Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang's masters, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, he hid in the dark and observed the situation in Lin Feng's residence. After a few days of investigation, he found that there were only Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang in the residence. Moreover, the two of them seemed to be in seclusion, and no one else came. Therefore, old demon blood desire decided to make a move. He would kill Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. The tyrant stone would be his. As a giant of the demonic path, old demon blood desire did not have any psychological burden when doing such a thing. Old demon blood desire carefully entered the living room and walked toward the stairs. The stairs to the second floor were on the left side of the living room. However, at this moment, old demon blood desire's expression changed slightly. He discovered that there was actually a person sitting in the living room. Old demon blood desire naturally recognized Lin Feng. He was one of his targets today. Old demon blood desire, right? Lin Feng looked at old demon blood desire and revealed a radiant smile. Old demon blood desire was also a person who had seen great storms and waves. In the heaven realm's demonic path, his demonic might was awe-inspiring. Wherever he went, who wouldn't give him face? What was a mere 300-years-old young man to him? Normally, old demon blood desire would be able to squash such a young cultivator to death with just a flick of his finger. However, there was something amiss with the situation today. All of a sudden, old demon blood lust felt a stifling sensation. That oppressive qi was coming from Lin Feng's body. This was something that old demon blood desire could not believe. To think that a young cultivator who was only 300 years old could give him such a strong sense of oppression. How was this possible? But old demon blood desire had always been extremely confident in his own senses. This young man was not simple, however, when he thought about how he had been in the heaven realm for so many years and had experienced many things, he did not know how many dangerous situations he had experienced. Therefore, there was no need to panic. Old demon blood lust quickly adjusted his emotions. Old demon blood desire looked at Lin Feng and laughed strangely. I never thought that you would have such powerful senses. Lin Feng laughed. If I didn't even have this much senses, I would have died many times over. Lin Feng then smiled and asked, did you come here secretly to kill us and take the tyrant stone? Old demon blood desire said, since you know my goal, then hand over the tyrant stone to me obediently. That way, I can still spare your life. Old demon blood desire was bluffing. He was not sure of Lin Feng's strength, so he wanted to scare Lin Feng. If Lin Feng was truly a coward, then he might just hand over the tyrant stone and leave immediately. If Lin Feng did not cooperate, then he would have to take action. Old demon blood desire felt that his chances of winning were not small. After all, Lin Feng was too young. Even if his battle prowess was on par with old demon blood desires or even slightly higher, his battle experience was far from being comparable. Battle experience was often very useful in a battle between cultivators, so old demon blood desire was rather confident in himself. Of course, he also had to consider the consequences of failure. If he failed, then he would immediately flee. Old demon blood desire was fully prepared. Lin Feng sneered. Old demon blood desire, you're about to die, yet you're still boasting shamelessly. What a joke. You're courting death, blood demon claw. Shouted Shuiyu furiously. He then immediately threw himself at Lin Feng. His fingernails started growing at an incredible speed. Before long, they had grown to about half a meter long and were incomparably sharp. Furthermore, his fingernails were pitch black. Evidently, they contained a deadly poison. Old demon blood desire's methods were rather sinister. If one's skin was scratched by his fingernails, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing that Lin Feng was not moving at all, old demon blood desire could not help but feel pleased. He thought to himself, this guy looks like a pretty boy. Looks like he's really useless. Although his strength is not bad, he doesn't have any battle experience. He's probably scared out of his wits. With that thought, old demon blood desire was even more confident in taking down Lin Feng. Just as his sharp claws were about to scratch Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng coldly shouted, kneel. Lin Feng's shout contained the power of the heaven's qi. After mastering this hockey technique, Lin Feng wanted to see how powerful this qi was. After hearing Lin Feng's shout, old demon blood desire suddenly felt as if he had become an ant. As for Lin Feng, he was like a god. Faced with Lin Feng's cold shout, old demon blood desire could not resist at all. His body was trembling in fear. With a thump, old demon blood desire. He directly knelt on the ground. His head was being suppressed by an invisible pressure, and it was pressed tightly against the ground. His buttocks were raised high. He was like a duck lying on the ground. Old demon blood desire. All of his trump cards had been destroyed by the absolute difference in strength between the two sides. All of them had been reduced to nothing. Fear, trembling, despair, shock, all sorts of emotions were mixed together. Old demon blood desire had never felt that he was so weak before. He made a gurgling sound in his throat. He wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say. Only now did old demon blood desire understand why Xianxia, who was in charge of the 8 million Heavenly River Navy, was so polite to Lin Feng. It wasn't because of Lin Feng's teacher, who he didn't know was real. Instead, it was because Lin Feng was simply too powerful. In fact, old demon blood desire was also a quasi-supreme level cultivator. However, ever since Lin Feng had refined the two yellow sky laws, even quasi-supreme level cultivators would find it difficult to detect the depth of Lin Feng's strength. Xianxia had refined a few transcendent level laws, but he was different from old demon blood desire. Old Demon Blood Desire could not detect anything special about Lin Feng. However, because Xianxia had mastered transcendent level laws, he could vaguely sense a dangerous aura from Lin Feng. However, Old Demon Blood Desire had always felt that he could defeat Lin Feng. It was precisely because of his lack of ability that Old Demon Blood Desire made the wrong judgment. Lin Feng looked at the kneeling Old Demon Blood Desire and asked, "Old Demon Blood Desire, do you want to live or die?" Of course, Old Demon Blood Desire wanted to live, especially since he had taken advantage of the great changes at the end of the era to grab hold of several great opportunities. Now, his cultivation had already reached the quasi-supreme level realm, and he might even break through to the transcendent level in the future. In the past, he would not have dared to imagine such a thing. If he were to die just like that, he would be extremely unwilling. However, he knew the answer. Whether he lived or died, the decision was not in his hands, but in Lin Feng's. Now that Lin Feng had said those words, it was clear that there was still hope for him to live. Old Demon Blood Desire did not have any other thoughts. As long as Lin Feng spared his life, no matter what Lin Feng asked him to do, he would do it willingly. Old Demon Blood Desire quickly said, "I want to live, young master. I am willing to be your dog. I will bite whoever you ask me to." Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He was speechless. He had not even mentioned recruiting Old Demon Blood Desire, but this fellow had already taken the initiative to acknowledge him as his master. Lin Feng looked at Old Demon Blood Desire with a playful expression and said, "Are you speaking the truth? You must know that I hate it when people use flowery words to deceive me. If I were to find out that someone had used flowery words to deceive me, I would definitely make that person suffer a fate worse than death." Blood Desire Old Demon shuddered before he hurriedly said, "I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. I really want to acknowledge young master as my master. I really want to be young master's dog." Of course, Old Demon Blood Desire was not sincere at first. But after seeing how ruthless Lin Feng was, he was truly afraid. Furthermore, Old Demon Blood Desire felt that Lin Feng was so strong at such a young age. Who knew what kind of terrifying existence he would become in the future? Thus, acknowledging Lin Feng as his master did not seem like a bad choice. Lin Feng said, "Open up your soul. I want to place a few restrictions on your soul." "Yes." Old Demon Blood Desire did not dare to disobey Lin Feng's orders, and he hurriedly replied. He then completely removed the defenses on his soul. Lin Feng easily placed a few restrictions on his soul. If this person wanted to betray him, or if he was suppressed by someone, or if someone tried to forcefully search for information about him, the restrictions on his soul would automatically activate and destroy his soul. After doing all this, Lin Feng dispersed his powerful pressure. "Stand up and speak." Lin Feng said. "Yes, master." Old Demon Blood Desire crawled up from the ground, a flattering smile on his face. He knew that he was now Lin Feng's slave. He naturally had to be loyal to his master, Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "With your cultivation, you should be a tyrant in the Heaven Realm's demonic path, right?" Old Demon Blood Desire said, replying to Master's words, "This lowly one does indeed have some status in the Heaven Realm's demonic path. There are quite a few experts in the Heaven Realm's demonic path, and this lowly one has some relations with them." Lin Feng asked, "What's the current situation in the Heaven Realm's demonic path? What kind of powerful experts or factions are there?" Old Demon Blood Desire said, "There are quite a few demonic experts in the Heaven Realm. For example, there are the 10 great wandering cultivators in the overseas world and the 36 ancient devils in the inland world. This lowly one is one of the 36 ancient devils in the inland world. However, regardless of whether it's the 10 great wandering cultivators in the overseas world or the 36 ancient devils in the inland world, they are all wandering cultivators who do not belong to any faction. The truly powerful ones are the ancient sects and clans of the demonic path. There are quite a few ancient sects and clans of various sizes, but the 3 great ancient sects, 5 great clans, and 8 great demonic sects are the main ones. These 16 factions are the strongest. These factions all have top experts overseeing them." Lin Feng asked, "Are there any experts who surpass their cultivation level?" Old Demon Blood Desire said, "I haven't heard of them, but there are some who have refined laws that surpass their cultivation level. Of course, these ancient clans are usually very powerful, and a few of them are demonic factions that have transcended epochs. It wouldn't be strange for them to have experts who surpass their cultivation level. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, "Does that mean that some of these factions are remnant races of the previous epochs? Do these remnant races have a good relationship with the Heavenly Court and the Mastermind's world?" Old Demon Blood Desire said, "Master can rest assured about this. The remnant races of the previous epochs have a very bad relationship with the Mastermind's world and the Heavenly Court. It's said that the remnant races of the previous epochs have fought against the Mastermind's world several times. It's not easy for them to have survived until now. Not all of the remnant races of the previous epochs were allies of the Mastermind's world." Lin Feng was very clear about this, and it seemed that he could rope in these remnant races of the previous epochs. Lin Feng asked, "Do you have any connections with these remnant races of the demonic path?" Old Demon Blood Desire said, "I know some of their experts. However, my relationship with them isn't that good." Lin Feng said, "It's good that you know them. How about this? Help me do two things. The first is to form an alliance to gather the loose cultivators of the demonic path and the evil path. The second is to help me rope in these peak powers of the demonic path. In the future, when we go to war with the 33 heavens, these powers will be of great use." When Old Demon Blood Desire heard that Lin Feng wanted to go to war with the Heavenly Court, he jumped in shock. However, he naturally did not dare to disobey Lin Feng's orders. He quickly replied, "Yes." Lin Feng said, "You might not know my identity. I am Lin Feng, the person wanted by the Heavenly Court." "Ah? Master, so you are that person?" Old Demon Blood Desire was shocked. After knowing Lin Feng's identity, Old Demon Blood Desire became even more confused. There were some things that were easier to explain. For example, when Lin Feng said that he wanted to go to war with the 33 Heavens Masters, they were enemies. If a large-scale war really broke out, it wouldn't be too surprising. Moreover, if a war really broke out, Lin Feng's side would still be able to fight. That was because the power behind Lin Feng was extremely terrifying. Not to mention other things. Just the presence of a sovereign monarch clan was enough to rally countless people to his side. Moreover, the heaven-devouring devil emperor of the sovereign emperor clan had appeared. Moreover, he had broken through to the transcendence realm. The sinner's bloodline and the various races of the great wilderness. Their enmity with the heavenly court ran deep. Lin Feng and the heaven-devouring devil emperor clearly represented the cultivators on this side. It was only a matter of time before they went to war with the heavenly court. The high-handed policies of the 33 Heavens Masters. Their actions of siding with the imperial family behind the scenes. Their actions had deeply hurt countless cultivators. After all, many people were clear that the 33 Heavens Masters had sided with the imperial family behind the scenes. When the apocalyptic war broke out, they and their families might be able to survive. However, what about the rest? Only death awaited them. Naturally, everyone wanted to overthrow the rule of the 33 Heavens Masters. However, the 33 Heavens Masters were too powerful. Although there were many forces in the heaven realm that wanted to overthrow the 33 Heavens Masters, there were no Transcendence Realm experts. In addition, there was no one who could unite these forces. They wanted to overthrow the 33 Heavens Masters. Easier said than done. But in Blood Desire Old Demon's opinion, Lin Feng and the Sky-Devouring Demon Emperor were powerful enough, and they could definitely unite many influential groups. They might really be able to overthrow the 33 Heavens Masters. If the 33 Heavens Masters were overthrown, at that time, wouldn't he be ranked at the top? Then, wouldn't he be rich? He heard that the 33 Heavens Masters had the Transcendence Pill. At that time, if he obtained the Transcendence Pill, he might be able to break through to the Transcendence Realm. As he thought of this, Old Demon Blood Desire couldn't help but become extremely excited. Lin Feng looked at Blood Desire Old Demon and said, "Now that you know who I am, you can use my name to carry out these tasks." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Blood Desire Old Demon could not help but rejoice. Although his cultivation was not bad and he had a certain amount of connections, he still had a lot of people. However, if he used his name to carry out Lin Feng's orders, he was afraid that the results would be barely satisfactory. However, if he used the Sovereign Emperor clan's name, Lin Feng's name, or even the heaven-devouring demon emperor's name, the results would be different. Blood Desire Old Demon's confidence in carrying out Lin Feng's orders increased greatly. This lowly one will definitely not disappoint Master's expectations. Blood Desire Old Demon quickly said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "You have something like a blood spring stone here, right?" "Yes." Blood Desire Old Demon quickly nodded and took out a blood spring stone. This blood spring stone was half a meter tall and had an irregular oval shape. It had a diameter of about 20 centimeters. It was blood red in color and had many blood red runes on it. Blood spring stones were materials that could be used to forge ancient weapons. They were extremely rare and precious. Lin Feng planned to use the blood spring stone to forge a natal magic treasure. Lin Feng said, "I'll be taking the blood spring stone. Of course, I won't treat you unfairly. Didn't you exchange for the tyrant stone because you wanted to fuse it with your body and temper it? The tyrant stone's power is too domineering. If you really fuse its power into your body, even you won't be able to handle it. I have 10 purple thunder fruits here. These things can improve a cultivator's physical body on a deeper level. They will definitely be of great benefit to you, much better than the tyrant stone." After saying that, Lin Feng took out 10 purple thunder fruits and handed them to Blood Desire Old Demon. Lin Feng had obtained these purple thunder fruits from a storage ring. As Lin Feng had encountered many opportunities and obtained many storage rings, he did not pay attention to who the storage ring belonged to. And something like the purple thunder fruit could indeed play a huge role in tempering the fleshly body. It was said that if a cultivator used the purple thunder fruit to temper their fleshly body would even form the power of purple thunder. This kind of purple lightning power was very special. Not only did it have a powerful attack power, but it also had a very strong attack power. Furthermore, it had a powerful self-healing ability. It could allow a cultivator's body to quickly recover in a short period of time. Blood Desire Old Demon had also heard of the purple thunder fruit, but he had never seen it before. He hurriedly took the purple thunder fruit from Lin Feng and thanked Lin Feng profusely. Lin Feng said, "All right, you can leave now." "Then I'll take my leave," Bloodlust Old Demon said as he left hurriedly. Everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened here. After returning to his room, Lin Feng entered the time and space, intending to refine his 6th life source magical weapon. However, what kind of life source magic treasure should be forged into was something that Lin Feng needed to think deeply about. Lin Feng had the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp that could attack and defend. He also had the heavily suppressed Primal Chaos Stone. He also had the 36 bamboo swords that could restrain evil spirits. He also had the soul-suppressing bell, an ancient weapon-level life source magic treasure. Of course, he also had the soft armor, which was a purely defensive life source magic treasure. Sometimes, when forging a natal magic treasure, one couldn't just forge a natal magic treasure into whatever shape they wanted. This was because there were many times when one had to consider the characteristics of the material. For example, the blood spring stone that Lin Feng had obtained was slightly more special. Why was the blood spring stone special? This was because the blood spring stone had a huge suppressive effect on a cultivator's bloodline. The power of the blood spring stone could even harm a cultivator's bloodline. If one was suppressed by the power of the blood spring stone for a long period of time, then the cultivator's bloodline could quickly collapse. For example, a certain type of god blood that was extremely powerful. However, because it was suppressed by the power of the blood spring stone, this type of god blood could very well lose its divinity and eventually become mortal blood. This was the terrifying part of the blood spring stone. Once the blood spring stone was forged into a powerful magic treasure, then the power it could unleash would be even greater. Perhaps I can forge a magic treasure that specializes in suppressing a cultivator's bloodline. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Why did Lin Feng want to forge such a magic treasure? This was because Lin Feng was very clear that in a battle between cultivators, it wasn't just a battle of divine abilities, cultivation methods, and magic treasures. Many times, one would rely on one's own bloodline. Lin Feng himself was the same in many battles. He was extremely reliant on his own bloodline. Just think about it. If one's bloodline was suppressed or destroyed, then many abilities couldn't be used. What would happen then? Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end and shudder. Just as Lin Feng planned to forge this life source magic treasure, Lin Feng discovered that the Wu sisters, who had been in seclusion for a long time, had actually come out. Lin Feng wanted to go and see the Wu sisters first. Then he would go and make his sixth weapon. Lin Feng arrived at the cave abode where the Wu sisters were in seclusion. When they saw Lin Feng, the Wu sisters were extremely happy. They stood up and looked at Lin Feng affectionately. "You've been in seclusion for so long. How's your progress?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. Wu Hanjiao said, "Our strength is improving very quickly, and as we grow stronger, we discovered that many memories have recovered in our minds. There are memories of divine abilities and some strange scenes. I wonder if those are the memories left behind by the Empyrean fairy?" Wu Hanming said, "Young master, if those memories are really the memories left behind by our previous incarnation, we won't completely lose ourselves, right?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He thought about it and comforted them, "Don't worry, it should be just some memories. The Empyrean fairy didn't leave a soul seed in your minds. As long as there is no soul seed, so what if you are reincarnated? The Empyrean fairy won't be able to do anything to you." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the Wu sisters' expressions turned slightly better. In the following days, Lin Feng and the Wu sisters didn't cultivate. The Wu sisters finally came out of seclusion. Lin Feng naturally had to accompany them. A land of warmth, a hero's grave. A monarch would not have mourning court for 3 months. It was indeed a pleasure to forget home. Fortunately, Lin Feng wasn't the kind of person who couldn't control himself. Lin Feng's principle was, enjoy when you should. Work hard when you should. After spending a few days with Lin Feng, the Wu sisters quickly went back to meditating in seclusion. After the two sisters entered seclusion, Lin Feng planned to forge his sixth life source magic treasure. Lin Feng planned to forge his sixth life source magic treasure into a mirror-type life source magic treasure. It would be called the Blood Magic Mirror. It would use blood spring stones as the main material and heavenly demonic crystals as the mirror surface. Lin Feng attached great importance to this treasure. Time passed slowly. Lin Feng spent 10 days. He finally succeeded in forging the Blood Magic Mirror. The initial level of the Blood Magic Mirror was the Saint Realm. It was roughly equivalent to a Saint Realm magic treasure of the Saint Realm. Lin Feng also knew that even if blood spring stones could be used to forge an ancient weapon-level magic treasure in theory, that was only the level that could be reached in theory. In reality, to directly forge a life source magic treasure of this level, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, not to mention directly forging an ancient weapon-level life source magic treasure. Even directly forging a life source magic treasure that transcended the realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Of course, there was no lack of heaven-defying people in the world who might be able to do it. But Lin Feng obviously couldn't do it at the moment. It was already not easy to forge the Blood Magic Mirror into a Saint Realm sacred weapon. Moreover, this was only the initial level. In the future, it could continue to evolve and increase its level. In theory, there was still a chance to reach the ancient weapon level in the future. Of course, to reach the ancient weapon level might require some opportunities. This was actually the same as a cultivator breaking through to the Transcendence realm. However, it was not difficult to make Lin Feng's Blood Magic Mirror quickly break through to the Transcendence realm. Because Lin Feng still had a few pieces of deep-sea dragon stones. Lin Feng's other life source magic treasures had reached the Transcendence realm because they had absorbed the power of the deep-sea dragon stones and completed the transformation. When the Blood Magic Mirror reached the peak of the Saint Realm, it could then absorb the power of the deep-sea dragon stones and break through to the Transcendence realm. The next day after Lin Feng came out of seclusion, Xia Donghuang came out of seclusion. Looking at Xia Donghuang's happy face, it was clear that he had successfully cultivated the hegemonic aura of the heavens. Mastering this kind of hegemonic aura of the heavens was of great help to oneself. It was also unimaginable for one's combat strength to increase. For example, Xia Donghuang. After cultivating the hegemonic aura of the heavens, his realm did not increase. But his combat strength was likely to increase by several levels. This was the terrifying part of the hegemonic aura of the heavens. After Xia Donghuang came out of seclusion, Lin Feng and the others stayed for another day and then left the Heavenly River City. Lin Feng studied the marked location that he had obtained from the Heavenly River Trading Company. He planned to go to the first location with Xia Donghuang. This place was called the Stone Forest. It was quite famous in the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. The Stone Forest had been around for a long time. It was said that it was very likely an ancient ruin that had existed since the primordial era. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang arrived at the Stone Forest a month later. Looking from afar, they saw huge stone peaks in the distance. Those stone peaks were of different heights. The taller ones were more than 1,000 meters, while the shorter ones were 200 to 300 meters. Each stone peak was bare, without a single blade of grass. From afar, they looked like huge ancient trees. It was said that the stone forest covered an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It was extremely large. Many cultivators shuttled through the stone forest. It was said that the stone forest recorded unparalleled immortal techniques. It was said that there were also a few ancient weapon-level treasures buried here. Therefore, the stone forest had always attracted countless cultivators to search for these things. However, a long time had passed. No one had obtained the rumored unparalleled immortal techniques. No one was able to find the ancient weapons either. End of chapter 63-53. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.